Chapter 81 Special Identity Card. These are two completely different worlds. Separated by a wall, it looks like a busy city. Even the residential areas on the floors are full of people. And there are waves of lively sounds. The iron net stretched for several miles. But at the end, there were soldiers guarding it. Those people were presumably not allowed to enter this area. It seems that in order to pass the boundary, you must have an identification card. Otherwise you will definitely be blocked. Lin Chi didn't want to cause trouble for himself. So after walking around for a while, he returned to the villa. In the villa, Tuan had tidied up the room, while Bai Su checked the room, fearing that there was something like surveillance installed in the villa. How about it? What's the gain? Seeing Lin Chi coming back, the two of them rushed to greet him. Just like what she said, the safety zone is divided into several levels. The difference between them is a world of difference. Lin Chi sat on the sofa, opened the suitcase, and took out the genetic fluid contained inside. 2 copies of second-order genetic fluid, more than 30 copies of first-order genetic fluid, and some undecomposed genetic crystals. These are the most precious things for the 3 of them. After checking that there was no damage, Lin Chi opened a bottle of second-level genetic fluid and drank it directly, feeling the power continuously solidifying in the body. I feel a little more secure in my heart. Teacher Bai, when Anshin invites you to visit the laboratory, be sure to get more genetic crystals for research. If they cannot provide a large amount of genetic crystals, you can propose to form a hunting team yourself, so that I have the qualifications to form a team, and the right to freely enter and exit the safe area. This kind of right must be fought for. No matter where it is, you must have your own power in your hands, even if it is just a trace. I understand. I will try my best to help you. But do you think they won't restrict your freedom? Bai Su understood Lin Chi's plan and nodded clearly. After all, if he wanted to leave in the future, he would have to rely on Lin Chi. But she also has something to worry about. If the top management of the security zone is more strict, even the people around her will be noticed. Compared to scientific research talents like you, Tuanchuan and I are insignificant. If you really want to restrict my freedom, then I can only run away with Tuanchuan and leave you here. In this transaction, it is up to Teacher Bai to strive for the greatest benefits. Lin Chi can be said to be a free hand. I'll try my best. And at least, I won't let them restrict your freedom. Teacher Bai had a tangled look on his face, but his kindness was squeezed out so much that no juice was left. That's good. When the time comes, we will cooperate with each other. It would be great if I could use the results of the experimental research first. No one knows how much of the results of the intensification experiment Bai Su knows. Just the method of decomposing gene crystals, making energy devices, and preparing dissolving liquids are all very valuable. And they are still the simplest. Equipment can be completed. Now that we have more sophisticated instruments, we may be able to produce unimaginable advanced products. I'll give you a surprise. Bai Su doesn't go into details either. After all, some things cannot be described in detail before they are made. There were a lot of supplies in the modified vehicle. After opening the door of the villa, Lin Chi drove the armored vehicle directly into the yard, and then moved all the supplies in the vehicle. As soon as all the work was completed, an Xian led a few people to the door of the villa. Dr. Bai, are you satisfied with this villa? The people following in were holding boxes in their arms, and they were obviously here to bring warmth to the 3 of them. She asked her men to open the boxes one by one and took out 3 special cards from the first box. Among these 3 cards, 1 is golden and 2 are silver. In the center of the card, there is a small black screen, which gradually lights up as it is touched. Dr. Bai, this is the unique identity card of the Central Plains Safe Zone. From the lowest level of Black Iron to the highest level of Legend, there are 7 levels in total, namely Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Legend, and Safe Zone. The highest level identity card currently in effect is just a diamond card. What I applied for you is a gold identity card and 2 silver identity cards. However, with this card, you can move freely outside the safe zone. These 3 cards have already been activated, and you only need to complete simple information before they can be used. In addition, I have converted the mutated beast meat in the factory into points for you, and I personally added some more. Each card has been recharged with 3,000 points, which is enough for your living needs for a year. The other 2 boxes contain first-level genetic fluid. The Zhongyuan safe zone was well equipped, and the decomposed genetic fluid was purer. Baisu's gold card is due to scientific research and requires access to some special places, which is of course more special than the twos. Thank you, Ministerin, for your kindness. I also have another request. Baisu deeply remembered Lin Chi's previous request that he be able to form a combat team alone. So he took advantage of this opportunity and put it forward directly. I hope to let my friends form a combat team that can go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts at any time. At this stage, the task of hunting mutant beasts is completely monopolized by the forces in the safe zone. It is difficult for ordinary survivors to get a chance to get involved in mutant beasts. The only way to obtain them is to contribute to some tasks in the safe zone every day to earn points, thereby exchanging the genetic fluid. The combat team does not belong to our logistics deployment. I can only apply for you. Moreover, survivors are not allowed to exist in the safe zone as a combat team at this stage. However, I can let you set up a search team with members limited to 5 people. 5 people, without sophisticated equipment, can only hunt first-level mutant beasts at most. Even if they encounter larger numbers, they have to avoid their sharp edges, let alone second-level mutant beasts. Therefore, most of the search team searched in the ruins and did not even dare to leave the safe zone too far. The last box is a laptop computer. The casing has a metallic luster, but it also looks very light. This is a biotechnology computer. The chip is made of crystalline materials. It can be connected to the satellite network simultaneously and receive information from the Federation and even the world. From now on, it will be Dr. Bai's personal belongings. An Xian picked up the notebook with both hands and handed it to Baisu solemnly. Has the biotechnology chip been developed? When Baisu heard this, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. When she left the capital, she had not yet overcome this problem. She did not expect that the finished product would be ready in such a short period of time. The previous aerial cleaning plan was completed with the help of the first super biological computer, but it is not yet mass-produced. Each chip is very precious. Being able to hand over such precious things to Baisu is enough to show that the Central Plains Security Zone attaches great importance to scientific researchers. At the beginning of the end, the development of biotechnology is the top priority, and every talent must be treated with caution. The status of these people has invisibly surpassed that of most people. An Xian guided the 3 of them to complete the identity card information on the computer. But none of the 3 had filled in some non-essential information. This kind of identity card has 2 sides of sensing. One is for receiving, and the other is for transmitting. The 2 cards are stuck together, and it can also be used to trade points very conveniently. In addition to this function, this card is also an access control card for various places in the security area. And status. Symbol of. Probably because they were similar in age. Or Baisu needed to win over her further. An Xian stayed in the villa until the evening. The 2 chatted happily, and for a time, they called themselves sisters. Don't worry. Just stay here for dinner tonight. Tuanchuan's craftsmanship is good, and we still have some second-level mutated beast meat. When entering the safe zone for the first time, if there are familiar people, it will definitely be more convenient in the future. An Xian is an excellent choice. She is not too old and is easier to get along with. The most important thing is that she has a good father. No, I still have a lot of things to do. I've been delayed a lot today. I'm afraid I have to work overtime at night. I'll come back to you when I'm free in 2 days. Someone will take you to the scientific research building in person tomorrow morning. Go first. Get familiar with it. An Xian waved goodbye to Baisu, then left the villa and left in the dark green armored vehicle. After they left, Baisu opened the laptop and began to learn about the new world. The material of this computer should be made of the SH. L is some kind of insect. It is very light. While talking, the computer had been started because the information on the new network was not complete. In just a moment, Baisu found the location coordinates of the major security zones in the Federation. Almost every city has a safe zone, and some small cities have 2 or 3 shelters. However, many large sea beasts have appeared on the coast, causing many cities to collapse. Announcements of major safety zones constantly appeared on the screen. But Baisu's focus was still on the news about the safety zone in the capital. After searching for a moment, she still couldn't find the information she wanted. What about the other federations? Compared with the situation in his own federation, Lin Chi also wanted to know what changes were happening in the outside world. By comparison, he could feel more balanced. Well, there is good news. Some island countries, especially the one under our feet, seem to have been hit by tsunamis, and volcanoes have erupted again. There is no news feedback yet. and they have been marked as cases to be exterminated. Any survivor of the Central Asian Federation would be very happy to hear this news. In addition, insect plagues have broken out in some tropical federations. Many prehistoric creatures have emerged in the rainforest, and even fifth-level mutant beasts have appeared. The proliferation of mutant beasts in the South Australian Federation once squeezed humans into the most desolate and barren places. Most of the cities have been occupied by mutant beasts, which is quite miserable. The original aerial cleaning plan was not effective in every federation, especially in those tropical countries. After the bombing, it caused riots of mutant beasts. 3 heads were crowded in front of the computer screen, watching with gusto. Tuanchuan simply prepared food, and after the 3 of them ate, they returned to their rooms. There are several guest rooms in the villa, so there is no need to crowd them together. Lin Chi and Tuanchuan have even slept separately these days to avoid being surprised when they wake up in the morning. The digestion of the third second-order gene crystal continued all night. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Chi felt that the steady flow of power had stagnated. Awakened people do not only rely on genetic fluid to improve their strength. Regular exercise and a reasonable diet can enhance their physical fitness. Under the same circumstances, an awakened person with fighting skills can easily defeat 2 awakened persons of the same level. The use of power can sometimes even make up for the lack of strength. But after turning on the first-level gene lock, this gap will quickly close. But some special power-generating techniques are still not something that can be mastered after turning on the gene lock. Lin Chi exercised his body in the courtyard in the morning, and only stopped to rest after his blood gradually became active and his body became hot. After a quick shower, we enjoyed the loving breakfast prepared by Tuanchuan. Someone came to take Bai Su to the scientific research building early in the morning. 3 meals a day were provided there, so there was no need to worry about anything else. However, it seemed that there was no freedom during working hours. Without Teacher Bai around, Tuanchuan felt relaxed all over. During breakfast, she sat directly in Lin Chi's arms. "Honey, drink it while it's hot." Chapter 82 Spiritual Power Awakening. While drinking fresh milk, Lin Chi turned on the biological computer and checked the information in the safe zone. After roughly understanding the purchasing power of 3,000 points, Lin Chi learned the specific situation. An ordinary survivor who wants to eat 3 meals a day only needs 3 points. Helping build the city wall outside the safe zone can earn 5 points a day. These are only necessary daily necessities, and they also cost points to redeem, so most people can only struggle to fill their stomachs. A bottle of first-level genetic fluid requires 1,000 points, except for those survivors who brought a large amount of supplies into the safe zone. Few people can exchange it for the genetic fluid. Of course, in addition to selling labor power, other things can be sold. After breakfast, the 2 of them left the villa and walked outside with their identity cards in their arms. If you want to live in the safe zone, you must understand the rhythm of life here. The points in your hand can also be used to purchase some urgently needed items. Separated by a wall, the survivors at the bottom had already begun to work hard for the day's survival. After the work horn sounded in the morning, some people had already left the safe area and were working hard in the ruins. The 2 followed the steel wire mesh all the way to the outermost temporary gate. During this period, I met other survivors. These people did not have any panic at the end of the world. Instead, they seemed to be taking a leisurely walk. There are 2 soldiers guarding this gate, and there is a special machine in front of it. "Brothers, we are new here and don't know much about this place. Do we need to swipe our ID cards?" The machine in front of the gate looks very much like a subway card swiping machine, so it should have the same effect. "Yes, this will identify you, and only those who own a residence here can enter." Lin Chi nodded, took out his silver card and swiped it on the machine. He heard a beep. The identity recognition was successful, and the information he recorded last night appeared on the screen. Tuan also brushed his hands, following closely after Lin stood up. The door opened, and under the watch of 2 soldiers, the 2 people successfully walked out of the villa area. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they saw several people rushing over quickly, blocking their steps. 2 handsome guys and beauties. "Give me some points. I haven't eaten in 3 days. A middle-aged man with an unshaven beard rushed directly in front of the 2 of them, holding a black iron card in his hand and begging bitterly. Several other people scrambled for the first place, mumbling incomprehensibly, but the overall meaning was that they were obviously on the path of beggars. People who can come out of the villa area are either rich or noble, and they must have endless points. If they meet a kind-hearted person, they may actually give some charity. You guys have hands and feet. Why don't you go to work and just wait at the door? Lin Chi took Tuanchuan and took a step back. But the group of brown candies in front of him seemed to be attached to them, and actually surrounded the two of them. Handsome guy. You don't know something. I was working on the city wall construction site a few days ago. I accidentally slipped my waist. Now I can't use my strength. Besides, I have an 80-year-old mother above me, and a baby who is waiting for food. My life depends on me. If you can lend me some points, I will pay you back twice as much in the future. The man actually started crying as he spoke. But in an instant, he was pressed down by his companion beside him. Me. My daughter is so pitiful. She hasn't eaten for 5 days. I've been feeding her with blood for the past 2 days. If she doesn't eat, she will starve to death. They started to cry, each one more miserable than the other. Husband, do we want to help them? Tuanchuan seemed to be moved by such a pitiful description, and the tragic scene automatically appeared in his mind, and he subconsciously held Lin Chi's hand and asked. Such a concession allowed those people to instantly find a way to break through, and some even crawled over to hug Tuanchuan's legs. Court death. If it was just begging, Lin Chi wouldn't pay attention to it, and would even explain the weaknesses of human nature to Tuanchuan. But this guy dared to shamelessly extend his hand, clearly wanting to take advantage. So he stepped down and stepped directly on his finger. Just hear a click. The finger bone is broken. The screams frightened everyone around and dispersed. Even the soldiers standing guard at the door were attracted. What happened? The soldiers asked sternly. But they were directed at the panicked people. He hit someone. He killed someone. And he stepped on my hand. You must compensate me. The man on the ground was still wailing. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his hand away. The severe pain made his body twist and bend like a prawn. Mr. Lin, no killing is allowed in the safe zone. The soldier whispered a reminder, stepped forward to disperse the onlookers, and then stood guard next to Lin Chi. I know. But every time I go out, I'm surrounded by them. Don't you just care? Lin Chi was a little dissatisfied. He encountered such a troublesome thing just the second day after entering the safe zone. But the rules of his territory still had to be abided by. You can hit him a little harder the first time to let them get to know you, so they won't dare to do it next time. The soldier suggested in a low voice next to Lin Chi. During this time, he saw a group of beggars surrounding him and felt very annoyed. But in the safe zone, you are not allowed to kill people. This is a life and death rule. No matter how serious the hatred is, you can only take action after leaving the safe zone. Got it. Thanks, buddy. Lin Chi could feel the obvious favoritism. The effect of this silver identity card was indeed very significant. So he exerted force under his feet again. And with a click, all the flesh and blood on that hand was squeezed out. And even the bones were shattered into dregs. The shrill screams frightened the people around them and fled. No longer daring to take any chances, Lin Chi knelt down, picked up the black iron identity card that fell from the opponent's hand, and took a look at it. Wang Dongjian. Lin Chi slapped the wailing Wang Dongjian on the face. The shock effect caused him to stop screaming, and half of his face instantly swelled. This slap can be regarded as brushing up the advanced conditions of the skill. People on the roadside saw that Lin Chi was not easy to mess with, so they stepped aside, not daring anyone to take a step forward. Husband, there are so many of them. Even if they go out to pick up rags, they can still make a living. Why are they all here begging? Tuanchuan is a little confused. At this stage, there are still a lot of living materials that can be found in the ruins near the safety zone. But it just takes some effort. Someone must have tasted the benefits here. There are too many people who want to get something for nothing these days. Just like the guy just now. He is so thin that he can't do heavy work. Lin Chi can't even feel compassion for this kind of person. As long as someone has survived the zombie virus infection, their genetic strength is stronger than that of ordinary people. As long as they have courage in their hearts, they will at least have the ability to protect themselves. However, after going out, Lin Chi found a way to quickly advance his skills. But now that everyone has dispersed, he can only wait for the next opportunity. The two of them crossed the street, and soon arrived at the nearby survivors' residential area. The chaos just now subsided with the flow of people, and no one cared about it anymore. There are various stalls on the ground on both sides of the street, most of which are materials found from the ruins, such as watches, necklaces, car keys, expensive clothes, etc., and even bundles of banknotes. This thing is probably too small to wipe your butt now. Each product is marked with the required points. And now points have completely become a common currency. Lin Chi had no desire to buy anything. He didn't lack anything at all. Although there were no supplies in the villa, the original configuration allowed him to live in it without adding anything. However, understanding some of the current market conditions and knowing what items are valuable will also be helpful when going out to search for supplies in the future. Although Tianquan doesn't buy anything, shopping is still very interesting to her. Especially now that she has a huge amount of money. Those valuable items that used to be expensive now only cost 1 point. The two walked around 3 streets in the living area and witnessed the price changes of various items along the way. From the street stalls at the beginning, people later opened stores and even sold homemade weapons and the like. It's very lively. Many people should be aborigines from the former safe zone. And the rest are foreign survivors. The indigenous people in the safe zone are undoubtedly the luckiest. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they were protected by the federal government and were not even threatened by zombies. Most of them looked at the down-and-out survivors with a kind of condescending contempt. Even though these people only lived dozens of kilometers away before. Tuan, is there anything you want to buy? Lin Chi saw that Tianquan, who was following him, didn't take the initiative to speak. So he asked, "No, we have them at home. No need to waste points. How about buying a few boxes of that?" There was a lot of meat in the armored vehicle, as well as daily necessities. But there were not many safety devices. Thinking of the last time Lin Chi went out to look for supplies in the snow, he felt sad. If you prepare more at home, you won't have to worry when the time comes. I just saw it. It's 10 points per box. Why the hell is it so expensive? In other words, a laborer has to work for 2 days without eating or drinking to buy 1 box. Then we can skip the safety period. Right? Tianquan's cheeks turned red, and he roughly calculated how long his 3,000 points would last. I'll go out and look for 2 boxes in 2 days. Lin Chi didn't want to spend this wasted money. At worst, he should be more careful next time he went out of the city. After 2 hours, Lin Chi and Tianquan's points were still in round numbers, and they didn't spend a dime at all. However, he also discovered that most of the survivor identity cards here were black iron, and occasionally a few were bronze or silver. Very rare. Not to mention a gold identity card like Baisu's. In ordinary times, people with that identity would never appear in such a place. The two returned to the villa, worked in the kitchen for a while, had a makeshift meal, and after some simple exercise, each drank a bottle of first-order genetic fluid. The 15th one. All along, Lin Chi would sense changes in himself every time he turned off the gene lock, and finally found that fuzzy feeling again this time. Breaking through the limit again, Lin Chi suddenly felt that his mind was clear, as if something had awakened, and even the surrounding air had a qualitative feeling. Is it so big to absorb 15 energy under normal conditions? After sighing, he directly opened the first-level gene lock and experienced this indescribable feeling. Suddenly, Lin Chi felt a roar in his head, as if something broke through the confinement and slowly extended out. Chapter 83 Baisu's Basement Temptation. At this moment, it was as if I had opened another perspective. The power extending from my mind could clearly perceive what I touched. Is this the release of spiritual power? The most basic manifestation of the awakened person's power is the change in physical fitness. Something as special as Tianquan is very rare. And at the beginning of the end, no one will be stupid enough to expose their ability. Everyone is hiding it, for fear of being studied. Lin Chi controlled this mental force, and slowly covered the genetic fluid bottle on the table. After wrapping it, the bottle trembled slightly, and slowly floated up. It's just that this force is still very weak, like a baby's arm, and cannot support it for long. Husband, how did you do it? Tianquan asked in surprise, when he saw the bottle floating in front of him. He subconsciously reached out and touched it, but his fingers did not touch the bottle. Instead, he was blocked by an invisible force. This should be a sign of spiritual awakening. I feel like I have an extra invisible hand that can be extended. Lin Chi controlled his mental power and continued to extend. But after extending to a distance of 10 meters, the load gradually began to load. The newly awakened power must be continuously trained and developed. But one day, it will become his hidden trump card. It's so powerful. It's just like the one in the comics. The mental tentacle? Tianquan's eyes were bright, and her cheeks gradually turned red as she thought of something. You also said you haven't read banned comics? Seeing her like this, Lin Chi controlled his mental strength and patted her chest hard. The two rolled onto the sofa and began to fight. With the blessing of the spiritual tentacles, the group was quickly defeated. In the evening, Bai Sutsai returned to the villa, and she was picked up by a special car. After parking the car, she opened the car door and walked out with a box in her arms. The two attendants behind her also carried some instruments and followed her into the villa. Lin Qi, to Enchuan, come and help move things, Bai Su shouted, with a hint of joy on his face. Why did you get so many things? When the two came out, they saw the attendants continuously removing the instruments from the car, and hurriedly stepped forward to help. I use my points to exchange for some instruments that are not used in the laboratory. When I return to the villa, I can do some research when I have time. Bai Su blinked, and the meaning of his behavior was very clear. Things developed in the scientific research building will definitely be kept very confidential and cannot be shared with others. But things developed by oneself are different, as they are privately owned. How many points did you spend? Instruments were moved out one after another, and some even showed signs of damage. They were obviously eliminated by others. Half buy, half free. It costs more than 1,000 points. But I can use all these things, and they are worth the money. In the future, decomposing gene crystals and making energy devices will require precise instruments to maximize their value. And there may even be other precious things. It will be more convenient if you have the tools on hand. After moving all the things to the basement, Bai Su pulled up the hair that fell by her ears, straightened up, and twisted her waist. I met an Xian today. She told me that she had already applied for a spot in the search team. You can just go to the combat deployment building and apply tomorrow. That's it. Bai Su knew that Lin Qi would not stay in the villa for a long time. At this stage, as the federal combat team search outside was getting wider and wider, there were fewer and fewer mutant beasts nearby. If he wanted to increase his strength, he had to work hard. Follow the footsteps. Okay, I'll go take a look tomorrow. The process was originally very cumbersome, and even had to go through the review of multiple departments. But with an Xian's casual explanation, the search team was able to approve it easily. The three of them worked for 2 hours to install all the instruments. But after powering on, several of them could not be used. Bai Su scratched his head, speechless. It seems that these are all damaged. No wonder the half-sold and half-gifted ones were given to me. Calculating it this way, wouldn't it be a loss for me? Bai Su has already made up his mind to send all the junk back tomorrow and get his points back. We can't take this loss. The problem shouldn't be big. I'll see if I can fix it. Lin Qi reached out and touched the outer SHL of the instrument. The overall structure slowly emerged in his mind, and he quickly found the cause of the damage. My own mechanical transformation skills came into play again at this time. This thing is very precise. Even professionals don't dare to say that it can be repaired with 100% certainty. What if it fails, and they don't admit it? Bai Su still didn't believe it. Repairing cars and repairing such precision instruments were completely different fields. It's just a pile of junk anyway. The worst thing you can do is lose it. Just bring me the tools. A confident smile appeared on Lin Qi's lips. Could it be that with the blessing of skills, there are still machines that he cannot repair? The two started working on the side, and soon witnessed the birth of a miracle. Lin first disassembled the casing of the instrument. As the parts were taken out one by one and placed neatly on the table, he finally found the problem. Did you see it? It's probably caused by the looseness of this wire. Just plug it back in and it'll be over. There were densely packed circuits in the instrument. Lin Qi accurately found the loose one and inserted it back. Then reinstalled the removed parts. That's it. From start to finish, it only takes a few minutes. When the power is turned on and the switch is turned on, the instrument indicator lights up instantly. You're so awesome. How did you do it? Bai Su looked at Lin Qi with admiration. He knew a lot in some fields, so he naturally knew how sophisticated this instrument was. If he wanted to repair it, he would need professional testing tools, little analysis, and sometimes even dismantling it. Can't find the reason. But Lin Qi was able to find the problem within a few minutes. Isn't this very simple? Lin Qi made appropriate arrangements, repaired several other instruments, and started the circuit under the admiring gazes of the two people. Lin Qi basically didn't recognize these instruments. But seeing Bai Su's delighted expression, it was obviously very important. Honey, teacher Bai, I'll go up and cook first. You can take your time to sort it out. Tuanchuan glanced outside and saw that it was getting dark, then got up to prepare dinner. I've already eaten in the scientific research building, so there's no need to do my share. Bai Su didn't look back and focused on playing with the instruments, installing everything he brought back in the right place. For a while, only the two busy figures were left in the basement, and the atmosphere gradually became a little different. When installing the instrument, the two of them passed by each other sideways. But the small space allowed them to squeeze together. The moment their bodies came into contact, Baisu went limp and almost became unsteady. Lin Chi quickly stretched out his hand to support Baisu, but his body was in more contact. Xiao Linqi raised his head involuntarily and pressed it against Baisu's hips. Are you too tired after a day's work? Do you want to take a break? Her body was supported by Lin Chi, which made Baisu relax temporarily. But when she felt something strange behind her, she twitched slightly, and her earlobe slowly turned red. I'm fine. I just stood there for too long. Baisu lowered his voice and even raised his head to glance at the exit of the basement stairs, as if he was worried about something. Sensing that there was no resistance from the other party, Lin Chi's mind gradually became active. The awkward look at each other last time did not cause any estrangement between the two, but instead seemed to have a little secret in common. So the hand holding Baisu's arm slowly moved down and pressed on her waist. Your waist must be tired after standing for a long time. Do you want me to rub it for you? Baisu's waist was very soft, even thinner than Tuanchuan, showing a perfect arc. Lin Chi kneaded it up and down, and he could even feel the heat coming from his waist. Don't. I am teacher Tuanchuan. The strange feeling in her body almost made Baisu feel lost. There was even an unconcealable gasp in her voice. She quickly missed her body and sat down on the table, with a hint of mist in his eyes. He glared at Lin Chi fiercely. It's the end of the world. Who cares about the ethics of teachers and students? Maybe one day the safe zone will be completely destroyed. How long can we live? We should enjoy life in time. Right? Baisu seemed serious. But during this period of getting along with her, Lin Chi gradually saw the hidden personality in her heart. In fact, most people are like this. They appear purer and have a more serious temperament, but privately they have completely different personalities. Isn't it enough for you to have Tuanchuan? Can't Tuanchuan satisfy you? What did you do in bed last time? Do you think I don't know? Baisu tried her best to cool down her face, but her increasingly rosy cheeks and violent heartbeat made it impossible for her to maintain the dignity of the teacher. Seeing Lin Chi slowly approaching, her heart became more and more panicked, and she subconsciously leaned back. The three of us will have to depend on each other from now on. If you were by the side every time we had fun with the group, wouldn't it be very disappointing? If the three of us are together, there will be a chance for rotation. Right? Lin Chi reached out and touched Baisu's cheek. Feeling the hot temperature, his fingers moved slowly, sliding down to a gentle slope and stopping. It was small, but very tall and straight, with just a gentle grip. Baisu's body began to tremble. This stimulation made her legs slowly lift up, tightening Lin Chi's waist little by little. But the next second, Lin Chi quickly backed away, pretending to be playing with the instruments around him. Husband, it's time to eat. At the entrance of the basement stairs, there were sounds of people walking down slowly. Oh, okay. I'll clean up and go up. Lin Chi responded, put the instrument he had just picked up back, and clapped his hands to relieve the tension in his heart. Teacher Bai, do you want to eat some more? Baisu turned her back to the stairs, so Tuanchuan couldn't see her expression at all. But she still asked politely, I'm not hungry. You can eat. Baisu tried her best to calm down and slowly slid down from the table. Her legs were so weak that she almost lost her balance. Okay then. I'm going to prepare the dishes and chopsticks first, Tuanchuan said and went upstairs again, not realizing what just happened. I am going to eat. At this moment, Lin Chi had no intention of continuing. He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his body. Aren't you very courageous? Did Tuan Tuan scare you like this? Baisu covered her mouth and chuckled. After the relationship was broken, she felt more stimulated and relaxed. I'll see if you can laugh next time. Lin Chi was aroused and slapped Baisu on the butt before walking upstairs. Chapter 84 Study Materials on the Computer. Dinner was eaten quickly, but by the time Lin Chi finished and came to the basement, Baisu had already gone upstairs and locked himself in the room. Although she seemed calm just now, she was also fearing that Lin Chi would come back again. In addition, Tuanchuan's injuries have not yet recovered, and he is still bleeding profusely. He cannot take the right path at all, so he can only let Tuanchuan feast again. Early the next morning, Baisu got up and went to work. When Lin Chi got up after breakfast, she was already gone, so he told Tuanchuan to let her rest for a day, while he took his identity card and walked towards the combat deployment building. When they came outside the gate again, they could still see the beggars surrounding the gate. But when they saw Lin Chi, The leader subconsciously stopped. The story of the beggar being beaten yesterday has already spread in this small circle. The man in the black trench coat was so cruel that no one dared to get into trouble again. Does anyone want points? Each slap earns points. And the one with the cleanest face comes first. Lin Chi wanted to leave directly. But when he saw this group of people, he came up with the idea of upgrading his skills. But you can't hit people for no reason. It's better to do this kind of unreasonable things as little as possible. Really? 1 slap for 1 point. Should I get one first? Even though there was someone licking his face. He came closer. Get out of here. You haven't washed your face in such a long time. It's dirty even if I hit you. Seeing the dark stains on the visitor's face, Lin Chi raised his foot in disgust and wanted to kick him. But this guy was a thief. So he rolled over and hid behind the others. There was still some snow on the green belt next to it. The man ran over and grabbed a handful of snow and wiped it hard on his face until his skin turned red. Then he ran over again. But there were already people queuing up ahead. Snapped. Although Lin Chi had controlled his strength, the shocking slap could still cause dizziness to the person. The person's body softened and he collapsed directly on the ground. It took him a while to react. Ignoring the pain on his face, he quickly took out his ID card from his arms and motioned to Lin Chi to transfer money. Don't worry. I will do what I say. And I will give you a point. I won't default on your debt. Lin Chi directly transferred a point and then motioned to the people in line to come forward. This scene happened to be seen by 2 people who were outside the villa. This kind of bullying of ordinary survivors made them frown involuntarily. Brother, this person is so bad. It's just a point. Is there any need to humiliate him? The girl who spoke was about the same age as Tianchuan. But her figure was completely different. Not only was she thin and petite, her face also had a hint of childishness. She has twin ponytails, a fluffy hat on her head, and a pink down jacket. She looks like a small landmine. On the contrary, the creature she called brother was tall, nearly 2 meters tall, with shoulders as wide as a door panel, and his arms almost caught up with the girl's waist. Xiaoling, it's not the last time you gave people points. Otherwise there would be so much trouble. Let's wait and go out. There was a hint of helplessness on the strong man's face. He mentioned that the beggars at the door were related to his sister Su Xiaoling. Don't I feel sorry for those people? Who knows, they are all liars. Being mentioned about her dark history made Su Xiaoling pouted in dissatisfaction. The 2 simply stood and watched from a distance. Not in a hurry to go out anyway. Lin Chi had already hit 5 people. Although he had found the right force to beat people without vomiting blood and losing teeth, it was no surprise that everyone was stunned for a second. If no one helped them, they would fall straight to the ground. By the time a team of people finished fighting, the progress had already been completed. Although there were still people watching nearby, no one came forward anymore. Beggars also have different attitudes. They are professionals who play with psychology and language arts. How can they stick out their faces for others to hit? In fact, most beggars will not be grateful to the person who gives alms. Instead, they will curse in their hearts and curse them for giving too much. The other party was very harsh and did not give enough to call the other party a stingy person. These people looked at the people who were beaten to gain points with disdain in their hearts. Lin Chi waited for a while and saw that the group of people around him were still being beaten. So he spoke. I only play each person once. It's not that I can't give points, but I think it's not good for you guys. Oh, and old ladies, to just block people's doors and beg. Since you don't even have any face, you deserve to be beaten by me. Lin Chi did not hide his contempt at all, and even glanced at everyone with a hint of disdain in his eyes. But the strange thing is that no one dared to come forward to refute, which made all the thoughts of getting a few slaps in vain instantly come to nothing. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if you wait too long to get hungry, there will be more and more shameless people. After Lin Chi left, the 2 brothers and sisters inside the gate came out. The tall brother blocked Su Xiaoling behind him and raised his big arm, so no one dared to step forward. Xiaoling, you see? They are not humiliating people, but trying to inspire these people's fighting spirit. But it obviously failed. These people are hopeless. A sentence can have many meanings if different people understand it. Thinking on the bright side, it is an act of kindness. But Xiaoling obviously didn't buy it. How could her perception be wrong? That person clearly wanted to slap others in the face. But when the beggars gradually gathered around her, the little girl's face showed helplessness. Come on! 1 slap and 1 point. Who wants to come? The strong man imitated Lin Chi's words and raised his thick arms. The next second, the crowd dispersed. Such a big slap can kill someone. After passing through a few streets of the survivors' living area, we came to the combat deployment building. This was originally a campus, but the name on the door has been changed to combat deployment area. Several armored vehicles were stationed at the door, and soldiers in full gear were guarding it. Seeing Lin Chi approaching, the soldiers subconsciously raised their guns and were on guard. Squad leader, I'm here to handle the search team procedures. I don't know which process I should follow. Lin Chi took out his silver identity card and swiped it on the access control to show his identity. Go in and go straight to the lobby of the first building. People who have silver identity cards are either rich or noble, or they are special awakened people. Naturally, soldiers will not despise them, and even have a hint of respect for them. After receiving instructions, he returned to the sentry position. At this moment, an armored vehicle arrived and passed by Lin Chi. Vinci, is that you, Vincent? Seeing an acquaintance through the car window, Lin Chi quickly waved. The armored vehicle stopped slowly, and Captain Wincy got out of the car with a frown on his face. He was obviously surprised to meet Lin Chi here. Brother Lin, why are you here? During this time, he has been rescuing survivors in the industrial area, and he only had time to come back to rest today. I'm here to do something, so I'll take your car in. The door is still several kilometers away from the first building. If you have a car, it's definitely a waste if you don't take it. Get on the bus from the back and squeeze in with the people inside. Wincy didn't refuse. It was just a favor, and he could accept it as a favor. The back door of the armored vehicle opened, only to see a few people crowded inside. In addition to the soldiers of the rescue team, there were 2 survivors. Lin Chi happened to know one of them. Brother Lin? Suyu felt his eyes light up, and a familiar figure came into his eyes. So he screamed in surprise. That day Lin Chi jumped down from the window. The long knife in his hand drew lightning, and killed the mutated sheep with one blow, which left a deep impression on him. Is it you? From the bathing center? Lin Chi remembered that this young man was very warm-hearted and a rare good person in the apocalypse. But how did he get into the rescue team's car? Suyu squeezed inside to make room for Lin Chi. After getting into the car, the 2 squatted together. On both sides were soldiers sitting with their rifles lowered, as if guarding prisoners. Brother Lin, I have joined Captain Wincy's rescue team. They are taking me and this brother to register. Suyu's words made Lin Chi involuntarily take a high look at him. If he could be favored by Wincy, he was at least an awakened person with good strength, and might even have special abilities. Yes, Captain Wincy is a good person. If you follow him, you will definitely get ahead. Lin Chi gave a few compliments, but he didn't know the other person and didn't talk much. The armored vehicle drove all the way into the campus and stopped in front of the nearest building. Lin Chi got out of the car, waved his thanks, and walked towards the lobby on the first floor. Hello. I'm here to organize the formation of a search team. There is only one window in the hall, and a woman with a ponytail can be vaguely seen sitting on the computer playing computer. In this period when ordinary networks failed and satellite networks were not yet popular, the things on the internet were still very pure. But the things originally stored on the computer had not disappeared. Oh, let me see your ID card. The woman at the counter hurriedly cut off the page, straightened her hair hanging down her forehead, and showed a standard smile. Seeing Lin Chi take out the silver identity card, the ponytail girl couldn't help showing a hint of surprise on her face. Your identity has met the requirements to join the search team, but you have to wait 3 days for review. The ponytail girl followed the rules and recorded Lin Chi's identity. In fact, it was just a formality. But rules are rules and must be followed. Does it take 3 more days? I've already said H. Low to the logistics minister and Xian. Can the time be shortened? If everything goes well, Lin Chi won't have to use an Xian's name. But 3 days is too long, and he doesn't want to wait. Did Minister and recommend it? The ponytail girl sat up straight and carefully checked the information on the computer. And sure enough, she found the email from an Xian. After careful verification, he skipped the process and quickly entered some information into Lin Chi's ID card, giving Lin Chi the authority to form a search team. Okay. Please pay the 100-point processing fee. The ponytail girl typed on the keyboard, entered the final information, then handed back the ID card, waiting for Lin Chi's confirmation. You want another 100 points? The purpose of forming a search team to search for supplies is to harvest resources and earn points. Before it even begins, spending $100 is enough to stump most survivors. However, Lin Chi didn't care about the 100 points. But when he inadvertently saw the zoomed webpage on the ponytail girl's computer, he suddenly became curious. So he mobilized his weak mental power, touched the keyboard directly, and cut the webpage back. Oops. The ponytail girl hurriedly cut back the webpage, and her delicate face suddenly turned red. Even though her hand speed was extremely fast, Lin Chi's eyes still caught the big, but that occupied almost half of the screen. Well, I'll give you another 100 points. How about you give me a copy of the study materials on your computer? Chapter 85. Come and rub the teacher's waist. 2 hours later, Lin Chi walked out of the hall with a USB flash drive in his hand. I didn't expect there would be dozens of Gs. This wave is not a loss. There are not only a lot of learning materials, but also many short compositions that challenge taboos. While they can be used as a pastime in your spare time, they can also chip away at Baisu's will step by step. She almost succeeded last time. But once she was prepared, the opportunity became even rarer. 100 points were transferred to the Maui girl's private bronze identity card, which meant that she knew the other party's name. The girl's name was Winchio. A very pretty girl. There were no vehicles coming and going outside the hall, so Lin Chi couldn't find a ride for a while. So he could only walk outside on foot. After completing the qualifications for the search team, Lin Chi could leave the safe zone at any time. But he was not in a hurry at this time. After all, modified cars are too eye-catching. If you want to be low-key when going out, you must get a suitable car. The price of a car in the safe zone costs at least hundreds of points. And it is also a fuel vehicle. The subsequent consumption of fuel is also a huge trouble. You can only go out and look for spare vehicles. But if you want to cross the 30-kilometer bombing zone, you must get a mobility scooter. The living area of the survivors was very messy, and conflicts often broke out for the survival supplies. Lin Chi was dressed in a special outfit, and he knew at a glance that he was not easy to mess with. So he walked through several streets smoothly and arrived at the villa area nearby. However, when passing by ruins, I happened to see several abandoned cars abandoned casually on the roadside. Some wheels had been removed. Some had their fuel tank caps opened and their oil drained. And there were also new energy trams that obviously couldn't find a place to charge and were completely lying on the spot. Lin Chi reached out and touched a few trams. After confirming that one tram was still intact, he left with satisfaction. You only need to bring some tools. Install the energy device on the car, and it can be started at any time. Back at the entrance of the villa area, as soon as Lin Chi approached, he was surrounded by a group of people. That's him. Stop him. The leading man was aggressive, and when he rushed forward, he immediately put on a flattering smile. Brother, I heard that you get 1 point for every slap. I have found dozens of people for you. Do you think? What happened in the morning? Although it was only in a small circle, spread out, after people who were interested learned about it, they immediately organized dozens of people to guard the entrance of the villa area. 1 point may not look good, but dozens of people added up, which is a considerable amount of income. Maybe if they have a good time, they can give more points. It is difficult to explain the habits of rich people. Lin Chi was startled, thinking that these people were here to cause trouble for him. But he didn't expect that they were the shameless people who came to his door. Then line up and come one by one. The facial recognition sent to the door saved Lin Chi from having to look for it again. He chose a representative to maintain order. The two of them were responsible for supporting him. They rolled up their sleeves and started to hack. Crack! 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 A crisp and loud slap. Each slap makes people paralyzed to the ground. But under control. It will not cause much damage. Brother, look, it's that guy again. Two people were walking from a distance. They were the two brothers and sisters who had gone out in the morning. Seeing Lin Chi slapping someone in the face at the door of the villa area again, the little girl was so frightened that she quickly stopped. I'm just saying. He must be a pervert. No one likes to slap people. One slap knocks one down. And the beaten person still has a smile on his face after being helped up. They are all perverts. A bunch of perverts. Ever since she was deceived last time, the little girl has become wary of these people and doesn't trust outsiders at all. He may be educating people again. Let's take a look first and then talk about it, the strong man said solemnly, pulling his sister to the side and waiting. Dozens of people quickly took their turn. But seeing that there were still 8 big cock bags left in demand, Lin Chi didn't want to bother him again. So he looked at the few people watching the excitement. Brothers, grab the people watching the excitement over there and slap them. And the points will be calculated on you. When the onlookers heard this, they were stunned for a moment. They were watching the excitement, and some were even passing by. Hearing Lin Chi's voice, he subconsciously wanted to leave. But as soon as he ran a few steps, he was pulled back by this group of people. The two of them held one up and carried it in front of Lin Chi. "Let me go quickly. Try hitting me if you dare." Several people struggled, but they were restrained by a group of people and couldn't get away at all. Snapped. Lin Feifei quickly slapped these people on the face a few times, just in time to push the progress to 99. One more to go. All the people captured nearby were eliminated, and those who ran fast had long since disappeared, which made Lin Chi a little disappointed for a moment. At this moment, it was as if he had an obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he just wanted to round up the whole number. So he looked at the pair of brothers and sisters standing far away in the distance. However, seeing the tall and strong figure of the man and the petite and delicate figure of the woman, I gave up the plan. After giving the points to the leader, Lin Chi turned around and walked towards the villa area. "Brother, did that guy just want to slap us both?" The little girl's face was solemn. The glance just now was clearly looking back and forth at her little face. Could it be that she felt that her face was too small, so she gave up? It should be. "He is looking at our faces." The strong man spoke solemnly. Looking at Lin Chi's leaving figure, he felt a suppressed anger that almost exploded. All the way back to the villa, Tuanchuan was preparing lunch. When he heard Lin Chi coming back, he came out to take a look. "Lunch will be ready soon. Wash your hands first," Tuanchuan said softly, as if she had entered the role of the little wife. "Okay. Let's pack up the equipment after dinner and start going out of the city to search for supplies tomorrow." Lin Chi didn't plan to bring too many things with him when he went out this time, but his bow and arrow skills had to be advanced. There happens to be a breeding farm in the industrial area, and I don't know how many animals escaped. If I had gone too late, maybe all the mutated beasts had been cleaned up by the federal rescue team. After lunch, Lin Chi began to tidy up, replace the 80-pound bow limbs, installed hundreds of pounds of bow limbs, and tried shooting a few arrows. As my physique continues to get stronger, it is now easy to draw a 100-pound bow. This time, Lin Chi prepared a total of 300 carbon fiber arrows and 20 alloy arrows. There was no need to be too rigorous in recovering the arrows. I had a spare pistol and only 3 days' worth of food, so I packed lightly. "Husband, let me use this knife. Last time, I almost jumped with a bow and arrow." Tuanchuan took out the long knife made of second-order wild boar teeth, and after waving it a few times, it felt very comfortable. This is the first weapon made of mutant beast material, and it is also a second-level beast tooth. Both sharpness and hardness are far superior to ordinary metal. You can take it if you like. Anyway, with the gene lock turned on, it will be difficult to meet an opponent. If he wanted to have a skill, Lin Chi would naturally not object, no matter whether it was long-range or close combat. Only by mastering it would one be able to master it. The two arranged their equipment and took out the mutated dog skin. Although the cat skin was beautiful, it was too small to cover her plump figure. I just took advantage of the afternoon time to make the processed leather into clothes and wear them. She is very clever and handy, and after making it once, she has almost mastered it. Lin Chi found tools and materials, installed a backup energy device, and walked outside the villa area. Although the abandoned new energy tram was abandoned on the side of the road and ignored, no one could tell when it would be taken notice of. After dismantling the parts, it was better to repair it as soon as possible and drive it to the villa. Outside the gate of the villa area, the group of people who had been slapped had dispersed, and even the beggars from before were very few. Perhaps they had heard about the beatings here and did not dare to come again. This is a lot quieter. Lin Chi walked to the pile of abandoned cars, reached out and grabbed the tow buckle of the new energy tram, and directly pulled the SUV, which weighed more than a ton, out of the rubble. I removed 2 rear wheels of the same model and installed them. I opened the door and went indoors, took apart the seats and started tinkering with them. The energy device of the tram is composed of small batteries. It has been drained of power, but it can be started directly after the energy device is installed. Turning on the start button, the dashboard lit up instantly. Lin Chi put the gear into gear, kicked the accelerator, and drove towards the entrance of the villa area. This new energy electric car is still a high-end product, with luxurious interior decoration and many accessories. It is obvious that the previous owner took great care of it. However, as the end came and the circuit was cut off, the tram became a heavy piece of iron. Lin Chi drove the tram into the villa, parked next to the modified car, and moved the prepared weapons and supplies into the trunk. When the back seats are folded flat, they can also be used as beds to rest on. So I found another set of futons and stuffed them into them. After dinner in the evening, when Baisu came back, the sky had darkened. Hearing that Lin Chi and Tuan Tuan were going out tomorrow, his eyes were full of envy. If I had known better, I wouldn't have come to the safe zone. It's the end of the world. I still have to go to work on time every day. Baisu collapsed on the sofa. The things he studied today were very complicated, and he didn't get much rest all day. If he didn't have the previous foundation, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the current progress. How many people envy your current status? Noble Ms. Golden card? Lin Chi joked that Baisu was so lucky that he didn't have to worry about 3 meals a day in life. He would also be paid a lot of points every month. And there was no danger. The research things can be enjoyed in advance. And you can even consume some genetic crystals yourself in the name of scientific research. But when I came back today, something didn't seem to go right. Tuan Tuan came here to rub my waist for the teacher. It's so sore. Baisu turned over and laid down on the sofa, turning her body to reveal her exquisite figure. Teacher, is this strength okay? Tuanchuan sat sideways on the sofa. With his back to Lin Chi, he pressed his hands on Baisu's waist and kneaded it slowly and hard. Well, it's very comfortable. Baisu closed her eyes and enjoyed it, making a small sound in her mouth, as if on purpose, and glanced at Lin Chi provocatively. Probably Tuanchuan is here. Do you dare to mess around? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that it was necessary to teach this hateful teacher a lesson. So he mobilized that weak mental power and turned it into a tentacle, slowly extending towards Baisu's body. The tentacle passed through the clothes and slowly penetrated into the deep place, squirming slowly, like a soft tongue, swinging back and forth. Oops. Baisu's body trembled. Her legs suddenly clamped, and Tuanchuan was so frightened that she quickly retracted her hand. Teacher, am I trying too hard? Tuanchuan looked cautious. His strength had already exceeded that of ordinary awakened people, but he had clearly controlled his strength just now. It's okay. I just had a cramp. Just keep pressing. Baisu took a deep breath, not realizing the seriousness of the problem at all. Chapter 86 Breeding Farm. Every time Tuanchuan massaged her gently, Baisu could feel the special finger pressure. After a few times, she almost buried her head in the sofa. She couldn't bear it anymore and begged for mercy. Stop pressing it. Stop pressing it. Stop it. She struggled to get up, spread her legs tremblingly, and ran towards her room without looking back. Is the teacher's body too weak? Tuanchuan stuck out his tongue, blushing at a loss. Tuan Tuan, you are good at your craftsmanship. Come and press it for me too. Lin Chi took Tuanchuan back to the room. Today was almost over. Baisu next door listened to the sound of fighting. Huddled in the corner, wrapped himself like a rice dumpling, shivering. His eyes were full of resentment. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock when they woke up. After breakfast, the two of them packed up and prepared to leave the villa. Teacher Bai went to work early. Tuanchuan felt refreshed, and the nourishment from last night allowed her to have a good sleep. We are 2 homeless people. It's already pretty good that we can get out of bed at 8 o'clock. Even the body of an awakened person is inexplicably repelled by the cold, but it is still comfortable to hug the soft and delicate body in the bed. The two left the villa area and drove slowly outside along the main road of the safe area. There was already a lot of business in front of the ruins, with garbage trucks transporting rubble and bricks and heading towards the city wall. After Lin Chi verified his identity information at the guard post, he was released and drove the car out of the safe area. Driving on the bumpy ruins road, Lin Chi gradually relaxed, since he could get out of the safe zone. It proved that he had made a good move, using the value of Baisu in exchange for resources. Although it was a bit unethical, was better than being unable to do so outside. Play to her strengths. Where are we going? It wasn't until they left the city wall that Tuanchuan asked. The relaxation in the past few days had gradually made her less sense of crisis. We also go to the industrial area. There should be a lot of mutant beasts there. And some factories have been operating during the quarantine period. There should be a lot of zombies inside. Before arriving, Lin Chi had already recorded the map of the industrial area, and the car's original offline navigation could also be used, not counting the travel time. It took less than 2 hours to arrive near the industrial area. However, the original entrance had been sealed by green iron sheets, and the ruts on the ground were obviously left by armored vehicles. Thinking about yesterday's evacuation of Wincy, he should have taken away some survivors near the industrial area. Lynchy got out of the car and moved the iron sheet away, letting Tuanchuan drive. He sat in the passenger seat, alerting the surroundings at all times. Following the original road, we soon arrived near the original garment factory. The place was deserted, but the aura of living people left behind still attracted some mutated zombies wandering nearby. Sensing the movement caused by the car, these mutated zombies ran over one after another, roaring and looking ferocious. Mutated zombies are also mutated creatures, so they should take my arrow. Lynchy quickly got out of the car, set up his bow and shot an arrow, and shot a few arrows at them. The zombies fell to the ground with headshots. The arrow's rotation speed increased, and its power increased significantly. Even if the mutated zombie's body showed signs of alienation, it could not stop such power. Let's go! There shouldn't be many zombies here. I think they were cleaned up by the rescue teams. Let's go to other factory areas. Lynchy recovered the arrow and got back into the car. The wheel marks on the ground could clearly determine the scope of the rescue team's activities. He only needed to find an area without armored vehicle marks to find a large number of zombies. Tuanchuan's driving skills were average, but she was the only car on the road, and she wasn't afraid of hitting anything. It was a good opportunity to practice her skills. After walking through the industrial area for another half an hour and killing more than a dozen mutated zombies, I came to a relatively quiet area. Parked the car at the factory area in front. Beyond that is the breeding farm. Don't disturb the hidden mutant beasts. The location of the breeding farm was focused on by Lynchy, but there were also marks left by armored vehicles on the nearby muddy road. So they thought they had also explored here. Honey, should we still use traps like before? The last power grid trap wiped out a large number of mutated creatures in one fell swoop, leaving Tuan with a very deep memory. If he replicated it again, he might still be able to succeed. No need. Last time it was originally to deal with a group of mutated rats. There were too many small things, and it was difficult to clean up. This time, just use bows and arrows and take your time. It'll be fine. The advanced requirements for high-level bow and arrow skills require killing 500 mutated creatures. Only over 100 have been completed now, and 30 gene crystals are also a large number. Lynchy currently stores mutant rat gene crystals, about a dozen of them, which are most suitable as consumables. Parking the car in front of the factory yard, the two got out of the car, opened the trunk and took out 2 quivers. Come on. Let's each carry one. You are now my mobile quiver. A quiver contains 50 arrows, which is enough for use. And with recycling, it is enough to cope with most situations. The factory was not far from the breeding farm in front. The two walked to it, but before they got close, they noticed dense footprints on the ground and feces all over the ground. It seems that Vincent and his rescue team did not clean up the mutant beasts here last time. The high-level plan is to temporarily seal off this area, and only send people to hunt it when gene crystallization is needed. In addition, it is difficult for ordinary survivors to prevent effective combat power, so no one is sent to take care of it. It gave Lynchy an opportunity to take advantage of. But after this trip, it would be a bit difficult to enter this area again. After thinking about it, Lynchy decided that he would have a good time hunting this time, and at least get some more second-level gene crystals to store. Husband, these cow hoof prints are so big. Tuanchuan pointed at a row of footprints on the dirt next to him with his long knife and made exaggerated gestures. The hoof prints of this cow are about 30 centimeters wide and more than 10 centimeters deep, which is enough to show the size of this mutated cow. Even a second-level mutant beast cannot be this big. Is it a third-level mutant beast? Among the currently known mutant beasts, the most powerful is the 5th-level mutant beast that appears in the tropical rainforest. It is an atavistic mammoth with a body shape like a small mountain. Every time it moves, the ground shakes. The 3rd-level mutant beasts are not that exaggerated, and are still within the scope of thermal weapon restrictions. Lynchy felt a little excited when he met a big guy. He sorted out his quiver and placed the 20 alloy arrows in convenient places. However, the footprints were soon submerged by those of other animals. The two of them walked all the way to the vicinity of the breeding farm. They were surprised when a yellow-feathered hen spread its wings and flew up in the green belt on the roadside, cooing strangely. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air and instantly pierced the heart of the mutant chicken. The latter flapped its wings and fell from the air. They are both first-order mutated creatures, and their strengths and weaknesses are also very obvious. This kind of creature that used to be at the bottom of the food chain, even if it mutates, is still a bottom creature. Tuan. As long as the gene crystal is enough, You don't need to bring anything else. The feathers of mutant chickens can also be used to make arrow feathers. But Lin Chi doesn't have time to sort out those little things now. Once the security zone discovers that he has entered this industrial area, someone will definitely come to drive him away. Tuanchuan quickly ran over, chopped off the chicken's head with a knife, and soon found a genetic crystal the size of a soybean, which was about the same size as a mutant rat's, but a little purer. After putting it in the bag, the two continued to move towards the gate of the breeding farm. This kind of breeding farm is a separate area. It is a mixed breeding of cattle and sheep, and there are also many chickens and ducks. There is a large open space outside, which isolates the outside disturbance. Looking from a distance, a section of the wall has collapsed. Obviously the marks of a collision by a large mutant beast. When you open the iron door, you will see rectangular shanty houses, but most of them are damaged, and a few have even completely collapsed. A mutated sheep slowly walked out of the shanty house, its yellow eyes staring at Lin Chi and Tuanchuan with a fierce look. This mutant sheep has thick hair all over its body, but it is stained with a lot of mud, almost forming a mud slab, and it's plump but swings as it moves. It opened its mouth, revealing ragged teeth. Just when it was about to scream, an arrow shot out of the air, instantly passing through its mouth and going straight into the back of its head. Fortunately, I didn't let it scream. Otherwise it would be very lively later. Lin Chi just expressed his gratitude. But the next second the shack became completely chaotic. Mutated sheep walked out one after another, making fierce bleeding sounds and roaring continuously. The two of them instantly entered the gene lock state, and Tuanchuan held a long knife in his hand and assumed a defensive posture. Although only a few of this group of mutated sheep appeared, no one knew how many there were in the shack. Under the impact of the sense of crisis, the body automatically responded. Get on the wall! At such a close range, it was impossible to shoot a few arrows. These mutated sheep could rush in front of him. When the time came, they would face the impact of the sheep. The two of them could only avoid their sharp edges. Even if they were hit, they might have to fly far away. Only by occupying high ground can long-range attacks be used to their maximum potential. The two of them turned around and ran towards the wall. But the mutant sheep behind them had already started charging. The ground was shaking, and every time the sheep's hooves stepped on the ground, it was like a heavy hammer hitting the ground. When they got to the wall, Lin Chi grabbed Tuanchuan and threw her up directly. He turned around and kicked the sheep on the head, used the force to jump up. An arrow was shot in midair, hitting a mutated sheep in the forehead. The two landed firmly on the wall. As soon as they stabilized their bodies, they began to use arrows to clean up the mutated sheep below. The wall was 4 meters high, with pillars every 4 meters. But even so, a crack appeared in the wall under the impact of a mutated sheep. Honey! No! They will knock the wall down. Tuanchuan looked anxious. The long knife in her hand could not hit the mutated sheep at all. Run over there along the wall and jump to that shack. Lin Chi quickly observed the surrounding environment. The only place bordering the wall was the shantytown not far away. This kind of shantytown had a colored steel roof and square steel supports. As long as he goes to the shanty, all the mutated beasts in the farm are prey, and he can easily control them. Chapter 87: The Survivor Force in the Industrial Zone. Boom! As soon as Tuanchuan's front legs left, the wall under their feet collapsed instantly, and a big hole was knocked out by a mutated sheep with an arrow on its head. But this also exhausted its vitality, being submerged by the collapsing walls and never being able to get up again. Lin Chi retreated and shot, but a mutant sheep bowed slightly on the spot and jumped up with all its limbs. The 4-meter-high wall was almost a small obstacle for these mutated sheep. They just used their strength and jumped onto the wall easily. Moreover, this thing has an outstanding sense of balance. Standing on the wall with all 4 limbs, there is no feeling of shaking at all. The mutated sheep that jumped onto the wall lowered its head, pointed its curved horn sharply at Lin Chi, and roared as it collided again. The mutated sheep's desire for blood food has exceeded the green storage in the warehouse, and fresh blood and flesh will greatly stimulate the mutation of their genes. Lin Chi decisively turned around and ran towards the shanty. He jumped onto the shanty, just in time to avoid the impact of the mutated sheep. Although the shack is 8 meters high, Lin Chi was really surprised by the jumping power of the mutated sheep just now, and they would definitely not be able to stop them. However, there was a short buffer of time, enough for Lin Chi to shoot them one by one. The mutated sheep in the farm have been completely angered, coupled with the impact of the death of their own kind. These mutated sheep have scarlet eyes and are exuding heat. At a height of 7 or 8 meters, He just jumped up. But the roof of the shanty happened to be a slope. Before the mutated sheep could stand firm, it was hit by an arrow and fell again. Tuanchuan is also on guard with a long knife. Once a mutated sheep jumps up, he will chop it with one knife. Although it is not fatal, with the help of strength, he can chop down the mutated sheep that jumped up. Soon, there was no movement below, and only a few mutated sheep with lame legs and injuries remained, wailing unwillingly and escaping from the pile of sheep carcasses. But before he could escape far, he was hit in the back of the head by a spinning arrow and fell directly to the ground. A large amount of bloody air filled the air, and the whole farm became completely lively. Chaotic sounds came from the shack in the distance, and mutant chickens flew out of them and disappeared on the wall. The mutated dogs were barking, and the bloody aura completely aroused the ferocity in their bodies, and they appeared one after another near the breeding farm. Mao! Suddenly, there was a loud cry, which made the colored steel tiles tremble continuously. The colored steel tile roof of the shanty in the corner of the farm shook violently for several times, and even a piece of it fell off. The cry came from there, and a terrifying aura accompanied the cry, making the two people's bodies shake uncontrollably. What a powerful sound wave! The sound of a cow braying is very familiar, but with such a powerful power, ordinary mutant beasts simply cannot do it. After this sound wave passed, the breeding farm fell into silence for an instant, and even the barking of dogs in the distance quietly stopped. After waiting for a moment, Lin Chi breathed a sigh of relief when the mutated cow in the shack did not come out. Let's go down and process the gene crystal. Unknown mutated creatures still need to be treated with caution. Lin Chi decided to dispose of the trophies first, and then go see how terrifying the mutated cows in the shanty were. The third-order mutant beast has only seen some picture information on the satellite network, but its huge body shape and alien features give people full visual impact. There were nearly 50 mutated sheep shot this time, different from the mutated goats last time. These mutated sheep looked larger, and their horns were more curved. Following the collapsed wall, Lin Chi and Tuanchuan quickly landed, took out an alloy arrow, and began to pry the mutant sheep's head away. The genetic crystals of mutated organisms are basically in the same position, so they are very easy to find. After finding one, Lin Chi didn't care about the sticky brain inside and pinched it out. A few minutes later, the heads of all the mutated sheep were opened, and more than 50 genetic crystals were taken out. It would be great if we could take these mutated sheep back. Tuanchuan looked pitiful. The meat from the mutated sheep alone was worth 100 points. And the fur and horns were even more valuable. When you find a car later, you can't give someone else an advantage. The cow's braying will definitely attract nearby awakened people. And it is even possible that the rescue team from the safe zone will come after hearing the news. The exit was blocked when Lin Rising, so the rescue team must have other entrances. There were more than 50 mutated sheep, each of them as big as a calf. Even a large truck could not fit them. Lin Chi had to cut off the horns of the sheep to prepare to hide these valuable items. There happened to be a box truck transporting feed in the farm. The two people put all the horns into the box truck and covered them with feed. There was the sound of a car driving outside, a sudden braking, and the sound of footsteps quickly approaching the farm. Hide first. You should be the survivors in the safe zone. Through the damaged wall, you can just see a large truck approaching in the distance, with many people huddled on it. Not knowing the information about these people, Lin Chi decided to avoid the danger for the time being. So he took Tuanchuan and hid in the cargo box, closing the car door, leaving only a gap. Sure enough, the next second, footsteps sounded outside, and a person stretched his head out, glanced in, and quickly retracted. After going back and forth 3 times, he relaxed his guard and signaled that the people behind him were not in danger. Boss, 10 minutes ago, I used my binoculars to see a man and a woman entering, and they jumped on the roof of the shed. They should have killed these mutated sheep, a man wearing glasses said excitedly. But the appearance of the two people gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But through the telescope, he could only see blurry figures, and could not recognize them at all. They were able to kill more than 50 mutated sheep in such a short period of time. And they still used bows and arrows. The strength of these two people should not be underestimated. The man called the boss was an elegant man wearing a green military coat. He glanced at the mutated sheep corpse on the ground, and saw that the head was split open, and the horns of the sheep were taken away. The corner of his mouth twitched inexplicably. Hurry up and hurry up. It's still a step too late. They have a camp near the industrial area. They have been searching for supplies and hunting mutant beasts. They can be considered a force. just because they were afraid of the rescue team that arrived a few days ago. They had been shrinking back and didn't dare to go out. Hearing the cry of the mutated cow today, Glasses took out his telescope to check, and happened to see the situation in the breeding farm. Then these survivors with fighting ability quickly gathered their teams and rushed here. No, there is no blood outside. They may not have left. They are still in the breeding farm. Several younger brothers had just stepped forward to carry the body of a mutated sheep. The boss in a military coat reacted instantly, quickly took 2 steps back, and hid behind the younger brothers. The people around him instantly became vigilant, raising their shotguns to guard their surroundings. What are you afraid of? We have dozens of guns. But are we still afraid that he can't make it with just one bow and arrow? The 2 boys bravely followed the blood stains and slowly came to the area where the truck was parked. As the rear door opened, several goat horns came into view, and the 2 boys breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, they hid the horns in the carriage. People should go inside. There were several sheep horns stacked in front of the carriage, and there were several bags of feed behind it, so the innermost part could not be seen at all. The 2 simply checked, and then were on guard again. You guys line up in a battle formation and search little by little. He must have a lot of genetic crystals in his body. Just kill him and give 1 to each of you. This boss looks elegant, but he is ruthless. Before the end of the world, he was just a factory supervisor, and the factory secretly went to work during the quarantine period, when the virus completely broke out. Most of the workers were self-recoverers, so they retained their jobs. A lot of strength. Later, he decided life and death, slaughtered a few disobedient people, directly established himself as the boss, used the machines in the factory to process some weapons, and gradually grew stronger. Now he controls a supermarket, 2 factories, has hundreds of people under his command, and is living the dream life of a boss. When they heard the gene crystals were rewarded, these people suddenly became excited. Becoming an awakened person by birth is a 1 in a million possibility. However, as long as you take the gene crystals, you can also become an awakened person. Not to mention becoming a Superman. Your strength will definitely be higher. Much more powerful now. With this promise, these people embolden their courage and slowly search deeper into the farm. Boss, there's something going on here. When they arrived at the shack where the mutated sheep came out, a boy suddenly noticed a subtle sound coming from inside and quickly called out in warning. Be careful and shoot first when encountering a situation. The elegant boss still stood there without moving. This position was only 1 step away from the gate. If there was any movement, he could evacuate immediately. In the carriage, Lynchy breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in a comfortable position. In this position, the interior of the carriage could not be seen from outside. They will definitely not search a place that has been searched once. But they will definitely take away the horns in the car, and they will still be exposed. Rather than being stuck in the car, it's better to take the initiative. So he quietly made gestures to Tuanchuan, took out 2 pistols, and handed them to her. Lynchy made a gesture of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, then walked with 2 fingers. After getting off the car, he used the car as a cover to kill all the remaining people. Tuanchuan nodded clearly, took a deep breath, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly expanded. Immediately afterwards, Lynchy took out a carbon fiber arrow and drew the bow crescent moon with all his strength. An illusory spiral arrow shadow instantly filled the arrow. A swimming dragon sits on it. Tuanchuan jumped out of the car. The moment the car door opened, arrow shot out of the air and flew toward the gate with a whirlwind. The spinning dragon roared out, and the door exploded instantly, sending pieces of rotten flesh flying around. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire did not stop at all. Under the gene lock state, Tuanchuan's hands kept changing positions. In just 3 seconds, all the bullets from the 2 guns poured out. The targets that caught her eye were all hit in the head and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 88 3rd Level Mutated Black Bull. Everyone in sight fell to the ground, leaving only the few people who entered the shack and the survivors guarding the cars outside. A stream of blood mist slowly fell, like rain, onto several cars parked at the entrance of the farm. The man with glasses had a cigarette in his mouth and was stunned in place. He had just returned to the car to get a cigarette for his boss. When he raised his head, he saw that the boss and the people around him were shattered. It was an invisible force that passed through several people's bodies. Their flesh and blood limbs were twisted and scattered, and even their bones were turned into debris. He threw away the cigarette tremblingly, and quickly ran to the last car. He was about to open the door and drive away, but he felt unsafe. So he carefully lowered his body and ran away. Lin Chi didn't pay attention to the people who were running away. After the gunshot, he completely alarmed the mutated cow deep in the farm. After shooting the people who ran out of the shack to death with a few arrows, he replaced them with alloy arrows and aimed at the distance. Boom! The greenhouse was instantly broken open, and a huge bull's head broke through the wall and stepped out with the broken bricks on its back. This mutated cow is completely black, with a pair of horns like crescent moons, with sharp edges pointing forward. It is surprisingly large, with one leg over 3 meters long, and its height is over 6 meters. After being disturbed twice, its eyes were red with anger. The ground trembled as it ran, and footprints were left on the cement floor. Tuanchuan has finished changing the magazine, fired with both guns, and bullets poured out. However, at such a distance, the bullet that could easily break the head only left a white spot on the mutant black cow's forehead, and it bounced off the horns of the bull. The pistol is not powerful enough, so take care of the people outside first. Lin Chi's fingers holding the arrow were slightly bent at 90 degrees. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he instantly unlocked the gene lock. With the blessing of strength, the bow bent another arc. The limbs of the recurve bow made a creaking sound, and it was obviously overloaded. If more force was applied, the bow would probably break on the spot. Spiral arrow. Yulong throws the world to pieces. The two skills were superimposed again, but this time, it was completely different from the one used just now. Under the extreme pulling force of the strong bow, coupled with the special arrows, the skill reached its limit. When the arrow was shot, a spiritual force turned into a small hand, which turned around the arrow and added another force. A tornado rolled up on the ground, and in the eye of the wind, a dragon opened its mouth and roared. Its roar shocking. The illusory dragon shadow stopped the mutated black cow's steps, and the suppressed feeling from the genes made the grumpy black cow wake up instantly. However, this arrow did not stop at all, and hit the mutated black bull's head in the blink of an eye. Because he was afraid of damaging the genetic crystal in its head, Lin Chi deliberately avoided the core position with his arrow, and the arrow pointed slightly higher. The spiral arrow penetrated the skull of the mutated black cow. The force of the rotation directly broke half of its head. One of the cow's horns was rolled up. The arrow's power was not reduced, and it shot straight into its back, piercing the spine and going straight into the heart. The mutated black cow staggered for a few more steps, and its two vital points were severely injured. It could no longer support its body, and fell directly to the ground. It slid a few meters away and stopped just in front of Lin Chi. In the damaged head, red and white brains slowly flowed, and the torn wound on the back showed the beating of the damaged heart. A stream of blood spread quickly like a stream, forming a stream on the ground. The mutated black cow panted violently, with only the instinct of the body trembling, and its cloudy eyes gradually lost their light. Lin Chi stood on his head as big as a water tank, reached out and rummaged through his brain for a long time before he found the fist-sized genetic crystal. The third-level genetic crystal is emitting red light, as if it has vitality, and exudes a special power. It's a pity that such a big cow can't be taken back. This cow is completely a mountain of meat. If you want to transport it, you must use special machinery to lift and load it, or cut it up on the spot. Lin Chi doesn't have this time, and the battle just now may have attracted the attention of the safety zone. Husband, I have taken care of the people outside, but it seems that a few have escaped. Groups returned from the outside, and the survivors were not united. When they realized that something was wrong, some people fled the scene directly. Don't worry about those people. Let's get out of here first. The two people hastily removed the horns, peeled off 2 large pieces of cowhide, loaded them into the box truck, and quickly drove out of the farm. When they arrived in front of the factory, let Tuanchuan drive the car, one after another, around to the east of the industrial zone. Not long after the two left, several armored vehicles came quickly from another street and stopped near the breeding farm. Be careful. There should be a lot of people on the other side. When they saw several trucks parked in front of the farm, the soldiers, fully armed, quickly surrounded the door and the damaged wall. The pervasive smell of blood made breathing uncomfortable. After seeing the situation in the breeding farm, all the soldiers' expressions changed drastically. The ground was covered with mutated sheep corpses, and there were some survivors with their heads exploded. But they ignored them. The bloody mountain of meat and the blood pool that gathered into a stream flowed all the way to the sewer of the breeding farm. The rich smell of blood was emanating from this dead mutated cow. How is it possible? Who can kill this third-level mutant cow? The vice captain murmured to himself. looking at the huge wounds on the mutated black bull. He couldn't imagine what kind of weapon caused it. They discovered this third-level mutant beast in the breeding farm yesterday. But it was difficult for the rifles in their hands to cause damage to this third-level mutant beast. So they sealed off the scene and asked Captain Vinci to return to the safe area and deploy heavy firepower. Come! But Captain Vinci didn't wait. And the third-level mutant beast was secretly hunted. The deputy captain could only contact the safe area through communication, inform them of what happened in the farm, and then wait for orders on the spot. The third-level gene crystal is so precious. It is the key to unlocking the second-level gene lock. Even in the Central Plains safe zone, there are only a few in stock. Now that one is lost in vain, the top management will definitely pursue it to the end. At this moment, Lynchy had driven a truck more than 10 miles away, visiting several factories and heading east. During this period, we also met some survivors. But neither party had any thoughts of crossing paths. After driving for several more miles, the truck's oil was almost low, and then it turned into a small factory. Come down. Let's take a rest here. It's definitely not possible to take more than 50 mutated sheep horns back now. They must find a place to store them first. And the cowhide must be processed first. This location is already to the east of the safety zone. You can go back through the Dongcheng district entrance, but you will pass through a large industrial park. This factory is a furniture factory, and the courtyard is filled with the smell of paint. This strong smell of paint can cover up most of the smell. Even if you store bloody sheep horns inside, it will not attract too many things. Lynchy found a warehouse for storing paint, moved all the horns in, locked the door tightly, and moved a few cabinets to cover it. After doing all this, he opened a few buckets of paint to let the smell naturally evaporate, and then spread the cowhide on a bed board and tidied it up briefly. There is still some grease on the cowhide. After scraping it clean, stack it together, and clean the flesh and blood on the horns. These things must be brought back to the safe area. Otherwise losing some will be a huge loss. Tuan. Let's find a place to stay nearby tonight. The smell of paint here is too strong. The smell of paint gradually spreads, filling the air with a heavy smell. If you breathe for a long time, you will definitely feel uncomfortable. Okay. When we came here, I saw a hotel on the road. It should be pretty good. Tuanchuan was delighted when he heard this. It was already afternoon, and it would get dark after a while. It was time to find a place to rest. The two left the factory, drove 2 cars for some distance, abandoned the truck on a trail, and then returned to a nearby hotel. This hotel has a special parking lot. After Lynchy parked the car, he dragged 2 cars to block the front. The two of them walked along the back door of the hotel and walked upstairs. This hotel has also been visited by survivors. The first floor is a mess. There are even zombie corpses in the corridors, and several doors are open. Fortunately, it was cold and the body didn't rot too badly. The second floor is relatively tidy, but the situation is still not optimistic. And even Tuanchuan has a disappointed expression on his face. Fortunately, after arriving on the 3rd floor, the situation became better. In a sunny room, the windows were always open. The air in the room was circulating, and there were no signs of damage, except that the bedding on the bed had a layer of dust and was still a little damp. However, the two of them had considered this issue when they came, and they brought a set of bedding in the car. I checked the house and bathroom, and also searched the other rooms on the floor. There was nothing too disgusting. You tidy up the room first, and I'll go down and move the things up. The supplies in the car must be personally supervised. Otherwise no one can guarantee whether someone will steal them. So Lynchy quickly went downstairs and moved the horns and hides in the car to the room on the 3rd floor. When he went downstairs for the second time to move the quilt upstairs, he heard the roar of a car at the door of the backyard. The iron door that had just been locked was knocked open, and a pickup truck rushed in. Be careful. There is someone. A crisp voice came from inside the car, and a furry little head poked out of the car window. After seeing Lynchy clearly, his brows instantly furrowed. Brother, it's that face-slapping maniac. With just one glance, Su Shaoling recognized Lynchy and subconsciously became wary. It's okay. Brother will protect you, the strongman driving the car said in a deep voice. Stop the car, opened the door, and got out. His strong body felt an inexplicable sense of oppression when he walked. Are you going to live here too? Lynchy met the two of them outside the villa area. They were both from the safe area, so they were not so defensive, especially with a cute little landmine. Chapter 89 The Su Brothers and Sisters. My name is Su Sin. And she is my sister Su Shaoling. If you want to slap us in the face, get over me first. Twice, he encountered Lin Chi slapping them in the face at the door, and looking at their siblings with such covetous eyes. Susan subconsciously thought that Lin Chi had that kind of hobby. It's about my sister. But I can't retreat. I can only face the difficulties. Why did I slap you in the face? Last time I was at the gate of the villa area. I just wanted to teach them a lesson. I'm not a pervert. Lin Chi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The people who lived in the villa area were somewhat unusual, and he would not be offended for no reason. Can we stay here tonight? Susan breathed a sigh of relief. The brother and sister also came out to look for supplies. At this moment, half of the collected items were piled on the pickup truck. You can do whatever you want. There are still vacant rooms on the second floor, but the environment is not that good. If you're on the third floor, just don't live too close to me. They were neighbors in the villa area. He didn't expect to be neighbors one day when he went out. Lin Chi didn't refuse. The two siblings looked quite interesting. After Lin Chi explained, he went up to the third floor. At this moment, Tuanchuan had tidied the bed, and all the previous sheets and quilts were thrown into the corridor. Who are those two people below? Are they survivors nearby? Tuanchuan had never seen the two brothers and sisters, and thought they were nearby survivors. However, after Lin Chi explained, he nodded clearly. Since we are neighbors, there is no need to be too nervous. Through the window, you could see Susan dragging a car and blocking the back door of the hotel. Then he packed up his things and took Su Shaoling upstairs. The corpse on the second floor also made the two of them avoid it, so they had no choice but to go down to the third floor. Don't we have 5 places in our search team? I plan to find 2 helpers. Susan is physically strong. He can support 2 people with no problem. He also has his sister by his side. He has a weak spot, and it is easier to handle. It is simply natural. Good teammate. In fact, Lin Chi had this idea when he saw them appearing in the backyard of the hotel. This time the two of them went out hunting and wasted too many resources. If someone helped, at least all the meat and fur of the mutated beasts could be brought back. It will not disadvantage other survivors and the rescue team in the safe zone. It's up to you to decide about the team. I'll listen to you anyway. Tuanchuan has no opinion on this aspect. If there are more people, it will be more lively. Teacher Bai is a teacher after all. And sometimes, the two of them cannot communicate on many things together. Although the girl just now is a bit small. She looks very cute, and should be easy to get along with. After making the bed, Lin Chi turned on the wiring in the room and connected the energy device. As the air conditioner was turned on, there was a clicking sound after a long absence. The rooms in the small hotel are not big, and it only takes a while for the room to warm up. While Tianchuan was organizing supplies, Lin Chi walked out of the room and took a look at the residence of the two brothers and sisters next door. The room they chose was at the end of the corridor. Susan was shaking the quilt vigorously in the corridor, hoping to shake off the dust. I remember there was a bedding store not far from the hotel. There should be clean bedding there. Lin Chi saw a hint of displeasure on the little girl's face, so he kindly reminded her. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Chi's words, Su Shaoling showed a hint of surprise on her face and decisively turned around and walked downstairs. Brother, let's go. Let's find some clean quilts. The quilt in the hotel was not warm, and it was damp. After a long time, it still smelled fishy, making it impossible to use. Thanks, buddy. Susan showed a grateful expression on his face and quickly followed. You're welcome. My name is Lin Chi. Come back and bring me 2 pillows. After the two left, Lin Chi continued to search room by room, but did not go to their room. In the cleaning room, I found a lot of things. A deck of unopened playing cards, several new sets of washing tools, 2 boxes of purified water, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 2 packages of Okamoto. The instant noodles were not expired yet, so Lin Chi found a new hot water bottle, carried everything, and walked towards his room. These are all spare items in the hotel. It seems that after the apocalypse, this lounge has never been searched, and everything was left behind by luck. Lin Chi didn't dare to use those old electric kettles in the hotel. No one knew whether underwear or socks had been boiled in them. The two of them had brought food with them when they came out this time, which could be eaten with just a little heating. Now that they have instant noodles, it adds a bit more flavor. In normal times, Lin Chi would never even look at this kind of instant noodles. But now being able to take a sip of soup can satisfy most people. Wow! Chicken noodle soup. I love this. Tuanchuan, who was sorting out the supplies, saw what Lin Chi had found and shouted with surprise. He didn't even bother hiding the 2 horns. He quickly took it and opened the box. Took out a bucket of instant noodles and took a deep sip. It's like you can smell the strong fragrance through the packaging. Do you like eating anything related to chicken? Lin Chi felt very satisfied when he saw Tianchuan being so happy. The 2 of them had been out for so long. And Tianchuan was in a tense state most of the time. Hey hey! Tianchuan understood Lin Chi's words instantly. Laughed a few times. Opened the package of instant noodles. Took a small piece and put it into his mouth. Full of intoxication. Lin Chi opened a bottle of water. Poured half of it into the hot water bottle. And plugged it in. With only half a bottle of water, it could be boiled quickly. Then, after scalding and sterilizing the inside of the pot, replace it with purified water and start boiling it. The temperature in the room gradually rises, and the warmth envelopes people, making people instinctively relax. After a few minutes, the water boiled. The instant noodles were poured with boiling water, and a strong aroma slowly overflowed. The 2 Su brothers quickly returned to the hotel. Su San held 2 thick quilts under his arms, while Su Xiaoling held 4 pillows. They first threw their things back into the room, and then came to the end of the corridor together. Before she even got close, she smelled a special fragrance, which seemed to have an inexplicable attraction, making the little girl sniff it hard. Instant noodles. They have instant noodles. At the beginning of the apocalypse, instant noodles allowed most people to tide over the difficulties. But it was also the earliest resource. Now the food distributed in the safe zone are rice, steamed buns and noodles. The instant noodles that increase appetite have also become hot sales. The door was open, and the first thing he saw when he came to the door was the steaming electric kettle on the table, and 2 people eating instant noodles. Su Xiaoling swallowed and looked away from the instant noodles with difficulty. Here, the pillow you asked for. At this moment, she no longer had the fear she had before, and she took the initiative to bring the pillow into the room. After all, there was a woman in the house, which made her unknowingly let her guard down. Oh, thank you. Tianchuan put down the instant noodles and took the initiative to catch the pillow and put it on the bed. She looked at the little girl in front of her curiously. Although her face looked a little childish, her behavior was not like a child at all. Why do you still have electricity in your house? It's so warm. She glanced at the air conditioner with a curious look on her face, and waved her hand behind her back to signal her brother to come into the room. There are still 2 boxes of instant noodles on the floor, which can't be finished. It would be great if you could give them some. Have you eaten? Lin Chi did not answer Su Xiaoling's words, but asked symbolically. The 2 of them shook their heads quickly and looked at Lin Chi expectantly. If nothing else, the next sentence should be about inviting them. If you haven't eaten, go back and eat quickly. It's getting late. Lin Chi sipped the soup with a smile on his lips. Not to mention, this chicken soup is delicious. Su Xiaoling's body froze. She opened her mouth with difficulty, and then winked at her brother. As a brother and sister, how could Su San not see what his sister was thinking? So he scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Lin, I want to buy some of your instant noodles. Can I exchange my points for it? If your sister wants to eat it, it's worth spending some points. What points do you want? These things are not valuable. I'll make you 2 bowls. Only then did Tianchuan answer the question, and quickly stepped forward and pulled Su Xiaoling to sit on the bed. At this moment, the water in the kettle was just boiling. Taking advantage of the break of instant noodles, the 2 gradually became familiar with each other. Sister Tianchuan, how old are you? Su Xiaoling was actually attracted by Tianchuan's majesty at first sight, but she didn't dare to say anything because she had just met. But in these short few minutes, the 2 got along very harmoniously. Facts have proved that when one party is young and unexpected, there will be no jealousy. Su Xiaoling's eyes were always fixed on the parallel height. I am 18 years old this year. Where are you? Sister Xiaoling? Tianchuan thought she was talking about age, and subconsciously reached out to touch Xiaoling's head. Holy crap! I'm already 21 this year, and I'm in my junior year of college. As soon as these words came out, Tianchuan's hands froze instantly, and even the expression on his face became a little uncomfortable. Are college students so weird these days? My sister got an illness when she was a child, which caused her body to grow slowly. However, her intelligence is very high, and she is much smarter than me. Su San quickly explained that under normal circumstances, many people would regard his sister as a teenage girl. Brother, if you don't know how to speak, just stop talking. Su Xiaoling obviously has some resistance to this topic, Every time it is mentioned, she will be hit in her heart. If it is affected by illness, it should be able to recover. As long as you become an awakened person and your genes are strengthened, you may be able to continue to grow. Lin Chi gave advice on the side, and he was basically sure of the two brothers and sisters. I am already an awakened person, but my body still hasn't changed. Su Xiaoling curled her lips. She thought so too at first, but now that she has become an awakener, instead of growing taller, she has actually lost some weight. That means you are not awakened enough. You may have to unlock the gene lock before you can grow again. Gene lock is still a very unfamiliar term to ordinary survivors, but since they can live in the villa area, they should have some understanding of it. At this moment, the instant noodles were already fragrant. Su Xiaoling couldn't wait to pick them up and took a deep breath. It's not like you can just open the gene lock. My brother almost died when he opened the gene lock. Su Xiaoling was obviously inexplicably afraid of the matter of unlocking the gene lock. She simply stopped talking about her body and ate big mouthfuls of instant noodles with a happy expression on her face. Husband, didn't you help me open my gene lock? I don't seem to feel anything at all. Right? Tuanchuan asked curiously at this time. She felt that she had only opened the gene lock after flying into the sky once, and she always thought it was Lin Chi's credit. But after she finished speaking, she reacted and quickly slapped herself. Chapter 90. Go to the transportation company. There was a crisp sound, which made the two brothers and sisters stunned for a moment, and they kept lowering their heads. One of these two people likes to slap others, and the other likes to slap himself. They are a pair of perverts. But at this moment, this doubt was just running through her mind, and Su Xiaoling couldn't wait to ask, can you help others unlock their genes? Her eyes were shining, and she stared at Lin Chi excitedly. It's impossible. My wife ate a lot of genetic crystals to unlock the genetic lock. I just worked hard with her for a few days. Lin Chi quickly denied that she could unlock the gene lock, but she could not let outsiders know about it for the time being. Looking at Tuanchuan's guilty expression, she knew that she had not kept her mouth shut for a while, and had let the words slip. The conversation that the two discussed before did not include gene locks. I have also eaten several genetic crystals. I already feel the limit, but I just can't open the genetic lock. Su Xiaoling frowned and looked at Tuanchuan with envy. She may have thought that Tuanchuan's figure became so magnificent only after he turned on the gene lock. Otherwise, what can an 18-year-old high school student eat to grow so big? It may not be the right time. I know a PhD in biology. I'll ask her to help you take a look. Maybe we can find the reason. Lin Chi once again threw out the bait. And now he had found a breakthrough point for the two of them. He only needed to get familiar with it, and he could easily figure it out. Sure enough, Susan showed a trace of emotion on his face. But after all, it was someone else's casual remark. He couldn't ask others to do it now. I can only keep it in my mind silently and visit again if I have the opportunity in the future. The two of them drank all the instant noodle soup, still looking like they were still unsatisfied. The awakened ones had relatively large appetites, and a bowl of instant noodles was just for a taste. However, Lin Chi would not invite them to continue eating. After finding an excuse to send the two of them away, he closed the door. Husband, did I say the wrong thing? Tuanchuan looked worried, and she realized just now how stupid she had been. How could the situation when she turned on the gene lock be used on others? It's not wrong, but the two of them must have suspicions in their minds. In this case, there will be greater certainty that they will be included in the team. Although Susan looks tall and strong and somewhat naive, his temperament is very calm. He just cares about his sister very much, and everything goes according to Su Xiaoling's wishes. As for Su Xiaoling, perhaps it was a physical defect that gave her a sick heart and seemed a little abnormal. It was the first formal exchange. Lin Chi didn't need to keep them for too long. After they returned, the two of them would definitely be very concerned about what happened today, and maybe they were discussing something in the room right now. Lin Chi's guess was correct. The two returned to the room. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoling opened her mouth to complain. Brother, you see the room has air conditioning, hot water, and instant noodles, but we don't have anything. Xiaoling said pitifully that although the conditions were difficult during her previous outings, there was no comparison and no complaints. From this point of view, she was still not prepared enough. Next time I go back, I will use the genetic crystal to replace it with an energy device. It will be more convenient when I come out in the future. Things developed in the safe zone are relatively expensive. Energy devices are special technologies that will not be made public at all. The first-order energy devices currently on the market require 2 first-order gene crystals to redeem them, and ordinary people cannot afford them. Brother, do you think he can really help others unlock the gene lock? Su Xiaoling still had a trace of fantasy in her heart, although she knew that the possibility of such a thing was very low. Judging from Tianquan's performance, it seemed that she was hiding something. I don't know either. Gene lock is the power hidden deep in the human body's genes. Others should not be able to control it. Susan has opened the genetic lock and has a very deep understanding of this power. It is at that critical moment that the genetic lock is opened and the power is released. Ordinary means cannot intervene at all. No. Tianquan probably slapped himself when he realized that he said something wrong. They might really be hiding something. Su Xiaoling bit her lip and analyzed, feeling more and more mysterious about these two people. The room for the two of them had 2 beds. After putting on the quilts, they got dressed and lay wrapped in the quilts. But neither of them felt sleepy. No. I'll stay and secretly listen to what they are saying regarding issues related to her own growth. Su Xiaoling couldn't calm down. She immediately got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked outside. Walk carefully through the corridor. And when you reach the end, gently press against the door and listen carefully. However, a few seconds later, Su Xiaoling's face turned red. It's not dark yet, so I'm not ashamed to do that. After all, she was a college student and had experienced the influence of the girls' dormitory. How could she not understand what the sounds inside were for? After listening for a while, I couldn't bear the cold anymore, so I returned to my room shivering. The fight in the room lasted for a while. When the two of them took a break, Tianquan lay on Lin Qi's chest with a satisfied look on his face and kept drawing circles with his fingers. Husband, was my voice loud just now? Apart from the passion, it was nothing. But when I thought about it afterwards, I felt shy. After all, even though we were outside, there were still people living nearby. It's howling like a puppy. As the communication deepened, Tianquan became more and more courageous. And sometimes her thoughts were even more unscrupulous. No way. She is obviously a kitten. In order to imitate herself, Tianquan meowed twice, stretched out her pink tongue, and slowly licked it. After a night, at dawn the next day, the two packed up their things and walked out of the room. The Su brothers and sisters also packed their luggage and prepared for another day of searching. Brother Susan, why don't we come together today? The more people we have, the more strength we have. We can build a big truck and get more supplies. Lin Qi took the opportunity to invite him. As long as he tried to form a team once, he would be able to recruit him as a teammate next time. Susan first glanced at his sleepy sister and saw that she had no objection. After thinking carefully, he nodded and agreed. Everyone lives in the villa area. It can be said that they have the same identity. With mutual cooperation, they can have more strength. Most of the groups of survivors in the apocalypse are not good people. But with only 2 people together, a man and a woman, they are still somewhat reliable. The 4 of them went downstairs and moved the cars in the yard. Lin Qi wrapped the cowhide and horns in a quilt and carried them downstairs, stuffing them into the back seat. The 2 cars left the hotel one after the other. Lin Qi slowed down the car, waited until the 2 cars were parallel, opened the window, and said loudly, I know there is a transportation company nearby. It should have large trucks. Let's go get a few of them. If you go out and drive a small car, you won't be able to get much supplies at all. If you want to live comfortably in the safe zone, you must form your own fleet. Otherwise, if we hunt enough mutant beasts in the future, we will only waste resources in vain. After suffering a loss, Lin Qi learned his lesson deeply. Okay, I'll follow you, Susan responded, waiting for Lin Qi to speed up. Then followed closely behind. The 2 cars, one behind the other, drove quickly on the street. Lin Qi had already memorized the distribution of streets and factories in the industrial area. After half an hour, he arrived at the transportation company he mentioned. The industrial area has just begun to be rescued by the safety zone, so most of the heavy industrial equipment here is still intact. Even if some survivors want to leave, they will not choose such large, heavy trucks that consume a lot of fuel. When we arrived near the transportation company, we saw a few zombies wandering inside before even getting close to the gate. The iron door is closed very firmly, and the zombies inside cannot get out at all. This means that even if someone discovers the situation here, they will not enter easily. The 2 parked the car at the door, and Lin Qi took out a cigarette and handed it to Susan. I'm the shooter and I'm responsible for covering. How about you go explore the way? Since the 2 of them want to cooperate, they must have a clear division of labor. With Susan's strong body, He looks like a melee type who charges into battle. It's just a good idea to see what he is capable of. I can take care of these zombies by myself. Susan did not refute and pulled out a 50mm diameter rebar from the pickup truck. This rebar was 1.5 meters long. One end was wrapped with thick linen, and the other end had dark red blood stains on it. Just as Susan was about to break the lock on the iron door, Lynchy reached out to stop him. The door lock is still useful. Don't destroy it yet. It would definitely take a long time for the four of them to enter the transportation company. If the iron gate was destroyed, other survivors would definitely follow them in if they came nearby. At that time, there is no way to take care of the escape route. If the supplies in the car are stolen, it will be a big loss. So Lynchy took out a piece of iron wire, inserted it into the keyhole, and poked it gently. He heard a click, and the iron lock bounced open. You two drive in and be careful. Lynchy waved to Tuanchuan and Xiaoling to drive. The two pushed the iron door open to allow cars to pass. At this moment, there were several zombies in the transportation company slowly walking towards the door. As they got closer, these zombies suddenly quickened their pace, and one even got down on all fours, running like a wild beast. Special mutant zombie? The mutated zombies I have encountered so far have not departed from the category of humanoids. No matter how high the degree of mutation, they only have some additional characteristics. But the one lying on all fours in front of me has obviously begun to transform into a beast. Most of its clothes have been worn away, and its exposed strong muscles glowed with a unique deep red color. When it was about to get close to Susan, it suddenly jumped up, revealing its messy fangs. Whoosh! An arrow flew past, and then Susan's iron rod hit the mutated zombie. The powerful force directly flattened half of the zombie's body and flew more than 10 meters away. But the real fatal injury was on the head. That arrow. Lynchy shot a few more arrows to clean up the other mutated zombies. What an amazing archery skill! Susan turned around in surprise. Except for the crawling mutated zombie. The rest were killed by arrows before he could take action. Lock the door. We seem to have found a zombie nest. None of the zombies inside can escape today. Where there are zombies, it proves that this place has never been visited by survivors. And there are a lot of high-value materials inside. Chapter 91 Fusion Zombie. The iron gate was relocked, and Tuanchuan and Xiaoling drove the car at a speed of 20 miles or more, honking the horn several times as requested by Lynchy. The zombies hiding inside the transportation company poked their heads out one after another, and almost in the blink of an eye, a small wave of corpses formed. Too many! Susan looked at the zombies coming from all directions. His face instantly became solemn, and he stood directly in front of the pickup truck. In this case, he could only give priority to protecting his sister. If he took the initiative to rush forward, these mutations would definitely attack the pickup truck, and his sister would not be able to withstand the siege of mutant zombies. At this moment, we can only place our hopes on Lynchy. After all, the most effective way to kill zombies is the kind of archery that is always accurate. Sure enough, there was a rushing sound of wind in their ears, and the zombies running towards them fell to the ground one by one. Some even jumped off the roof and were hit in the head directly in midair. Xiaoling, who was huddled in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, could just see Lynchy standing on top of another car through the window, casually drawing a bow and shooting arrows without any intention of aiming. Such a casual strike. A smooth movement, without a trace of anxiety. The black leather coat fluttered in the wind, and under the sunlight, the figure seemed to have a layer of golden light attached to it. So handsome. Xiaoling murmured to herself that because of her low self-esteem, she had rarely paid any positive attention to the opposite sex. But the picture in front of her just touched her heart. Even though the other party was already married, he still couldn't stop her inner reverie. Lynchy almost shot one arrow at a time, seeing that the demand for advanced archery skills was constantly increasing. A sense of satisfaction came to his heart. Maybe he could improve his archery skills by a level today. Susan, just protect the two cars. If zombies rush over, you are responsible for dealing with them. Lynchy saw that Susan was eager to try, and after giving a reminder, he accelerated his shooting speed. A few minutes later, a circle of corpses formed in the nearby open space. But there was not a single zombie within 10 meters of the two cars. They were all shot by Lynchy with bows and arrows. The car horn honked a few more times to make sure there were no zombies. Then Tuanchuan got out of the car and began to recover arrows. Compared with what Tuanchuan is accustomed to, the two brothers and sisters behaved completely differently. For the first time, Susan felt that he had become useless. He didn't even have a chance to take action. All the zombies were killed by Lin Chi with one bow. You must know that most of the mutated zombies have been severely mutated, and some even have tough cuticles growing on their bodies, which can protect them from ordinary bullets. Su Xiaoling forgot to get out of the car when she was sitting in the car. She woke up when she heard her brother open the car door. She quickly jumped out of the car and followed Tuanchuan to recover the arrows stuck in the mutant zombie's head. You are very powerful. Your arrows are more accurate than the guns of the Federal Rescue Team. Susan sincerely admired him this time. Although he could kill all these zombies, he could only do it when he had no worries and no need to worry about other people. The two of us have different focuses, but if we cooperate with each other, we should be able to perform better. Lin Chi put away his bow and arrows and began to check the cars parked in the transportation company. Some of the cars were already filled with goods, but he didn't know what they were. Let's search separately and see if there are any trucks carrying food. Although other supplies can also be used. Food is the hard currency in the apocalypse. If you bring it to the safe zone, it can be easily exchanged for points through the logistics department, and a very suitable price will be given. The four people divided into two teams and searched slowly one car at a time. Some cars are equipped with building materials. Some are equipped with electrical appliances, clothes and cosmetics, etc., which have nothing to do with food. We found the innermost part of the transportation company and solved a few hidden zombies on the way. Only then did we gain something. That was the transit warehouse in the transportation company. Before you even got close, you could smell the stench coming from inside. It was the unique smell emitted when flesh and blood rotted to a certain extent. Be careful. Wherever there is this kind of smell, there are usually groups of mutant rats. Lin Chi had also smelled this smell in front of the previous garment factory warehouse, and he immediately became wary. This is a cold storage, which should store frozen meat. But after the power went out, the meat was spoiled. Susan and Su Xiaoling also walked over. This rotten smell would inevitably attract nearby mutant beasts. But strangely, when the four of them entered the transportation company, they did not find any at all. The door of the cold storage has been damaged. In addition to blood stains, there are dense tear marks on it. It is so dark inside that it is impossible to see clearly. Forget it. Let's stay away. I always feel like there's something inside. Lin Chi originally planned to use his mental power to explore, but faced with the dark environment and the increasingly strong stench, he finally retreated. Under the influence of such a stench, the things in the cold storage have long been inedible, and it is better to keep them out of sight. The four of them got together again, checked the last few cars, and finally found a car full of rice on the two innermost cars. They were two brand new box trucks, measuring 9.6 meters in size, filled with bags of rice. Although they were just ordinary brands, there's so much rice. I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it all in our lifetime. Tuanchuan hugged Lin Chi's arms excitedly. Only those who have been hungry know the importance of food. With this rice, they will not even have to leave the safe zone in the future. This food is enough to last more than 10 years. Although both vehicles were not fully loaded, the combined weight was probably over 20 tons. Calculated based on one bag weighing 100 kilograms, that is 400 bags, which is not a lot when you think about it. It's hard to keep this thing. I'm afraid it might break if it doesn't last long. I'll exchange it all for points when I go back. The two cars were checked and found to be full of fuel and ready to start at any time. It must be that the transportation company deliberately parked the two trucks filled with rice at the very back of the company. Lin Chi closed the rear door and prepared to search for it one last time. If there was nothing else, he would drive away with the two cars. Tuanchuan couldn't drive such a big car for the time being, let alone Su Xiaoling. Sitting on the seat, she couldn't even press the brakes with her feet. Lin Chi stood on the roof of the car and looked around, and found that there were several mutated zombies in the yard next to them. So he jumped on the roof and sent a few arrows over. There are still more than 100 targets left to complete. Why don't we find a place to spawn some zombies? Lin Chi took a look at the requirements for advancement of the archery skill. If he went back to the safe zone now, it would probably be several days before he came out again. As his strongest attack method, the archery skill must be upgraded as soon as possible. Anyway, there are no zombies in the transportation company, and Susan is pretty strong, so it's okay to stay here for half a day for the time being. Lin Chi reached the edge of the roof and was about to tell the three people below him about his idea when he suddenly saw a hand slowly stretching out from under the icehouse door opposite. It was a bloody hand. After stretching out 1 meter, it had not reached the limit and was still extending. Damn it! Evil! It's obviously a human hand. but it's more than 3 meters long. And the arm is still extending outward. Lin Chi felt goosebumps all over his body. He had seen strange zombies. Some were ferocious and terrifying, but none of them made him feel weird and scared. But today I just saw a hand and felt a chill on my back. Don't look back. Don't look back. The 3 people just below were all facing Lin Chi, and they didn't notice anything strange after leaving. The 5 fingers of that hand were like little feet, groping forward on the ground and gradually approaching the nearest group. Whoosh! Lin Feifei quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. An arrow penetrated the back of the bloody hand and nailed it to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the cold storage. The hand that was nailed to the ground shook violently, and the wrist broke instantly, and the remaining arm quickly retracted. Only then did the 3 of them realize something was wrong, and quickly turn around and look behind them. The hand on the ground had stopped struggling, but after the screams in the cold storage ended, there seemed to be violent shaking. The next second, another bloody hand emerged from the cold storage and lay on the door. And then a second one appeared. The third one. This kind of shock stimulation made Susan directly activate the gene lock. His already strong body became taller again, and his muscles bulged even more. Those bloody hands gradually pushed open the cold storage door, and a stream of thick blood was slowly squeezed out of the warehouse and flowed out from the door. Suddenly the stench became stronger, making it almost impossible to breathe. Although Su Shaoling was also an awakened person, she did not meet the requirements to unlock the gene lock at all. When she saw the dozens of hands stretching out, her body instantly became stiff and unable to move, and her legs were trembling and unable to take a step. Coupled with the stench, she almost fainted. Fortunately, Tuanchuan grabbed her in time and took her away. As the cold storage door was completely opened, the contents inside came into view of the 4 people. It was a huge pile of rotten meat. Dozens of arms extended out from the rotten meat. Some were grabbing the roof, and some were clawing the ground, so that the pile of rotten meat in the cold storage slowly crawled out. There was a squirming movement on the rotten flesh, and a zombie head emerged, followed by a second and a third. And in addition to the zombie heads, there are also the bodies of mutant beasts, as if flesh and blood are fused together, and those mutant beasts are struggling to escape from this restraint. Quick! Get out of here! Lin Chi, who was condescending, quickly gave instructions. Although this fusion zombie seemed to move slowly, it only took a few seconds from the time it appeared to the time it squirmed out, and it had more than a dozen arms. When an arrow was shot down, the squirming rotten flesh directly exploded into a deep pit. However, in the next second, the head that was shot was absorbed by the rotten flesh, and the arrow was also swallowed into the body. Exploding a head added an advanced requirement to Lin Chi's archery skills, but it seemed to have little effect on this mess of meat. As the 3 people evacuated, the fusion zombie squirmed faster and faster. The arms extending from its body slowly rolled together to form 2 thick limbs. It scraped the ground and quickly moved its body. Chapter 92. Your husband is so awesome. When its body completely emerged from the cold storage, it was more than 10 meters long, and its back was densely covered with heads, and dozens of legs below it were arranged neatly like a centipede. How many zombies are fused together? Looking from a high place, Lin Chi could clearly see the full picture of the fusion zombie, and had the most intuitive understanding of this strange creature. The head on the fusion zombie's back screamed and roared, as if enjoying the thrill of hunting, and the limbs under it slowly fused together to form 2 thick hind limbs. Lin Chi quickly drew out an alloy arrow, drew the bow, and aimed at the fusion zombie. A spiral arrow quickly condensed on top of the arrow. Go! The arrow, once again blessed with spear skills, turned into a swimming dragon, whizzing down. Boom! At such a close range, these explosions occurred just after the hurricane formed. The moment it hit the body of the fusion zombie, the rotten flesh on its body exploded directly, and a huge gap appeared in the entire body. After the arrow shot, Lin Chi did not relax his vigilance. He saw that the exploded rotten flesh was squirming quickly and gathered together again, but there seemed to be a few heads missing on its back. Sure enough, after taking a look at the advanced requirements for archery, there were a few more improvements for killing mutated creatures. Susan, who was running in front, stopped, grabbed the car on the side, and threw it towards the fusion zombie. The heavy force directly smashed the fusion zombie into mud. This was the first time Lin Chi encountered this special kind of zombie. He saw dozens of hands reaching out from the rotten flesh again and quickly grabbed the car. The rotten flesh squirmed and wrapped the car inside. An alloy arrow flew out again, just hitting the car's fuel tank that was not completely covered in rotten meat. The next second the car exploded, exploding the rotten meat that had just been closed again. The internal explosion almost broke the fusion zombie into two halves, but its vitality was terrifyingly strong, and the two halves of the body were still slowly squirming and merging together. Can't this thing kill you? The two severe injuries only caused the fused zombie to suspend its power of action. When it fuses again, it will return to its original appearance, and may even undergo physical changes. The attacks that he is proud of can only cause physical damage. Susan, get some gasoline and pour it on it. Since physical attacks couldn't work, they could only burn the thing to ashes with fire. Lynchie ran quickly on the roof, jumped onto a car, and when he landed, he slashed open the car's fuel tank with an arrow. Gasoline spurted out and slowly flowed along the ground to where the fused zombies were chasing. Susan reacted when he saw this, quickly came to another car, smashed the entire gas tank down with a few sticks, and hugged the gas tank, smashed towards the fusion zombie. You guys stay away. Be careful if it explodes later. Lynchie took the long knife from Tuanchuan and motioned for several people to hide behind a car in the distance. When the fusion zombie integrated the fuel tank into its body, and the gasoline spreading on the ground just flowed onto it, the long knife suddenly swung out, and a blast lightning laser. Boom! The fusion zombie had no defense at all. The sword energy attached to the lightning directly split half of its body in two. The lightning instantly detonated the gasoline, and a ball of flame exploded, covering the entire body. The flames produced by the burning gasoline spread out and enveloped its entire body almost instantly. The grease was further ignited, emitting a rich stench. Its entire body twitched violently and squirmed, almost curling up into a ball. The head screamed crazily and kept drilling out and retracting from the rotten flesh. In just a short moment, they turned into a huge meatball, rolling quickly on the ground. The four of them hid aside and watched the fusion zombie rolling past. But the flames on its body could not be extinguished. The outer layer of burnt rotten flesh fell off bit by bit, and a zone of flame spread on the ground wherever it passed. What a terrible thing! Su Xiaoling patted her flat chest with palpitations. Such terrifying zombies had exceeded what they had always known. At this stage, most survivors believe that the future threats to mankind must be mutant beasts and unresurrected Zerg. Such things as zombies can be easily eliminated by the Federal Army's thermal weapons, and even some awakened people can easily deal with them. But the special zombie that appeared today made several people realize that there are also special existences among zombies. If this zombie continues to grow and turns into a mountain of flesh, it will be difficult to eliminate it even with artillery bombing. Realizing this threat, Lynchie quickly followed it, and had to kill it in its weak stage before it could grow up. At this moment, the fusion zombie had rolled into the open area outside, where there happened to be the corpse of the zombie that Lynchie had shot before. Wrapped in the flames, the skin of the fusion zombie became charred and fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the fresh flesh and blood inside. While rolling, pieces of the outer skin fell off, and a new form emerged from it. This new form of zombie was larger than Susan, but its body was unusually fat. Its thick limbs ran quickly. When it came to a zombie body, its belly suddenly split open, and the 2 rows of ribs were like a big mouth, swallowed this zombie into his body. As the body squirmed, 4 more bright red limbs emerged from the rotten flesh. Is this how this guy eats zombies and grows? In a short period of time, the fusion zombie devoured several more zombies, and its size grew again, for pairs of limbs had grown out of its lower body, crawling on the ground like a centipede. After its head penetrated into the rotten flesh again, only a chrysanthemum-like opening appeared, with viscous liquid spraying out from time to time. It's so hacking disgusting. It's the first time I've ever seen someone shit on me. The stuff squeezed out of the anus was presumably debris that other zombie bellies couldn't fuse with, but I didn't expect it to spurt out from the front. Xiaoling and Tuanchuan were holding on to the car and retching, not daring to take another step forward. Even Susan looked pale and closed his mouth tightly. Lynchie, can you kill it? 2 strong attacks were unable to cause fatal damage to the fusion zombie, which made Susan realize that he could not help at all. Once entangled in the rotten flesh, he would probably become part of the fusion zombie. I'll find a way to separate it. You can try to find the main body and smash its head. Lynchie calmed down his breath. His pupils expanded slightly, and he took out an alloy arrow with his backhand. As he knocked the bow and pulled the arrow, a stream of air slowly condensed on the arrow body. A crescent moon blade appeared above the arrow, and the moon blades extending from both sides almost cut through the air. Spiral arrow. Fulong soars to the sky. An arrow was shot into the sky, and the moon blade rotated rapidly, almost condensing into a tornado, and shot straight into the sky. The three of them all raised their heads in surprise, wondering what Lin Chi's intention was for shooting an arrow into the sky. Even the fusion zombie stopped moving, seemingly attracted by this strange behavior. Hide now. After one arrow, Lin Chi's breath froze. He put away his bow and arrow and ran towards Tuanchuan. He quickly opened the nearest box truck and stuffed Tuanchuan and Xiaoling inside. As the car door closed, the arrow flying into the sky slowly changed its direction and turned into a flying dragon, swooping down towards the ground. The crescent-shaped arrow rotated rapidly, and the whirlwind it brought up was more powerful than any previous attack. The flying dragon-shaped arrow fell straight down, and the falling whirlwind even picked up the airflow in the sky, forming a straight spiral. Boom! The ground shook, and the splashed flesh and blood scattered in all directions, mixed with some cement blocks, and fell on the truck, leaving marks. After the aftermath dissipated, a deep circular pit suddenly appeared where the fusion zombie had been. The ground was cracked. Traces of cuts spread all around, and broken limbs and rotten flesh were scattered on the ground. The two of them hid behind the car and were not affected by the shock wave. But the broken and rotten meat fell to the ground, and they were almost hit all over. Su Sen's eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Chi in disbelief. Everyone is an awakener who has unlocked the gene lock. Why do you have such gorgeous skills? Let's go and check to see if this guy is dead. Lin Chi didn't pay attention to Su Sen's surprised look. He walked out from behind the car and inspected the deep pit. This divine arrow that fell from the sky directly chopped the fusion zombie into pieces, and even the body was completely crushed into minced flesh. According to the characteristics of ordinary mutant zombies, they are almost dead. Tuanchuan and Su Xiaoling also jumped out of the carriage, but the rotten meat everywhere on the ground made them feel like they had nowhere to stay. What happened just now? Did a missile fall here? Su Xiaoling didn't see what happened at all. She only felt an impact falling and the ground shaking violently. My husband shot the arrow. Tuanchuan looked proud. Although she had not seen the power of this arrow with her own eyes, it did not affect anything. Your husband is so awesome. Xiaoling looked at Lin Chi's back, her face full of admiration. Lin Chi used his arrows to pick out pieces of rotten meat, hoping to find special places. But the pieces of meat around him had been turned over and over. But there was still no sign of survival. So I felt relieved. But to be on the safe side, I decided to pour gasoline on them and burn all the body parts. Susan once again dismantled the car's fuel tank and poured it on the ground with one hand, leaving no corners or gaps. Having seen the speed of fusion of this kind of zombie, once it is allowed to grow completely, almost a city can be completely covered, only to completely nip it in the bud. Brother, there's a brain moving there. Su Xiaoling suddenly saw a piece of brain soaked in gasoline not far away, trembling and squirming, as if trying to escape. Something like a tentacle seemed to grow on the brain, climbing on the gravel and escaping from the gasoline pit. Wait, don't light the fire yet. Such a weird thing has gone beyond the characteristics of ordinary zombies. Its brain has been exploded into pieces, and it can still move under the influence of the virus. If it gets into the minds of other zombies, it might be able to resurrect. Lin Chi quickly went to the cab of a truck, found a large thermos cup, opened the lid, and carefully placed it in front of the crawling brain. This thing is very strange. Let me go back and let my friend with a doctorate in biology study it. Ordinary viruses will die quickly when a zombie's head is broken, but this guy can survive. There must be something special about it, and maybe something useful can be learned from it. Chapter 93 Teacher buys late-night basement. It was getting dark, and at the city wall outside the safety zone, all the workers had returned from get-off work. Only the sentry positions were left, and a few federal soldiers were guarding the main road. Suddenly, two lights shine in the distance, and the roar of a car gets closer and closer. Stop the car for routine inspection. The soldier quickly stepped forward and saw two large trucks approaching, and subconsciously raised his gun on guard. During this period, many survivors were still entering the safe zone continuously, but usually during the day, and few arrived so late. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Let's smoke it. Lin Chi lowered the car window and stuffed a carton of cigarettes, then took out his silver identity card and handed it over. We are a search team in the safe zone. We went out to search for supplies. We came back a little late. I wonder if it can be convenient. Lin Chi could see the flickering fire at the place guarding the main road from a distance, so sending smoke was the best choice. What's in your car? And why are you back so late? The soldier took the cigarette and glanced at the silver ID card. He knew that the person in the car had an unusual identity, so he stopped trying to scold him. Speaking of it, my friend is lucky. I found 2 trucks of rice in a transportation company. I am not afraid of an accident. I would rather rush on the road in the dark to send it back. Lynchie opened the door and took the initiative to open the door at the back of the truck, letting the person responsible for inspection see the rice bags piled inside. This routine inspection is required for every vehicle to prevent any special items being carried on the vehicle from causing hidden dangers to the safety zone. You are so lucky. These 2 carts of rice can be exchanged for tens of thousands of points at least. The soldier's eyes were full of envy. He specifically glanced at the other person in the car. When Seuss had also stepped out of the car, the visual impact of that strong body made him stand up straight. My name is Lin Chi. And this is Su Sin, a member of our search team. We are acquaintances with an Xian, the logistics director of the safe zone. Let's do this. You have a few brothers here, each carrying a bag of rice. But we have to ask the captain to help us clear the way. Otherwise, if those survivors block the way into the safe zone, the captain will need to escort us back safely. These days, even people in the safe zone can't completely believe that the person who just subconsciously checked the people in the car may have had special thoughts in his heart. He moved an Xian's identity out and gave them benefits. I think I can temporarily suppress their thoughts. So you're an acquaintance of Minister Nin? That's easy to handle. I'll ask a few brothers to escort you back. When the soldier heard this, he became much more enthusiastic and quickly greeted several brothers on duty nearby. There were 8 people in this sentry post. After unloading 8 bags of rice, the team leader immediately selected 4 people and drove an off-road vehicle to lead the way. With him leading the way, the remaining 10 kilometers went smoothly, and we soon arrived at the gate of the villa area. Brother Lin, I will send you here. When you go to the logistics department tomorrow, they will calculate the value of these materials for you. If you want to leave the safe zone in the future, just go to Dongcheng district and mention my name. No one will excuse me. My name is Fong Su. Even though they are just small checkpoint guards, if they are serious, they will bring endless trouble to ordinary people. On the contrary, if the relationship is good enough, even if they bring some contraband back, no one will investigate them. Of course, when he mentioned the meaning of his name, he probably hoped that Lin Chi could mention it a few more times in front of the logistics minister and Xian. After all, no one wanted to guard the boring and cold-broken city wall all the time. Brother Fong, I will definitely trouble you more often in the future. It's getting late, so go back quickly. Lin Chi said a few polite words, and after sending Fong Su away, 2 trucks drove to the door of the villa and stopped. Is Teacher Bai already asleep? Tuanchuan got off the passenger seat and was a little surprised when he saw that there was no light in the villa. In the past, Teacher Bai would be busy until late at night even when he came back from get off work, and he was always the last person to sleep. Su Sun and Su Shaoling also got out of another car. Their residence was a small apartment, still a few miles away. Brother Lin, it's getting late, so let's go back first and come back to help tomorrow. Su Sun wisely did not bring up the idea of dividing the supplies. After all, he did not help at all this time, just transporting supplies. Okay, go back and have a good rest. I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Lin Chi didn't hold back, seeing that the sky was getting dark, and there was Teacher Bai in the villa, so it was not convenient for them to enter. After sending the person away, the 2 unloaded the important supplies in the car and opened the door of the villa. Teacher Bai really fell asleep. The lights in the rooms on the 3rd floor were all turned off, and the courtyard was dark. The 2 people coming in made a lot of noise. If Bai Su was awake, he would definitely notice it. Teacher Bai must be too tired from research. Let's not disturb her. Tuanchuan looked like he was thinking about his teacher. Scientific research requires full concentration, which is more energy consuming than searching for supplies outside. And they are also seriously sleep deprived. Well, you go upstairs and keep your voice down. I'll move the things to the basement and go up there. Don't disturb Teacher Bai, Lin Chi reminded him. And when he reached the basement of the villa, Tuanchuan quietly went upstairs. Husband, I'm ready to wait for you. There was a hint of temptation in Tuanchuan's voice, and he deliberately twisted his waist when he went upstairs. This little girl is getting better and better. Entering the basement, Lin Chi wanted to put down his things and go upstairs to take a bath with the couple, but he inadvertently saw a dim light flickering in the corner of the basement. Teacher Bai. It's true. He went to bed without turning off the machine. As soon as the idea came into his mind, Lin Chi realized something was wrong. He subconsciously held his breath, slowly put the things on his shoulders on the ground, and walked slowly over with small steps. In the corner of the basement, a laptop computer flashed with light. Teacher Bai had his back to Lin Chi, headphones on his head, one leg on the table, and his body was shaking slightly. An almost painful, suppressed sound came from Teacher Bai's mouth. One after another along with the sexy pictures played on the computer. Lin Chi took a closer look and saw that the USB flash drive plugged into the computer was the learning material he had exchanged for 100 points. Teacher Bai is already learning it before he even watches it? Suddenly, a cry came from Teacher Bai's mouth, which made Lin Chi think that he had been discovered. So he stepped forward and took off the earphones from her head. Teacher Bai, do you need help? The sound in his ears made Teacher Bai stiffen, and he struggled to get up. But his legs seemed to have lost all feeling, and he fell directly from the chair. Lin Chi subconsciously ducked sideways. Teacher Bai still has a rare physique. Although the environment was dark, it still could not stop Lin Chi's keen eyesight. This scene was clearly reflected in his eyes, and the visual stimulation it brought was not comparable to that of a computer screen. You? When did you come back? I just came back for a while. I didn't expect Teacher Bai to study so seriously that he didn't even notice that I came in. Lin Chi sat aside, admiring the rare picture, and reached out to pause the picture played on the computer. There are quite a few playback records. You haven't watched them less in the past 2 days. Lin Chi took a look and found that most of them were about teachers and students. No wonder it felt so immersive. Hurry up and help me up. I can't move my legs. Bai Su covered her face, and her voice had a hint of crying. When Lin Chi saw this scene, she had the idea of committing suicide. And she seemed to have called Lin Chi's name at that time. Now I just feel like the world is spinning. And the aftertaste comes after waves. And I can't stop at all. Let's talk about it after you get stronger. Lin Chi was able to take advantage of the situation now. But the experience was definitely not as good as usual. And since everyone was waiting upstairs, they might come down to urge them at some point. You bastard. Bai Su was cursing angrily, rarely showing her shrewish side. She struggled several times, but unfortunately the ground was slippery, and she couldn't use her strength several times. After finally putting his legs down, he began to breathe heavily. Lin Chi then stepped forward, helped Bai Su up, and turned off the computer. The basement fell into darkness instantly, and the fact that he couldn't see made Bai Su calm down. In the darkness, Teacher Bai gritted his teeth, straightened his clothes, and lifted up his pants. Teacher Bai, you don't want Tianquan to know that you are such a person, right? Lin Chi leaned into Bai Su's ear and whispered. Knowing Teacher Bai's weakness, he would have something to control in the future. You dare. If you dare tell her. I will. I will. Teacher Bai was speechless for a moment, and she unexpectedly discovered that she had no means to threaten Lin Chi. Go back and wash it quickly. Your clothes are soaked. Be careful of catching a cold. Lin Chi had already taken hold of Teacher Bai. Without any hurry, he gently pinched her cheek, took out the USB flash drive, stood up and walked upstairs. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. No one can sleep. After Lin Chi's figure disappeared on the stairs, Bai Su's slowly squatted down and buried his head between his legs. But the rich smell made her raise her face and take a deep breath. After a while, the body that was still a little hot gradually became colder, and a chill eroded the body and soul. After a long time, Teacher Bai stood up tremblingly, dragged his heavy legs, and slowly walked upstairs. Chapter 94 Virus Source. Early the next morning, Lin Chi ate breakfast in bed before getting up and washing up. After going downstairs, go straight to the basement. The things placed in the basement last night were very precious and must be handled with care. As soon as he arrived in the basement, he saw Bai Su's busy figure. Teacher Bai mopped the floor early in the morning. Bai Su's body stiffened, and when she heard Lin Chi's voice, her movements slowed down. Why did you get up so early? In the past, these two people never got up until 8 or 9 o'clock. It was only a little after 7 o'clock. So Bai Su was naturally a little surprised. I went out this time and brought back some treasures. Maybe you will be interested. Lin Chi opened the supplies he had brought back, which had been wrapped in a quilt before. Bai Su had not noticed that they contained 2 third-level mutated black cowhide, 2 horns, a package of gene crystals, and the thermos cup containing the fused zombie brain. Seeing that Lin Chi was so formal and didn't seem to be teasing her, Bai Su put away the mop and walked over quickly. Such a big horn. Is it a third-level mutant beast? You actually hunted a third-level mutant beast. The thick parts of the two horns are comparable to human thighs and have a crescent-like curvature, although the tips are not very sharp. They can poke into a person and easily make a big hole. Put the third-level mutated beast aside for now. I'll let you take a look at this thing. Maybe you will be interested. Lynchy took out the thermos cup, shook it, and felt the struggle of the contents inside. So he found a glass vessel and poured out the contents. Overnight, the fused zombie's brain underwent another strange change. At this moment, the brain had turned gray-white, and a tentacle protruded from it from time to time, touching the surrounding environment. The source of the virus. Where did you get the source of the virus? When Baisu saw this thing for the first time, he screamed and quickly took the lid and sealed the entire glass vessel. You actually put this thing in a thermos cup. And you're not afraid of it running out. She hurriedly took out a sealed petri dish, carefully put the inactive virus source into it, and sealed it. This thing is called a virus source? I remember you said that you also have a virus source sample. Right? Is it also such a disgusting thing? In the villa in 32 City District. I heard Baisu say that her purpose in 32 City District was to retrieve the virus source sample from the school laboratory. So she was trapped in the city. If this was the case, if it was anything, no wonder she was so surprised. This is different. My virus source sample is a dead object. A virus specimen that has lost its activity. Yours is a living virus. The original virus source of human infection. Baisu looked at the squirming virus source in the petri dish, his eyes gleaming. Then, has this thing been disposed of without pollution? After Lin Chi knew how scary this thing was, he came up with the idea of preventing future troubles. After all, it was a virus, and it would inevitably cause harm if it was kept. Why should we deal with such a good thing? If it were in the past, I might have agreed with your idea. But now human genetic awakening is almost always triggered by this virus. If its original power can be studied, maybe it will take humanity a step further. Baisu looked at Lin Chi subconsciously, fearing that this treasure would be taken away. Then go ahead and play. Be careful not to go off the rails. Although the thing is of great value, it is a trouble in Lin Chi's hands. It is better to leave it to Baisu for research. Anyway, he will definitely have a share of the final research results. Aren't you going to work today? Lin Chi placed the two horns on the console and hung up the two cow hides. The skin of the third-level mutant beast can already protect against ordinary rifle bullets. After treatment, it can almost be worn as a body armor. By the way, I'm going to take a day off and won't go today. Only then did Baisu react. He turned on his computer and sent an email to the scientific research department. Then he came to the petri dish and observed the characteristics of the virus source. After a while, Tuanchuan appeared at the top of the stairs. Honey, Teacher Bai didn't go to work. Tuanchuan saw Baisu and swallowed half of what he said, then whispered that it was time to eat and ran back. Let's eat first. There may be a few guests today. Don't you have the contact information of Minister Nen? Let her come too. Lin Chi packed up his tools. The processing of the horns was not something I could complete in a short time. It required a lot of data and experiments. What do you want her to do? Baisu didn't even raise his head, still recording the data of the source of the virus. But when he mentioned an Xian, his tone was a bit stiff. Two friends and I got a lot of supplies outside, and we need to find an the logistics manager. To redeem points, we have two big cars, so we can't queue up. After Lin Chi explained, he went upstairs and started to prepare. After the second breakfast, there was a knock on the door outside the villa. Needless to say, Su Sin and Su Shaoling came over. Lin Chi went to the gate, opened the courtyard door, and walked in with the two of them. Brother Lin, the place you live in is so big. This villa is the private property of a wealthy family, and it is not comparable to their small Western-style building. I don't deserve to live in such a nice place thanks to other people's blessings. Lin Chi responded with a smile and led the two of them to the living room on the first floor. Have you had breakfast? Lin Chi handed over the drinks and motioned to the two of them to feel free and not to be too restrained. We have eaten. I came today because I have something I want to discuss with Brother Lin. The two brothers and sister seemed to have discussed it. So Susan remained silent and gave the right to speak to his sister. Is it about material points? Don't worry. Your share will definitely be indispensable. Lin Chi roughly calculated that the 2 carts of rice were worth at least 70,000 to 80,000 points. Although it was an unimaginable amount for an individual, it was nothing if he wanted to live comfortably in the safe zone. It's not about points. My brother and I discussed it in the middle of the night last night and decided to join Brother Lin's search team. Please take care of me in the future. Su Xiaoling stood up with a solemn look on her face. This was a decision the two of them had considered for a long time. And it was also the most correct idea. After all, after spending a day together outside, the two of them had seen Lin Chi's special ability. Even if they didn't join in, if it was leaked in the future, it would definitely be related to the two of them. It is better to take the initiative to surrender and show more sincerity. So that's it. In fact, I also had the idea of inviting you two to join. But I never had the chance to say it. Lin Chi thought about it and understood what they were thinking. He immediately raised it without hesitation. At this time, Bai Su also packed things in the basement and slowly came to the first floor. Seeing a young man and a young man sitting in the living room, his surprised eyes turned back and forth between the two of them. We have a visitor. Bai Su stepped forward to say hello, his eyes resting on Su Xiaoling. What a cute kid. Su Xiaoling was still smiling. But when she heard Bai Su's words, her face suddenly dropped. This is Bai Su. Teacher Bai. The doctor of biology I told you about. As soon as Lin Chi made the introduction, Su Xiaoling, who had her head lowered, immediately stood up, walked quickly to Bai Su, and held the corner of Bai Su's clothes with both hands. Hello, Teacher Bai. My name is Su Xiaoling, and he is my brother Su Sr. We have joined Brother Lin's team. Please take care of us in the future. When it comes to whether she can continue to grow, Su Xiaoling does not dare to hesitate at all. She is as respectful as she can be. It's quite intimate. The focus of what Bai Su heard was not the team at all, but the voice Su Xiaoling called Brother Lin. Then he looked at Lin Chi with a trace of doubt in his eyes. This little girl looks so young. Does this guy still like this type of thing? So perverted. Su Xiaoling is in her 20s this year. She suffered from a serious illness when she was a child, which caused her body to stop growing. If Teacher Bai has time, help her take a look. Maybe with the current power of genetic awakening, she can help her improve. When Lin Chi saw Bai Su's special gaze, he naturally guessed what she was thinking. So he quickly explained. So that's it. I'll help you take a look when I have time. But I can't guarantee that there will be a solution. Although human genes have been developed to varying degrees now, they are still the deepest secrets of human beings. And no one is absolutely sure of finding a solution. Bai Su can only deal with it temporarily. With the development of biotechnology in the future, a solution should be found. She said this casually, but it put a smile on Su Xiaoling's face. The four people discussed the distribution of materials. The Su brothers and sisters said very directly that they did not want to get involved in the future handling of materials. They only had to work hard and enjoy the benefits. Of course, Lin Chi also said that he would give them generous rewards. After the exchange, the two of them were very satisfied. And Lin Chi was also very satisfied. Let's eat here at noon. I'll cook it myself. Seeing that the time was approaching noon, Tuanchuan stood up to express her welcome to the guests. After all, as the hostess of the family, she should fulfill this responsibility. Okay, I'll help too. Even though I'm small, I can carry a stool into the kitchen. Su Xiaoling was happy to have a good relationship with Tuanchuan, and they walked hand in hand towards the kitchen. Bai Su looked at the time and felt that an XIN was almost there. So he went outside to check. And sure enough, he heard the sound of a car coming from outside the villa. Teacher Bai, are these the 2 trucks of supplies you mentioned? I received a notice from the sentry last night, and it turned out to be your friend. After an XIN walked in, there was a hint of surprise in his voice. She came alone today, without any accompanying person. As soon as he saw an XIN, a warm smile appeared on Bai Su's face, and the two held hands like sisters. They were lucky and happened to find 2 trucks full of supplies. So they drove back overnight and didn't have time to notify Ministerin. The two came to the living room and saw Su Sin and Lin Chi sitting on the sofa. And XIN just nodded and said Lo. The supplies are yours. I think I've already checked them out. I'll give you 200 points for a bag of rice that weighs 100 kilograms. When the time comes, it will be done by the logistics department. If you don't use these 2 trucks, if necessary, I can also use points to purchase 1 car for 10,000 points. After an XIN thought for a moment, he gave a rough price. 10,000 points for 1 car is too little. It was a truck nearly 10 meters long, with a huge load capacity. Compared with the supplies, it was even less than a fraction. We can't think like you do. Supplies are getting harder and harder to find. Prices have always been stable. There may be an increasing trend in the future, but we don't have a shortage of things like cars, and they can be found everywhere. It's just an accessory to the supplies. And if I leave it to you, you won't need it at all. In the safe zone, gasoline and diesel can only be redeemed with points, and the prices are surprisingly expensive. It can be said that ordinary survivors can only drive ordinary cars, and such large cars are not cost-effective at all. The future trend is still crystal energy vehicles. Ministerin is right. You can find cars outside at any time. We take advantage of the 10,000 points. However, after getting so many points at once, we don't know how to spend them for a while. I wonder if Ministerin has any suggestions. Lynchy thought for a while, and humbly asked for advice. Chapter 95 Physical Examination. After all, he is the logistics person in charge of the safety zone, so he must know something about future developments. If he can give some hints, he can prepare in advance. The rise of related households basically relies on advanced information. Well, for the sake of teacher-buy's relationship, let me remind you that soon, the safe zone will rebuild a new living area for survivors on the ruins. You can use the points in your hands to occupy a place first. Start a small business, and you can survive safely even if you don't go out to search for supplies. Just one sentence from an Xian revealed several important pieces of information. Whether Lynchy could seize the opportunity depended on whether the other party could understand it. Thank you, Ministerin, for reminding me. I'll go take a look in the next few days. Let's stay here for lunch today. Tuanchuan has prepared lunch. Lynchy invited, saying that with an Xian's words. He could use her banner to seek benefits for himself. Next time. I came here today because I was busy. I still have a lot of things to deal with when I get back. Someone will drive these 2 trucks away later. Then the points will be transferred directly to your identity card. And Xian declined Lynchy's kindness. After all, there were 2 unknown people in the living room, so staying here felt somewhat restrictive. Lynchy and Baisu walked to the door of the villa and watched an Xian drive before returning to the living room. She is so busy every day. She is really a strong woman. For a female prostitute to be able to do this, she not only relies on the connections above, she also has outstanding abilities. Baisu actually admires such people from the bottom of his heart. Actually, you're not bad either. Where's the female doctor? The 2 returned to the living room. Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling had already prepared lunch. It was the first time for the 5 of them to get to know each other together, and they all got to know each other somewhat. After eating, the people sent by Anshin had arrived at the door of the villa. Lynchy and Susan followed them to the logistics department and counted the supplies in the 2 trucks, although there were a few bags of rice missing in the car. For the sake of peace of mind, they still rounded up the sum and added in the 20,000 points from the 2 trucks, giving a total of 100,000 points to Lynchy. In the early days of the safe zone, this was already a considerable fortune. Susan, I will transfer you 10,000 points first. You and Xiaoling can use them first. If you don't have enough, you can ask me for more. As soon as he got the points, Lynchy planned to transfer 10,000 to Su Sr. After all, he was following his teammates, and he couldn't treat him badly in life. No need. Xiaoling and I have already discussed it. The team will definitely need a lot of points in the early stage. And didn't Ministerin say that now is the best time to buy a property? So points should be used in key places. Susan shook his head and refused. He and Xiaoling were not short of supplies. Besides, as long as they followed Lynchy out, they would definitely gain a lot. So there was no need to rush. Okay, let's go back first. Lynchy is not in a hurry to buy a property. The best idea for Lynchy is to encircle a piece of land for himself. Preferably a place like a repair shop or a car 4S shop, which has a lot of repair equipment. In this case, his mechanical transformation skills can be put to the best use. Lynchy told Susan his idea and asked him to pay attention to whether there was such a place nearby in the past few days. And then the 2 of them walked slowly towards the villa area. When they returned to the villa, it was already afternoon. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling were chatting in the living room. In the absence of entertainment equipment, chatting had become the best way to spend time. Baisu is still in the basement, studying the special virus source. Xiaoling, it's time for us to go back. Susan saw that his sister was getting along well with Tuanchuan, and he couldn't help but smile. This team was better than he thought, and at least his sister was not discriminated against. Brother, you go back first. Tuanchuan and I will play for a while, and then go back later. Xiaoling waved her hand and returned to her apartment. She could only stay in her room and be bored. She might as well stay here and have someone lively. Well, don't be too late. Susan didn't force it. After all, as long as his sister was happy, it was up to her. And there wouldn't be any danger here. After saying goodbye to a few people, he left the villa. Lynchy sat in the living room for a while, unable to interrupt the two of them. So he turned and walked towards the basement. During the 2 days he was out, Baisu got back some scrapped instruments from the scientific research building, which were piled in the corner, waiting for Lynchy to repair them. You're back. Please help me repair those instruments. I'm in a hurry. Baisu heard the footsteps and knew that Lynchy had come in. So he said without looking back, how do you keep your expression calm and your heart not beating? After all, your performance last night was so wonderful? Lynchy didn't hear a trace of ripples in Baisu's tone. As if nothing happened last night. Such psychological quality is far inferior to that of ordinary people. I'm a teacher after all, so it's normal to be thick-skinned. Baisu's figure froze for a moment. And then he said casually, being a teacher, bitch? Lin-Chiron finally understood the special meaning of this word. The several instruments Baisu brought back were all unfamiliar to her. But seeing how much she valued them, Lin-Chi helped to repair them. And repairing such a precision instrument can give him something to gain. So I moved it to the operating table, disassembled it piece by piece, found the damaged parts, and repaired it piece by piece. I want to make a horn bow using third-level mutated horns. I wonder if Teacher Bai has any suggestions. After finishing his work, Lin-Chi walked over to Baisu, put his hand on her, and squeezed it gently. After all the hard work, there must be some reward. Baisu's body trembled, and he quickly moved forward. After avoiding Lin-Chi's hand, he turned around and leaned on the table. Ox horns are indeed suitable for making bows, but a lot of auxiliary materials need to be added, and the process is complicated. However, mutant beasts are different from ordinary creatures. Their horns are already condensed with the essence of the body. They only need to be polished into a suitable form, and it will be a bow. A powerful weapon. Baisu looked at Lin-Chi warily, and looked up at the stairs from time to time. At this moment, he could vaguely hear the laughter of Tuanchuan and Shaoling coming from upstairs. This tense and exciting feeling made her cheeks get hot involuntarily. Baisu pushed up his glasses and tried to keep himself calm. But he didn't know that the more he acted like this, the more unique attraction he felt. So that's it. Then I have an idea. Lin-Chi turned around and came to the corner, placed the two huge horns on the operating table, and began to make gestures. The original recurve bow could no longer meet his needs. Every time he stretched the bow to the extreme, there would be an overwhelming sound from the bow arm, and it might break completely at some point. Possessing a powerful bow made of third-level mutant horns is an urgent matter. The horn of a third-level mutant beast has extremely strong toughness. It is difficult to cut it apart with ordinary cutting machines. You need a laser cutting machine. And I can also help you get composite materials such as bowstrings. A laser cutting machine is not a precious thing, but it will definitely take a lot of time to find it now. But Baisu had used this kind of thing in the scientific research building, and it was not a civilian version. Get one for me after get off work tomorrow. As soon as he heard that there was such a convenient thing, Lin-Chi couldn't wait. If he could make the bow earlier, he would be more confident in his hand. I can only get you a damaged one. As for whether you can repair it, I'm not sure. Baisu pouted. The laser cutting machine used in scientific research is almost like a laser weapon. It can't be obtained so easily, even for scrap products in the warehouse. You still need to use the relationship of an Xion and spend a lot of points. She had just complained a few times when she saw Lin-Chi walking over and hugging her waist. Teacher Bai, who was still a little domineering at first, instantly collapsed and relied on Lin-Chi's hand for support. When you get your things back, how about I study hard with you in the evening? Teacher Bai? Lin-Chi turned clockwise with one hand and counterclockwise with the other. The sensations in different directions made Teacher Bai feel like the world was spinning, and his consciousness almost spun. I'll do my best. Biting her lip with difficulty. After saying these words, a confused look appeared in Baisu's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of messy footsteps came from the stairs. Lin-Chi quickly retracted his hand, pressed Baisu on the chair, and turned around to operate the instruments beside him. Tuanchuan first took a look to make sure Baisu was here, and then took Su Shaoling to the basement. Teacher Bai, are you free? The two of them had been chatting for a long time in the living room, but Su Shaoling finally brought the topic to her body. After a few words, Tuanchuan said that she would take Su Shaoling to see Teacher Bai. What's wrong? After Baisu took several deep breaths, the blush on his face had completely disappeared. His breathing was steady, and his temperament was deep. It's like this. Isn't the teacher off today? Sister Xiaoling happens to be here. Can you help her check up? Tuanchuan was a little embarrassed. After all, he had accepted the favor. But it was Teacher Bai who was in trouble. Okay. Let her come over. There happens to be a scanning equipment here. I will simply help her take a look. Bai Su stood up. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable, it was still easy to hide it from the two little girls. The scanner is a small handheld one that needs to be scanned little by little against the body, and the data will be transferred to the computer. This thing was just repaired by Lin Qi. Lin Qi, please tidy up the table, and let Xiaoling lie down on it. Bai Su immediately gave instructions. When it comes to his own field, this kind of professionalism emerges. Connect the lines, pull in the instruments, and in a short while, you're ready. The function of this scanner is not perfect. Xiaoling will have to take off all her clothes later. Otherwise some places will not be visible clearly through her clothes. Bai Su put on her gloves. It was rare to have experimental material at her mercy, and she felt inexplicably excited. You want to take off your clothes? Should I avoid it? Lin Qi stood aside and asked boringly. Just after saying this, the three of them looked over at the same time. One with scrutiny, one with dissatisfaction, and the other with a hint of shyness. Nonsense. Do you want to see the body of a teenage girl? Bai Su glared at Lin Qi, his tone full of expulsion. Chapter 96. Pay attention to safety. What a good girl. It's a pity that I don't have an elder brother. Lin Qi hummed a little tune and walked upstairs slowly. It was getting late now, so he just went back to his home like a good man and prepared dinner. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Mutton is known as a man's gas station. So Lin Qi sliced some mutton leg meat and cooked a pot of mutton bone soup. When everything was ready, the three of them came up from the basement. Xiaoling was a little cautious. After all, her body had just been checked. Although they were both women, she would be embarrassed to be exposed in front of the two of them. The blush on her face was still there, and her body was still a little cold from taking off her clothes. Here, drink some mutton soup to warm yourself up. Lin Qi brought out the soup. No Sanhua egg custard was added. It didn't look white, but it tasted very fresh. Thank you, Brother Lin. Xiaoling blushed. A feeling of being cared for came to her heart, and her eyes when looking at Lin Qi were somewhat different. She held the big bowl in both hands and drank happily. After all, they were greeting guests, so Tuan didn't feel anything. However, Bai Su noticed something different and frowned and stared at Lin Qi. Teacher Bai, drink some too. Lin Qi seemed not to notice, and handed Bai Su another bowl, which made the seriousness on her face relax. Finally it was Tuanchuan's turn. But this girl didn't realize anything at all. The steaming hot pot made the four people feel warm and completely relaxed without realizing it. By the way, how was your inspection just now? Lin Qi was still very curious about this matter. Although Xiaoling looked a little immature, her face shape and facial features were all that of a beauty. Once she grows up, she will definitely be a stunning beauty. When Bai Su heard Lin Qi's inquiry, he stopped the chopsticks in his hand and considered his tone. Although Xiaoling's body has stopped growing, her body functions are as high as those of an adult. After the gene awakens, it will slowly adjust the physical defects. Now it is only one level short of the perfection of gene awakening. If it can be supplemented by external substances, it should be able to. There is a chance for redevelopment. Bai Su only said the best aspect, but in fact, she didn't have a shred of hope in her heart. After all, ordinary awakened people, even if their body genes are not defective, can only withstand a maximum of 13 gene crystals to improve their own genes. However, Xiaoling only absorbed 7 and has reached gene saturation, which is far lower than normal human standards, unless the first stage gene lock is opened, and then the second stage gene crystal is absorbed to supplement the genetic defects. Then there is hope. Maybe it will grow up in a few days. Lin Qi heard the implication of Bai Su's words and silently mourned for Xiaoling. Being a legal loli is quite eye-catching. Actually, I've long been used to it. There's nothing wrong with being smaller. At least I can save some fabric. Su Xiaoling chuckled, her young face filled with a sunny smile. After dinner, it was completely dark. The four of them talked for a while in the living room, and Xiaoling was ready to leave. Lin Qi sent the person out. Originally, as an awakened person, there was no need to worry about walking at night. Brother Lin, please give it to me. I'm a little afraid of the dark. Su Xiaoling shrank her neck. A chill came over her. making her thin body shrink into a ball. Okay. It just so happens that I know the way too. Lin Chi still didn't know where the two siblings lived, so he just sent Su Xiaoling back to say hello to Su Sr. After all, there were important things to do tomorrow. The two walked on the dark road, one behind the other, both in silence. Brother Lin, can you really help people open the genetic lock? When she was about to arrive at her residence, Su Xiaoling finally couldn't hold it any longer and asked in a trembling voice. Well, don't listen to Tuan Tuan's nonsense. She turned on the gene lock because the power of awakening is somewhat special. People's constitutions are different. What works for her may not work for you. Lin Chi looked Xiaoling up and down. She had only taken 7 genetic crystals and had reached the limit of endurance. In other words, according to the formal lock-picking method, she would have to endure it 3,000 times. I don't know if this small body can hold up. How do you know it can't work? You have to give it a try. What if it opens for me all of a sudden? Su Xiaoling still held a trace of fantasy in her heart, and her eyes were full of pleading. Seeing the pleading face of the little potato in front of him, Lin Chi couldn't bear it, so he reached out and put his hand on her head. The imaginary unlocking prompt did not appear, which made Lin Chi feel both disappointed and a little lucky. Let's do this. I'll discuss it with teacher by later and find a solution based on your physical condition. What do you think? Su Xiaoling shook her head, thinking that Lin Chi was stroking her head to comfort her, so her little head hung lower. Thank you, Brother Lin. I understand. After that, he turned around and walked towards the small foreign-style building with a gloomy look. The place where she and Susan lived was a separate small building with only a simple iron fence. The window on the second floor was still dimly lit. When they walked to the front of the building, the window just opened. Susan was standing in front of the window, always looking outside. Susan, come over for dinner tomorrow morning, and then accompany me to buy some things. Lin Chi stretched out his hand to say hello, and after watching Su Xiaoling enter the room, he turned and walked towards the villa. Back at the villa, Bai Su had gone to the basement to continue research, while Tianquan was waiting for Lin Chi in the living room. Seeing Lin Chi coming back, he hurriedly greeted him. Husband, I have put the bath water. Let's go take a bath. This was the time for the two of them to be alone. How could Tianquan not seize the opportunity? After saying that, he pulled Lin Chi and started to go upstairs. Lin Chi couldn't be disappointed by such a proactive approach. After entering the room, he quickly took off his clothes. The water temperature in the bathtub is just right. In such a chaotic situation, it is undoubtedly a very enjoyable thing to take a hot bath. And it is also a very special hot bath. At first, it was a water bath, but after some bumps, it gradually turned into a milk bath. The two of them went from the bathroom to the bed. Their bodies never separated from the beginning to the end. Without the super physical strength of the awakened person, they would not have been able to persevere. Honey, be safe. Be safe. When she felt that she had reached the limit of endurance, Tianquan couldn't help but remind her. Don't worry. I came up with a brilliant idea. I can use my mental power to get things out afterwards to ensure safety. Since awakening his spiritual power, Lin Chi has been practicing silently, trying various subtle control techniques, and taking objects from different parts of his body, which are not worth mentioning at all. After Ming Jin withdrew his troops, Lin Chi mobilized his mental power to slowly guide him, like squeezing out toothpaste, withdrawing all the input he had just entered. Early the next morning, the two exercised in bed, and Lin Chi went out to continue exercising. Although as an awakened person, his physique has been greatly improved, daily exercise can still bring about weak benefits. After his muscles and bones were fully activated, Lin Chi directly opened the genetic lock and enjoyed the release of his body's instincts. After Tianquan got up and made breakfast, the Su brothers and sisters also came to the villa. After the four of them had eaten, the two stayed to look after the house. Lin Chi and Susan were discussing today's actions in the living room. In the future safe zone, every inch of land will definitely be valuable. Even if you don't want to do some business, occupying a spacious place will be more convenient, and they will definitely recruit other members in the future. After all, in the apocalypse, if you are alone, you can't solve it yourself every time you encounter trouble. The most ideal place in Lin Chi's mind is to the east of the safe zone. Most of the safe zone is a campus, surrounded by service industries. If you want to find a car for a shop, you have to go to the edge. Lin Chi held a map in his hand and locked the two locations above. Both locations are to the east of the safety zone, but one is a 4S shop and the other is an auto repair shop, which is a bit far away from them. Let's go take a look here first. If it's suitable, find an Xion and take it down. Even in the east of the city, it would take a lot of time to walk there. So Lin Chi drove out of his modified car. The 3-meter-wide modified car was driving on the road, and no one with a sharp eye dared to block it. The journey was smooth, and following the coordinates on the map, the two quickly arrived at the chosen location. The first place is a 4S store, but it has been used as a temporary parking lot at the moment. The surrounding garbage trucks are parked here, and there are many people coming in and out, all of them survivors working in the ruins. It is very difficult to take down this kind of place occupied by the safe zone. Therefore, Lin Chi did not stop, directly started the modified car and headed to another location. After passing a few more streets, we came to another auto repair shop. What came into view was a dilapidated ruins. Half of the yard of the auto repair shop was affected by the bombing. A black smoke filled the air. The interior was in disarray. Most of the things had been looted by the survivors. But the only 3-story building, it's fairly well preserved. But fortunately, this is still a no man's land. Come on. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Chi parked the car on the side of the road, got out of the car, kicked open the ajar door, and walked towards the repair shop. The sound of the door alerted the survivors who were in the repair shop. When they saw the tall Susan, the few people who originally wanted to declare their territory stopped their voices and cautiously stepped aside. But seeing that the two of them were not carrying weapons, one of them became hardened. Brother, we set our sights on this place first, so don't feel uncomfortable coming. There were 5 of them in total, and there was movement coming from upstairs, as if they had been living here for a long time. Lin Chi looked at the yard of the repair shop. It was much larger than the repair shop where he used to renovate armored vehicles. There were many scrap cars piled up in the yard, and half of the walls collapsed. The tires in the middle looked like they had been burned for a long time, and there were scattered dust around them. The colored steel tiles of the shack where cars were being repaired at the back were torn off, and half of them fell outside. Susan, take them. Before Lin Chi finished speaking, a cry for help suddenly came from the second floor. The window broke, and a head with long hair came out. Help! Help us! The voice was hoarse and crying, obviously suppressed for a long time. I advise you to mind your own business. The knife in my hand has just been sharpened. The expressions of the 5 people all changed, and they stood up one after another and picked up the weapons placed aside. Susan, kill them all. The woman who smashed her head against the glass at the second floor window was obviously not wearing any clothes. It didn't take much to figure out what was happening above. Good. Susan was stunned for a moment and nodded solemnly. Chapter 97 Strong Asen. Where did you come from for pretending? I am also an awakened person. Hearing the calm voices of the two, there was a sudden feeling of being slighted, which made all 5 people feel particularly unhappy. Anyone who can survive the apocalypse has 2 skills, especially those who have similar odors. Seeing Susan's strong figure, he subconsciously thought that the opponent lacked flexibility. So one of the agile awakeners jumped up and rushed out quickly. Everyone who has killed someone knows that once you have tried this feeling, your inner desires will be released infinitely, and you will even often think about how to kill someone the second time and how to get a fatal blow. The awakened person who rushed over had this idea, but what he liked was the feeling of the sharp blade cutting into other people's muscles. It's very fast. The speed awakener's body coordination is very good. Although he is running fast, the knife in his hand is extremely stable. Seeing the faint madness on the other person's face, Lin Chi decisively pulled out the pistol from his waist. Boom! One shot hits double yellow. No. I was clearly aiming for the head. Lin Chi looked at the guy holding his crotch and rolling on the ground screaming in surprise, and looked at the gun in his hand doubtfully. This bullet dropped quite a bit. Damn! This guy has a gun. The appearance of a gun completely broke the balance, and the remaining 4 people turned around and ran upstairs. Perhaps in their opinion, after taking the people upstairs hostage, their hope of survival would be greater. The more bad people are, when they encounter this kind of situation, they will pray for their opponents to be kind. However, just as they turned around and fled, Lin Chi raised his gun and fired again. One person's head exploded on the spot. One spine was broken. One kneeled down in pain, clutching his waist, and the last one's neck was torn, and a stream of blood spurted out. It turns out this is the most vulnerable part that can always be hit. Lin Chi had a vague understanding in his heart. When the first man rushed over, he saw him taking out a pistol and subconsciously guarded his head. so the bullet would choose the most suitable place to land. The same is true for the remaining 4 people. Maybe some people have tough heads and cannot be killed with one shot. But overall, they have lost their combat effectiveness. Susan, I'll leave these people to you. Don't leave them alive. Lin Chi explained again and slowly walked upstairs. I am not a murderous person. But in this situation, I can't avoid being cruel. Now that I have done it, I must do it thoroughly. When they came to the stairs, the man holding his waist was still crawling up. Lin Chi simply gave him a big blow, which shocked him for a second and made him fall down the stairs. Arriving at the room on the 2nd floor, Lin Chi opened the door, but did not enter. We have killed those 5 people. You can put on your clothes and leave by yourself. It's the end of the world. Apart from death, nothing else is a big deal. Right? The crying in the room stopped suddenly. But there was still some sobbing. Thank you for saving us. We will find a way to repay you. The voice that spoke was that of the woman who banged her head against the glass. Lin Chi didn't respond, turned around and went downstairs. If they go in, they will undoubtedly see an unsightly scene. And it is also a troublesome matter. It is better to leave them with the last dignity, and let this matter be completely buried in their hearts. The trauma may heal slowly, but if there is a witness, they will always be reminded of the pain they have experienced. After going downstairs, Susan had broken the necks of several people who were still breathing, dragged out the bodies, and threw them outside. Strong as Sin, he is decisive in killing. Seeing Susan kill him without any hesitation, Lin Chi couldn't help but extend his thumb. I won't show any mercy when facing this kind of person. Last time, I almost got Xiaoling injured because of a single thought. I won't make this kind of mistake again, Susan said with a serious face, as if he had just crushed a few ants to death. Let's go. Leave here first. Go back to the logistics director and see if we can take over this place. In the future, if you go out to collect supplies or hunt mutant beasts, you will definitely need a suitable place to deal with them. The villa is deep in the safe zone, so it will definitely be inconvenient to go back and forth. And the space inside is not large. If this repair shop takes a rest, it can just be used as a camp. And then it can be run by recruiting some survivors. The modified vehicle slowly drove away and was about to disappear at the end of the road when a few embarrassed figures slowly walked out of the door of the repair shop and watched the armored vehicle go away. Returning to the villa area, Lin Chi parked the car and did not plan to go out again. The next thing only needs Bai Su to come forward. With her friendship with an Xian, it can only be done with one sentence. On the contrary, if Lin Chi follows the procedure step by step, he is afraid that he will not be able to win the prize next spring. Piece of land. With this kind of relationship, there is no need to use it. The energy that Bai Su can exert by staying in the safe zone is far more than this. The 4 of them stayed in the villa until the afternoon. When Bai Su came back from get off work, they brought back a cart full of discarded instruments. Come and help unload the truck. Bai Su stood at the gate with his hands on his hips and shouted at the few people who came after hearing the news. Today she deliberately left work a little early in order to get these things back early. Yo, I came back with a full load. There was a pickup truck parked at the door of the villa, which was piled with instruments. They were probably all scrap products. After all, a layer of dust was obvious. But these are nothing to Lin Chi. Any machine in his hands is just dismantled. With Susan around, he quickly unloaded everything from the car and moved it back to the basement. After they all went up, Bai Su leaned against the table and looked at Lin Chi with a half smile. I heard in the scientific research building today that a third-order mutant beast that was originally planned to be hunted in the safe area was secretly hunted by survivors outside. The mutated beast had long been noticed by the safe zone, and they had been waiting for it to break through the 3rd level to obtain the materials and genetic crystals on it. Unexpectedly, it was snatched away by others only a few days late. Whoever kills the wild monsters outside belongs to the same person. I can't be allowed to kill them just because others take a look at them. Right? Lin Chi looked indifferent and killed everyone. Did he want him to spit it out? How do you plan to use that 3rd-order genetic crystal? Bai Su looked forward to it. She hadn't studied the 3rd-order genetic crystal yet, so she didn't know how much energy it contained. Keep the genetic fluid for use. As for the crystallization, make it into a 3rd-level energy core device. I just need this. The 3rd-level energy device is the key to improving mechanical transformation skills. And after the repair shop is won, your armored vehicle will soon receive a new upgrade. When the mobile fortress is completed, you can go wherever you want. Bai Su seemed to have guessed Lin Chi's thoughts and was not surprised. but still put forward his own suggestions. I think you can keep a portion of the decomposed crystals. I can take those crystals to the scientific research building and use their photolithography machine to create a super biological computer chip for you, using the special characteristics of third-order biological crystals. If successful, this computer may have powerful intelligence. Baisu's biological notebook is a chip made of first-order biological crystals. It is far superior to ordinary computers in terms of calculation and processing. It's a good idea, but it's unrealistic. Do you think they won't monitor your actions? Lin Chi didn't want to take such a risk. If this thing was discovered, it would be easy to find him by following the clues. How would he explain it then? It's safest to use things privately. That's a pity. The previous experiments have been successful. At this stage, the core system of the Beijing Security Zone is the biochip made of third-order crystals, which already has preliminary intelligence. Since Lin Chi did not agree, Baisu did not continue to press. After all, her idea was still somewhat dangerous. In addition to the laser cutting machine, the instruments Baisu brought back this time also included a biological petri dish to study the source of the virus. Lin Chi placed the things on the open space in the basement, put his hand on the instrument, and felt the principles of the machine. After a while, the structure and performance of this laser cutting machine were all understood. If I increase the power of the laser cutting machine and equip it with an energy device, can I make a powerful laser weapon? In fact, this laser cutting machine can be used as a simple weapon with a little modification. But power and energy are a big problem. Of course, the Federation has already developed an advanced version, but it has not been made public. When this thought came into my mind, it was out of control. Using a second-level energy device would not last long, but a third-level energy device was enough to achieve the energy conversion required for use. Lin Chi calmly repaired the laser cutting machine, having already made up his mind to dismantle it and renovate it after using it. The two of them were busy in the basement. Tu Enchuan and Xiaoling were preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Susan went outside to clean the modified car parked in the yard. I will bring back a copy of the materials for decomposing third-order gene crystals tomorrow. I can also help you get the SHL of the energy device. But my points have been used up, and I still owe some to the scientific research department. Baisu has spent all her points on the things she has brought back in the past few days, and she even paid part of them in advance. I will transfer some points to you later. If there is an important instrument, and you damage it with a little tamper, wouldn't the price be much cheaper? Lin Chi gave Baisu a brilliant idea. He would definitely need a lot of precision instruments in the future, so it would be good to prepare in advance. Your idea is really bad. Although Baisu sounded a little disdainful, he still kept these words in his heart. Who would cherish the things belonging to the public? Besides, I need your help with something tomorrow. Lin Chi put down the tools in his hands and walked slowly behind Baisu. Before he got close, you could feel Baisu's body standing up straighter involuntarily. Why are your legs so tight? Chapter 98 Biology Lesson. The body's subconscious reaction must be deliberately preparing for something. Just as Baisu relaxed, he felt Lin Chi slap him. Subconsciously, I wanted to scream, but I remembered that there were others upstairs, so I endured it. Contact Minister Anan tomorrow and tell her that we want to open a repair shop and ask her to help with the approval. The sooner the better. Lin Chi didn't let go of the hand he patted down, but covered it and kneaded it slowly. Teacher Bai just likes this kind of excitement. If she cooperates at this time, even if the request is too excessive, I'm afraid she won't refuse. What do you want to do again? Teacher Bai leaned his whole body in Lin Chi's arms, raising his head slightly, feeling the heat on his neck, and a numbing feeling gradually spread throughout his body. Don't inquire about men's affairs. Once the matter is settled, it will be much easier to leave here and go to the safe area of the capital. Lin Chi's free hand slowly passed through the gap in his clothes, climbing over the mountains and ridges, and finally occupied the high ground. Not as big as Tu Enchuan, but you are pretty good. It can be held in one palm and just overflows, giving people a feeling of being in the palm of your hand. After 4 or 5 minutes, Lin Chi lost the sense of freshness, so he took back his warmed hands, returned to the console, and began to study his new weapon. Teacher Bai sat on the chair and rested for a long time, then tidied up his messy clothes and patted his cheek gently. You do this every time. What's the point? The excitement was exciting, but this feeling of neither going up nor going down made her feel even more depressed. The main thing is that there's something wrong with the clothes you're wearing today. I'm afraid your scientific research coat will get wrinkled. In fact, Lynchie noticed that someone upstairs was approaching the stairs, so he backed away some distance. Baisu looked at her white coat. After get off work, she didn't change clothes at all. In order to facilitate research, she basically wore this outfit every day. I couldn't help but murmur a few words in my heart, and after resting for a while, I started my research again. Lynchie already had preliminary ideas for the oxhorn bow. From the original recurve bow, the arrow rest was removed and the thickness of the bow arm was increased. Only the best parts of the two horns were cut and polished. After the mark was drawn, they were placed on the laser cutting machine and the machine was turned on. The red laser slowly traced along the plan lines, and the air was instantly filled with a burning smell. But this did not affect anything. Lynchie spent 2 hours cutting the two horns, consuming a second-level energy device before cutting out the specific shape of the bow arm. The material of horn has extremely strong toughness and elasticity. Coupled with the characteristics of mutant beasts, the performance has been improved countless times. If this bow was made, its power and range would probably be more than 10 times greater than the original bow. It was already late at night. Baisu had gone upstairs to rest early, and Lynchie was the only one in the basement. After packing up his things, Lynchie was also ready to go upstairs to rest and end his busy day. In a short period of time, when there is no shortage of materials, making equipment that can enhance strength is the most correct choice. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Lynchie saw the door was ajar and pushed it open. When he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom, he understood. Is Tuanchuan laundering his innocence again? Although the bathroom door was locked, this did not prevent Lynchie from opening it easily. So he prepared for a sneak attack. Hearing a click, he easily unscrewed the door lock. As soon as he opened a gap, Lynchie noticed something was wrong. She already knew her round figure very well. She was the kind of person who would float when she lay in the bathtub. If she stood, she would have the most dazzling headlights flashing. But this thin figure with his back turned to the bath, his head covered with foam, looks like straight bamboo poles. And he has no desire to look at it. This kid. Why don't you lock the door when you take a shower? Lynchie slammed the door shut, vaguely heard an exclamation coming from inside, and then walked towards another room. Sure enough, Tuanchuan was making the bed in another room. And when she saw Lynchie coming, she turned around and smiled. Husband, you can sleep here tonight. Sister Shaoling will share a room with me. Tuanchuan didn't realize that Lynchie had entered the room, and thought he had just gone upstairs to check. Okay, don't talk too late at night, and go to bed early. After working in the basement for such a long time, Lynchie felt a little tired. He opened the bathroom and took a quick shower, then laid down on the bed and went to sleep. However, the two people next door were very excited. The blush on Xiaoling's cheeks never dissipated after she came out of the bathroom. How could she not realize who opened the door and came in just now? The two of them hid under the covers and whispered. But most of them were related to Lynchie. Unknowingly, they almost put themselves into Tuanchuan's role. The next morning, Baisu was still the first to get up and go to work. It was almost 9 o'clock before Lynchie walked out of the room. After skipping breakfast for a day, I feel as if my body has lost all strength and is listless. After some simple exercises in the courtyard, he returned to the basement and continued polishing the two thick bow arms. The grip is also made of leftover material from horns, and is connected to the bow arm using multi-layer pressing. In this way, even if all the strength is used, it will not be able to break away due to the force exerted in both directions. Time passed quickly when he was focusing on his work. Lynchie even ate lunch in the basement. It wasn't until Baisu came back in the evening that he realized that he had been in the basement all day. I have mentioned to Minister today that the location of the repair shop is relatively remote, and the safety zone has not yet requisitioned that area. If you want to open a repair shop, you need to rent the land and pay some points. Baisu also briefly learned about it. The location of the repair shop was just on the edge of the bombing zone. At this stage, it could only be called a wasteland. Even survivors rarely dared to stay nearby. But in the future, every inch of land in the safe zone will definitely be at a premium, and buildings will be built even in bombing zones. How are the points calculated? Lynchie looked back and felt his eyes light up. Today, Teacher Bai is still wearing that white coat, but there is something different inside. A yellow sweater represents the truth in her heart. She wears black pants and cotton slippers. It was obvious that he had changed his clothes before coming to the basement, and he was afraid of looking strange, so he put on a white coat. 10,000 points in the first year, but it may be recalculated in the second year. In fact, speaking of it, The land acquired in the first year was of little use to ordinary people, and could only be used as a warehouse. These 10,000 points are basically just a name for use. 10,000 is 10,000. We may not be able to stay here for a year. Hearing that half of the work was done, Lin Shi felt more relieved. So he stopped what he was doing and came to Teacher Bai. As soon as he got closer, Teacher Bai's breathing gradually became faster. Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling are cooking. They won't come down for at least half an hour. You won't quit halfway, right? Bai Su's eyes were blurry. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even in her sleep, the scene of working in the basement would appear. And then the picture gradually overlapped with the study materials. Half an hour is enough. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on. Lin Shi also realized that the time has come for the two of them to take a step further. If they continue to have simple friction, I am afraid that if they are suppressed for a long time, Teacher Bai will have more perverted thoughts in his heart. So I took Teacher Bai to a corner of the basement and created a good environment where things would not be broken. Get on the table. Reaching out and patting his buttocks, Teacher Bai obediently laid down on the table and raised his head. The white coat was pushed up in an arc and pulled open along the slit. Lin Shi suddenly touched something that didn't belong in the back. Are you wearing your pants inside out? How strange that there is a zipper on the butt. Pull it open and take a look. Teacher Bai turned around and smiled charmingly. Then slowly took off his glasses. The zipper was wet. As Lin Shi slowly opened it, Bai Su's brows became tangled together, and he took a deep breath. Lin Shi also unzipped his zipper and knocked on the door 3 times. Teacher Bai, are you ready to start studying? Without permission, Lin Shi still stood still. Come in. Let's start class. Bai Su bit her lip, but her voice was very serious, as if she was really teaching her students. What class? Lin Shi slowly approached and asked in his ear. I have a PhD in biology, so naturally I have to take a biology class. What I will teach you next is a junior high school biology class. The content of Chapter 8. After half an hour of studying, Lin Shi was still not finished. But the class was over. If he wanted to continue this kind of class, he could only wait until the bell rang next time. Bai Su took out the towel that had been prepared from his pocket and wiped the faint blood on his body. Can't you tell that my pants are wet? After wiping it clean, I was still a little worried. Dark-colored pants are hard to spot if they get wet. Lin Shi stood aside and looked up and down. At this time, he found that Bai Su's temperament was slightly different. Is there any blood on your clothes? She lifted up her white coat again and looked at it carefully. After confirming that there was no blood, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go upstairs to wash up and change clothes. After saying that, when he walked to Lin Shi's side, he slowly came up and kissed Lin Shi gently on the face. Teacher Bai was originally a very mature woman, but her maturity has always been imitated. But now, she really has that charm. Even the way he walks is slightly different. I didn't expect that Teacher Bai is still a bitch. He is so slutty on the inside, and so pure on the body. Afterwards, he lit 2 cigarettes. Lin Shi smoked one, and used the rest to dispel the faint smell of the basement. At dinner, Bai Su had already taken a shower, changed clothes, and commented on Tuanchuan and Xiaoling's craftsmanship in a calm tone, which was completely different from the previous expression when he was lying on the table begging for mercy. Husband, Xiaoling still wants to stay with us tonight. Please, you can only sleep alone. After dinner, Tuanchuan was still a little happy. After all, she got along well with Xiaoling last night. Okay, I may be busy for a long time at night, so you can just go to bed early. Lin Shi didn't even raise his head and responded directly. Bai Su, who had just reached the stairs, suddenly stopped in his steps. Chapter 99 Forming a Team. It's just that Lin Shi was busy until late at night, and then went straight back to sleep, without giving Bai Su a chance to take advantage of him. The next day, Lin Shi asked Susan to go to the safe area to recruit some people who knew about car repairs, while he went to the logistics department to go through the procedures with an XIN. Nowadays, paper document procedures are no longer required in the safe zone. You only need to download information on your ID card to have legal procedures. When the time comes to check, you can also clearly view the complete information, with the reputation of an XIN, and with the green light all the way. It only took 10 minutes to update the ID card information. When he returned to the villa area, Susan had been waiting at the gate of the villa area for a while, with 2 people following him. Captain, I recruited 2 people who had worked as car repairmen before. I thought they were good people, so I brought them back. In front of outsiders, Susan directly changed his title to establish Lin Chi's prestige as captain. Okay. I'll transfer 5,000 points to you. You can drive them to the repair shop later, and recruit some temporary workers to tidy it up. It was impossible for Lin Chi to personally come forward for such a trivial matter. Now that he had a trustworthy teammate like Susan, he only needed to spend some points to do it. Driving that hot rod? Susan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Such a domineering modified car is very attractive to any man. Well, go ahead, and try to clean up the repair shop and build the walls within 3 days. Then we will start forming a team to go out and collect supplies. Winter has not passed yet, so the risk of going out will be smaller. Once spring arrives, you must always be on guard against those ubiquitous bugs, and the risk factor will be greatly increased by then. Search for more supplies now, so you can be more prepared when the time comes. Susan returned to the villa excitedly, drove out the modified car, took 2 newly recruited teammates, and drove towards the repair shop while slamming the accelerator. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling did not come downstairs, and Lin Chi did not bother them, and came to the basement alone. After switching on and off the gene lock many times, Lin Chi could feel the limit of his ability to withstand the first-order gene crystals at any time. Feeling that the bottleneck state disappeared, he took another first-order gene fluid, pushing his limit to the state of 16 crystals. Most people can take at most 10 gene crystals, and their body's gene tolerance reaches the upper limit. Some special people may be able to take 1 or 2 more, but they are already rare. If Lin Chi takes 16 pills directly, his power under normal conditions is almost as good as that of an ordinary person who has turned on the gene lock state. Taking advantage of the fact that the violent power in his body had nowhere to vent, Lin Chi continued to polish his bow and adjusted it to the perfect state. In the evening, Baisu brought back a specially prepared decomposition liquid. The 2 decomposed the 3rd-level gene crystals and prepared to make a 3rd-level energy device. The highly efficient decomposition solution can greatly shorten the decomposition time, so the genetic fluid was decomposed after only 3 hours. The crystals were purified separately and set aside. Those colloids were also of great use. Brushing a piece of this diluted gel on the finished horn bow can greatly improve the strength and toughness of the main material, and the processing of the 3-stage mutated black cowhide is also inseparable from this kind of thing. The task was too complicated for the 2 of them to handle, so Tuanchuan and Xiaoling were also called down. The 4 people had a clear division of labor and quickly completed all the processes. The 3rd-level energy device is more than twice as large as the 2nd-level one. It is shaped like a cylinder as thick as an arm, with a faint red energy flow visible in the middle. It only needs to be installed and fixed, and connected to the energy output ports on both sides to provide a steady stream of energy. Electricity? Baisu roughly calculated that although this mutant black bull had just advanced to the 3rd-level mutant beast, the strength of its genetic crystallization was far more than 10 times greater than that of the 2nd-level mutant beast. It's a pity that the technological level of the Central Plain Security Zone is not perfect. If some nuclear fusion materials can be added to it, its energy efficiency may be increased by more than 100 times. In Baisu's opinion, this simple treatment is really a waste of this 3rd-order gene crystal, but it is better than nothing at the moment. For 3 days, Lin Chi worked on the horn bow in the basement. After constant adjustments, he finally adjusted the bow to the most perfect level. Susan, who was in the repair shop, also reorganized the factory. He repaired the collapsed walls and rebuilt the repair room. He also had several abandoned cars repaired and formed a small fleet. Susan drove the armored vehicle back and brought back the news of the completion of the mission. He has been living in the repair shop these days. Firstly, he is supervising the work of recruiting survivors. And secondly, he is afraid that someone will come and sabotage it. Fortunately, his physical intimidation has inadvertently scared away many jealous people. Let's go to the repair shop. Baisu has already gone to work. Her status makes it difficult for her to leave the villa area. She is afraid that as soon as she goes out, many people will stop her. Lin Chi left a note in Teacher Bai's room and put the study materials on it. Teacher Bai would not be too bored during his absence these days. Then the 4 of them took the modified car and headed towards the repair shop in the east of the city. Captain, I have recruited 5 more car repairmen and some handymen who clean the repair shop in the past few days. I give them 5 points every day, and they work very hard. On the way, Susan and Lin Chi reported on the work situation. Although it cost some points, the effect was surprisingly good. After all, 1 day of building a city wall only costs 5 points, and the intensity of the work is much more tiring. Don't be reluctant to spend your points. It will be fine if you spend all these 100,000 points before next spring. Lin Chi didn't care about these false extraneous things at all. Only when they are used in the right way can these points be of value. Otherwise they are just a number. The modified car drove near the repair shop and saw that the nearby road had been cleared. The door was open, and several people were busy inside. The collapsed courtyard wall has also been rebuilt, creating a spacious space in the courtyard. And several pickup trucks and box trucks are parked in the courtyard. Seeing the unique modified car approaching, everyone in the hospital put down their work and quickly stood in a row. Brother Sin. More than a dozen people spoke together, neatly and loudly. Very good. Let me introduce you to this. This is the owner of the repair shop and the captain of our search team. From now on, your stay will be decided by the captain. If you perform well, your treatment will definitely not be bad. Susan only gave a brief introduction, then took a step back and handed over the right to speak to Lin Chi. Lin Chi looked at everyone. The men Susan selected were all in their 30s or 40s, and they were all in good physical condition. They were not clerical white-collar workers who sat in the office all day. In today's environment, people who are careful are absolutely undesirable. Only those who are willing to endure hardships and stand hard work are the most suitable candidates. My name is Lin Chi. I am the owner of this repair shop and the leader of the search team. From now on, all of you will work for me. The repairman will stay to look after the house. I will give you 2 pistols for self-defense. If you dare to break into the repair shop if you are short-sighted, just shoot and kill me. If anything happens, I will be responsible. Lin Chi gave everyone a fierce shock when he opened his mouth. Even in the apocalyptic world, killing people is still a fearful thing. The remaining 10 who can drive will go out with me today to search for supplies. As long as you obey and do things honestly, I can promise that after 1 month, I will give each of you a tube of first-order genetic fluid. Others are collecting some abandoned vehicles nearby and towing them all back to the repair shop. I will pay you points when I come back, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. When you meet for the first time, you don't need to say too many high-sounding words. You just need to promise the benefits and let these people see the hope of survival. At the same time, if you can feel the power of the person you follow, you have achieved your goal. Lin Chi took the 2 rifles from the car and threw one to Sue Sr. This kind of murderous weapon undoubtedly made some people who had other ideas in their minds completely shut their mouths. Check the car one last time and check the gas tank. If there is no abnormality, get ready to go. Lin Chi looked around, and the next second everyone moved quickly. Captain, the inspection has been completed. There is nothing abnormal. You can leave at any time. Sufficient preparation made everyone feel more confident, and even their voices improved a lot. Set off! Lin Chi waved his hand, and the modified car started, leading the way up the ruins. The convoy spread for more than 20 meters. Although there were only 5 cars for the time being, the majestic momentum gave people an exciting feeling. The survivors who were rummaging for supplies in the ruins along the way looked at them with envy. Being able to join such a convoy was a very happy thing for ordinary survivors. After a journey of more than 10 kilometers, they soon came to the gap in the city gate, and the person responsible for guarding the sentry was an acquaintance of Lin Chi. Captain Fong. Lin Chi opened the car window and stretched out his hand to say hello. If he wanted to pass the sentry, he still needed to verify his identity. It's Brother Lin. Are you going out to search for supplies? Fong Su's eyes widened unknowingly when he saw this special modified car, especially the reinforced metal triangle cone in front of the car, which could easily collapse even the wall. We've formed a convoy. We're going to take our men out to see if there's anything we need. I'll go out and help you keep an eye on it. The 2 of them are familiar with each other, but if they want to maintain this relationship well, in addition to walking around more, it is still necessary to retain a little favor. When Fong Su heard Lin Chi's words, he stood up straighter, and his face felt brighter. After all, Lin Chi had given him enough face. No. How can we ask for your things? It's hard work to search for things. Just be careful. He waved his hand, asked the soldiers beside him to register, and then said okay. A small search team can only have 5 members. But now that there are a few more people, Fong Su can only turn a blind eye. After all, human relations require mutuality. The convoy drove out of the guard post and moved all the way through the bombing zone. Most of the outer areas had been collected by survivors or other search teams. Only by going farther can we gain more. Chapter 100 Xiaoling's Special Hobby. The convoy drove along the main road for 3 hours, and traces of looting could be seen everywhere along the way. The doors of the small shops were trampled on, and everything inside was looted. When encountering mutated zombies on the road, Lynchie always fired an arrow. The horn bow was very heavy. He only had to pull it out by a third, and the power was already greater than the previous recurve bow. He could easily penetrate the head of a zombie 50 meters away. After the shooting, there were still people to recover the arrows, although they were not allowed to fight. Being in close contact with the zombies would allow them to adapt in advance. It seems we have been here before. When passing by a street, Xiaoling looked outside curiously. That was the hotel where the 4 of them met before. I've stored some things nearby, and we'll take them out later. The horns of those mutated sheep were still kept in the furniture factory because there were too many of them. I don't know if they were stolen. The convoy stopped at the entrance of the furniture factory. Fortunately, the things here were basically not noticed by the survivors. You guys come down with me and take a look. Be careful. Although the zombies nearby have basically been cleared away, zombies still exist in some closed places, and they may have hid in the furniture factory at some point. Lynchie held a long knife in his hand, and the remaining people followed closely behind with weapons such as crowbars and rebar. It was the first time for these people to leave the safe zone, and they were somewhat cautious when facing the outside world. After entering the furniture factory, Lynchie breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the traces he left behind had not been moved. Go get that paint out of the way and open that warehouse. Since the door has not been touched, it means that the things are still inside, and there is no need to be so nervous. After hearing the words, the 2 stepped forward and moved the debris away. As soon as they opened the door, one of them screamed in horror and ran out of the distance. Oh my god! What a ghost! In the dim warehouse, a pair of sheep horns were placed just at the door, which made him subconsciously think that there was a mutant beast inside, and his heart rate soared to the limit. The remaining few behaved badly, and 2 even ran away directly. Lynchie saw all this, but didn't care about it. After all, it was the first time he encountered an emergency. Even if he was frightened to the point of peeing, it was understandable. But if it happens again next time, he will go out next time. You can't take it with you. What are you afraid of? It's just some sheep's horns. Go and carry the things back to the car. Let's continue setting off. After hearing Lynchie's words, these people slowly calmed down and stepped forward to take a look. Sure enough, the room was filled with large sheep horns. Then they put away their fear and moved forward one by one to carry them. After just a few trips back and forth, dozens of pairs of horns were all moved into a box. Lynchie handed out a few boxes of cigarettes and began to lecture. It was just a false alarm, but your performance disappointed me. If you encounter this kind of situation again next time, you should find another solution after you go back. If you don't put some pressure on them, next time they encounter this situation, they will still compete with each other to run faster instead of fighting bravely. Everyone was an adult. After being scolded, everyone looked a little embarrassed. However, no one dared to refute at this moment, and no one even dared to express their inner reluctance. Lynchie waved his hand, motioning for everyone to get in the car and continue driving forward. After another half an hour, we came to another street. There were few living streets in the industrial area, and the places where supplies could be stored were even more limited. Captain, the stores here have also been emptied. Let's change places. The 2 of them returned from exploring the store and found nothing. Generally, small shops like this have warehouses to stock the goods. Search the nearby buildings, especially the basements. Lynchie left 2 people to watch the car while the rest of the group searched nearby, including Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling. Most of the commercial buildings on the street are locked, and it is difficult to open such doors without professional tools. If you smash it forcefully, it will cause a lot of movement, and zombies and mutant beasts hiding nearby may be attracted. Husband, open the lock quickly. Tuan looked at the locked door in front of her and quickly urged. She knew Lynchie's unlocking ability. Lynchie touched his pocket and saw that he didn't bring any wire when he went out this time. So he took off a hairpin from Xiaoling's head, poke it into the keyhole, turn it gently, and the door will open. Brother Lin, what were you doing before? Xiaoling looked at Lynchie's straightforward methods with curiosity in her eyes. This method is hard to believe if you have never been there. This kind of lock is very simple. You can open it even if you try a lot. When I opened the door, there was a musty smell in the air. Apparently no one had come in here for a long time, which was good news. Lynchie took a quick look and made sure there was nothing dangerous inside. then motioned for the two of them to enter. This was a warehouse. Just as Lin Chi had imagined. There were some debris accumulated inside. And the musty smell before was the smell of damp and rotting cardboard boxes. Obviously, it is just a warehouse of a store next door, because there are steps in front of other commercial buildings. Only this one has a slope. And there are two obvious traces. This shows that goods are often transported from here. There was a flat cart at the door of the room. And further inside were boxes of beer, neatly placed in the corner. On the other side are some snacks with long shelf life. Instant noodles and the like. Although there are not many, it is still an unexpected surprise. Most of the boxes in the middle contain daily necessities, such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel, mops, and even toys, which shows the wide scope of the small store. Forget the beer. Just bring 2 boxes with you to drink. Take the liquor back with you. Disinfect this stuff around the repair shop to prevent it from breeding bugs in the future. The value of liquor is not just that. When converted into points, it is even more valuable than food. Moreover, most people are under a lot of stress in the apocalypse. Drinking 2 glasses in their spare time can also relieve stress. The 3 of them walked around the warehouse, and then walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. There are also some boxes stacked in several rooms on the 2nd floor, most of which are candies, chocolate, and dried fruits. These items are of relatively high value, so they are placed in categories. These things are great. They are much better than those junk foods. Lin Chi grabbed 2 handfuls of candies and chocolates and gave them to Tuanchuan and Xiaoling, letting them taste some first, and stuffed a handful into his pocket. I haven't had candy for a long time. This thing seems to be very expensive. Most people have read the points redemption list in the safe area in detail and remembered some relatively high-value items, among which sugar and chocolate are already considered luxury items. You can go ahead and eat. We can keep this for ourselves. Lin Chi has no shortage of daily necessities. There is no need to exchange these things for points. It is the right way to keep them for himself. The 3 of them were just about to go downstairs. But suddenly, there was a cry for help from the street. It seemed that one of the team members was in danger. Lin Chi went to the window and took a look. Someone had already run onto the street. The scream just now came from his mouth. However, Susan, who had been outside all the time, had already rushed over with rebar in hand. Even if there was any accident, he could easily handle it. Let's go down and take a look, and let them move the things in the warehouse to the car. Lin Chi walked downstairs slowly and walked towards the place where the accident happened. Captain, there are dead people. There are many dead people inside. One team member's face was pale, and even the hand holding the weapon was trembling. Don't panic. I'll go take a look. Lin Chi walked over quickly, and sure enough, when he arrived in front of the door, he smelled a disgusting smell. The smell is a bit fishy, but not very bad. After taking 2 puffs, you will feel nauseated and even feel a little uncomfortable in your body. Susan, who had entered the room at this moment, suddenly hit a corpse with a stick, and several white and tender insects rolled out from the damaged corpse. Don't come in! Susan shouted quickly and drove out several people in the room, especially Tuanchuan and Xiaoling, who wanted to come in to watch the fun. What's wrong? Lin Chi pushed aside a few people and walked in. Sure enough, there were several corpses piled up in the room, but there was a layer of transparent sticky substance on these bodies, as if they had melted. This is why so many people died, but there was no stench. It's maggots. Big maggots. A few maggots that Susan had beaten out were still wriggling on the ground. Their fat and white bodies were as thick as a thumb, with long tails trailing behind them. Moreover, the damaged corpses were so densely packed that it looked so disgusting. It's really delicious. Lin Chi frowned and took a look. There were 5 corpses in this room. They were piled together and almost melted into one piece. There were wounds on their heads. They had obviously been killed and put in this room. Unexpectedly, become a target for flies to lay eggs. Be careful. There might be mutant flies. Lin Chi has always been worried about the degree of mutation of bugs, but it is difficult to encounter them in the wild without deliberately looking for them. Even if there are bugs, they are all hidden, waiting for the temperature to rise before they wake up from their dormant state. However, there are still some relatively cold-resistant bugs that are active in winter, especially when the temperature has not yet dropped. Some bugs mutate in advance and may have the ability to withstand the cold. The room was a little dim, but this did not affect Lin Chi's vision. After searching around, he found nothing unusual, so he used his mental strength to explore the hidden corners bit by bit. After a long period of training, Lin Chi's mental power has been able to extend the surrounding 30 meters. But the control is still a bit reluctant. But it is easy to use for exploration. I scan the area with my mental power. And sure enough, I found a blowfly behind the curtain in the corner. This fly is not big, which proves that what has mutated is the eggs it lays. And there is nothing special about it itself. After being alarmed, the blowfly quickly crawled a certain distance. Before it could spread its wings and fly, its body suddenly shrank, as if being squeezed by an invisible force. And small white eggs squeezed out of its belly. Out. Burn it. Burn it. Burn it quickly. It's so disgusting. The crushing of mental power, the most intuitive way of feeling, gave Lin Chi goosebumps all over his body. After leaving the room, he quickly opened a piece of candy to suppress the nausea. Husband, what's inside? Why don't you let me see it? Tuanchuan and Xiaoling were waiting at the door. Both of them were very curious about what was inside. These things are disgusting. You'd better not look at them. It will affect your appetite. Lin Chi looked at the curious expressions of the two people and pretended to be mysterious. I'm not afraid of zombies or mutant beasts. So why am I afraid of nausea? Tuanchuan looked unconcerned. They had already heard what sounded like maggots inside at the door. Although they felt awkward in their hearts. They just wanted to take a look. Since you want to take a look, then take a look. Don't blame me if you feel sick later. Lin Chi didn't stop him. Anyway, he would encounter something even more disgusting in the future. It would be better to be prepared if he saw it in advance. So he opened the door and let the two of them walk in. Wow! What a fat maggot! Xiaoling's cry of surprise came, accompanied by retching. I used to watch food programs, and people would eat this thing. I didn't expect it to be so big. Xiaoling said something again. And now even the people watching the excitement at the door turned pale and strangled their necks. Chapter 101 Blocking and Killing. Black smoke rises, and the smell of barbecue mixed with the aroma of protein gradually spreads. The smell makes people feel quite appetizing. I heard that bugs have 6 times the protein of beef. Xiaoling was sitting in the car, still chattering away. She took out the chocolate from her pocket and stuffed it into her mouth. After a while, her little mouth bulged. Sister Xiaoling, please stop talking. I'm hungry and sick. Tuanchuan covered his face and took a few deep breaths before slowly calming down. After the materials in the warehouse were moved and the convoy was hundreds of meters away, the smell gradually dissipated. But through the rearview mirror, you could still see the black smoke filling the rear. During this period, many survivors in the industrial area entered the safe zone, resulting in fewer and fewer survivors. Along the way, they did not encounter a single wave of living people. Find a place to stop in front. Let's all have a quick bite to eat. It was already noon after being out for a few hours. But after just experiencing such a disgusting scene, eating was also a great test for these people. But in the current situation, no one will accommodate anyone. If you don't eat, you will have no strength when you encounter danger, and you will be more likely to die. 5 cars parked in a spacious place, found wood on the roadside, and made a simple stove. When the convoy came out, it carried tools for living and cooking, and some spare food. Cooking is something that only his new appointee can handle. So Lin Chi helped Tuanchuan Xiaoling and asked others to be vigilant nearby and check to see if there was any place around that could be searched. Put the inside of a box of instant noodles. Add seasonings, and add ham sausage. After a while, a pot of fragrant instant noodles is ready. It's just that the size and length of the ham sausage are very similar to those of the maggots just now. And they are still white in color. Come for dinner, Lin Chi shouted, and took a spoon himself to distribute the food evenly in the stainless steel rice bowl placed next to him. Everyone got a big bowl. Several people nearby quickly came forward, picked up the rice bowl, and prepared to eat. But when they saw the 2 meaty sausages on it, their appetite disappeared instantly. Captain, how can I eat this? After all, I had just walked out of that room not long ago, and it was easy to associate it with something like this. You have to eat even if you can't eat it. Otherwise you will give it to others. But you will definitely encounter some dangers in the afternoon. If you don't have the strength then, don't blame me for not warning you. Lin Chi didn't feel anything. He was sitting by the fire eating instant noodles and kindly reminded a few people. We may face even more disgusting situations in the future. And we may even eat bugs. There is still a chance to adapt now. Otherwise, how will you deal with this situation when you encounter it in the future? Lin Chi is still somewhat tolerant of these people who have just followed him. After all, everyone has different tolerances. They have lived in peaceful times for most of their lives. And suddenly encountering such a disaster requires a process of acceptance. After listening to Lin Chi's words, these people remained silent. Although they could still feel their stomachs turning, they suppressed their nausea and swallowed all the food. Go to the car and move 2 boxes of beer. Everyone, drink less. We'll set off in a minute. Drinking beer on a cold day is a bit unwise, but it can suppress the nausea in the stomach and cheer people up. The convoy set off again. Lin Chi looked at the satellite map and directed from the front, slowly arriving in front of a large supermarket. During the quarantine period, most supermarkets were centralized supply and distribution points for materials. The materials stored here were mainly daily necessities, which would be transported to various residential streets at low prices to maintain the normal survival of residents. Of course, it is not uncommon for people to enrich their own pockets. Sometimes, finding piles of supplies in a certain warehouse is also an unexpected surprise. As soon as he arrived near the lifestyle supermarket, Lin Chi noticed that the situation nearby was somewhat different. There were abandoned vehicles blocking the road on the street, and there were also man-made roadblocks near the lifestyle supermarket. Someone has already taken over this place. It can be seen from the scale of the nearby layout that this force has a large number of people. Even if the weapons and equipment are inferior, they cannot be underestimated. There are only 2 main combat forces on his side, Susan and him. Although Tanchuan and Shaoling can also help, the remaining few people may be difficult to deal with. If you go hard, you can easily crush the opponent, but the remaining 10 people can't get in the way. Just as he was thinking about this, the street lights on both sides of the road suddenly fell to the ground, and a large truck rolled down the slope behind him, blocking the back road. The people in the car suddenly became confused. Even when they got out of the car, they were extremely nervous even when they stayed in the car. It seems we are being treated as prey. Lin Chi simply relaxed. He was a little hesitant about whether to enter this lifestyle supermarket, but he didn't expect that the other party actually made the decision for him. So he opened the car door and walked straight out. The horn bow in his hand was slowly raised. A carbon arrow was attached, and it was aimed at the 3rd floor of the life supermarket. There should be an office there. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, there were 3 figures standing, looking down at the bottom with extremely pretentious postures. At this moment, in the office on the 3rd floor, a man in a nightgown was looking down with a telescope. The people who got out of the car could all be seen clearly. Interesting. Is this provoking me? He is holding a broken bow, an arrow in his hand. Doesn't he know how far away we are? In ordinary people's understanding, the range of a bow and arrow is only about 100 meters. At this moment, the distance from the 3rd floor to the parking position below is more than 500 meters. And the shot is still below. Lord, it's the end of the world. It's completely normal for someone to be mentally disturbed. But his car is pretty good. He can snatch it back and use it as his exclusive mount, so that it fits your status. A fair young man next to him bent over and said with a flattering expression. When he saw the man in pajamas nodding, he gave the order through the intercom. Wait a minute. There are 2 women in the car. Oh, that's good. Get them both back for me. At this time, Tuanchuan also got out of the car, but he was holding a dark rifle in his hand. The moment he saw the rifle, the man in the nightgown's pupils suddenly dilated, as if he sensed something was wrong. But the next second, a black spot suddenly appeared in the telescope, and it was approaching quickly and grew bigger instantly. Boom! The glass on the 3rd floor exploded instantly, and the entire room was enveloped by a hurricane. The bodies of the 3 people were directly cut into pieces by the wind blades attached to the arrows, and the room was filled with blood. After 1 arrow, the survivors hidden around them emerged. Several people in front of the barrier stood out with homemade weapons. On both sides, there were people rushing out of the building and approaching quickly. Hands up! Disarm and kill. They didn't even realize that their boss had already turned into a pulp before he showed up. Only after he showed up did anyone notice the explosion on the 3rd floor of the life supermarket. The original momentum suddenly plummeted, and some people even froze on the spot. At a loss. Raise your hands. Disarm and kill. Lin Chi also retorted. Although he and Susan were the only 2 people who stepped forward, their momentum overwhelmed those who blocked the way. Tuanchuan held a rifle and aimed at the people at the front. As long as Lin Chi gave an order, he would pull the trigger directly. There are only a dozen of them. The big guys should stand shoulder to shoulder and kill them. Before anyone could finish speaking, Lin Chi shot another arrow, piercing through his eyes, and fell straight down. After receiving the signal, the pupils of the group instantly expanded, and the rifle fired continuously. naming all the people holding weapons nearby. The sound of gunshots was accompanied by screams, and it only took a dozen seconds before it fell silent. The remaining people who had lost all their weapons were no longer a threat to Tuanchuan, and were not worthy of wasting bullets. Why are you guys still staying there? Go and capture them quickly. Lin Chi jumped on the front of the car and looked around. There were still people hiding in the dark nearby, but no one dared to get close, let alone show their heads. At this moment, in the Life supermarket, those who were hiding inside saw their combat members being wiped out instantly, and their expressions changed drastically. They have guns. Damn. We're in trouble. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, several men were smoking cigarettes, and had forgotten to flick the ashes away. These people are high-level members of this force. All awakened ones. And some have even taken 10 gene crystals. But when faced with firearms, I still felt apprehensive. And in addition to firearms, the man who shot the arrow just now is obviously a greater threat. He can shoot an arrow over a distance of 500 meters, and even cause horrific damage. Only the legendary strongman, who has opened the gene lock, has the strength. That bow is not an ordinary thing. After a brief panic, someone quietly left the room and started getting ready. Only one person on the other side has a gun in his hand. And she is also a woman. Although the one with the bow is scary, as long as he is properly prepared, he has a chance of winning. There is no need to run away in fear. Those who can pull together a team and form a force in the apocalypse have two skills. At least in times of crisis. They will not scurry around like headless flies. Only then did the 10 members of the convoy wake up from a dream, and tremblingly stepped forward to press on them. When they got closer, they did not dare to drop the weapons in their hands. The few people on the other side, who had surrendered with their heads in their arms, noticed something was wrong. One of them threw out a handful of dirt, reached out and grabbed the rebar in the other's hand, and clamped it around his neck. Don't come over. If you dare to come over, I'll kill him. These people are all ruthless and ruthless. As long as there is a chance, they will seize it. Now that they have hostages in their hands, they feel confident. Lin Chi pulled out the pistol from his waist, raised his hand and fired. The bullet grazed the kidnapped man's neck and penetrated the cervical nerves in the neck of the man behind him. A stream of blood spurted out and poured on the back of his head. Realizing that the person behind him was slacking off, he ran back, rolling and crawling. He didn't know whether it was because the ground was slippery and stained with water, or because he peed his pants out of fear. Be careful next time, and don't be so careless again. These people will be left to you. Lin Chi simply threw the pistol to him. He was the only one among the 10 people to be held hostage. But it also proved that he was at the forefront. And at least he was brave. But after the matter is settled, the behavior of being scared to wet one's pants will definitely be ridiculed by others. This will make a person who has just mustered up the courage to express himself completely lose confidence and even become depressed. The only way is to let him reestablish his confidence. A pistol is enough. Chapter 102 Hostages. Captain! The man picked up the pistol tremblingly, holding it tightly in his hands, but still trembling. Kill all these people, and this gun will be yours to use from now on. After Lin Chi said that, he turned around and walked forward. When he reached the obstacle, Susan quickened his pace, lifted the car with both hands, and threw it several meters away. There was a bang 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 gunshot from behind, followed by a roar of release. In the apocalypse, the fittest will survive. If you still value the lives of others and dare not kill easily, sooner or later you will be the unlucky one. Only by taking this step bravely will the road ahead be smoother. Lin Chi didn't want to see his subordinates with the heart of the Holy Mother die in front of him because of a single thought of kindness. After opening the roadblock, several cars behind slowly drove forward, with modified cars opening the way. They were almost unafraid of any risks ahead. But when they arrived at the square of the Life supermarket, they saw nearly 100 people pouring out of it quickly, each holding a weapon and using the car parked at the entrance of the Life supermarket as a cover. On guard! Where are you from? Don't you know that this is already our territory? Although the voice was conveyed, the speaker hid behind the car and did not dare to show his head. Not to mention the threat of the gun. Just the bow and arrow in the man's hand made people feel cold all over. We are from the Central Plains Safety Zone. Order has been restored there, and survivors are being recruited from all over. You people are hiding here. Why don't you follow the federal instructions and enter the safety zone to enjoy protection? Lin Chi leaned in front of the modified car. The leader of these people had been killed, and those who were blocking the road and robbing outside were all shot to death. The purpose of shock was achieved. Although these people who came out looked menacing, the threat was not even as fierce as those before. People from the safe zone? Are they people from the safe zone? When they heard that it was someone coming out of the safe zone, some of these people started talking about it. If given a choice, they would rather join the safe zone than become the subjects of the person who occupies the supermarket of life and have to perform cumbersome etiquette every day. Don't listen to his nonsense. How can people in the safe zone kill people just because they disagree? He just killed our Lord, and also killed many of his companions. Hearing someone's hesitation, the person objected sternly. In the minds of ordinary people, the safe zone was established by the Federation, and disciplines must be strictly observed. At least not to kill ordinary survivors easily. After the man finished speaking, he poked his head out for a look, and then quickly retracted. Captain! Kill them all! The man who had been rewarded with the pistol before had his face flushed, and there was even a hint of madness in his eyes. He didn't seem to know that there was only one bullet left in his pistol. What are you doing? There are at least hundreds of survivors inside. And they are all done? Lin Chi glared at this guy uninterestedly and waved him to stay away. Although killing was the best way to solve the problem, it was impossible for Lin Chi to kill the old, weak, women and children. The only solution is to kill all those who were loyal to the previous boss, so that the other group of people who want to go to the safe zone can escort these people into the safe zone. I will give you two choices now. Anyone who wants to return to the safe zone should return to the supermarket. I will contact the rescue team in the safe zone and come to escort you into the safe zone. The second is that you all come up and see if I can kill them all. Lin Chi took the rifle from Tuanchuan. In terms of deterrence, the rifle was stronger than the bow and arrow. If you want to kill us all, don't think you're the only one with a gun. There was another shouting from behind the car, several of them echoing each other and emboldening each other. But no matter who listened, a few people immediately shrank and wanted to return to the supermarket. Most of those who don't want to go to the safe zone have obtained a lot of benefits and rights from the owners of the life supermarket. These are happiness that they cannot enjoy before the end. And naturally they will not be willing to give up. Although the Lord is dead now, as long as the next Lord is elected, they can still enjoy the ultimate happiness in the world. I will kill anyone who dares to go back. Noticing the flinching behavior of someone beside him, one of them stood up, picked up the spray gun in his hand, and pointed it at the back of his companion. However, before he could shoot, Lin Chi's rifle shot across the target. One magazine was quickly emptied, and after another magazine was replaced, he walked directly towards the supermarket entrance. Lin Chi's purpose in deliberately delaying the conversation just now was to remember the location of those who spoke. Most of them were people who were stubborn and did not want to leave here. As long as these people are cleared away, even if they are not very clean, the remaining people will not be afraid. Boom! Another person who stood up to resist was shot in the head by Lin Chi. With the gene lock turned on, Lin Chi's reaction speed was ridiculously fast. As soon as the weapons in the hands of those people were raised, he shot them and directly exploded the barrel. At this moment, less than half of the hundreds of people in front of the supermarket died instantly. The remaining people did not dare to show any resistance at all, so they dropped their weapons and ran into the supermarket. You five go collect the weapons, and the rest of you will follow me inside. The firearms used by these people were also made by small factories, and most of them were shotguns. As long as you know some abilities such as gunpowder development, you can basically create shotgun elixirs. As for bullets, most of them are steel balls or iron sand. At close range, the power is also fierce. After entering the supermarket, it was empty. The survivors who had just ran in were nowhere to be found. When there was an attack from a foreign enemy, ordinary people could only hide in the corner and pray that the crisis would end soon. The first floor of the supermarket was in a mess. Most of the counters here had been destroyed, and everything inside had been looted. If anyone's clothes are dirty, just change them for new ones if you like them. Don't pick up the useless things for now. Come two people and follow me to the second floor. There is also a living area on the first floor, where most of the supplies are located. However, the people in the supermarket have not been dealt with yet, and there is no rush to move the supplies. Following the stairs to the second floor, I saw many survivors hiding in the corners of the counters on the second floor. The second floor is where homes and clothes are sold. The bedding and beds are all occupied by survivors and used as temporary beds, which can be regarded as making the best use of everything. Whoever can speak up should stand up. Lin Chi knew that there was someone else on the third floor, but they never showed up. This group of survivors looked at Lin Chi in fear. After all, They knew more or less what happened outside just now. Those who died were here just a few minutes ago. Leader, we are all being coerced. They won't let us leave, saying that we are citizens of their territory. We really have not committed any crime. An elderly man in the crowd trembled and said that although they had no worries about food and clothing every day here, they were enslaved by a group of crazy people. Women were often selected to serve on the third floor, and even children were not allowed to live there. We'll let it go. The biggest role of the elderly is to be insulted and to vent their grievances. At this time, several men also stood up, their faces full of guilt. We are willing to go to the safe zone. Please give us a chance. These people had just escaped from the outside, but no one knew whether they really wanted to go to the safe zone. Well, how about you point out to me who usually bullies you, and I will seek justice for you today. Lynchy moved a chair and sat down, but he already held the rifle in his hand and pointed it at the man who just spoke. Sure enough, there was a hint of panic on his face, but he seemed to still have the confidence in his heart, and he resisted without revealing any flaws. No more. Those people were all killed by the leaders. We all want to escape the sea of suffering and go to a safe zone. These young men are usually nice to us and do not bully us. The old man quickly explained that although there were some abnormalities among the people near him, no one dared to come forward. Really? Do you mind if I go to the third floor to take a look? As soon as Lynchy stood up, he saw visible panic on the faces of those people. One of them even shook his head slightly with a pleading look on his face. Leader, there's nothing on the third floor. You'd better not go up there. There was a hint of crying in his voice, and he even bent down a little. Well, since it's nothing, let's not go and see it. You all come down and help me carry some supplies. Since you came here, you can't go back empty-handed. Lynchy seemed to understand something. He raised his head and glanced upstairs, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The people on the second floor started to move and followed Lynchy slowly downstairs. Captain, why don't we go upstairs and take a look? Why do I feel something is wrong? The man who had been given a gun by Lynchy whispered softly. He was in high spirits at the moment, and his eyes were bloodshot. But he was not carried away. Even you noticed something was wrong. How could I not have thought of it? Haven't you noticed that among the survivors on the second floor, there are no beautiful women and children? Lynchy just took a general look and found that there were only a few women, all of whom were very ordinary in appearance. And there were no children. It was likely that they were all taken to the third floor and used as hostages. This method is used to deal with those who have a sense of justice or a holy mother's heart in their hearts. It will undoubtedly grasp the opponent's weakness. But Lynchy didn't care about that much. I understand. The captain needs to take a step back for now, and then make plans. Right? Are we going to sneak up and kill him later? His eyes lit up, and he thought of the best solution he could think of. Kill the HL. Come down and let them help us move supplies. And then leave after moving. Don't even think about such a thankless thing in the future. Lynchy slapped him on the forehead, completely putting an end to such thoughts. No matter how hateful the lord who occupied the supermarket before was, he didn't seem to abuse the people here. Although some people may have suffered physical or even mental insults, they survived after all. If he charged forward forcefully, he might be able to kill all those people. But the hostages would inevitably suffer casualties. When the time comes, if he complains or anything else, it will really disgust his grandma's house. These people just voluntarily endured the humiliation and did not dare to resist. So why should they stand up for themselves? Captain, do we really not care about them? Hearing Lynchy's words, the man was slightly stunned, feeling a little incredible. What is our mission here? We are looking for supplies. Now that we have found the supplies, let's go back and explain to the rescue team in the safe zone and let them rescue people. Lynchy felt that he had taught him enough, and he had to rely on him to understand the rest. Chapter 103, I'll feed it to you below. There are a lot of supplies in the supermarket area on the first floor, and even some fruits and vegetables that can be stored for a long time are piled in the sales area. Not to mention those foods with a long shelf life. A group of people pushed shopping carts and kept loading and unloading supplies. Lynchy even found a few trucks outside. It took a full 2 hours to fill 11 trucks. Thank you for your hard work. When I return to the safe zone, I will definitely inform the rescue team of the situation here and let them rescue you as quickly as possible. Looking at the people who were helping him, Lynchy comforted them loudly. After letting them go back to the supermarket to rest, he winked at the others and everyone got in the car, started the vehicle, and headed outside. Although there are no lights on the third floor of the supermarket, Lin Chi's eyesight can still see the figures behind the glass. And he is standing upstairs observing at any time. It's even possible that one of the people who helped him work just now was one of them. They left? On the third floor. A man had a hint of surprise in his tone. As if he couldn't believe that the other person had just left. He has already set up a large array of trolls on the third floor. If anyone dares to come up, more than a dozen trolls will fire at the same time, covering an area so wide that it is almost omnidirectional. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible to block such dense attacks. But the strange thing is that the man only stayed on the second floor for a while, and then left directly. His preparation was completely useless. Brother Feng, what should we do as hostages? At this time, a boy next to them came forward to ask. For safety reasons, they brought all the women and children on the second floor up, just in case they couldn't defeat them, so that the hostages could escape safely. Hostages? What hostages? These are the hopes of our survivors. I am just afraid that they will be harmed by outsiders. So I protect them. Damn it. Learn from it. Brother Feng glanced at the younger brother next to him dissatisfied. This guy didn't realize anything. Brother Feng, I said the wrong thing. So what should we do next? Didn't they say they would send a rescue team? Just in case. The younger brother felt nervous again, fearing that the rescue team in the safe zone would bring them to justice and execute them on the spot. What are you afraid of? The culprit has been killed. We are all victims. When the rescue team comes, we can just follow them. Brother Feng spoke calmly, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. He watched the convoy slowly disappear in the darkness. His brows still furrowed. It seems that after entering the safe zone, I have to pay a visit to this big boss. He didn't think that he had deceived the other party by luck. Nor did he think that the other party was afraid of him. There should be a deeper reason. There were 5 cars when they came. But when they returned, they were all turned into boxes and filled with supplies. Even though everyone was rushing on the road at night, they did not complain at all. They just hoped to return to the safe zone as soon as possible. But after exiting the corner of the street, Lin Chi asked someone to stop the car. Susan, please go back with your people. I've said low to Captain Fan before. They won't block the way. It's okay to just bring him 2 boxes of liquor and fruit. When I went out this time, I didn't kill many zombies. And I didn't encounter any mutant beasts. I haven't completed the advanced bow and arrow skills yet. However, so many people were killed near the live supermarket today, and the bodies have not been collected yet. When the blood energy dissipates, a large number of zombies and mutated beasts may be attracted tomorrow. This kind of opportunity is not often encountered. Captain, aren't you going back? Without Lin Chi to lead the team seemed to have lost its soul. And Susan felt that he was a little unsure. I still have some things to deal with. You will bring a rifle to defend yourself later. With your ability, ordinary awakened people are no match for you. What are you afraid of? Lin Chi didn't care. Susan could intimidate most people just by his size. If he was equipped with a gun, as long as he stood up and showed off, no one would dare to make any decisions. What's more, the teams that come out to look for supplies at night are already sparse, and they may not encounter anyone along the way. Who is that? Follow your brother Sen and be more discerning. Lin Chi waved to the guy next to him, who was shrinking his neck to come over. Captain, my name is Hong Yaodong. Hong Yaodong had already realized the fact that he was favored by the captain. So once Lin Chi started to speak, he would subconsciously move closer. This was the first time that Lin Chi knew the names of these 10 team members. So he nodded to show encouragement. Tuan, you and Xiaoling should go back as well. Just leave me here alone. After explaining, Lin Chi turned around and said to Xiaoling, who was surrounded by people. After all, if he was alone, his mobility would be much stronger. No, I have to follow you. Tuan refused directly, and she followed Lin Chi all the way. Only when she was by Lin Chi's side would she feel safe. So how could she be separated so easily? I also want to follow Brother Lin. He will protect me. Right, brother? Xiaoling poked her head out of the car, smiled and got back in. Captain, please take good care of Xiaoling. It's really inconvenient for her to follow a large group of us men. Susan also had his own considerations. This group of newly recruited people had only been together for 3 or 4 days, and some of them had not yet understood the details. It was indeed not safe for his sister to be with him. Okay, I'll probably go back tomorrow afternoon. Just wait for me in the repair shop. Lin Chi then thought that it would be safer for the 2 of them to follow him than to go back. So he agreed. After a few more instructions, He watched the convoy slowly drive towards the safety zone. Come on. Let's find a place to sleep. It was just nightfall. And even if there were zombies attracted nearby, there would only be one or two. It was just like fishing. They had made a nest overnight and waited until tomorrow morning to go fishing. Lynchy parked the modified car inside a community and chose a floor with windows facing the lifestyle supermarket. Then, they took the weapons and the spare energy device on the armored vehicle, and the three of them walked upstairs. The dark corridor was silent, and the faint light emitted by the energy device was just enough to illuminate the steps. However, the footsteps of the three people echoed in the stairs, which was unknowingly creepy. Tuanchuan hugged Lynchy's left arm, and Xiaoling hugged Lynchy's right arm. One was limp, and the other was panicking. Xiaoling, even if you can't grow taller, you can still gain weight. Can you eat more in the future? The two of them were almost hanging on Lynchy, making him stagger when he walked. Brother Lin, will zombies suddenly rush out? I'm a little scared. Sure enough, the unknown is what scares the most. Xiaoling is usually quite calm when encountering zombies, and even dares to take up weapons to fight back. But with the dark background, the zombies' deterrent will increase 200 times. This is possible. After all, there were a lot of people trapped in the community at the beginning. You two should stop talking. If a zombie is attracted, I won't be able to spare any action, Lynchy said helplessly. His hands were restricted. If a zombie suddenly appeared at this moment, he might have to use his legs. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any accidents until we reached the 6th floor. The 6th floor of a residential building is just higher than the supermarket. There is no obstruction in the view, so we can just see the situation in front of the supermarket clearly. Okay, come on down. How can I unlock the door while you are holding my hand? Tuanchuan was more obedient and quickly let go of her hands after hearing Lynchy's words. But Xiaoling not only held her with her hands, but her legs were almost hanging on Lynchy's. So I shook it several times before shaking off the small pendant. We walked up one level and didn't hear any movement, which means there should be no one on the floors here. So there's no need to be afraid. Lynchy took out the hairpin, pulled on the door lock a few times, and the door opened with a click. After pushing the door, I waited for a short while. It was unoccupied for a long time, and there was a smell of turbid air in the room. It was also possible to avoid sudden accidents by not entering immediately. Okay, you can come in now. After using his mental power to explore the situation in the room and finding that there was nothing abnormal, he led the two of them in. When the power is out, the house will naturally be dark. But if the lights are turned on, it will undoubtedly expose the situation here. After all, in the endless night, if a room in a building suddenly lights up, it will feel somewhat strange. Lynchy connected the energy device to the main power supply, but only turned on the air conditioner. After a while, the living room gradually became warmer. The indicator numbers on the air conditioner emitted a faint light, which was just enough for the three of them to see the environment in the living room clearly. But it was just a little blurry. Are you hungry? I see there are noodles in the kitchen. I'll give them to you. Lynchy could see everything clearly in the darkness without any light. He immediately looked at the living room, bedroom and kitchen. Just noodles. Xiaoling curled up on the sofa. Her tense body from going upstairs slowly relaxed. But her small body only occupied a corner of the sofa. There are also 2 eggs, a ham sausage, and a ball of kelp. These are easy to preserve foods, and they seem to taste pretty good when made into a hodgepodge. In the darkness, Tuanchuan's face turned red, and she gave Lynchy a gentle blow. Such serious words seemed to be different when they came out of Lynchy's mouth and then in her ears. Tuanchuan, why are you filming me? Lynchy felt confused, but he still got up and walked towards the kitchen. Half an hour later, Lynchy walked out of the kitchen with a large bowl of hot noodle soup. After serving a bowl for both of them, Lynchy went to the bedroom again, and soon he held a buzzing noodle in his hand. The spinning luminous stick came out. I don't have a night light in the bedroom, but I found a good one that makes stew and still works. There is a switch where the stick is held, and the base is a suction cup, which can just be sucked onto the table. The elf was pressed on the table, and the living room was suddenly enveloped in a colorful light, and the colorful light pillars rotated slowly. Husband, why don't we close it? We can eat in the dark. Tuanchuan's cheeks were red with embarrassment. If Xiaoling hadn't been there at this moment, she might have started playing with it endlessly. But the shyness in her heart did not allow her to show her true nature in front of a third person. Xiaoling also lowered her head and ate the noodles stabbingly, and she didn't know whether her cheeks were burned or warm. What if it gets stuck in your nostrils when you eat it in the dark? This thing is battery operated, so don't use it for free. He had never eaten pork, seen pigs running, never flown a plane, and never masturbated. How could Lynchy not know what this thing was? These days, if you are not careful, the internet will pop up pictures that make you blush and your heart beats. Almost most women have searched for this little prop to please themselves. These two are no exception. Chapter 104, I'll hold Xiaoling down for you. After finishing the meal, the rotation speed of the glow stick became weaker and weaker, and even the colored light dimmed several degrees. Why is this thing so short-lasting? It runs out of power so quickly. But after eating, this thing lost its lighting effect. I'm going to boil some hot water to wash up. And you two go to the bedroom to tidy up. Lynchy pulled out the luminous stick. The suction cup was very stable, and with a little force, it made a popping sound. Then it was thrown into Tuanchuan's hands. Tuanchuan subconsciously reached out to take it, and then threw it into Xiaoling's hands. Poor little potato couldn't hold one of his hands at all, so he could only hold it with both hands. Tuan, let's go back to the bedroom. Xiaoling felt that the things in her hands were hot, so she quickly dragged Tuanchuan back to the bedroom and threw the things on the bedside table. The owner of this suite should be a single woman. There are no men's items in the room. The bedroom is warmly decorated, and the bed is large and soft. The two of them used the dim-colored light to change into a new bed sheet and bedding. With the cooperation of each other, the bed was neatly laid out in no time. Tuan, let's sleep here tonight. Where will Brother Lin sleep? Do you want to make a bed for him too? There is also a bedroom next door, but it only has a small window, and the window cannot see the lifestyle supermarket outside. It's better to live together. Teacher Bai and the three of us slept in the same bed at night when we first got together. Tuan recalled the time when we were in trouble together. The three of them were huddled on the same bed, and a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths for no apparent reason. At that time, they didn't think much about it. They just felt that living together at night would make them feel more at ease. Ah? Teacher Bai sleeps with you. Xiaoling's eyes widened. A little unbelievable, and she muttered secretly in her heart. Teacher Bai usually looks serious, but he didn't expect Tuanchuan to be so open-minded and accept it? Then wouldn't I also? After running through the thoughts in her mind, Xiaoling felt hot all over, so she got into the bed and wrapped herself tightly. It's just that the air conditioner was turned on in the bedroom. After a while, my whole body was warmed by the cover, and I quietly got out. Looking up, Tuanchuan was studying the glowing stick. Sister Xiaoling, have you ever used this kind of thing? At this moment, Tuanchuan's eyes were filled with intelligent curiosity. No. How could I use such a thing? Can my small body accommodate it? Without Lynchy here, the two of them had no worries when talking, and the topics discussed became more and more in-depth. In the kitchen, Lynchy boiled a pot of hot water, found a stainless steel basin, poured it in, and carried it into the bedroom. You two go to bed early. I'll just deal with it in the living room tonight and observe the situation outside. Lynchy would not offer to sleep in the same bed with the two of them. Others could invite him, but he couldn't say it directly. After saying that, looking at the two people who were a little flustered, they didn't wonder what was going on. So they exited the bedroom and came to the balcony. There was a faint light on the third floor of the live supermarket in the distance. Someone should be smoking. Near the parking lot below, there were already several zombies eating corpses on the ground. Zombie in the corner. Maybe it won't be long before mutant beasts appear nearby. And I wonder if the people in the supermarket can deal with them. But before tomorrow, Lynchy will definitely not interfere. After all, once he leaves, the safety of those around him will not be guaranteed. After a while, the bedroom door was suddenly opened, and Tuanchuan's head poked out. Husband, you can come and sleep too. We can't sleep outside. Okay. Lynchy stood up directly, waiting for these words. In the bedroom, after turning off the colorful light stick, it was already pitch black. To avoid embarrassment, Tuanchuan didn't even turn on the indicator light of the air conditioner. This big bed is more than enough to sleep 3 people. Especially Xiaoling, who doesn't take up any space at all. Xiaoling huddled in the innermost corner, hugging the quilt and huddled in a corner, although there was a ball in the middle. It was the first time she had ever experienced such a thing in the same bed with a man. After they washed up, they both put on clean pajamas. But Xiaoling's pajamas were larger, making her look smaller. Sister Xiaoling, don't be shy. It's dark in the room anyway, and you can't see anything. Tuanchuan comforted her, and after getting into the bed, she squeezed in even more, and the two hugged each other tightly. Humph. You don't care. Why should I care? It won't affect my sleep anyway. Xiaoling didn't show any weakness. She reached out and grabbed Tuanchuan's body, hugging the most comfortable place, her heart full of envy. After all, that was something she could never have in her life. Lin Qi was lying beside the bed, not feeling sleepy at all. And unknowingly, he was thinking about Su Xiaoling's physical problem. Genetic defects can be divided into congenital and acquired. Su Xiaoling's situation is obviously acquired. A serious illness caused certain changes in the body and stopped growth. If you can find a suitable method, you may be able to improve it easily. But if her unlocking method is the same as Tuanchuan's, it will be a bit difficult. Xiaoling, how many genetic crystals have you eaten? Lin Qi's sudden inquiry made the two of them suddenly wake up and turn their heads. However, he couldn't see each other clearly in the dark, but he still acted subconsciously. Xiaoling even pushed herself up and got her little head out of the bed. 7 pills. You won't feel any changes in your body if you take it again. There was a hint of loneliness in her voice. 7 stars had reached the limit, and she was destined to be a waste in the future. If there was no one to help her, she would only be reduced to the lowest level of the safe zone. Now the safe zone has announced the most basic information about awakened people. After the end of the world, some of the people who have healed themselves are born awakened people, and even awaken some special abilities. Most ordinary people, when taking the first gene crystal, will not only improve their physical fitness and become awakened, but also have the opportunity to awaken special abilities. The most common ones are bonuses to strength and speed, or some enhancements to the body. But after Xiaoling took 7 gene crystals, except for a slight improvement in her physical condition, she showed no other symptoms at all. Sister Xiaoling, you only took 7 pills. I already took 13 pills. Tuan looked surprised. She had always thought that she could eat genetic crystals all the time. Tuanchuan, your situation is different from Xiaoling. You are an innate awakener, and you also have special abilities. Lin Qi stopped Tuanchuan from showing off. The more he talked at this time, the more he felt inferior. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiaoling shrank back into bed again. Husband, why don't you check on Sister Xiaoling and see if you can help her? Tuanchuan was well aware of Lin Qi's special abilities. So since he asked, he must be sure of it. I'm not sure about this kind of thing. Lin Qi quickly refused and even reached out his hand to cover Tuanchuan's mouth. How dare this girl say anything? If you're not sure, you can always give it a try. Right? Even if you fail, I can accept it. At this time, Xiaoling suddenly got out of the bed, her eyes shining brightly. She heard something wrong from Tuanchuan's words, and it seemed that Lin Qi really had the ability to change her current situation. But there seemed to be something unspeakable that made Lin Qi reluctant to take action. However, if this opportunity was lost, it would be difficult to see him again in the future. Brother Lin, just help me. How about I kowtow to you now? After Xiaoling said that, she knelt directly on the bed and knocked hard several times. Hey, where are you knocking? Unexpectedly, as soon as he hit it, Tuanchuan couldn't help but scream in pain. I told you how warm and elastic it is. Xiaoling subconsciously helped to comfort her. But when she got anxious, something happened again. You'd better stop knocking. You almost knocked down my breakfast. Simply unable to sleep now, Lin Qi also felt the need to try again. So he teased, massaged Tuanchuan a few times, and motioned for her to change positions with Xiaoling. Lie down here and let me check your body. Hearing this, Xiaoling didn't care about the difference between men and women, climbed over from Tuanchuan, and laid down next to Lin Qi. At this moment, I was excited, but my body was very stiff, and I could even hear my heart beating. The last time I checked, I was still in Teacher Bai's basement. I was stripped naked. My body was pinched all over, and finally my blood was taken. Fortunately, they are all women, so I don't feel anything. But this time it was different. His wife was lying on the right side, and his husband was lying on the left side. Xiaoling only felt a big hand pressing on her head, pinching it gently a few times, and then slowly moving downwards. He scratched his face and even played with his lips. There's nothing wrong with her brain. She's a pretty smart little girl. Why doesn't she grow taller? Lin Qi muttered, and then moved his hand down again. There was no prompt to open the gene lock. Only one person opened the skylight and spoke frankly. That's because when I was in school, I often came first in exams. Later, I felt that it was too troublesome to take first place, so I restrained myself a little. Xiaoling swore that she had never meant to tell anyone these words. After all, a college student named Xiaodudu was very attractive. And coupled with the top student Xiaodudu, it was difficult for her not to be watched. The loose and thin pajamas couldn't stop Lin Chi's hand at all. After sliding down, he just held Xiaoling's delicate neck. My throat is so thin that I might not be able to eat anything that is too thick. Oh! Brother Lin. Where are you touching? Xiaoling suddenly trembled, curled up into a ball, and clamped Lin Chi's hand tightly. Then relax. I won't be able to help you check this way. I'm sensing the strength of the genes in your body. You have to be careful and don't miss anything. Otherwise you won't be able to find the problem. Lin Chi moved his hand and pressed it roughly to the ribs. Xiaoling's body twisted again. Her whole body bowed like a shrimp. Sister Xiaoling. Just believe in my husband. He is really powerful. Tuanchuan thought Xiaoling was shy or ticklish. After all, she had seen Xiaoling's body. It was neither bulgy nor hairy. So she thought she was a boy. Husband, let me hold Sister Xiaoling down for you. Chapter 105 Practical Teaching. It is much easier for two people to deal with one. Xiaoling was pinned down on the bed by Tuanchuan. With her strength, she was unable to resist. Sister Xiaoling, please bear with me. I'll be fine soon. Seeing that Xiaoling was a little uncooperative, Tuanchuan comforted her repeatedly. What's so fast? Her situation is a bit special, so she has to take her time. Not too fast. Lin Chi felt that he was offended and had to prove himself. So he gently stroked it with his right hand. And at such a close range, he extended his mental power to explore Xiaoling's body, most intuitively checking the internal situation. Tuan, you also lie down and let me find a reference to see the difference between your two bodies. After all, Lin Chi had no experience. Even if he could clearly see Xiaoling's condition with his mental power, he would not be able to find anything special without comparison. But with a reference, he could tell the difference. So Lin Chi moved to the middle and explored their bodies with both hands. It's just that the bodies are different. And the progress of the exploration is also somewhat different. The details need to be compared carefully. Xiaoling, have you tried any methods to speed up your body's growth? Lin Chi, however, ignored it and asked Xiaoling. In comparison, although it was better than nothing, during the mental exploration, it encountered some weak obstacles. I heard before that massage can help your baby grow bigger. I massaged it every day for a while. And it did make my baby grow bigger. After opening the skylight and speaking frankly, Xiaoling answered almost every question without hiding anything. After a few days, it became smaller again. And I realized that it was swollen due to massage. There was silence in the bedroom. And Lin Chi clearly noticed that Tuanchuan's body was twitching, obviously suppressing a smile. Maybe the method you used is wrong. I have a set of ancestral techniques here. Maybe you can give it a try. Lin Chi didn't know much about this kind of thing, but he had dealt with a few before, and it had indeed produced considerable results. So I recalled the previous techniques and used the ancestral skills again. Xiaoling clearly felt a different feeling from when she did it herself. This ancestral technique seemed to have a magical power. Unfortunately, Lin Chi only demonstrated it a few times and then stopped. Xiaoling's frame is very small, with no trace of fat on her body, and she looks more like an enlarged handmade doll. I found that the density of bones is much denser than that of ordinary people. You must not have been injured much before. Right? Because the body stops growing. The nutrients absorbed will be replenished into the body. Without gaining weight, it can only be replenished to the bones and other aspects. Bones are the most special. No, I haven't had any injuries since I was a child. Some minor injuries will heal quickly. Xiaoling knew everything. But as Lin Chi's hand slowly slid down, she became more and more nervous. Okay, that's it for today's inspection. I've roughly found the problem. Lin Chi decisively withdrew his hand from Xiaoling and laid down without adjusting his position. Brother Lin, what is the problem? Can I still grow up? This matter has become an obsession in Xiaoling's heart. She knows well that diseases should be avoided and medical treatment should be avoided. So she is very cooperative. She was already halfway through the inspection. In fact, she was looking forward to it and nervous just now. But after Lin Chi stopped, she was a little disappointed. At this moment, his two thin legs were sandwiched together, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. As long as you can unlock the gene lock, your physical problem should be solved. The problem is back to the original stage. If the gene lock cannot be opened, the body cannot grow. However, Xiaoling's current physical condition cannot open the gene lock at all. This is an endless loop unless a key is inserted to forcibly open the genetic lock. Then how do I unlock the gene lock? After going round and round, she returned to the starting point, and Xiaoling's heart, which had still had a glimmer of hope, slowly sank again. Husband, why don't you help Sister Xiaoling? Suddenly, Tuanchuan spoke softly, in a very calm but firm tone. In the darkness, Lin Chi could see the light radiating from her eyes, which seemed a little strange, with a kind of madness that could not be concealed. You want me to help her like I helped you? Tuanchuan may be a little sentimental, but this kind of idea that she dares to share is really different from ordinary people. She is a kind-hearted woman. At least 99% of women would not say such a thing, or even do such a thing. Sister Xiaoling is so pitiful. If the gene lock is not turned on in the future, she will definitely become weaker and weaker. Since she is following us, we have to help her. And I also like Sister Xiaoling, and I am willing to let her be my sister. As Tuanchuan spoke, his whole body was trembling. The light in his eyes became more and more crazy, and a unique aura gradually spread out. What on earth are Tuanchuan talking about? Xiaoling was confused when she heard this. Her body curled up subconsciously, and her hands were crossed in defense. At this moment, she felt that the two people around her were becoming more and more perverted. Sister Xiaoling, help you open the genetic lock. I'll show you how to open it first. Okay. With thoughts rising in his mind, Tuanchuan didn't care about the scene in front of him at all. He pulled Lin Chi and started teaching. Tuanchuan even opened the colorful light stick under the pillow and used the remaining light to illuminate Xiaoling's eyes. Sister Xiaoling, this is how my husband helped me unlock the gene lock. You should learn from it. In order to enable Xiaoling to learn better, Tuanchuan tried her best and continuously taught various skills. Please, I'm a college student, and I'm not a fool. Is it really okay for you to lie to me like this? Xiaoling, who didn't dare to face this situation, was just about to crawl out of bed when she was pulled back by Tuanchuan. Watch well. Study hard. The pupils of Tuanchuan's eyes widened instantly, and the gene lock state was already activated. And even his voice had a commanding tone. Xiaoling was shocked by this momentum and squatted aside without daring to move. However, as her learning progress became faster and faster, she couldn't help but concentrate on studying. Tuan, I can't see that you are such a person. You are so perverted. Although her mouth was full of disgust, she did not take another step away, but became more and more fascinated. The teaching process lasted for a long time. Under Tuan's dedicated teaching, Xiaoling finally understood something. However, if she wanted to practice, she still couldn't muster the courage. Unknowingly, it was late at night, and the study came to an end. It wasn't until the next morning, when the first light of the morning shone, that the three of them woke up. Xiaoling huddled under the quilt and didn't dare to show her head. She didn't feel shy last night, but when she woke up now, it was difficult to face the two of them. You two go to sleep for a while, and I'll see if anything happens outside. At this time, if I were still here, it would definitely be difficult for both of them to adapt. After all, what happened last night? If all three of them wake up, one person will definitely be needed to break the embarrassment. So he took the initiative to leave the room and came to the living room to give the two of them a chance to be alone. After one night, the nest made earlier should have attracted big fish. Chapter 106 Archery Skills Advancement. After getting up and cleaning up, Lin Chi stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. At this moment, many mutated zombies had appeared near the Life Plaza. After eating the corpses on the ground, they still stayed nearby and refused to leave. The advanced requirements for arrows are definitely enough now. Not only arrows, but also the advanced requirements for gun skills can also be fulfilled. When Lin Chi used arrows to kill zombies, he accidentally discovered that as long as the arrow transformed into an arrow, when killing the target, Lin Chi would at the same time. The advanced requirements for archery and spear skills are increased. But when you only use ordinary arrows, it will not increase. So every time you shoot an arrow, you will try to add the power of the illusory arrow, adjusting the scope of the rifle to the highest magnification. Lin Chi carefully observed the environment in the living square. In addition to a large number of mutant zombies, there were also several mutant beasts hiding around, and a group of mutant rats biting the rotten flesh corpses on the ground. Blocks kept dragging towards the corner, obviously treating this place as a hunting area. People inside the lifestyle supermarket were also alert. The doorway on the first floor had been reinforced. The survivors were all concentrated on the second floor. There were also a few on the third floor who were observing the situation below through the windows. With their strength, they can keep the zombies out and support the rescue team until the safe zone, which is more than enough. So Lin Chi gave a few instructions to the two people who had not yet gotten up in the bedroom, took his bow and arrows, and walked downstairs. Turning a street, I saw a strong mutated zombie from a distance. The original skin could no longer be seen on its body. All the exposed parts were gray-white cuticles. Its two arms were abnormally thick, and even its fingers were mutated. Became a claw. Spiral arrow. Before the mutant zombie noticed him, Lin Chi shot an arrow. The rotating arrow turned into a black light, shot out of the air, and directly exploded the mutant zombie's head. Gray-white brains mixed with blood spilled all over the floor, and the zombie fell to the ground. The sound attracted the attention of other nearby zombies, and they all ran over. A crawling zombie stretched out its long tongue and licked the brains scattered on the ground, its mouth flowing all over the floor. Although they are both zombies, they sometimes kill each other and plunder each other's brains for food. As one zombie dies, other zombies come running to grab the delicious brains. After shooting several mutated zombies to death again, Lin Chi's actions finally caught the attention of those zombies. They all abandoned the delicious food and rushed towards Lin Chi with roars. It seems that I am more attractive. Lin Chi did not retreat at all, and arrows were shot out quickly. The zombies rushing towards him fell to the ground one after another. In just a few seconds, they fell to the ground again. Although this kind of mutated zombie has a high degree of mutation, and is already a troublesome existence for ordinary awakened people, there is still no chance of survival when an arrow hits the head. Instead, Lin Chi stepped forward step by step and easily shot all the mutant zombies nearby. The movement near the square also attracted the attention of the survivors in the supermarket. But no one dared to go out, as they watched the mutated zombies fall to the ground one after another. It's the man from yesterday. He hasn't left yet. In the corner of the third floor, Brother Feng hid behind the bunker and looked outside through the telescope. He had already recognized Lin Chi's figure, especially the kind of bow and arrow with a terrifying range. Gave him a great psychological shadow. Brother Feng, is he here to kill us? A younger brother looked worried and clenched the bow and arrow in his hand, feeling a trace of jealousy in his heart. Everyone is also a bow player, so why is there such a big gap? No. If we wanted to kill him, we would have killed him last night. How could we wait until now? His target should not be us. Brother Feng still didn't put down the telescope in his hand, staring at Lin Chi with his eyes, for fear of missing any exciting part. No matter if this person takes action, if the threats near the life supermarket are cleared away, they will have a lot less worries. Get some brothers. Bring the children up on the second floor, and tell them to give them candies. Don't scare people. Brother Feng prepared to take a few hostages upstairs just in case. Swish swish. 3 arrows were shot at the same time, hitting 3 zombies at different locations. At this moment, there were no targets within 100 meters. Lin Chi recovered a few arrows, jumped on the top of a car, and looked around condescendingly. He shot an arrow casually, and killed a mutated zombie again. An illusory scene also appeared in front of him. High-level archery can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Use bow and arrow to kill 500 mutated creatures. Completed. 2. Consume 30 first-order gene crystals. Undone. The 500 mutated creatures, including mutated zombies and mutated beasts, have now reached the advanced level. Lin Chi also stored some of the 30 gene crystals in the modified car before, but some of the first-order gene crystals are of great value. It's a bit of a loss when used to upgrade skills. Only gene crystals that contain some impurities and cannot be taken directly are the most cost-effective. Just like the ones we got from mutant rats before. There happened to be a few mutant rats that were carefully crawling out of the corners at this moment to eat the killed zombies. Mutated rats will attack zombies, especially those slow-moving virus zombies. Some zombies have their flesh and bones separated, and they are basically eaten by mutant rats. The size of these mutant mice is far larger than that of ordinary domestic cats, and some of them are even larger. They all have scarlet eyes, needle-like whiskers, and long tails on their backs with a metallic luster. The mutant rats have also grown a lot. There are basically genetic crystals in these bodies. Most of the mutated mice had bald patches of hair and had grown shiny new hair, while some had exposed wrinkled old skin, which looked very oozing. In addition to these mutant rats, there are several mutant beasts hiding in the dark nearby. Among them is a yellow animal with a slender body and a fluffy tail. If you look closely, it turns out to be a weasel that is over 2 meters tall. It seemed to have spotted the opportunity, and it flashed past. When it stopped, it already had a mutated mouse in its mouth. It scratched the skull and rolled its tongue, and then rolled out the genetic crystals in the head. Then he took the brains and swallowed it in one gulp. Damn! Grab my monster. Now for Lin Chi. Even one low-quality gene crystal was very precious. And there were still more than a dozen crystals left to complete the second advanced condition. Shooting a high-speed moving target is very challenging. In order to directly eliminate the mutant weasel, Lin Chi even pulled out an alloy arrow. Spiral arrow. Yulong throws the world to pieces. The horned bow fired an arrow with skills for the first time. The alloy arrow burst out with an arrow sound and pierced the air. The spiral arrow rotated at a high speed, as if tearing apart the air, breaking a wind barrier in the air. The roar of the dragon had just sounded, and the position of the mutated weasel was directly enveloped by a powerful force. A car was directly torn into pieces, and even a 5-meter-long deep mark was plowed out of the ground. A few yellow hairs of the mutated weasel floated into the distance in the wind. After a moment, a small head fell from the air and rolled to the vicinity of Lin Chi. It's hard to control this strength. Lin Chi quickly drew his bow and fired an arrow, killing all the mutated rats nearby that were trembling in fear. Then he jumped from the car, took out an alloy arrow, and opened the head of the mutated weasel. A red gene crystal the size of a peanut was picked out. Lin Chi put it directly into his pocket, and then opened the skull of another mutant mouse. Just after taking out a few gene crystals, a strange smell suddenly filled the air, making Lin Chi's movements freeze. Vomit! Subconsciously, he couldn't help but retched and almost spit out all the milk he drank last night. What does it smell like? Why does it stink so bad? Lin Chi only felt that the stench was a bit spicy, and he didn't even bother to open the heads of the remaining mutated mice and hurriedly ran away. It was not until we were leeward that the air became much smoother. Just now, an arrow directly shot the mutated weasel. Except for the head, the rest of the body was shattered by the arrow and shook into the sky. Little did he know that the odor glands in its body also exploded at that moment, filling the air. When it floats away, it is undoubtedly a powerful biological weapon. Lin Chi ran to the modified car, still feeling the stench surrounding him, and didn't want to stay in that damn place for a moment. Opening the car door, he took out a bag of genetic crystals and roughly counted them. Lin Chi had not used any of the genetic crystals in the mutated mice he had killed in the clothing factory before. They were prepared for advanced skills. Adding in the ones he got today, there were exactly 29 crystals. Forget it. This mutant weasel is only a first-level mutant beast, and it has such disgusting abilities. So just use it up. 30 gene crystals came together, and the light curtain emerged again. High-level archery has been advanced. Top-level archery. Visual vision lock. All targets in the visual field will definitely be hit. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Kill 10,000 targets with arrows. 2. Use arrows to kill a 5th-level creature. 3. Consume 100 second-order gene crystals. 4. Consume 50 second-level evolutionary crystals. Archery and spearmanship were both top-level skills. They were completely different. As for the passive nature of the archery skill, Lin Chi looked more and more wrong. The range of vision is much farther than the range of ordinary weapons. If you calculate it this way, if you can see the sun and stars, doesn't it mean that you have to shoot into the sun? However, with the speed of the arrow, it would be impossible in this lifetime to fly to the sun, let alone whether the material of the arrow could withstand it. And this must-hit attribute is unavoidable whether it is a fixed target or a moving target. Even if Lin Chidong took out an arrow, he drew his bow and aimed at a small black spot in the sky. It was a passing mutated flying creature. Even with good eyesight, he could only see a blurry shadow and couldn't tell what it was. Whoosh! Arrow shot through the air. Chapter 107 Source Plan. The arrow flew out for a long time without speeding up much, but it seemed to be beyond the range of the horned bow. Lin Chi raised his neck and stared for a long time, until the arrow disappeared from his field of vision, and the little black dot in the sky was still flying slowly. Why no response? Just when Lin Chi was wondering, there was suddenly a distant bird song, and the little black dot seemed to pause and change its flight direction. It was just a test shot, so Lin Chi didn't add any abilities to the arrow, but it seemed to have hit the target. Unfortunately, at such a height, even if he fell, he would not be able to find the place where he fell, which made Lin Chi give up his plan to shoot another arrow. The bow and arrow skills have been advanced, and there is no need to continue searching for the mutated beasts that have escaped. After all, The smell left by the mutated weasels has completely destroyed the nest. Even powerful mutated beasts will stay away from this disgusting smell and don't want to get close. Back on the 6th floor, Lynchie opened the door and went in. He saw that Tuanchuan and Xiaoling had gotten up and were chatting on the sofa. Hearing the door open, Xiaoling quickly moved her arms into Tuanchuan's arms. "Husband, we were watching you from the balcony just now. Why did you suddenly come back? Did you find something terrible?" "Just now." Lynchie's arrow directly exploded a car, even leaving traces of ripples on the ground, making the two men's bodies tremble. "Forget it. I killed a weasel. It probably farted before it died. It almost killed me." Lynchie still felt like he could smell the stench, which was even more disgusting than corpse odor. "I asked you why you smelled bad when you came back. So that's what happened." Xiaoling wrinkled her nose and instantly felt that the air around her was polluted. "I'll go find a room and take a shower if there's water." This smell even made Lynchie feel like he was slowly getting weaker. Fortunately, he was physically strong and the impact would be less. After leaving the room, I searched in other rooms on the 6th floor and found 2 buckets of clean water. I chose a good bathroom and washed myself several times before walking out refreshed. As soon as they returned to the room, they saw Tuanchuan and Xiaoling standing on the balcony, seemingly watching something interesting. "Husband, come and see. What happened to those people?" It turned out that after Lynchie left, there were still some mutated mouse corpses that had not been disposed of in the Life Plaza. When people in the supermarket saw the missing mutant mice, they rushed out one after another, trying to get those precious genetic crystals. To them, an impure genetic crystal is also extremely precious. But as soon as they arrived at the Life Square, they were enveloped by the stench left by the mutated weasel. The few people at the front covered their noses in pain and fell to the ground. Only a few struggled to crawl back. Fortunately, all the mutated zombies had been killed by Lynchie at this moment, and the mutated beasts were also smoked away by the stench. Otherwise these people would only become their food. "Don't worry about them. I found some food in other rooms. Let's leave after eating." If these people are willing to leave, they only need to find a few cars and follow the main road to enter the safe zone smoothly. But they are reluctant to part with the occupied materials and the freedom to have no restrictions. Even if he returns to the safe zone and lets the rescue team come to rescue him, he is afraid that it will cause him some trouble in the future. So he might as well ignore it. After the 3 of them had eaten, they came downstairs, started the modified vehicle, and drove towards the safe area. After last night's absurdity, the relationship between the 3 seemed to have reached a delicate situation. I don't know what Tuanchuan and Xiaoling talked about in the morning. The 2 are getting closer now. But when Xiaoling looked at Lynchie, there was always a hint of shyness in her eyes. It was obvious that he had learned something and was ready to be unlocked. The return trip was relatively smooth, but Lynchie still walked around the industrial area for a while and memorized the locations of several nearby factories. There was no suitable place before, so it was useless to get some equipment. But now that we have a site, we can start preparing. It was not until the afternoon that the modified vehicle drove into the ruins and arrived in front of the guard post. Lynchie said low to the soldiers guarding the guard post. After entering and exiting several times, these people had become familiar with each other and had no intention of blocking him. When we returned to the repair shop, more than a dozen cars were parked in the yard, and all the materials had been moved back to the warehouse. "The captain is back." Seeing the familiar modified car, Hong Yaodong ran over quickly and opened the door diligently. "Why are there so many people?" Lynchie was keenly aware that there were a few more people in the repair shop. And there were also women. "It's Brothersen's wish. We old men don't know how to cook. So Brothersen asked us to recruit some women we know." "Captain, don't worry. They are all well-behaved people. Some of these men are raising families. Although they have found jobs to earn money to support their families, their families live elsewhere, and they cannot concentrate on their work. It is better to take over and do some sundries." Susan thought, well, this way everyone will have a sense of belonging. Lynchie drove the modified car into the yard. After the 3 people got out of the car, everyone in the repair shop surrounded them. "Just go ahead and do what you have to do. Don't join in the fun. Here 2 people will help me clean this car." With the repair shop in hand, Lynchie plans to start modifying the mobile fortress. There may be a long period of time when he won't have to go out to look for supplies. This kind of thing can be easily completed by just leaving it to Susan and these people. After all, we already have the experience of taking them out. Susan was relieved when he saw the 3 people return safely. As long as his sister was safe, He could do anything with confidence. Lin-Chi moved all the weapons and supplies in the car into an SUV. These were precious supplies, including some genetic crystals, which had to be brought back to the villa to be considered safe. After staying at the repair shop for more than an hour, Lin-Chi followed Susan to visit the property he had accumulated in the past few days. In addition to the materials collected, there were also abandoned vehicles obtained from various places, under the repairs of several car repairmen. Most of them are already available. Susan, from now on I will rely on you to maintain the repair shop's fleet. Just go out every 7 days to search for supplies. Next, I need you to help me get some machine tools, steel and welding tools. The space inside the armored vehicle is still too small. If you want to transform it into a mobile fortress, you must have enough energy to maintain it, and a special driving method. All these things require a little bit of collection. Susan nodded. Although he didn't know what Lin-Chi wanted these things for, he still kept them in mind. When it was getting dark, Lin-Chi drove to Anchuan and Shaoling back to the villa in an SUV. After all, the conditions in the repair shop were far less comfortable than the villa. Is teacher Bai in the basement again? Entering the villa, there was no one in the living room, but you could vaguely see the lights flickering in the basement, as if someone was doing some experiment. Go prepare dinner. I'll go down and take a look. Lin-Chi sent the two of them away and walked slowly towards the basement. Sure enough, Bai Su went directly to the basement after get off work and was currently observing the source of the virus in the petri dish on the operating table. When he noticed someone coming down, he looked up. He's back. After being out for another 2 days, Bai Su seemed to have adapted. But the moment Lin-Chi came back, he felt somewhat happy. Well, what are you studying? A dark thing in the petri dish aroused Lin-Chi's curiosity. There was no such thing in the basement before. You wouldn't guess it. This is the source of the virus you brought back. But I used some special materials to stimulate its activity. Bai Su made room for Lin-Chi, then took out a small black square from the side and slowly threw it into the petri dish. The black wriggling bodies instantly wrapped the square and merged together after a while. Then this mass of things was constantly changing its form and was extremely active. Are you feeding it? In the absence of a host, the source of the virus has survived. But when it is unable to absorb nutrients for a long time, it will slowly die. Yes, research materials from major safety zones are sometimes shared and exchanged. I happened to see a piece of data yesterday, which was published by the Beijing Safety Zone Research Institute. It included data on the culture of virus sources. Bai Su has never given up contact with the Beijing Safe Zone. But now the situation is special. Even if she wants to go to the Beijing Safe Zone, she cannot do so. What has been discovered through research? Is it some kind of special mutated zombie? Lin-Chi knew that scientists played a huge role and could even influence future development. But that was not what he should worry about right now. No. What I just fed to it was the waste material you used to make bows and arrows from the 3rd-level mutated horns. After it dissolved and digested this thing, it actually possessed some of the toughness of horns. Do you know what this means? Bai Su pushed up his glasses and watched Lin-Chi's reaction expectantly. What does it mean to eat and supplement? After Lin-Chi teased him, he suddenly froze for a moment and looked closer at the black thing in the petri dish in disbelief. At this moment, it had turned into a black square, but it was still squirming. I have thought of it. But I guess you are thinking that this thing can be made into a weapon. Right? Ordinary people have such a lack of imagination. Bai Su chuckled, pushed his computer over, and opened a file. The screen suddenly showed a scene of a battle between men and women. Sorry. I forgot to clear the record I looked at earlier. Bai Su was not embarrassed and quickly turned off the video before opening another file. This kind of virus source is very rare. At this stage, only laboratories in major safe zones can study it. Because this kind of thing is a virion zombie in the early stages of a virus outbreak, it has a chance of carrying it in the brain and surviving. The first group of people who were infected had already been humanely destroyed by the Federation. Even if there was a source of the virus in their brains, it had lost its effect. Although this special virus was discovered later, it was simply impossible to obtain it from the 2nd and 3rd batches of virions. I can use gene crystals to make a data chip, which can store weapon form sample data or object parameters internally, so that the virus source can be fused. Its characteristics will allow it to remember this data, thus slowly forming a stable form. The safe zone calls this experimental plan the source plan. Bai Su opened a video on his computer. It was the data released by the Beijing Security Zone. It was a large closed incubator. The black substance inside is constantly changing its shape. turning into a long knife for a while, a protective suit for a while, and a character model for a while. So this thing is so precious. Then won't I have a weapon to carry with me in the future? After all, the longbow is inconvenient to carry everywhere. But if you have such a weapon that can change its form, you can quickly switch at any time to deal with any scene. Don't just limit yourself to weapons. Is your imagination so lacking? Baisu shook her head helplessly. This man's vision was indeed short-term. That's something you should consider. My hope is to have a weapon that can be changed at will. It seems that I must reward you well today. Lin-Chi couldn't help but move forward, lifted up Baisu's research clothes and took a look. Sure enough, he was wearing a pair of loose pants on his lower body. You? Aren't you afraid of coming down in groups? Baisu's voice suddenly became softer, and without waiting for the other party to exert any force, he took the initiative to get into Lin-Chi's arms. They're going to cook. Wait for a while, and let's make a quick decision. Lin-Chi took off his clothes with one hand, loaded the gun with one hand, and stepped forward. I'll come back tomorrow with some surveillance cameras. Please be gentle. Baisu bit her lip and pretended to be calm. Chapter 108 Ice Feeling Lubricant. Although the battle lasted only a short time, both sides felt a sense of excitement to compensate. After cleaning up, Lin-Chi took out all the remaining materials from the horns and fed them the source of the virus. Can this thing fuse metal? Or can it only fuse organic matter? Lin-Chi was already imagining his perfect weapon. You can only fuse organic matter, not metal. Baisu patted his face and let himself relax quickly, then pushed the computer to Lin-Chi and asked him to check the information by himself. That's pretty good. It seems I need to get some materials from mutant beasts. Since inorganic materials cannot be used, the only materials that can be fused are the horns and claws of mutant beasts, or the scales on some mutant beasts. The higher the level, the better the effect will naturally be. After a while, footsteps were heard from the basement stairs. They walked halfway up the stairs before shouting, "Honey, it's time to eat. Teacher Bai, would you like to eat some more?" Out of politeness, Tuanchuan still asked. "I've already eaten. You can eat." Baisu didn't look back and pretended to be busy. She had already had dinner when she was in the scientific research building, and she just had another meal down there, which was very satisfying. Lin-Chi stood up and walked upstairs. The matter of weapons did not happen overnight. At this stage, the source of the virus was still being cultivated, and he was in no hurry. Life should be enjoyed slowly. When we arrived upstairs, Xiaoling was already waiting at the dining table. During the 2 days I was out, the food I ate was not good. It was far from the high grade of the ingredients Lin-Chi collected. Coupled with Tuanchuan's craftsmanship, the food cooked could be said to be absolutely delicious. At the dinner table, the family of 3 was enjoying themselves happily. In contrast, Teacher Bai in the basement seems a bit lonely. After dinner, Lin-Chi went to the basement again. His interest in Project Yuan made him temporarily put aside Xiaoling's unlocking situation. It took a total of 3 hours to read all the research materials on the major safe zones. And then, I had a slight understanding of the plan. It turns out that there are still 2 differences in this plan. One wants to study the nature of the source of the virus and create powerful Project Source fighters, and the other wants to study its expanded utilization and create Project Source weapons. The ability to combine the characteristics of swallowing organic matter and maintaining the stability of memory data makes the virus source extremely powerful in development. These 2 extremes have long development prospects no matter where they go. Yes, the former is full of instability. After all, the nature of the virus is still tyrannical. No one can guarantee what the produced Source Project warriors will look like. But the Source Project weapons have a stable prototype. And now there is a simple finished product. Baisu is constantly calculating data on the backup computer. How much material needs to be consumed to cultivate the virus source into a suitable form? During this period, Tuanchuan came down several times. Needless to say, she wanted to urge Lin-Chi to go back to bed. But seeing that the 2 of them were too busy to talk to her, she understood that there must be something very important. So I took Xiaoling upstairs to rest first. After understanding all the information, Lin-Chi stood up and twisted his waist. Go to rest early, and help me keep an eye out in the past few days to see if there are any mutant beasts near the safe zone. After all, Lin-Chi is not a big force like the safe zone. He has a large number of rescue teams constantly exploring outside. It is very difficult for him to go out with his team and encounter a second-level mutant beast. After all, at this stage, the area around the safe zone is almost completely explored. If you want to find mutant beasts of level 2 or above, You may have to go to villages and towns outside the city, or in mountainous areas. Okay, I will pay attention to it for you. And the chip storage of the source project weapon also needs to be made of crystallized materials of level 3 or above. If you want to get the form source project weapon, you must hunt a level 3 mutant beast again. A third level mutant beast was so rare. But for his own weapon, Lin Chi had to do everything he could to do it. Back upstairs, Lin Chi walked to Tuanchuan and Xiaoling's room and paused for a moment. It's so late today. Even if I go into the house and spend most of the night, I'm afraid I won't be able to open the lock. It's better to recharge my batteries and make more preparations another day. After a night's rest, Teacher Bai got up early to go to work. By the time Lin Chi got up, it was already 8:30. After taking a look at the door next door that had not yet been opened, Lin Chi did not bother him. Instead, he went to the basement and fed a mutated horn to the source of the virus. Then he started exercising in the hospital. After washing up, Tuanchuan had prepared a simple breakfast. After the three of them finished eating, they drove to the repair shop. Yesterday's armored vehicle had been cleaned. After Lin Chi greeted everyone, he drove the armored vehicle to a large repair room and started the overall modification plan. Lin Chi still plans to use the hybrid dual-engine mode for the new mobile fortress. After all, the current energy device is not perfect. During this time, people at the repair shop also bought many large cars outside, and the parts on them were enough for Lin Chi to use. Lin Chi stayed in the car all morning, using the spare computer on the armored vehicle to conceive of the overall plan for the mobile fortress, and unknowingly came up with a prototype. It still doesn't work. With the current driving method, it's impossible to drive such a big guy. After a simple calculation, Lin Chi scratched his head and had to skip this stage for the time being. It wasn't until the mobile fortress was reduced to a certain proportion that it became feasible. The chassis structure of the armored vehicle is too small. It seems that a large truck will be needed. There were 2 large trucks that came back from the supermarket last time. They were both 9.6 meters in size. They were the same as the ones that loaded rice before. They were now parked in the yard of the repair shop. Lin Chi went out for a walk, checked the chassis of the truck, and got a rough idea. If you dismantle these 2 cars and use the dismantled materials to renovate them, they should be enough for your own use. Just as he said, Lin Chi immediately called a few car repairmen and asked them to work together to dismantle the 2 cars into parts. Although everyone didn't understand the purpose of his move, no one objected. Until the evening, Lin Chi took Tuan and Xiaoling back to the villa. It was just by Su's research. He couldn't help it all under normal circumstances, so he could only conceive of the modification of the mobile fortress through the computer in the living room. After dinner, Tuanchuan and Xiaoling saw that Lin Chi was still working and had no intention of taking a rest. So they whispered something, and Xiaoling went upstairs alone. "Husband, why don't you rest?" Tuanchuan sat on Lin Chi's lap and gave her a kiss. "Go to bed when I finish this." When he has a goal, Lin Chi always feels that time is tight. Especially since he found traces of mutated bugs last time he went out. Maybe it won't be long before a large number of bugs start to spread. When will it be? Let's do it tomorrow. I'll show you something good. Tuanchuan took out a bottle from his arms and put it into Lin Chi's hand, then stood up and walked upstairs. When he went up the stairs, he turned around and winked at Lin Chi. "It's a bit strange, isn't it?" Lin Chi turned the bottle and saw that there were several large characters printed on it. Ice lubricant. The supplies brought back last time were various, and some of them were special products. Thinking that Tuanchuan and Xiaoling had been in the warehouse for a long time during the day, they didn't expect that they were looking for such things. Lin Chi closed the computer, thought about it, opened it again, and checked Bai Su's hidden folder. Sure enough, everything was copied into it. So I quickly carefully selected an exciting fighting movie starring 1 man and 2 women. Fast forwarded to check the quality, put it away, and headed upstairs with great satisfaction. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard the sound of gurgling water coming from the bathroom. Lin Chi thought they were both taking a shower. But when they got to the bed, he noticed the slightly trembling little heads in the bed. Xiaoling has actually come clean. "Honey, I'm almost done washing. You can do the same later." The bathroom door was not closed tightly at all. After Tuanchuan noticed Lin Chi coming in, he shouted and moved faster. After a while, she wiped the water stains on her body and walked out unscrupulously. As the gene awakening increases, Tuanchuan's body becomes more and more perfect. Although the proportions are a bit exaggerated, it still gives Lin Chi a visual enjoyment. "I'm going to wash up now. and the three of us will watch a movie later. Lin Chi couldn't wait to enter the bedroom, and quickly cleaned himself in the shortest possible time. When they came out, the two of them were already huddled under the quilt, and the computer was placed beside the bed. The screen had just been open for a while, and the plot had not yet unfolded. After Lin Chi turned off the light, he got directly into bed, and squeezed between the two of them. What kind of movie is this? With street interviews? When Tianchuan turned on the computer just now, this movie appeared directly, thinking that Lin Chi had prepared it a long time ago. Xiaoling was blushing a little at the moment. She had already recognized the scene when she saw it. But I can't say that I have seen this type of movie. I can only pretend not to understand, and keep my eyes as clear as possible. The interview is just a character introduction. It will be very exciting later. You can study it carefully, and you may use it later. Lin Chi just fast-forwarded through a few scenes, and knew nothing about the plot. But when watching a movie like this, who would care about the plot? So I clicked a few times to fast-forward, and the picture gradually became special. Wow! Tianchuan screamed in surprise first. Her eyes brightened instantly. She slowly stood up, and became completely energetic. To be honest, I'd never seen anything like this before, and I've never dared to look at it. Although she was telling the truth, her eyes did not move at all. Forbidden comics are even more outrageous than this. So stop making excuses. Lin Chi didn't bother to expose her, then reached out and pinched Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you should have seen it. Right? Xiaoling shook her head quickly, but after shaking it a few times, she nodded with difficulty. I read a post online that said watching this kind of movie is good for physical development. So I watched some secretly. Xiaoling blushed and defended herself. But when she saw the highlight part, she couldn't help but let out a wow. Chapter 109, Opening Xiaoling's Gene Lock. Apply what you learn. After all, both of them are good at learning. After only half of learning, they can't help but skip the boring parts and look for the exciting parts. The originally 2-hour plot movie was completed in only half an hour. So it can still be like this. Tianchuan glanced at Lin Chi and Xiaoling thoughtfully, and a crazy idea gradually emerged in his mind. Husband, I want to try it. Biting her fingers, she could endure it for half an hour, which was her limit. At this moment, she felt like ants were crawling all over her body. Come! Lin Chi gave the order, and Tianchuan quickly cooperated with the action and performed many exciting parts of the movie. Xiaoling was stunned for a while. After getting into a good mood, Tianchuan pulled Xiaoling over, and the two of them overlapped to present the wonderful scene in the movie. Brother Lin, I'm afraid of pain. Xiaoling was lying on Tianchuan's body, showing her beautiful side, but at this moment, she didn't hesitate at all. She just wanted to experience the state of unlocking her gene lock as soon as possible. Don't worry. I will be careful. Lin Chi took out the icy lubricant that Tianchuan had given him, and the cold feeling made all three of them feel excited. When Lin Chi aimed the large key at the lock cylinder, the familiar light curtain finally appeared in front of his eyes. Detected the gene lock in the opponent's body. Whether to open it. Lin Chi had always been worried that their different situations would lead to differences. If the gene lock could not be opened after helping, it would be difficult to explain. But now, he no longer had any worries. So with a little effort, he broke through an obstacle. Unlocking progress increased by January 3000. After waiting to the end, the light screen in front of me once again showed prompts. And the progress was somewhat different from that of Tianchuan. Sure enough, after taking 7 gene crystals, the progress of unlocking is only 3000. Although she completed the first unlocking, the process was far more difficult than when she helped Tianchuan before. After only 10 times, Xiaoling was exhausted and unable to hold on. And it was because of the buffer behind her. If this continues, even if it is done step by step, it will take several days to completely open the genetic lock. Lin Chi switched to the next target, and the pressure dropped sharply. On the second day, Tianchuan and Xiaoling slept in, especially because they were afraid that others would find something unusual, and Xiaoling didn't want to leave the villa. So Lin Chi could only go to the repair shop alone and start the day's work. It will take some time to dismantle the large truck. Even with the continuous cooperation of several masters, the progress is not as fast as that of Lin Chi. And Susan began to form a fleet, select manpower, and prepare to go out for another search. Captain, we plan to go out today. Old Lee used to live in the industrial zone and knows where the things you want are. He should be able to get a batch back before the safe zone is completely taken over. As for the survivors of the previous live supermarket, everyone had a tacit understanding not to mention it. Okay, Please be safe on the road. I'm going to the combat deployment building today to upgrade the search team. Otherwise, it's not good to waste favors all the time. An intermediate search team can have a maximum of 50 members, which is enough for use. It can also use firearms and weapons legitimately, and even has the right to exchange some points for firearms. After Lin Chi checked the disassembly progress of the 2 trucks at the repair shop, he drove his car towards the combat deployment building. Half an hour later, the car passed through the survivors' residential area and came to the vicinity of the combat deployment building. At this moment, there were many pedestrians coming in and out of the campus gate, all members of the team formed by the survivors. It is not uncommon for Doomsday to form gangs and make trouble together, and the safe zone also facilitates this, which can also help them share some of the pressure. And when some awakened people emerge, they will soon be noticed by the safe zone, thereby attracting these talents to join the safe zone forces. The combat deployment building did not allow outside vehicles to enter, so Lin Chi parked his car in the parking space at the door, checked his ID card, and walked in. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the hall where the rescue team was once located. At this moment, there were several more windows in the hall, and there were people queuing up in front of each window. It happened that several people in front of Winchio's window had finished their procedures and left, so Lin Chi quickly queued up. Winchio worked very efficiently, and soon it was Lin Chi's turn. Sir, what procedures do you want to go through? Winchio just raised her head for a quick glance. After she finished speaking, she raised her head in surprise, and then recognized Lin Chi. The originally tired little face suddenly became energetic, and there was even a hint of shyness in his eyes. Help me upgrade the search team. Lin Chi sat down and looked at Winchio unscrupulously, and found that the girl seemed to have lost some weight. Can't you get enough to eat even if you are guarding the iron rice bowl? Why do you seem to have lost a lot of weight? The two of them are considered acquaintances, and it is normal for them to care about each other. No way. I always eat on time. Maybe it's because I'm too busy during this period. Winchio lowered his head and skillfully upgraded Lin Chi's identity card to the level of the search team, from the initial level to the intermediate level. He also had to pay a handling fee of 500 points. These fees would be deducted directly from the identity card. Mr. Lin, you can give your search team a name. When the time comes, you can announce it on the search team information board in the safe area to attract more capable people to join. Winchio introduced that when expanding the business, of course they want to publicize it, but they also have to pay some fees, and they can get commissions. If she were an ordinary person, Winchio might not be so enthusiastic. After all, it would be difficult to collect the points to upgrade the team. But she knew that Lin Chi was rich and should not mind the 100 points. This is not necessary. I have enough manpower. Lin Chi didn't want to recruit people who didn't know their roots. He would rather recruit some ordinary people than leave any trouble for his team. Oh! Winchio lowered his head again, with a hint of disappointment in the corners of his eyes. If she can get this business commission, she will earn 10 points. It's almost noon. Do you have a place to eat here? After completing the formalities, Lin Chi did not leave. It was almost noon. It would be too late to return to the villa area. After all, he had to go to the repair shop in the afternoon, which would waste too much time. We have a canteen here, but it's not open to the public. There are a few restaurants outside, but they are very expensive. Before the end of the world, who would care about going out to a restaurant and only thinking whether the food outside was delicious or not? But now going out to a restaurant has become a luxury. After all, sometimes a meal may cost an ordinary person several days of rations. I'm not familiar with the road. When will you get off work? Take me to a restaurant. Seeing Lin Chi chatting with the office staff at the counter, the people in the queue behind him suddenly felt dissatisfied. Hey, brother, if you want to pick up girls, you can wait until they get off work. Don't interfere with our formalities. He was very polite, probably because he saw the silver ID card in Lin Chi's hand. I'm sorry, brother. We are all men. Please understand each other more. Lin Chi smiled apologetically, then turned around, approached the window, and spoke softly. Don't refuse. You don't want your colleagues to know that you secretly look at those things at work, right? Winchio showed a hint of panic on her face, and then looked at Lin Chi with an aggrieved look. I originally thought that this guy was just a good guy from Say Say, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a bad guy from Say Say. I don't get off work until 15 minutes, Winchio said nervously. She didn't want her little privacy to be known. This job was already very enviable, and if something happened, Her iron rice bowl would not be guaranteed. People who spy on this position are watching for someone to make mistakes. Okay. I'll wait for you outside for a while. 15 minutes later. Winchell walked out of the business hall and looked around at the door. Forced by Lin Chi's power. She had no choice but to submit. Otherwise, if others knew about it, she would lose the job she finally got. Here. Lin Chi stood by the pillar in front of the hall and waved. Then walked towards the school district gate. Mr. Lin. Please don't embarrass me. I'm just an ordinary person. Winchell is indeed an ordinary person. She was originally a student of this university. But she was trapped in the school during the quarantine. Later, the school was taken over by the federal forces. And they were assigned jobs. Originally, this job could easily support her. But recently her family was brought to a safe zone by the rescue team. Now the whole family relies on her to support them. And the burden has suddenly increased several times. It's just a meal. I didn't ask you to do anything. So don't worry too much. Lin Chi walked in front, followed by a little tail. The two of them walked for 10 minutes before arriving at the gate of the campus. Get in the car and take me to the best restaurant nearby. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, there are still those with noble status. And the few restaurants in the safe zone are all controlled by internal forces and used to consume points. Winchell sat in the passenger seat with a nervous look on her face. This car was not a luxury car. Before the end of the world, it only cost about 1 or 200,000. But people who could drive a car now had some wealth. Turn left at the intersection ahead. There is a restaurant. But it's a bit expensive. She pointed the way carefully, while keeping an eye on Lin Chi. Then don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. I just want to take this opportunity to ask you some questions. Lin Chi asked Winchell out not out of the blue, but because he wanted to get some information from her. After all, he was a staff member of the combat deployment building. So he would know some information that ordinary survivors did not know. If you can develop it into a suitable information channel, it is worth spending some points yourself. What do you want to ask? Winchell didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at the moment. And several thoughts flashed in her mind. What do you like to eat? How about hot pot or barbecue? I like them all. Huh? After returning to her subconscious, Winchell looked at Lin Chi in surprise. She even thought that the other party would use this to ask her about some military secrets. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be what she likes to eat. Chapter 110 Meeting an Xian by chance. The car parked in front of a barbecue restaurant. There was only one car in front of the deserted store, which showed the difference in business in the catering industry in the safe zone, but without rent and employee wages. The current business is simply a business without capital. There was only one person in the hall, and a girl in front of the counter was drowsy. When she noticed someone coming in, she quickly became energetic. Welcome. A bright smile appeared on the girl's face, obviously more dedicated than before the end of the service. This is it. Are there any special dishes? It was also Lin Chi's first time eating out, so he didn't know the current cuisine. So he asked in advance. We mainly sell barbecue here, which is the meat of mutated beasts, as well as grilled fish. Special dishes include fried insect eggs and earthworm skewers. The girl at the counter spoke calmly. It was obvious that she was used to such heavyweight delicacies. 2 grilled meats and 1 grilled fish. Lin Chi ordered some other side dishes, and then took Winchell to the corner seat. Mr. Lin, the food you ordered just now is very expensive. Winchell whispered that when she came in just now, she had been looking around for the menu. She checked Lin Chi's several dishes on the menu one by one. This meal actually cost a few hundred, considering that her salary is only 10 points a day. This meal is almost as much as her points earned in a month. It's only a little over 200 points. Eat quickly. When you're full, I still have questions to ask you. Lin Chi didn't care at all and tasted the barbecue. It tasted pretty good. After all, with enough seasoning, a piece of wood can produce a good taste. The meat should be first-order mutated sheep, and the fish should be the mutated fish that appeared in the lake in the safe zone. However, it has been cleaned up by new energy methods, and I am afraid that it will be difficult for any living thing to survive in the lake. Winchell ate very quickly, but she still maintained her girlish image. She just wanted to fill her stomach and compact it, so that she would not feel hungry for the next 3 days. You work in the combat deployment building. Can you hear some special awakened people? Lin Chi has always been paying attention to those awakened people with special circumstances. But for a long time, apart from Tuanchuan, only Su Sen's situation was somewhat special. Special awakener? Winchell had not yet swallowed the roast meat she was chewing, and her cheeks were bulging in order to speak. I seem to have seen some special awakened people a few days ago. They all wear battle uniforms, which are different from ordinary soldiers. She seemed to understand that it was a special status. Lin Chi didn't know whether the girl was really stupid or deliberately hiding it from him. So he took all the pieces of barbecue in front of her. Alas. But when I was registering team information for others, I saw that one person's ID card had a special ability written on it, including strength, speed, sound waves, smell, vision, etc. The initial awakening of genes is roughly related to the major organs of the host itself. Whichever aspect is outstanding will become stronger. However, these are ordinary awakened people, and are not special. Seeing that there were less and less barbecued meats on the plate, Winchio finally became anxious. I know the special awakened people you are talking about. There is an institution in the safe zone that recruits special awakened people. But they are in the 12 campuses inside. And ordinary people cannot enter at all. I don't know the rest. Anyway, this is not a big secret. The senior officials in the safe zone basically know about this kind of thing. Even if it spreads, no one will be held accountable. Lin Chi moved his plate in front of Winchio, and then continued, "Let's do this. I'll give you a task. If you see a large number of combat teams gathering out of the city in the future, pass the news to me." After being served delicious food and drinks, Lin Chi finally revealed his purpose. Although Bai Su is now considered a high-level executive in the safety zone, he is a scientific researcher after all, and cannot know the battle deployment plan. At most, he can get some scientific research materials and information. Winchio is different. The combat deployment building where she is located is the only place the combat team in the safe zone must pass when going out. As long as there is any big movement, she can easily learn about it. "You want me to be your spy?" At this moment, Winchio finally understood and glanced around with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, there was only one table of guests in the hall, and no one else heard the conversation just now. "Don't say it so harshly. We are friends. We just chat about some gossips during dinner. Then I will give you 10 points every day. How about that?" Lin Chi could tell that Winchio was very short of points. Otherwise she wouldn't have sold those things to him last time. It was most reasonable to seduce him with points. "I don't want points. It would be great if you could treat me to a meal every few days." Winchio wanted to refuse, but when she thought about her situation, she shook her head. Giving her points would not do her any good. "That's okay. I'll find a way to get your contact information in the future. Before that, I'll take you out for a meal every 3 days." At this stage, the communication methods in the safe zone are not perfect yet. Only those high-level officials have mastered the new communication equipment. It may take some time to research if they want to promote them all. After the two of them finished eating, when they were about to get up and pay, several more people walked in at the door of the restaurant. It was originally dinner time, so it wasn't surprising that a few people came. But when Winchio saw one of them, she quickly lowered her head. "Just stay here. Be quiet." One of the middle-aged men put his hands behind his back and looked at the environment in the hall. But there was a trace of disgust in his eyes. Before, he wouldn't have bothered to come into such a small place. "Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, but there are too few places in the safe zone worthy of your status, so I can only condescend." The other man was a little humble, but his waist was very straight. He led Mr. Liu and another woman to the stairs and walked towards the second floor. "Isn't this Winchio? Is he married to a rich man?" The woman's voice was gentle and seemed to have a special allure. Seeing that Winchio was also in the hotel, her eyes showed a hint of surprise. But then she started laughing. Although she was also like this, Winchio had rejected Mr. Liu next to her before. Mr. Liu also noticed the woman's words at this moment, turned his head and took a look. His eyes gradually darkened. "Miss Wen, is this what you said about not wanting to deal with men? It seems that Liu is not worthy of your respect." He was Winchio who caught his eye at first sight when he was going through the formalities in the combat deployment building yesterday. Especially his pure and delicate appearance and frail body, which gave people a unique desire to protect. When I was young, there was no Bai Yueguang in my heart. And Mr. Liu's Bai Yueguang was very similar to Winchio. So he stepped forward and expressed his thoughts, hoping to be friends and go home together after get off work. But he was ruthlessly declined. You must know that before the Doomsday, he was one of the top 10 bosses in the city. When the Doomsday came, he completed the concentration of materials and the formation of forces as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the location of the safe zone was not chosen within his sphere of influence. But even so, As long as his power is transferred into the safe zone, it is still a force that can influence the overall situation. Mr. Liu, please listen to my explanation. Actually, Wenqiu looked nervous and really didn't know how to explain it. She looked at Lin Qi for help, hoping to get help. Sure? Is he the disgusting old man you said was harassing you? Lin Qi glanced at Wenqiu teasingly, then suddenly turned serious and walked over. Huh? I didn't say that. At this moment, Wenqiu realized what he was doing and quickly followed him, trying to hold Lin Qi back. But how could she keep up with her speed? Just a few steps after catching up, she saw that Lin Qi had quickly stepped forward and was in front of Mr. Liu. Although Mr. Liu looks more elegant, he is a big boss after all. He has taken more genetic fluid than a normal person, and he has even taken a lot of second-order genetic fluid. Therefore, he has an aura of calmness and self-power, which can be detected by ordinary awakened people. And the person next to him was no ordinary person. He was the person in charge of receiving special survivors in the safe zone. Mr. Liu, it seems that you are not an ordinary person. Why are you so angry with a little girl? Lin Qi wanted to take action just now, but out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw several cars parked outside, and even an armored vehicle. And he guessed the identity of this person. But he couldn't bear to suffer. So he reached out and patted Mr. Liu on the shoulder. It has been detected that the gene lock has been turned on in the opponent's body. Do you want to force it to close? Closure? Young man, do you want to stand up for her? Mr. Liu ignored Lin Qi's impoliteness. He had seen too many such stupid young people. So he waved. And the person following him stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Qi. Friend, please don't provoke any conflicts here. Mr. Liu is a distinguished guest of the Central Plains Security Zone. You must not be negligent in the slightest. The person in charge gave Lin Qi a vague wink, telling him to leave quickly and not to get entangled too much. Dignified guest? Only then did Lin Qi realize that Mr. Liu was not from the safe zone. If that was the case, then what did he have to worry about? What's wrong? I heard it was quite lively here outside. A few more people came outside the hotel, led by the logistics director Lin Qi had met several times. An Xian. Ministerin, I didn't expect that you would give me a blow right now. It seems that Liu's decision to come to the Central Plains Security Zone was a wrong one. When Mr. Liu heard an Xian's voice, he didn't look back, but his face was a little gloomy. He is a smart man, suspicious by nature, and the series of coincidences just now made him feel that something was wrong. If there are too many coincidences, there will be human traces. What did Mr. Liu say? It's not too late to welcome you to the Central Plains Security Zone. So how can I give you a command? As the logistics minister, an Xian was the main person in charge of negotiating with Mr. Liu. But he came a step too late and encountered this situation. She had deliberately waited at the door for a moment just now, just looking for a suitable time to enter. That's good. Otherwise Liu would think that when he comes to the Central Plains safe zone, some cats and dogs can bully them at will. I want to come to these two people. Let's set a price. Mr. Liu's move was almost a slap in the face of a safe zone. He was sure that the other party would not agree. But since he accepted it, there was room for bargaining. Amewagu? I think Mr. Liu has misunderstood. This Mr. Lin's identity is not ordinary. Even I have to give him some face. The person behind him is an important figure in the capital security zone. Are you sure you want to offend him? An Xian's mouth showed a hint of mockery, and he inadvertently winked at Lin Qi. The two made eye contact, and Lin Qi understood everything instantly. Chapter 111 Laser Weapon Experiment. This is to take advantage of the situation and suppress it. But there is no power in him. His only background is Bai Su, who is a scientific researcher. Ministerin is joking. My guy just has some connections in the family. How can he influence your Zhongyuan security decision? You'd better receive this distinguished guest. Mr. Liu. Lin Qi had an unhappy look on his face. Since he wanted to take advantage of the situation, he had to pretend to be strong and cooperate well. As soon as he heard that he was from the safety zone of Beijing, Mr. Liu was already a little afraid. Before the end, although he had some status, compared with the big guys gathered in the capital, he couldn't even join the circle. After the Doomsday came, all he relied on were some supplies he had hoarded in advance. And his men formed a small camp. This time when I came to the Central Plains for safety, I actually wanted to exchange a large amount of supplies for a shelter in the safety zone. But it was only on the second day that he offended someone, and a trace of fear appeared on his originally arrogant face. This minister and this gentleman? Seeing Lin Chi and Wenxiu leaving the hotel gate, Lu Hong suddenly became anxious and even lowered his voice. Mr. Lu, why don't you go back first? If you can't calm Mr. Lin down today, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me, the logistics minister, to explain. I'm sorry. And Xian winked at the person beside him and hurriedly chased Lin Chi away. Before the car started, and Xian got into the back seat and signaled Lin Chi to drive. Ministerin, I'm sorry to bother you. Lin Chi knew that Ministerin had done him a big favor this time. But when the words came out, they meant something else to Wenxiu. I've long been unhappy with the man surnamed Lu. He's just a businessman with only a few thousand tons of supplies. What qualifications do he have to negotiate terms with me and want to carve up some rights? And Xian shook her head and smiled. She had met many such people, but they were still living in dreams and refused to accept the reality of the new world. If it is a special gene awakener, it will make her pay more attention to it. The car soon arrived in front of the combat deployment building. When it stopped on the side of the road, Lin Chi turned to look at Wenxiu. Get out of the car. I won't take you in. Wenxiu trembled as she unbuckled her seat belt, pushed open the car door, and got out of the car, then carefully closed the door. Wenxiu looked at Lin Chi with a complicated face. She originally thought that the other party was just an ordinary survivor who had formed a search team and had some wealth. However, after today's experience, she realized that the other party's identity was somewhat unusual. After all, the logistics director in Anshin, she still knew. Watching the car drive away, Wenxiu stood at the door of the combat deployment building for a long time, seemingly making an important decision. Ministerin, where are you getting off? Lin Chi knew that an Xian was busy all day long and could not stay with him for too long. Send me to the logistics department. You should be careful in the next few days. Lu Hong may find a way to investigate you. However, he didn't bring many people with him to the Central Plains security zone this time. As long as he doesn't go out, it won't be a big problem. And Xian still reminded her that she knew that Lin Chi had some strength and was not afraid that he would suffer a loss. Moreover, the current relationship network is not as clear as before. Even if Lu Hong wants to investigate, he can't find anything. Arriving at the logistics department, Lin Chi parked the car at the door. This department was also one of the 12 former campuses, and it was also the largest campus. Logistics operations affected the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the entire safety zone. And Xian did not get out of the car, but sat in the back seat and enjoyed the brief tranquility. I heard that you formed a fleet. You gained a lot last time you went out. Lin Chi knew that he would not be able to hide the formation of his team from these people, so he was not surprised. He nodded and said with a smile, It's not much. Just 10 trucks of supplies. Just enough to support a repair shop. Minister N's family has a big business, so you don't think you can afford my little wealth, right? And Anshin should know it through the people at the Sentry. It seems that the power relations in the Central Plains security zone are also very penetrated. I don't mean that. If you want to exchange for something, you can come to me, but I may need your help with something. I will need to borrow Susan in your team after a while. He is a special awakener. The potential is huge. The word borrow is used very cleverly. I'm afraid that once you borrow something, there is no possibility of returning it. I want to ask Susan's opinion on this, and I'll give you an answer next time. Lin Chi heard something. It turned out that an Xian was also forming a special team of awakeners, probably to cultivate his own power. Well, I'm waiting for your good news. And Xian then opened the door and got out of the car, and walked towards the logistics department without looking back. It seems that the senior leaders of the safety zone do not get along well with each other. After all, the gathering of new forces is always accompanied by turmoil. Of course, an ordinary survivor like himself would definitely not choose to get involved. By the time Lin Chi drove back to the repair shop, it was already afternoon. After working in the car shed until evening, Lin Chi returned to the villa. But for the sake of insurance, he changed into an inconspicuous car. Bai Su was not busy in the basement, but chatting with Tuanchuan Shaoling in the living room. Seeing Lin Chi coming back, the three of them just said hello and still talked animatedly. Feeling bored, Lin Chi went to take a shower, and then went to the basement to observe the changes in the source of the virus. Feeding third-level mutated horns every day makes the virus source get bigger and bigger. At this stage, After the horns are used up, the 2 pieces of cowhide will also become its food. I took the time to design a set of Project Source suits and weapons for you. Do you want to take a look? Baisu came to the basement at this time, turned on the computer, and opened a Source Project folder. It contains the data that I searched for in various save zones during my free time. After all, it has already been studied by previous people, so I only need to learn from the data. Let me see. It's not that tight-fitting thing. Right. When Lin Shi heard the word war suit, he thought of the kind of tight-fitting suits worn by Western superheroes, and felt inexplicably resistant to it. We in the East definitely have an Eastern aesthetic, on the basis of adapting to human body mechanics. We retain some elements of the armor, because it is fully covered after activation. It can be equipped with an exoskeleton device to enhance combat effectiveness. The video in the file unfolds, and the black armor slowly forms and gradually attaches to the human model, which looks quite shocking. This seems to be the same as nanotechnology. Right. This change reminded Lin Shi of Marvel's Iron Man's nano armor and Black Panther suit, both of which seem to have similar approaches. This is bioactive technology and has nothing to do with nanotechnology, but the two are indeed somewhat similar. Baisu explained that bioactive technology has a strong ability to heal itself, and under specific forms, it will continuously integrate organic matter to grow. Lin Shi nodded calmly. Although he didn't understand, he was greatly shocked. When can I use it? Lin Shi couldn't wait to see the source body constantly changing forms in the incubator. That's not possible now. You also need a third-order genetic crystal to make it into a data storage device, so that the source body can be fused to record the initial form. The last third-level gene crystal had already been made into an energy device by Lin Shi. If he wanted to give birth to the source project weapon, he had to get another one. It seems I have to go out for a while. Have you heard about the third-level mutant beasts near the safe area? Lin Shi held a glimmer of hope in his heart. If Baisu had any news, he would only need to take a few people out to kill the third-level mutant beast and bring back what he needed. No. The forces in the safe zone seem to have changed recently. The scientific research department has been blocked and cannot get news from the outside world. However, if I apply for the use of third-order mutant beast crystallization experiments, I may be able to get some scraps. But that is far from not enough. Such valuables must be strictly inspected every time you go to and from get off work, and cannot be taken out at all. However, it will take some time for the source body to evolve. So Lin Shi was not in a hurry. Just when he was about to do something, Tuanchuan and Xiaoling's figures appeared on the surveillance screen, and the two of them instantly became serious. A few seconds later, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Husband, Xiaoling and I also want to help. The two of them were bored in the living room, always looking forward to nightfall. So they went to the basement, looking for something to do to pass the time. Okay, come and hand me some tools. I plan to modify this laser cutting machine. The power of this laser cutting machine is still too small, and can only cut small things. What Lin Shi needs is a laser beam that can be manually controlled to cut large objects. If this thing can be modified, it can not only be used to cut metal, but can also be used as a weapon. After 2 disassemblies, Lin Shi had a clear understanding of the internal structure and operating principles of the laser cutting machine, and even had several modification plans in his mind. The large-scale transformation plan is to develop in the direction of laser weapons, while the small-scale one is to focus light, which is very convenient for attacking and cutting objects. With limited materials, Lin Shi could only develop his second idea. After a while, he completely dismantled the laser cutting machine, leaving only the precision parts inside. Bring me a second-order crystal. After running the idea in his mind, Lin Shi still felt something was wrong. So he thought of a special material. After the second-order gene crystal was decomposed, there were still some materials that had not been made into energy devices. But Lin Shi kept them. After taking a piece of similar size and reshaping it, I replaced the laser generator in the laser cutter, and then made some other adjustments. It took more than an hour to secure the last screw. Baisu didn't know when he was also attracted by Lin Shi's busyness. He put down his work and stood aside to watch carefully. Although she was not very proficient in optics and energy, she was a highly intelligent scientist after all, and could still see what Lin Shi was doing. You want to use crystals instead of laser generators. This thing has energy-absorbing properties. I'm afraid that won't work. Right? Although Baisu has not done any experiments in this area, the storage and release of energy devices are similar to these. Direct charging into it will not only not release it, but may detonate it. If you want to find out the cause of a problem, how will you know if you don't try? Lin Chi knew that experiments could only succeed after repeated failures. So when he was ready, he adjusted his direction to the target on the wall and motioned for the three of them to get out of the way. After turning on the power, the imaginary laser did not emit, but the crystal used to replace the laser generator instantly turned red, emitting a dazzling red light. Chapter 112. The progress of unlocking continues to improve. Did it fail? Lin Chi quickly cut off the power supply. Otherwise the transmitted energy would reach the limit and an explosion would occur. No, it shouldn't be considered a failure. The laser generator you just made is too crude. Give me a day, and I should be able to find a solution. Bai Su's eyes were shining with light, as if she had discovered a new idea. She took out the crystal that was still shining, and fixed it on the operating table to study. Sometimes experiments are about finding inspiration from failure and getting better inspiration. Bai Su has discovered this now, and became extremely excited. Then it's up to you. You can try this thing later. In the simple laboratory, there were not all professional tools after all, and Lin Chi did not insist on it. After observing for a while, he found that he could not understand Bai Su's operation at all. To Enchuan, Xiaoling and Lin Chi winked several times. After receiving a response, they made an excuse and walked upstairs. If you have nothing to do, go up too. I can do this by myself. Bai Su watched Lin Chi walking back and forth, picking up tools and putting them down again, and couldn't help but say something to drive him away. Well, I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. Lin Chi decisively put down his tools, took off his lab coat, and strode upstairs. Unlocking is a continuous process. Xiaoling recovered after a day, and Tuanchuan continued to talk about some wonderful processes and experiences, so that she was full of expectations. Although the first time, I grimaced in pain, but Tuanchuan said it was different the second time. Numb. By the third time, I couldn't bear to pull it out. The two took a shower in the bathroom, turned on the pink night light, and filled the room with a charming atmosphere. Moreover, Tuanchuan has found a new study material, and the two of them are studying it while lying on the bed. Wow! This is wonderful! The fighting method that far exceeded their cognition constantly impacted their three perspectives. So much so that the two of them were so excited that even Lin Chi didn't notice it. It's really hard work. Lin Chi couldn't help but praise him. He had already taken a shower in the repair shop, so he used a quick stripping technique and got in from behind. A cold feeling caused the two of them to scream in panic, but they were quickly suppressed by Lin Chi, unable to move. Wow! This one is even more exciting than yesterday's one. You guys have good taste. The heroine in the video has extremely superb kung fu and is outstanding in all aspects. She is simply a teacher who teaches by words and deeds. Xiaoling and I have been looking for it all morning. We feel that this movie is the most observational, and we can learn a lot from it. Tuanchuan has begun to rub their weapons together, and when the time is right, their sharp edges will be revealed. She started the fight first, and after half the battle, she gave up her opponent to Xiaoling. With yesterday's experience, Xiaoling finally got better after some fluctuations, and became the shape of Xiao Linchi again. Unlocking progress increased by November 3000. Unlocking progress increased by December 3000. Lin Chi slowly but powerfully increased the progress of unlocking, and unknowingly, he was advancing towards the hundreds figure. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore today. Xiaoling opened her eyes curiously, and her face was rosy. Every time she improved the progress, her little mouth would open slightly and exhale a ball of hot air. The battle lasted until midnight. Lin Chi lay on the bed, turning on his skills and checking them bit by bit, feeling no sleepiness in his heart. The rapid progress this time has directly advanced to more than 300 points. Although Xiaoling is small, she is still very durable, and because of her small body, her recovery ability is much faster than that of ordinary people, which is why she can bear it again the next day. There were footsteps on the stairs. This was the sound of Bai Su returning to his room. When he heard the door next door close, Lin Chi also closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Bai Su went to work in the morning. Lin Chi and Xiaoling each held one. After having breakfast and doing some healthy exercise, they got up and drove towards the repair shop. The convoy led by Susan did not come back yesterday and apparently stayed outside for a while. According to their itinerary, they should be able to return to the safe zone before noon today. Lin Chi used the tools and equipment from the repair shop to speed up the transformation of the mobile fortress. The chassis of the two large trucks had been dismantled. Considering the strength of the mobile fortress, Lin Chi welded the two chassis together and widen them. Reinforcement. On top, several fortress rooms are welded out of thick steel plates, which can not only store supplies, but also have space for resting. It was busy until noon when cheers suddenly came from the repair shop. The team led by Susan had returned to the safe area and returned to the door of the repair shop. Susan still only drove 5 cars when he went out this time. But when he came back, he brought back 10 cars. However, the supplies he was looking for this time were not many. They were all equipment and instruments brought back from the factories in the industrial zone. Among them are Lin Chiao's processing lathes, cutting machinery, and a large number of thick steel plates. Lin Chi put down his work and quickly walked out to greet him. These things were just in time for his needs. Captain, we are back. Susan went out alone with his team this time. And they were all a group of people who had experience last time. They were all fully armed. Although they encountered some accidents, they were able to handle them easily. Just get back safely. Let them unload the truck. Come with me. Lin Chi gave a few words of encouragement, asked someone to prepare a sumptuous lunch, and then took Susan to the car repair shed. I met the logistics minister in Xian yesterday. She seems to be interested in recruiting you and wants you to join her combat team. Before Lin Chi finished speaking, Susan looked serious. Captain, please refuse for me. I will not join other teams. Susan didn't think about it at all. If he joined an Xian's combat team, it seemed more prosperous. But in fact, he was involved in the power disputes in the safe zone. The most important thing was that he would not be able to protect his sister at all times. It's okay not to want this kind of scenery. I'm just asking you. If you don't want to, just reject her directly. Lin Chi originally had other ideas. But when he heard Susan was so determined, he put all his previous ideas behind him. The two of them came to the courtyard and helped everyone unload the supplies from the car. All the needed items were moved to the garage. The repair shop was busy all afternoon. Fortunately, Lin Chi and Susan's strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. They moved all the heaviest things, and the remaining small things became much easier. After being busy until evening, I returned to the villa. For several days, Lin Chi went back and forth between the villa and the repair shop, renovating the mobile fortress during the day, and studying in the basement for a while at night. Sometimes, when Tuanchuan and Shaoling were not down, he would secretly have some activities with Bai Su, which could be considered as a way to steal the show while busy. In the transformation of the laser cutting machine, Bai Su finally completed the adjustment of the laser generator and used crystals to construct positive and negative polar crystals, which released laser heat energy many times more than before. With the help of this tool, Lin Chi's welding speed of the mobile fortress increased several times. This morning, not long after Lin Chi arrived at the repair shop, he was instructing several masters to weld the guardrails on the car when suddenly there was a noise outside. Captain, something happened. A team member ran in quickly, with a trace of panic on his face. What's wrong? Lin Chi put down the tools in his hands and also noticed the shouts outside. The repair shop has always been running smoothly without any accidents, and with sufficient manpower. No one dares to cause trouble. It was Yao Dong who was beaten, and his head was bleeding. Lin Chi walked out quickly after hearing this, only to see Hong Yao Dong surrounded by several people, hurriedly wiping blood from his head and applying medicine. The injury was not fatal, but after all, he had seen blood, and his body was covered with scars. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was in a very embarrassed state. What's going on? Who is the other party? Lin Chi's face darkened. No matter what the cause was, he had to stand up and solve it. Captain, I don't know who the other party is. They stopped my car and said they wanted to teach me a lesson. But I don't even know them. Hong Yaodong covered the wound on his head. Blood was still seeping out from between his fingers, and one eye was so swollen that he couldn't even open it. Help him back to the room. You go get some alcohol to disinfect him. Find someone who knows how to cut hair. Shave his hair and prepare the medicine. Lin Chi glanced at the car that Hong Yaodong drove back. The windows were smashed to pieces. He was lucky to be able to drive back. And this car was the same one he drove when he took Winchio to dinner. So there was speculation in my mind. Back in the room, one person wiped the blood from Hong Yaodong's head. After shaving his head, he could clearly see that the 2 areas of skin on his head were opened, and even the skull was exposed. Drink this. Lin Chi took out a first-level genetic fluid that he carried with him. Hong Yaodong was in very bad condition, without the genetic fluid to improve him. Even if the injury could be recovered, there would still be sequelae. Captain, What is this? Looking at the special bottle and the red liquid inside, Hong Yaodong suddenly became energetic. Except for a few awakened people. Most people were obsessed with genetic fluid and would do anything to get this kind of thing to improve their strength. But it is not easy to hunt mutant beasts. So you can only exchange points through labor and redeem them in the safe zone. This is the genetic fluid I made myself. It is not the diluted genetic fluid in the safe zone. One bottle is enough to make you an awakened person. Perhaps due to the surge of adrenaline. Hong Yaodong even felt that the injury was not so painful. He took a deep breath, took the bottle and drank it in one gulp under the envious eyes of everyone. The genetic fluid triggered the awakening of the genetic power in the body, making Hong Yaodong feel energetic. He even disinfected his head with alcohol, but could not say a word. When he was finally bandaged with medicine, he survived. After a while, his whole body was almost wrapped into a rice dumpling, but his breath was obviously much smoother, and he was no longer dying as before. Tell me in detail. Who hit you? And did they tell me anything? Lin Chi sat next to him and roughly guessed who it was, but he still needed some confirmation. Hong Yaodong recalled for a while and described the physical characteristics of the people who beat him. He especially remembered that the middle-aged man said something like a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. What can the people of the capital do, and so on. Chapter 113. Shaoling is grown older. Half an hour later, Lin Chi drove a car from the repair shop and drove all the way to the combat deployment building. Hong Yaodong's beating must have something to do with Mr. Liu. After all, Lin Chi was in the safe zone and had never offended any force. Lin Chi entered the gate through his ID card and walked all the way towards the office building. There were still a lot of people in the office hall on the first floor. Lin Chi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wenxiu still working at the window. Lu Hong was not that brave yet and did not attack the staff in the safety zone. When he was queued up, Wenxiu saw Lin Chi, obviously surprised. Mr. Lin, what procedures do you want to go through? Due to the fact that he was in a public workplace, Wenxiu did not dare to show two strange expressions. Has Mr. Liu come to see you these days? Lin Chi now had to know where Lu Hong was. Whether he was still in the safe zone or had left. No, he hasn't been here since that day. Wenxiu didn't know what happened. She thought Lin Chi was going to invite her to dinner again today, and she felt both expectation and worry in her heart. I understand. What's the name of your colleague? Lin Chi pointed to the window next door, which was the woman beside Mr. Liu when they were eating. Her name is Sun Jiaoju. Asking about other women in front of him, even if they had nothing to do with him, made Wenxiu feel a little awkward in his heart, as if he had lost something. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner another day. After Lin Chi finished speaking, he left her window and came to another window. The woman at the business window was very delicate, as her name suggests. The moment she saw Lin Chi, her eyes brightened significantly, and she even straightened her waist, deliberately supporting her pride. The person in front of him was someone that Mr. Liu did not dare to offend. Could it be that he was attracted by her beauty? Dear sir, what kind of business do you want to handle? Her soft voice seemed to be scratching people's hearts, and her speaking speed was obviously different from when she was handling business for others before. When do you get off work? I would like to treat you to a meal and talk about a business worth several hundred million. Lin Chi bluntly said that this kind of person does not need to be tactful at all. He only needs to express his purpose, and she will naturally judge whether it is worth agreeing to. I have 10 minutes to get off work, but I can let someone else take over in advance. Please wait a moment. Sir! Jiaoji was stunned when she heard this, with a hint of joy on her face. She knew the weight of Lin Chi, and she didn't even dare to provoke Mr. Liu, and Minister and Xian had to chase after the big shot to apologize. If you can fall in love with her, you will be able to reach the sky in one step from now on. She worked in this business hall to find a big shot, and the person in front of her couldn't be more suitable. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Wenxiu couldn't ask anything, but Sun Jiaoji was different. She had a close relationship with Mr. Liu, so she must know something about the situation. A few minutes later, not long after Lin Qigong got into the car, Sun Jiaoji trotted all the way to the gate. Seeing Lin's rolling car window, he walked over with a smile. Mr. Lin, I have already asked for leave in the afternoon. I wonder where you want to take me to discuss business. With a business worth hundreds of millions, I have to put in a lot of effort to be able to afford it. I have to work harder this time. Let's talk here. I'm in a hurry. Lin Chi glanced at Sun Jijiao's open neckline. She did have some capital, but there were delicacies and delicacies at home. so there was no need to eat the chaff from outside. Huh? Here? It's not impossible. Sun Jiaoju smiled charmingly, took out a tissue, and wiped the lipstick on her mouth. At the same time, he secretly murmured in his heart that the hobbies of these big shots were indeed different. Don't waste paper. Is Lu Hong still in contact with you? Tell me everything you know. There were only a few people present that day. Lin Chi couldn't go to an Xian to ask, for fear that he wouldn't even be able to see anyone. So Sun Jiaojiao was the best candidate. I don't know. The leader just asked me to accompany him for drinks that day, and I left afterward. As for Mr. Lu, he never contacted me after that. Sun Jiaojiao's eyes were calm and composed, and she directly distanced herself from her relationship with Lu Hong. It's better to tell the truth. Otherwise it will be too late for you to say it again when I take out the gun. Unexpectedly, Sun Jiaoji was not afraid and even smiled charmingly. Mr. Lin's gun must be very big. The next second, a pistol was pressed against her chest. The cold barrel made Sun Jiaojiao tremble, and her face changed drastically. I'm not interested in you. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I will take you to the slums later. I think those people will like you very much. At this moment, Sun Jiaojiao finally faced her identity squarely, with a trace of fear in her eyes, and she quickly opened her mouth to explain. That Mr. Lu is an outside survivor force. He said that he owns a small shelter, with thousands of people under his command, and countless supplies. The purpose of coming to our Central Plains safety zone this time is to join the safety zone. But yesterday he told me that night that he had negotiated cooperation with the safe zone and was ready to leave today. Sun Jiaoji told everything she knew in one breath, and almost even explained the details of last night. Where do they live, and where are the shelter locations? It seems that he met his car before leaving, and he beat Hong Yaodong out of reluctance. Thinking about it carefully, he couldn't swallow this breath. It's the end of the world. Who cares about your identity? He has been living in Bisui Park for the past few days, but he has left in the morning. I heard from him that the shelter is more than 100 kilometers west of the safe zone, in a place called Liuzhuang. These are all words that Sun Jiaoji used to trick Lu Hong from the side. And of course, Lu Hong also meant to show off deliberately. Okay, I understand. Get out of the car. Now that he knew the other party's hometown, Lin Chi was not in a hurry. After Sun Jiaojiao got out of the car, he started the car and returned to the repair shop. Hong Yaodong had regained his composure and was bragging in the room with a few close brothers. Susan learned of the situation and hurried back from outside. Seeing Lin Chi coming back, everyone stood up. Sit down. I have already found out who did it. Now I have two plans. Lin Chi motioned for everyone to sit down before continuing. First, I will go alone and kill them. Second, after you are healed, we will go out together to search for supplies and give you a chance to take revenge with your own hands. Although he had only recently recruited his subordinates, Lin Chi attached great importance to him. Since he was with him, he could not suffer any injustice. Otherwise, if the team is not united in the future, something will happen sooner or later. Captain, I'm fine now. Let's go find the place now. If it were before, a beating would be fine, and one could only swallow the pain and endure it on one's own. But the current environment is different, and people's desire for revenge is infinitely greater. What's more, they had seen Lin Chi's strength and had full trust in their boss. You should recuperate for a few days. Let's make preparations in the past few days. When you are healed, we will set off to find the factory. Hong Yaodong obviously prefers the second plan. Otherwise, even if he asks the captain to help him take revenge, there will be a knot in his heart that is difficult to get rid of. The journey is more than 100 kilometers, and it also has to pass through urban areas. It may take several days to go back and forth. And there are also a large number of mutated zombies and mutant beasts to face. So sufficient preparations must be made. Lin Chi explained some precautions and drove to the logistics department to redeem some powerful weapons and ammunition to avoid unexpected situations. After a few days, with constant help, Xiaoling gradually felt that the boundaries of the gene lock were getting closer and closer to her. That night in the villa, thanks to Lin Chi's unremitting efforts, he finally broke through the 3,000 mark. Lin Chi slowly backed away and used his mental power to clean up the traces left on the battlefield to avoid leaving any hidden dangers. Xiaoling, I have helped you open the genetic lock limit. You can try to sense it. Xiaoling, who was completely weak, suddenly became energetic again when she heard these words. She felt a surge of energy coming from nowhere and struggled to sit up. My gene lock is open. She did have expectations in her heart at first. But as she gradually became addicted to it, she actually forgot her original purpose. She only came to her senses after hearing Lin Chi's words. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, frowning and holding her breath. But after a long time, he opened his eyes in confusion. Tuan Tuan. How do you unlock this gene lock? Tuan Tuan had no time to pay attention to her at the moment. After whining a few times, his pupils expanded slightly. And then he opened his mouth. That's it. It's easy to open. Xiaoling rolled her eyes, then moved to Lin Chi's side. Her crescent-like eyes curved. Even cute. Husband, I don't know how to drive. Ordinary people would open the gene lock when they felt an inexplicable threat, and the genetic power would automatically emerge. But Xiaoling had never felt this way before, and she couldn't find a way to open it for a while. It's like a person who doesn't understand martial arts and has been instilled with skills for decades by masters, but has no skills and can't use them. Gene locks are the deep power of human genes. I have helped you open that layer of imprisonment. You just need to calm down and experience it. If you find the hidden power, you should be able to mobilize it. In this situation, it was as if Lin Chi had opened the lock, and the owner only had to push the door open and enter. But Xiaoling just can't find where the door is. So she became active in the room, jumping up and down, rolling upside down, and punching loudly, but she could never find a way to open the genetic lock. Finally, when I couldn't stand it anymore, I got into bed and fell into a deep sleep. As the early morning sunlight streamed through the window, Lin Chi woke up on time, pulled out of the 2 lumps of soft flesh, and prepared to get up and wash up. But suddenly he thought of something. So he looked at Xiaoling. The first gene lock is the instinctive power of the human body. If it is forced to compete, it may be counterproductive. But if you feel threatened inadvertently, it may still be effective. Then a big cock shouted toward Xiaoling's head. Xiaoling, who was immersed in her dream, seemed to be affected by the outside world. When she felt the wind blowing on her face, a sense of crisis also enveloped her heart. While her eyelashes were bent by the wind, Xiaoling suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils already dilated. She turned her head to hide, turned over, and her petite body crackled in the air. When she landed, she unconsciously made an attack posture. Such movement also woke up Tuan. But the person looking at the end of the bed opened his mouth in surprise. Sister Xiaoling, why have you grown so big? Xiaoling didn't realize anything at this moment. But after seeing the environment in front of her clearly, she quickly let down her guard. Huh? Why did I run out? Her body's subconscious instinct made her mind unable to keep up. As soon as she stood up, Xiaoling noticed some differences. She seemed to have grown taller, and her body became heavier. So I looked down. But my field of vision was blocked by something appearing out of thin air, and I couldn't see my feet at all. Chapter 114. The basement is my territory. Can you change your body shape by opening the genetic lock? The 3 of them were studying on the bed. Lin Chi focused on examining Xiaoling's bones and muscles, while Tuan was comparing sizes. Fortunately, even if he is older, he is not as big as her. It's strange. The skeleton has also grown bigger, but the osteoporosis as imagined has not appeared. Moreover, it is split in an instant, and the muscle strength has also improved a lot. Xiaoling's unlocking state is completely different from that of ordinary people, with a change from the inside out. Although Su Sen's unlocking state is somewhat similar, his muscles only swelled and his skin hardened, making him look 1 size larger. His bones did not change at all. The essence was completely different. My body has gotten bigger, but I still haven't grown any hair. Tuan seemed to have found something he was curious about, just when he was about to study it in depth. Xiaoling slapped her hand away. Honey, do you want to experience my new body? Xiaoling turned over and hugged Lin Chi. The first time she turned on the gene lock, she was not thinking about adapting to this body, but wanted to feel the difference from her little potato state. I can't wait. I also want to get to know your new body in depth. How could Lin Chi refuse? It was simply wonderful for one person to have 2 experiences. Watching the 2 of them practicing in the morning, Tuan couldn't join in the fight for a while, and could only stare from the side. Halfway through the battle, just as Xiaoling relaxed her mind, a force suddenly disappeared deep inside her body, and she involuntarily exited the gene lock state. The next second, her body quickly shrank and returned to its previous form. It's over. It's over. It's changed back again. Feeling that her body was shrinking rapidly, Xiaoling grabbed her several times, but could not retain her temporary pride. She could only watch as she returned to her original appearance. Xiaoling took a deep breath. But she still couldn't find the same feeling as before. With Lin Chi causing trouble on the side, she couldn't concentrate even more. If she wanted to successfully open the gene lock, she had to adapt slowly. After such a delay, it was almost noon when the three of them went out. In order to adapt to the ability to unlock the gene lock, Xiaoling even put on loose clothes, making her look like a little penguin. Lin Chi did not go to the repair shop in the morning, but accompanied the two of them to feel the changes in the gene lock in the basement. After turning on the gene lock, Xiaoling is taller than Tuanchuan, and her figure has almost reached a perfect proportion. But her face has not changed much. Drink! With a sweet shout, Xiaoling turned on the gene lock again. Her body changed instantly, and her clothes bulged out. This state gave her great confidence, and even her eyes became sharper. Come! Let me test how strong you are after unlocking. There was a spacious place in the basement that was just right for a fight. So Lin Chi led the two of them there, and signaled Xiaoling to attack. I am coming! Xiaoling's voice was low. With the gene lock turned on, her mind worked very quickly, and she rushed forward, kicking forward with her legs. Lin Chi defused the attack with a flick of his hand, blocking it with ease. Yes, the strength is good, and the speed is very fast. Having two long legs made Xiaoling extremely excited. Although the successive attacks did not achieve any effect, this refreshing feeling made her pupils expand, and she gradually adapted to the feeling of opening the genetic lock. I'm coming too! Tuan was so excited that he immediately turned on the gene lock state and attacked Lin Chi. In a one-on-two situation, Lin Chi was not frightened at all, and was still able to do it with ease. In the evening, Teacher Bai came back from get off work and saw no one in the living room. He thought they were not at home. I went back to my room and changed my clothes, and then took the things I brought back from the scientific research building to the basement. As soon as she walked in, she noticed something was wrong. She took a gentle sniff and found a familiar smell. What are these three guys doing in the basement? Bai Su couldn't help but complain a few words, and keenly discovered several traces of the battlefield. But now was not the time to complain. She put down the box she carried with her, and took out a few special crystals. This is the latest achievement of the laser generator, which is of better quality than the last time, and has achieved the most detailed experiments in the scientific research building. The Federation originally had laser weapons, but due to power adjustment problems, they could not be simplified. However, the crystallized materials used now can easily simplify the laser weapons to a small form, even to the size of an ordinary pistol. Bai Su downloaded the drawings to his computer, expecting Lin Chi's surprised expression when he saw them. Half an hour later, the silhouettes of the three people were heard from the surveillance system, and soon Lin Chi appeared at the basement door. The basement is my private territory. Don't cause trouble here in the future. Isn't the environment outside not as good as here? Bai Su asked in a cold tone. The two of them had been secretly doing things in the basement. She had become accustomed to treating this place as her own territory. But now that her only territory was occupied, she felt naturally unhappy. I cleaned it so clean that you still found it. Lin Chi scratched his head. He had only sparred with Tuanchu and Xiaoling a few times before. But in the end, when he was enjoying the fight, he had a real fight, without any scruples. The two of them were so unscrupulous. I smell the scent of the three of you. You are really perverted in not letting such a young girl off. Bai Su looked at Lin Chi with disdain. In her opinion, Xiaoling's body was too small, and had no allure at all. You don't know? I have helped Xiaoling unlock the genetic lock. After she unlocks the genetic lock, her body will return to its normal size, almost as tall as you. Lin Chi told Bai Su the good news, and finally changed the topic. After listening to Lin Chi's description, Bai Su's eyes were full of curiosity for knowledge, and he eagerly wanted to watch how Xiaoling transformed by opening the gene lock. But after all, turning on the gene lock is very taxing on the body. Xiaoling has turned it on several times today. She can only wait until she recovers one day before doing research. Let's take a look. I downloaded some information about the laser weapons designed in the safe zone. You can try to see if you can make them. Bai Su pushed the computer in front of Lin Chi with an expression asking for credit. She knew that every time Lin Chi got something good, he would reward her well, and she didn't know if he still had any energy left today. Completed so quickly? It seems that you also got a lot of benefits. After all, it was Bai Su who proposed the improved plan. When she tried it, she also announced the use of this material. It could bring improvements to human technology, and Lin Chi was very willing to do so. It's just some useless points and a false reputation. Bai Su didn't care at all, but she also took this opportunity to gain the attention of the Beijing security zone. With detailed data, the precision machine tools of the repair shop were enough to produce excellent parts. After researching several firearms, Lin Shi chose a laser rifle. This kind of rifle is different from ordinary firearms. The magazine is an energy device, and the whole body is made of insulating material. In addition to the new laser generator, other parts have also been reduced to the extreme. However, the energy device made of the first-order energy crystal can reach as far as if there is no demand. Only level 2 and above can display its power. And after charging, it can be used repeatedly. Lin Shi downloaded all the data to the USB flash drive. When he arrives at the repair shop tomorrow, he can try to make it once and test its power. How's it going? Not bad, right? Bai Su leaned on the table and slowly unbuttoned her white coat, revealing the black uniform underneath. And she was actually wearing fishnet black stockings on her thighs under her short skirt. Are you saying laser guns are good? Or this leg? Lin Shi felt the delicate smoothness from top to bottom, and from bottom to top, from a cold feeling to slowly warming. Then he lifted one leg and placed it on his waist. Bai Su's body swayed, and he adjusted his glasses subconsciously, with a hint of expectant smile on his lips. She reached out and pressed Lin Shi's shoulders, preventing further movement. You are not allowed to do that kind of thing with others in the basement from now on. This is my place. Today's battle in the basement made Bai Su a little dissatisfied. This was a romance that belonged only to her. Once others enjoyed it, the fun would be half reduced. Well, how about installing an identification door for you later? Tuanchuan and Xiaoling couldn't help with the experiment at all, and sometimes they would be disturbed. It would be better to install a door. At worst, they would say that there was something dangerous in the laboratory. For fear of leaking out, just find any excuse and you'll be able to get through it. After getting Lin Shi's consent, Bai Su's hand slowly regained its strength and hit the target with a shot. This time, without being disturbed, Lin Shi stayed in the basement for 3 hours, while Tuanchuan and Xiaoling never came down from their room on the 3rd floor. Opening the gene lock consumed too much energy and fell asleep early. The other one was very exhausted after the battle, and he didn't even want to go downstairs. The next day, Lin Shi came to the repair shop early in the morning with materials and parts, copied the drawings to the computer, and then selected the appropriate parts to start production. Mutated ram's horns can be used as very suitable materials. Lin Shi chose these materials for his first firearm. By processing the parts, he made all the accessories on the drawing. A second-level energy device was used as the energy box of the firearm. After connecting the instrument, a crude energy laser gun prototype was fixed on the frame. Because this thing was completed in an independent repair shed, there were no onlookers at all, and there was no need to worry about anything. Lin Shi directly found a steel plate and fixed it aside, dipped some machine oil in it, and drew a circle. Move the rack, aim at the target, and turn on energy delivery. The guide of the energy device emits red light, which is in a state of excitement at any time. Lin Shi pulled the trigger, and a red laser shot out, hitting the bullseye with a bang. The 10mm steel plate was instantly pierced, melting out a hole the size of a fist, and even penetrated the part stacked behind. There is a red light around the hole, which is the trace of high-temperature smelting of steel, which slowly cooled down after a long time. This power is enough to easily deal with second-level mutant beasts. Lin Shi estimated that just one blow could instantly kill an ordinary first-level mutant beast. Second-level mutant beasts could also inflict fatal injuries, as long as they hit their vital points. As for third-level mutant beasts, they needed to be tried before they could draw a conclusion. The existing materials could only produce one handful, but this handful was enough for Lin Shi to use. After spending half a day, Lin Shi finally got all the parts of the energy laser gun and assembled them together. The material of the horn is not as heavy as metal, but this laser gun is more than twice the size of an ordinary rifle. After all, the internal structure is more precise, and it can be adjusted to burst mode and continuous lasing. The latter is more powerful, but the consumption is undoubtedly huge. In the afternoon, Lin Shi gathered everyone in the repair shop together and discussed preparing to go out of the city to search. This time was different from last time, except that near the industrial area, Lin Shi took out a city map and marked a clear route on it. And the destination was Mr. Lu's shelter. Susan, let's choose 10 people tomorrow. 2 car repairmen, and the rest will stay to look after the house. In the past few days when we don't come back, just close the door. Lin Shi had already visited the logistics department before, and used a large amount of points to exchange for 10 pistols, 5 rifles, and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Enough for this trip. The pistol was left in the repair shop for a few people to use as self-defense armor. This kind of weapon is still a bit of a deterrent to ordinary survivors. I'm going to make arrangements now. How many cars should we drive this time? Susan nodded. Since he was searching for supplies, he must be fully prepared. If there are 10 people, just drive 5. Just bring more gasoline. After all, you can find trucks everywhere. Tuan Tuan and Xiaoling may also go there. Lin Chi didn't plan to take the 2 of them with him. But since he went out, they would definitely follow him. And now that they have activated their gene locks, they have combat power, so they should be able to help. Xiaoling, she wants to follow too? In the past few days, Xiaoling has been living in the villa and only occasionally came to the repair shop to see her. Therefore, Susan never knew that Xiaoling had turned on the genetic lock. Don't worry. She has the power to protect herself now. I guarantee you will be surprised. Regarding this brother-in-law, Lin Chi still had some words that he couldn't say out loud, so he could only hide it first. After explaining the details again, Lin Chi left the repair shop and returned to the villa. Bai Su's status is different now. Although he already has a good status in the Central Plain safe zone, his freedom is even more restricted. Even when he leaves the villa area, there will be people following him at any time, let alone leaving the safe zone. In the evening, Lin Chi discussed it with the 2 of them, and Tuanchuan and Xiaoling decisively chose to follow them. The 2 also wanted to go outside to verify their strength. That night, Lin Chi took another bottle of genetic fluid, increasing the level of gene strength to the 17th. The 3 of them did not work for too long. After waking up early in the morning and having breakfast, they went to the repair shop. And Susan has gathered people and is ready to go at any time. 5 vehicles, for off-road vehicles, and a small box of goods. Lin Chi and Tuanchuan Xiaoling drove 1. Susan took the lead with 2 people, followed closely by 3 vehicles. Each vehicle carried weapons and equipment. Lin Chi inspected his 50 arrows made by dissolving mutated sheep horns. This material is stronger than carbon fiber. The conical arrow tip is more conducive to transforming into various forms. It is also tougher and will not be damaged easily. On the intercom, Lin Chi called people in other cars. After receiving replies one by one, he started the car. The convoy drove out from Xiqing district and stopped at the guard post at a gap in the city wall more than 10 kilometers away. There are cars in front and behind. These are search teams. Ever since the small forces in the safe zone were allowed to form, countless such search teams have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. Has the city wall been built this high? Neither Tuanchuan nor Xiaoling went out during this period. Unexpectedly, the city wall was now 10 meters high, and there were a large number of survivors busy on it early in the morning. This height is still not enough. It can only resist some zombies. Ordinary mutant beasts can easily cross it. Lin Chi had seen the jumping ability of mutant sheep. For them, 10 meters was not an obstacle. Moreover, for mutant beasts with the ability to climb, this kind of city wall could only serve as a short-term obstacle. Doesn't that mean that building this wall is of little use? Xiaoling was a little confused. Since it was of little use, why would it cost so much to build it? How could it be useless? The thick city wall will give people a sense of security and give these survivors a place to work to prevent them from rioting. Finally, it is a safety ring that expands outward step by step. Perhaps it won't be long before a second safety wall will be built more than 10 kilometers outside the city wall. By then, those outside the wall will be the survivors at the bottom. Lin Chi's ID card passed the guard post easily, and a group of 5 cars quickly passed through the ruins and arrived at the edge of the city. The edge of the city has been searched countless times, and coupled with the impact of bombing, it is no different from ruins. But occasionally zombies will still appear nearby, slowly wandering towards the safe zone, perhaps attracted by the fluctuations of life. These zombies will unconsciously migrate towards the places where humans are most concentrated. Let's take the outer ring. The city is now in ruins, and some people may have deliberately destroyed the roads. Although the outer ring is farther, it is safer. Lin Chi had originally prepared 2 sets of route plans. The first one going through the city center was the fastest, but there were too many unexpected surprises, and the dangers he could encounter were basically mutated zombies and mutated rats. But the outer ring is different. It is close to the edge of towns and villages, and the types of animals are far more diverse than in cities. If you can encounter a 3rd-level mutant beast, you will make a lot of money. There was no objection in the team to Lin Chi's arrangement. After receiving the notice, Susan turned the car around and turned onto the road on the right. There are also many search teams with the same purpose as theirs. In addition to those who directly enter the ruins of the city, there are also many wandering around the outer ring, trying to find places that have not been visited by search teams. After driving for about 10 kilometers, there were only 5 cars left on the road. This is already the outermost ring. Beyond the two-way lanes and green belts, there is a green field. There are many high-rise buildings on the left, like a dividing line. Captain, there are a group of zombies ahead. A warning sound came from Susan's car, and he slowly reduced his speed and stopped on the roadside. Everyone get out of the car and prepare to fight. Chapter 115, the third level mutated giant ape. This was already their third search. So although their faces were still a little nervous, there was no sign of fear. Give me 2 of the highly mutated ones directly, and divide the rest between you. If you can, don't use the gun. Susan pulled out the large axe tied to the car. It was a weapon he had forged during this period. It weighed more than 200 kilograms. Even without exerting force, it could kill most zombies by falling freely. After Susan finished explaining, he rushed forward, fell with an axe, and directly split a mutated zombie in half. The remaining people also took homemade weapons, formed a formation, and quickly strangled the remaining zombies. Lynchy shot 2 arrows and snatched the heads of 2 people. After a few minutes, all the dozen zombies were cleared away. Not bad. The cooperation is quite tacit. The remaining people formed a team of 3 and cooperated with each other to kill the zombies. It reminded Lynchy of the group of survivors he met on the way to the safe zone, who also cooperated with each other in this way. Hong Yaodong stepped forward and recovered the 2 arrows, shook off the blood on them, and trotted back to Lynchy. After taking a bottle of genetic fluid, he had become an awakened person, although he did not show any special abilities for the time being. But his physical fitness has improved a lot. Continue to set off. Pay attention to both sides. If you find a mutant beast, notify me as soon as possible. The mutant beasts at this stage have evolved to varying degrees. Even first-level mutant beasts can only be easily dealt with by awakened ones who have turned on the gene lock. When encountered by ordinary awakened ones, it is difficult to resist them without powerful weapons. The speed of the car slowed down obviously. After driving through the spacious two-way road, it came to a road with a green belt. The evergreen trees on both sides of the green belt are usually only more than 1 meter high, but now they have grown to about 2 meters, and their branches and leaves are spreading almost to the road. It seems that not only animals, but also plants have mutated to varying degrees. Several mutated red-eyed sparrows chirped a few times on the branches. Sensing the danger, they quickly flew away. The vehicles on the road were damaged to varying degrees, and most of them were abandoned aside. The further they went, the more difficult the road became. Su Sen's car stopped in front, and his voice came from the intercom. Captain, the road ahead is blocked. We need a few people to help push the car out of the way. Lynchy got out of the car after hearing this, jumped on the roof of the car, and looked forward. There was a car accident scene in front of him. More than 20 cars collided with each other. Most of them were charred. It seemed that an explosion or fire had occurred. Those traces have been there for a long time. Even on the green belt, several cars were submerged in vegetation, and there were several cars blocking the road on the sidewalk. This should be man-made. How could any car accident be so tragic? Lynchy noticed that there were very few cars on both sides nearby. They must have been piled up here. But he didn't know what the people who were blocking the road had in mind. Could it be a trap set by someone? Tuanchuan stood on tiptoe and looked around. The view here was wide, and there was no place to ambush. No, they should be people from the Federation, trying to stop the zombies. Lynchy keenly saw that there were bullet holes in the car and bullet casings falling on the ground. These should have been left behind by the Federal team when they evacuated. Susan dragged the car with one hand and pulled it aside. Several other people also came forward to help and move some small debris away. After a while, the road was cleared for a car to pass. Wait, bring me the telescope. Lynchy stood on the roof of the car, seeming to notice something. He reached out and gestured to Tuanchuan to hand over the telescope in the car. The field of vision was instantly zoomed in, and the blurry scene on the road in the distance came into his eyes clearly. Lynchy observed carefully, moving the telescope little by little. Shaoling, hand me the bow. Suddenly, Lynchy's eyes showed a hint of joy, as if he had seen something, and he waved to Shaoling to hand over the bow. At the same time, his mental power was mobilized, and an arrow flew out from the gap in the skylight and just landed on his hand. This telescope was also an exchange item, and Lin Chi simply modified it so that it could be fixed on his head. Taking the bow and arrow, he drew the bow full moon, and an arrow shadow shot out of the sky and disappeared in an instant. Let's go and catch up. When the arrow was shot, Lin Chi didn't even check to see if it hit, and quickly directed everyone to go in the direction of the destination. He already had excellent eyesight, and with the telescope, the arrow was at least several kilometers away, and others couldn't see what he was shooting at. Honey, what were you ejaculating just now? Xiaoling was sitting in the back seat, her head poked over, and she looked forward curiously. It's a mutated beast dog. It should be level 2. While talking, the convoy had already traveled a certain distance. It is said that this distance has long exceeded the range of firearms. The bows and arrows should have fallen to the ground long ago. But on the flat road, no arrows fell at all. Susan was also a little confused, but he still concentrated on checking the road ahead. Finally, after driving for a while, he saw a rather large mutant beast in the middle of the road. Stop. There's a situation. This mutated beast was as big as a calf, with golden long and soft hair, but it fell to the ground at this moment, its body trembling slightly. An arrow was stuck in its eye socket and passed directly through the back of its head. Susan was the first to get out of the car to check. When he saw the arrow clearly, his eyes showed a hint of disbelief. How did Lin Chi kill this mutant beast with one arrow from such a long distance? Captain, what a great arrow! This arrow must have been more than 2,000 meters away. Hong Yaodong stepped forward and kept clicking his tongue. He recognized this kind of arrow, which was specially used by Lin Chi. Take out the genetic crystal and throw the mutated beast into the car. Let's continue on our way. We'll eat this tonight. The size of a calf is enough to feed a dozen people. And long-term consumption of mutated animal meat also has a certain chance of making people become awakened. After hearing this, everyone quickly became busy. After a while, Hong Yaodong brought a bloody gene crystal to Lin Chi. He had never seen a second-level genetic crystal before, and this was the first time he had obtained it with his own hands, so that his hands were trembling. There are almost no survivors in this area, so every time you walk a certain distance, you have to move away from the car parked in the middle of the road or kill the passing zombies, which invisibly slows down the speed. Fortunately, there were few zombies on the outer ring road, and the road was relatively smooth. In the afternoon, we finally bypassed the outer ring road and arrived near Liuzhuang. Let's rest here tonight and explore the situation tomorrow. There is a family courtyard not far away, but the door has been opened and it is a mess inside. Obviously, this place has been searched by other survivor forces, and there may not be much supplies left. However, the courtyard can accommodate just 5 cars, making it an excellent place to rest. After everyone settled down, Lin Chi, Susan and Hong Yaodong came to the top of the building with bows, arrows and binoculars to observe the nearby situation. The advanced skills of bow and arrow have once again qualitatively improved Lin Chi's strength, and now his field of vision determines the upper limit of his strength. The blessing of a telescope is simply too great. Sure enough, there is a shelter in Liuzhuang, and it is quite large. The map shows that there is a farmer's market in Liuzhuang, which covers a huge area. The farmer's market is now in the center of the shelter, where a large amount of supplies are accumulated. In several nearby communities, people can be faintly seen walking around. The main intersections along the way are guarded by sentries, and motorcades come and go from time to time. Captain, why don't we forget it? There are only a dozen of us. How can we deal with such a large force? Hong Yaodong flinched a little at this moment. Although he had received an unknown beating and felt a little aggrieved, there was no need to provoke such a being for his own sake. Some things will pass if you endure it. I was a little bitch before, let alone the end of the world. Speaking of which, you are quite unlucky. If you hadn't driven out in that car, you wouldn't have been beaten. They were targeting me. When Mr. Liu enters the safe zone in the future, it will be difficult to kill him. The bridge has been formed. Why don't you kill me? Susan silently took out a cigarette and handed one to Hong Yaodong, and then another to Lin Chi. After all 3 of them lit up, he blew out a puff of cigarette and said, "What the captain said makes sense. The gap has been established. When he brings people into the safe zone, he will definitely try to target us. Only by solving the trouble in advance will we have no worries in the future." Susan's thoughts changed quickly, probably because he had people who needed to be protected, and he was subtly affected by Lin Chi's actions. There are no very tall buildings in Liuzhuang, so you can have a panoramic view of the surrounding environment. However, It is a bit difficult to find Lu Hong's location. Lin Chi could only roughly judge that Lu Hong might live in the building near the farmer's market. After all, he could check the safety of the stored materials there at any time. Let's go down first. Let's go investigate again tomorrow. Seeing that night was falling, the sky was about to get dark, and no matter how much they looked, they could not detect anything. The three of them went downstairs. Everyone in the courtyard had already lit a fire, and the mutated golden retriever hanging on the shelf had been stripped of its fur. Although Lin Chi has never eaten dog meat, in the apocalypse, who should care about dog lovers? The ferocity of mutant beasts has turned these pets into ferocious beasts, and they no longer have the loyalty they once had. Stewed on one fire, roasted on the other, plus the food brought, it didn't take long to have a sumptuous dinner. At night, several buildings in the shelter in the distance are lit with lights. In a dangerous place, most survivors will close their doors tightly when night falls, huddle in their bedrooms, and dare not go out. That bright light made Lin Chi even more convinced that it was the area where the upper levels of the shelter were located. Do you want to kill him tonight? Lin Chi looked at the lights in the distance and thought to himself. But he dismissed the thoughts in the blink of an eye. If he misses a hit, the guy will definitely hide and dare not go out. If he fails to find the target in this huge shelter, it will be much more difficult. It was rare that there were not 3 people living in the same room at night. After all, it was inevitable to have inconveniences when going out. The night was spent peacefully. In the next morning, everyone heated up the leftover stew from last night and had a simple meal before going to the hospital. Waiting in. Captain, there is movement in the shelter. Hong Yaodong, who had been observing on the roof of the building early in the morning, called out and pointed quickly into the distance. Yaodong must have discovered something remarkable. Otherwise he wouldn't be so eager. So Lin Chi quickly ran upstairs and followed the stairs to the roof. After taking the telescope from Hong Yaodong's hand and taking a look, he found that a group of cars had already driven out of the door of Lu Hong's shelter, heading east. Their location is just east of the shelter. As long as the convoy keeps driving along the main road, it will definitely pass by here. Get ready for battle. Lin Chi gave instructions in a low voice and kept observing the convoy driving out of the shelter. There were 10 cars in total, 3 off-road vehicles, 6 box trucks, and 1 flatbed truck. However, when the convoy arrived not far from the yard where they were, it turned onto the road on the left and continued heading north. Captain, do you want to hack them? Hong Yaodong squatted on the roof and asked in a low voice. If they took the initiative at this time, they should be able to take advantage. No rush. Let's see what they are going to do first. With such a large formation, Mr. Lu should also be in the convoy. Lin Chi used binoculars to keep observing, especially the second and third off-road vehicles. Unfortunately, the windows were closed, and he could not see any specific targets. After the convoy passed by, everyone drove 4 cars and followed the wheel tracks of the convoy in front. They drove for about an hour until they left the city and arrived near a resort. When they saw the convoy in front of them parked in an open space, this road has been cleared many times by the survivors of the shelter, and there is not even a shadow of a zombie. Occasionally, a few mutant birds fly through the air and disappear into the distance. The people in the convoy ahead were gathering. There were hundreds of people getting off the trucks one after another, and they all gathered in front of the resort gate. Lu Hong stepped out of the car. He was wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of sunglasses. He held a rifle in his hand and strode towards the car. Brothers, after following me for so long, you also know that I am a generous person. If you can kill the mutant beast this time and get the 3rd level gene crystal, after you go back, each person will share 500 kilograms of supplies. And 2 women. Lu Hong boosted morale before the war. There were a large number of mutant beasts in this resort. From the moment they first noticed it, they harvested a lot of genetic crystals. But later, for some unknown reason, a 3rd level mutant beast came, and still a giant ape. They lost more than a dozen people in that battle, and the remaining people fled back in embarrassment. Fortunately, the mutant giant ape did not chase them out. Don't worry, boss. With so many weapons this time, we will definitely be able to kill that monkey. Several of his most trusted men were holding powerful firearms and looked confident. This time, I went to the Central Plains Security Zone. Firstly, because I wanted to join it and gain some rights for myself. And secondly, I traded some weapons. These weapons were just the tools to deal with 3rd level mutant beasts. Let's go. Everyone, be careful and stay safe. It has to be said that as the leader of this shelter, Lu Hong does have two skills. In terms of managing people, he is much better than ordinary people. In addition, he is an awakened person who has unlocked the gene lock. So he has considerable strength and is even more intimidating. More than 100 people slowly entered the resort, armed with weapons to embolden them. These people were not afraid. They had no idea about the powerful strength of the third-level mutant beast. However, he unknowingly slowed down. And in addition to directing others, he deliberately fell behind. Chapter 116, Reaping the Benefits. They originally wanted to hunt down third-level mutant beasts. Lin Chi asked everyone to get out of the car and slowly approached the corner next to the resort gate. The view ahead was just blocked, but the sound could be vaguely heard. Captain, shall we hack them? At this moment, the other party entered the resort gate one after another, and there were only 3 people guarding the car. Don't worry. The third-level mutant beasts are not that easy to deal with. Let them consume them first. In Lin Chi's view, the value of a third-level mutant beast was much more important than dealing with Lu Hong. At this moment, the goal had changed. This resort seemed to be the territory of the mutant beast. Not long after Lu Hong gang took people in, he heard a long roar coming from the resort, and a black shadow rushed down the hillside quickly, jumping more than 10 meters high in one leap. After landing with a crash, the ground began to tremble, and an unstable stone wall in the distance was directly shaken to the ground. This is a mutated giant ape over 6 meters tall, with gray hair all over its body, a faint metallic luster, a mouth full of fangs, and scarlet eyes full of violence. 2 thick arms were pressed to the ground, as thick as a water tank. That mutated beast is out. Shoot now, someone in the team shouted, and the gunshots were connected instantly, and bullets were fired at the mutated giant ape one by one. Blood spattered, and the mutant giant ape didn't react for a moment. One of its eyes exploded instantly. It screamed and raised its hands to protect its head. The bullets that followed hit the arm, but only a trace of it was stuck. Roar! With a roar, the muscles of the mutated giant ape's arms tightened instantly, and the bullets embedded in the skin were instantly ejected, clinking and falling to the ground. Hold it. Hold it all. Don't retreat. Lu Hong's expression changed. The rifle he brought back couldn't even break the skin of this mutated giant ape. Although he said not to retreat, he quickly found cover and hid at the back. Xiao Wang, you supervise them. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed directly. This little king is the person he trusts the most. He has always been by his side and has never left. In the past, Lu Hong had the confidence to ensure his own safety. But after returning from the safe zone, he found that his genetic lock could not be opened. Even after taking the second-level genetic fluid, it still had no effect except enhancing his physical fitness. He was eager to hunt the third-level mutant beast this time, just to see if the third-level genetic crystallization could solve this problem. The mutated giant ape jumped up and punched down. Blood splattered all around. When it raised its fist, a large pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and in the pit was a ball of meat. The pain in his eyes caused him to completely go berserk. With one hand protecting his head, the other hand grabbed the person who wanted to escape and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The sound of bones breaking and blood seeping from the corners of the mouth were just such a terrifying scene that scared most of the remaining people into running away and hiding. Don't even run away. Hold on. Xiao Wang raised his gun and killed 2 people who were running away, and bullets poured towards the mutant giant ape again. The remaining people also found bunkers and dispersed, but few dared to continue attacking. He instantly attracted hatred. The mutated giant ape turned around, held the bullet in one arm, and rushed towards him quickly. Outside the resort, Lin Chi took out 3 arrows and put them on his bow. With the help of his mental power, the other 2 arrows did not need to be fixed with his fingers at all. Whoosh! 3 arrows fired in unison. The 3 people guarding the car fell to the ground without even screaming. Let's go and see that third-level mutant beast. Lin Chi was full of curiosity about this third-level mutant beast. The cow had just advanced to the 3rd level last time, and it was also a herbivore, so it was far from enough of a deterrent. But the roar of this giant ape was extraordinary from a distance. But no one came close. Instead, they stopped at a nearby place where they could clearly see the movement. Hey, little King Kong. This giant ape looked just like the King Kong in Lin Chi's memory. It had a strong body and well-developed muscles. It was jumping up and down to attack those who dealt with it. One punch, one kick, and the body rolled, crushing them to death. And its condition is not easy. At such a distance, The power of rifle bullets can already damage vulnerable parts of its body. One arm is already full of bullet holes, and blood has penetrated along the hair, and it will be thrown out with every attack. Large drops of blood. Captain! Those are the two guys. I remember them. Hong Yaodong suddenly pointed excitedly at the two people hiding behind a bunker. They were Lu Hong and Xiao Wang. Then why are you still standing there? Shoot! Now that it is confirmed that it is these two people, we cannot continue to ridicule them and give them a chance to react, taking advantage of the fact that their attention is attracted by the mutant giant ape. The best choice is to deal with them decisively. Hong Yaodong was stunned and hesitantly raised the rifle in his hand. There's something wrong with your thinking again. Why are you still thinking about challenging him to a duel? Lin Chi saw what this guy was thinking, so he quickly urged him. Oh, let me take a look. Hong Yaodong took a deep breath, aimed at the two people, and fired 2 shots. At such a close range, with his ability as an awakener, it was impossible to miss. The two people did not react at all. A spurt of blood instantly spurted out from the back of their heads, and they collapsed directly to the ground. It's too easy for them to die so easily, isn't it? After succeeding with one blow, Hong Yaodong didn't feel much excitement. He just felt unsatisfied. What's the matter? Do you still want to tear her into pieces? For Lin Chi, the root cause of the trouble only needs to be eliminated. Without Lu Hong's supervision at this moment, the remaining people have no resistance at all. A third-order mutated giant ape is rampaging, killing people and turning them upside down. Only a few fast North Koreans are left. He ran away, but was blocked by Lin Chi and his party. These people are left to you. When they arrived, Lin Chi had repeatedly told them to be decisive when encountering problems. Perhaps they were stimulated by Hong Yaodong just now, so they started shooting without any hesitation. He vented out all the grievances in his heart since the end of the world. Lin Chi took out an alloy arrow and, while occupying a high position, aimed at the mutated giant ape's injured eye. Top-notch archery, even without additional skills, is extremely powerful. Not to mention that the mutant giant ape's attention is currently focused on the survivors. When a flaw was found, the arrow shot out of the air, turned into a rotating black light, and shot towards the mutated giant ape. Boom! The spiral arrow edge instantly penetrated into the mutated giant ape's head, and the rotating arrow directly turned its brain into a ball of paste. Under the pressure, the other eye exploded, and blood and brain matter spurted out from the 7 orifices. With this arrow, Lin Chi didn't use much force at all. He just hit it just right and killed it with one blow. The huge body crashed to the ground, overwhelming a house, leaving only the body twitching unconsciously. After shooting the arrow, Lin Chi jumped down and quickly rushed towards the corpse of the mutated giant ape. The third-level mutated beast was different from the ordinary, and this genetic crystal could not be lost. The giant ape's head was not damaged, but the eye sockets were hollow, and thick brain matter slowly flowed out of them. Lin Chi reached out and directly inserted his hand into the eye sockets, and after groping for several times, he took out the red gene crystal the size of a fist. This genetic crystal is purer than that of the mutated cow last time. The irregular lines on it give people a special mysterious feeling, as if there is some pattern. Captain, wipe your hands. Hong Yaodong looked at Lin Chi with admiration. More than 100 people with rifles could not kill the mutated beast, but it was killed directly by his captain's arrow. This feeling of power is indescribable. Lin Chi took the rag, wiped his hands, wrapped the gene crystal, and gave it to Tuanchuan for safekeeping. Susan, the two of us will pull this mutant beast out and skin it directly. The fur must be peeled off while it is hot. Otherwise it will be difficult to do it when it cools down. And the teeth of this giant ape also play a big role. The huge body was quickly moved to a flat ground under the drag of the two people. Although it was now a dead thing, it still gave people an inexplicable shock. Captain, you can't cut this skin. Several team members cut with knives for a long time, but only a cut appeared. The tough fur could not be broken by ordinary cold weapons. Give me the gun. Lin Chi saw a spear next to one of his men, so he asked him to hand it over and knocked the tip of the spear off with a hard knock on the stone. Then he jumped up onto the mutated giant ape's body. The spear in his hand transformed into a sickle hook tip, and walked over the mutated giant ape's body like a swimming dragon. Everyone, hurry up and cut off some of the meat that can be cut and take it back to taste. This meat contains special energy. Maybe you can become an awakened person after eating it. As soon as they heard about the possibility of becoming an awakened person, everyone became more excited to work. A few people were responsible for peeling the skin and the rest cutting the meat. And they were very busy. This mutant giant ape should be an ape from a nearby scenic spot. It seems that there may be other mutant beasts here. Lynchy watched everyone busy. So he personally drove the box truck parked outside and parked it next to the mutated giant ape's body. Susan, I'll go take a look inside the resort. Call me if anything happens. This resort covers a large area. Since a third-level mutant beast appears, it means that there are no living people here at all. But other mutant beasts may still survive. As soon as Lynchy took 2 steps, Tuanchuan and Xiaoling followed. But he had no choice but to take them too with him. Husband, I have been to this resort before. I will show you the way. Tuanchuan is from the 32nd City District. During the holidays, the school once organized a trip to this resort. So she is quite familiar with it. Then do you remember whether there were any animals raised in this resort at that time? Some of the animals affected by the virus will become mutated beasts. And the best among them can advance quickly. There must be many in this resort. I remember that there used to be chickens and geese here. And there were fish in the water. There was also a small zoo with several large beasts. Chapter 117 Mutated Rat Nest. However, the large beasts in the resort were transported elsewhere a few months ago. And only some small animals remain. The 3 of them came to the vicinity of the zoo. The iron fence had long been destroyed. And the inside was in a mess. There was no sign of an animal. It seems we are a step too late. The resources in this place are limited. And it is extremely lucky to have a third-level mutant beast appear. I am afraid that even if there are large beasts left, they have already become food for the mutant giant apes. Honey, are there any big fish in the water? Tuan still remembers the first mutant catfish they encountered, when they picked up a big river. The river in the resort is not small, and there might be special mutant fish in it. Maybe there is, but it's difficult to get it without professional tools. Lynchy stood at the water's edge and looked at it for a while. The water was very clear at this time, and there were almost no creatures on the shore. However, it was dark in the depths, and no creatures in the water could be seen at all. Let's go see how they're doing. After searching to no avail, he led the 2 of them back to the open space in front. At this moment, Susan and Hong Yaodong had led several people to remove all the fur from the mutated giant ape, and cut out thousands of kilograms of fine meat along the texture of the flesh. The smell of blood permeated the air, and a red stream even formed on the ground, flowing to a low-lying area and into the sewer. Everyone, hurry up and move all the meat into the car first. Lynchy felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. He looked along where the blood was flowing, and sure enough, he saw a few rats slowly crawling out near the sewer. The blood and meat of the third-level mutant beasts were enough to drive these mutant rats crazy. Although it was daytime, the attraction of blood food made these mutant rats all startled. They crawled out of the sewers one after another, scrambling to lick the food on the ground. Blood. Stop moving. Come on. Get out of here. Mutated rats are social animals, and no one knows how many there are in a group. And for them, as long as there are enough, there are no natural enemies. Everyone hurriedly got in the car, started the car and prepared to leave here. But the mutant rat at the sewer entrance was already a black mass, spreading outward like black water. Susan, throw that stone tablet over and hold it down in the sewer. Lynchy saw the stone tablet on the side, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Although he didn't know how many exits these mutated rats had, blocking this exit first was the right way. Susan instantly understood what Lynchy meant, picked up the giant axe next to him, and struck the bottom of the steel with the axe. There was a click, and the steel broke instantly. Then the 2 of them worked together to lift it, and hit it directly at the sewer entrance, where the mutant rats came out. Gunshots continued to sound, and the fat mutant rats were killed one after another. But this only aroused their ferocity. Lynchy and Susan took cover behind the vehicle, and the iron axe swept across them. The mutant rats were split in half, and the blood and severed limbs were scattered on the ground. When he saw that Tuanchuan and Xiaoling had completely gone out, Lynchy shot his giant bow into the sky, and a swimming dragon soared into the sky. Let's go! The stone tablet that was pressed against the sewer outlet was also shaking violently at this moment. The ground in the distance suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge pit. Mutant rats emerged from it, and merged into a black river again. However, before these mutated rats could pounce again, the dragon arrows in the sky were already falling towards the ground with a powerful pressure. The arrow rotated rapidly, forming a huge tornado. When it fell to the ground, a wave of wind pressure spread, shaking all the mutant mice on the ground. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chi and Susan got into a pickup truck and chased the car in front. However, the mutant rats at the rear were still chasing after them. The tragic death of their kind completely aroused their ferocity, and they followed the smell of blood and kept chasing after them. Why are there so many rats in this place? After driving a few hundred meters, mutant rats were still pouring out of the resort gate, and among them, there were several second-order mutant rats that were huge, like black pigs. Susan glanced through the rearview mirror, and his expression suddenly changed. Seeing that there were already several fast mutant rats, they were about to catch up with the car. We are afraid that we have dug into a rat's nest. No one has paid attention to it for half a year. These rats are multiplying too fast. Lin Chi opened the passenger door, grabbed the door and climbed into the bed of the pickup truck, and kicked down the mutant rat that jumped up. Then he drew the bow and drew the arrow, and 3 propeller-like moon blades emerged from the illusory arrow. Spiral arrow. Yulong throws the world to pieces. An arrow shot through the air, and the powerful wind pressure spread instantly, causing ripples to vibrate in the air. The flying speed of this arrow was very slow, but its power swept across a range of more than 10 meters behind, turning into a horizontal eye of the wind, spreading towards the rear bit by bit. Lin Chi glanced at the light screen that emerged. The progress of killing targets was jumping rapidly. After reaching several hundred, it slowly stopped. After 1 arrow, the mutated rats completely lost their target. The violent wind pressure caused all the smells to be disordered. Even the squeaking cry of the Rat King could not calm them down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the convoy quickly drove out of the resort and headed towards the city. The few cars in front realized that it was safe and stopped in an open space. After such a shock and excitement, everyone's expressions were not very good. It's a pity that such a big mutated beast still has a lot of meat that hasn't been cut off. Hong Yaodong looked in the direction of the resort. The dark swarm of rats at the entrance had still not dispersed. But at this moment, anyone could guess that the mutant giant ape had probably been completely devoured by the mutant rats. Don't worry. This is enough for you to eat. We can only digest the meat of the 3rd-level mutant beast internally, and are not allowed to tell others. The highest level genetic crystal in the safe zone is only the 3rd level. Once they know that Lin Chi has a 3rd-level genetic crystal in his hands, they will definitely find ways to get it over. They should try to avoid unnecessary trouble. Everyone rested for a while, and started again, returning to the previous courtyard half an hour later. Captain, should we go to that shelter? Hong Yaodong checked the supplies in the car and evacuated in a hurry this time. Fortunately, all the valuable things from the mutant giant ape were put into the car. But the 10 drivers had to make the best use of everything. There's no need to rob other people's supplies. You're not asking for trouble. I remember there were several logistics stations nearby when we came here. Let's go there and search for them. We only drove 5 trucks this time. We will definitely have a full load when we go back. We will need at least 10 large trucks. While it was still early, the convoy set off again. When they found a logistics station, it was already dusk. Susan, take 2 people to search the area to see if there are any hidden zombies and mutant beasts. Yaodong will take 2 people to check the supplies, and the rest to see if the cars can be driven. Lin Chi ordered that the team must have an absolute voice. Otherwise people would not be so motivated if they did not take the initiative. As the order was issued, everyone performed their duties. Lin Chi also took Tuanchuan and Xiaoling to look for a place nearby to spend the night. There are not many high-rise buildings near the logistics station. The roads are wide, and some yards cover a large area. Mutated zombies and mutant beasts may be hidden in them, so you must be careful. This is a nice house. A small bungalow on the 3rd floor. It's clean and hygienic. Let's stay here tonight. Lin Chi went to a small bungalow nearby. The door was closed, and the courtyard wall was very high. After opening the door, the courtyard was clean and tidy, with no trace of human activity for a long time. After connecting an energy device to the distribution box, the small foreign-style building was individually powered on. We live here. What about the others? The 2 checked the room, and it seemed that it was not big enough for more than a dozen people. We will let them live in the logistics station later, and they can also watch the cars at the same time. As a captain, you always have some privileges. The 3 of them went up to the 3rd floor to check the room, and found new bedding from the closet. Even if you are staying out overnight, find a place with good conditions. From time to time, the chatter of teammates came from the intercom. Hong Yaodong, who was checking the supplies at the logistics station, found some supplies. Susan also responded a few times, indicating that the area was safe. But not long after, Susan's voice came from the intercom again. Captain, there are 2 survivors near your yard. Be careful. We will rush over right now. Susan was currently searching a small factory nearby. He saw the lights on the small Western-style building and knew through the intercom that Lin Chi planned to live there. So he prepared to return. But as soon as he left the factory, he saw 2 sneaky figures appearing near the small Western-style building. At the same time, people in the logistics station also heard the cry and put down their things one after another. 2 people were left to guard the supplies, while the others gathered towards the small foreign building with weapons in hand. At this moment, outside the small foreign-style building, 2 figures were sneaking up to the door to observe. One of them held up his hands, and the other stepped on it and jumped directly onto the wall. Judging from the vigorous movements of the 2 people, they should be 2 awakened ones. It seems like it was an unwise choice to turn on the lights at night and draw someone's attention so quickly. Lin Chi stood in front of the window and looked out. The sneaky 2 people had already jumped on the wall and were about to climb over the wall. It's just that I have the ability of night vision, but I can't see the other person's face clearly. So with a move of his finger, 2 arrows slowly flew up, passed through the gap in the window, and aimed at the 2 people. Go! The 2 arrows were wrapped in spiritual power, instantly bursting out with powerful power and shooting out of the air. Although it is not as fast as a bow and arrow, it is still easy to penetrate 2 people. The 2 people at the top of the wall had just jumped off the wall, and before they landed, they felt a pain in their chests and fell directly to the ground. One of them hit his head on the spot, and his head was bleeding. Lin Chi brought the 2 of them to the courtyard, and when he took a closer look, he discovered their identities. Huh? It's actually 2 niggas? Lin Chi was a little confused just now. Why he couldn't see the other person's face clearly even though he had the ability of night vision. There was a noise outside the door. Lin Chi motioned to Xiaoling to open the door, then approached the 2 of them and inspected them carefully. Chapter 118 Alien Asylum. After a while, the courtyard was filled with people. Are there any foreigners here? Several people were talking about it. Most of them were having such close contact with foreigners for the first time. Although one of them seemed to be dead. The foreigner, who was shaking on the ground, had his shoulder bone pierced, and half of his body could not move. The other one was unlucky. When he fell, his head hit the ground, and he died on the spot. The foreigner was babbling so fast that he didn't know what he was talking about. But his pronunciation was very clear. Does any of you know what he's calling? Lin Chi looked at everyone, and most of them were confused. These were the people living at the lowest level. How could they understand the languages of other federations? I understand. But he spoke too fast, and I couldn't hear him clearly. Xiaoling raised her hand to indicate that she had learned this federal language. Lin Chi took a pistol from his teammate, put it against the black head, and hit it hard twice to signal him to quiet down. Xiaoling, ask him why he came to our place. How many accomplices do he have? Xiaoling coughed twice, cleared her throat, and then slowly asked. There was also an awkwardness to her foreign language, which made the blackhead look confused. Forget it. Let's kill him to avoid trouble. Lin Chi saw something was wrong. The black man didn't seem to understand, so he directly pulled out the arrow stuck in his collarbone. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! In fact, I know a little bit about the Central Asian Federation. The blackhead quickly begged for mercy, his whole body curled up in the corner and shivering. Since you understand, why didn't you tell me earlier? You still want to die. It's not surprising that there are foreigners in cities these days. There are even hundreds of thousands of foreigners in some coastal cities. I wonder if there will be any special skin effects after turning into zombies. My name is Jack. We are foreign friends. You can't kill me. Black Jack looked to be in his 30s. Perhaps because he looked older to begin with. At this moment, he was covering his shoulders with a look of fear, thinking only of using his identity as a foreign friend to save his life. Tell me, why did you 2 secretly climb over the wall? Lin Chi motioned for everyone to disperse and not get too close. He was just a foreign friend, so there was no need to look too closely at him. We saw a light here, so we came to take a look. There is really no harm. We need your help. Jack saw that several people were carrying firearms, so his voice was very sincere, as if he had forgotten the fact that his companions were dead. You and your other companions. Where are they? In the apocalypse, foreigners will also hug together to keep warm. It seems that many people have gathered together to form a small force. Jack did not dare to hide it, so he told the location of his companions. In a community not far from here, there were dozens of survivors. Not only foreigners, but also some locals from the Federation. We have more than a dozen companions, all foreign friends. We have passports and should enjoy the preferential treatment policies of the Central Asian Federation. You should send us to a safe place. This is your responsibility. Black Jack still kept talking. He had done a lot of homework when he came to the Central Asian Federation. People here attach great importance to foreign friends. As long as the requests are not excessive, they can make them, and they can be done quickly. Arrive. Yao Dong. Take 4 people to deal with these 2 guys. I remember there is a smelly ditch not far ahead. Just throw them in it. Lin Chi waved his hand, not wanting to listen to this guy's ramblings anymore. Their federation seems to have the worst zombie outbreak. 90% of the people have turned into zombies. Most of the entire federation has become a wasteland. And even the aerial cleanup plan cannot be completed. Your hometown is gone, and you still want preferential treatment. Hong Yaodong nodded excitedly, clamped Black Jack's neck with both hands, and twisted it hard. There was just a click, and the spine was directly twisted. Brothers, please come with me and have a drink. Hong Yaodong greeted the 4 people, carried the 2 bodies, and walked outside. Susan glanced at the lights upstairs and knew that this place was no longer safe. So he couldn't help but speak. It's better to find another place to live. The lights are on here. I'm afraid it has been noticed by others. Maybe someone will come to check after a while. The city is not like a safe zone. And there are still some rules. The people who stay in the city are basically desperados. Okay. I'll go up and pack my things. Let's stay at the logistics station tonight. Lin Chi didn't want to be disturbed by these niggas anymore. So he went upstairs and grabbed 2 clean beddings, and then walked towards the logistics station with everyone else. There are also many vacant rooms in the logistics station, and they have a large number of people. Even if someone sneaks in the middle of the night, they can react quickly. Nothing happened overnight. But the next morning, there was a noise outside, and a group of foreigners were seen standing at the door of the logistics station, all holding weapons, trying to enter the logistics station. Susan and his people blocked the door, looking at the black man jumping up and down like a monkey with disgust. Members of the Central Asian Federation. Did you kill Jack and Tom? We are foreign friends with noble status, and your actions will be subject to federal sanctions. Although they saw several people behind Susan holding weapons and firearms, they were not afraid at all. After all, in their own country, no one had a gun in their hand. There are a few Central Asian Federation people in this group, but they seem to be on the same side as them, using familiar language to highlight the identities of those around them. It's the end of the world, but there are still people who worship foreign things. It's really rare to see them. Facing the aggressive questioning from this group of people, even Susan felt nauseated and had a headache. He couldn't help but reach out and grab the weapon beside him. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and a black man's head exploded outside the gate, and he fell directly to the ground. The people around him screamed and quickly ran away. Before they could fight back, they saw Hong Yaodong holding a rifle and raking a hail of bullets at him. Die to me! Damn to me! After a bunch of bullets were swept away, a few unlucky people outside had fallen to the ground. Only a few who reacted quickly ran away without a trace. Blood flowed all over the ground, and a stench slowly spread. The sudden movement frightened several people around, and they all looked at Hong Yaodong dissatisfied. Brother Dong, please give me a heads up. I almost pissed myself in fear. The boy on the side had a displeased expression on his face. He had already held his bladder early in the morning. His body shook just now, and it seemed that some leaked out. Now he felt warm in his crotch. Go and change your pants after you peed. You must have bad kidneys. Hong Yaodong mocked, and walked out to check if anyone was still alive. Stop watching the excitement here, and get ready quickly. It's time for us to leave. Lin Chi walked out of the house, and saw everyone talking outside, and couldn't help but urge. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, killing is inevitable. Everyone has to go through this process. But you can choose the person to be killed. It is their duty to send these foreign friends home. The sound of gunfire soon attracted several mutant zombies wandering nearby. Zombies may be hidden in every corner of the city, but as long as they are not large-scale, survivors of similar strength can easily deal with them. Everyone quickly loaded the supplies into the vehicle, and finally sorted out 5 trucks filled with supplies. And the group drove out of the logistics station. Captain, those people are still around. Hong Yaodong was sitting in the passenger seat. He saw several figures in the far corner, and picked up his gun to prepare for battle. Don't worry about those people. They're just a few flies. Nothing to worry about. If they stay in the city, they won't survive long. Lin Chi stopped him. There was no need to stay here for too long just for a few people. Instead of dealing with these people, it would be more cost-effective to find some mutant beasts on the road. When Hong Yaodong heard this, he took back his gun. These bullets were exchanged for points, and were very precious. It was really not cost-effective to use them to fight these people. When the last car drove out of the logistics station, those people dared to show their heads. Oh! They dared to kill people. It's so abominable. The leader, a white man, had a face full of anger. But he only dared to stand up and show his status after everyone left. Faith, should we enter the safe zone and seek shelter? The companions on the side had a hint of fear on their faces. They had always had a smooth journey when they came to the Central Asian Federal City. They were more comfortable than their own country in every aspect. This was the first time they had encountered such unfair treatment. No! Compared to the various regulations in the safe zone, I prefer this kind of free life. Faith shook his head and refused. It was obvious that although the current situation was not good, he was still reluctant to let go of the power he had accumulated during this period. Most of these foreigners were repatriated before the end of the world, but some still chose to stay and were concentrated in an apartment. Later, they slowly formed a force exclusive to the Outer Territory Federation. And now they are also, it can be called, a small shelter. However, there is something abnormal about this sanctuary. A few people, led by Faith, restored the slavery system that the European and American Federation had abolished, and established themselves as kings, enjoying a high status. This time several members died inexplicably. Although I couldn't swallow this breath in my heart, compared with those heavily armed enemies, it was better to avoid them as much as possible. Go back. I allow you to choose a few slaves to vent your anger. Faith looked bitterly at the direction the convoy left, and he swore that one day, he would establish his own true power on this land. But he didn't notice that shortly after turning around to leave, the motorcade stopped for some reason. What's going on? Are there roadblocks? Lin Chi saw the car in front of him stop and used the intercom to ask what happened. After a burst of noise, Su Sen's voice came from the intercom. Captain, there is someone blocking the road. There is no threat. Come down and take a look. Su Sen was a little undecided and motioned to Lin Chi to come forward and take a look. Although Lin Chi had some doubts in his heart, he still got out of the car and walked forward. In front of the first car, I saw a young boy kneeling in front of him, his face covered in blood, his clothes shabby, but his eyes exuded the hope of survival. Chapter 119 Doomsday Boy. What is this kid doing kneeling here? Lin Chi noticed that his hands were covered with scars and even oozing blood. He had no weapons, and one of his shoes was missing. How do such people survive in the apocalypse? He just ran out from the side and blocked me in front. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have almost hit him like a zombie. Su Sen crossed his arms and looked up and down at the boy kneeling at the front of the car. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but his eyes were extremely determined. His eyes were fixed on the rifle in Hong Yaodong's hand. Give him some food and let him go. Lin Chi thought that this boy was blocking the road and wanted food. So he asked his subordinates to take out a portion and sent him away. I don't want food. I want a gun. When the young man saw the food handed to him, although his eyes kept shifting reluctantly, he still resisted the temptation and pointed at the rifle in Hong Yaodong's hand. Boy! Don't be ungrateful. The captain gave you food because he felt sorry for you. You still want my gun? Hong Yaodong gestured and called out with a slap. But when his palm was about to reach the young man's head, he stopped. When this slap fell, he did not dodge it, although there was subconscious fear in his eyes. Still a tough guy. Boy! What do you want my gun for? Hong Yaodong became somewhat interested in this young man, and his intuition told him that there must be some reason. I'm going to kill people. Kill those foreigners. Hearing this, everyone came over and looked curiously at the young man with a murderous look on his face. Wait a minute. You said you were going to kill those foreigners. Do you have any grudge against them? Another person asked curiously. They had just killed a few foreigners before, and if they contacted the young man, they should be that group. Those foreigners built a sanctuary and occupied our community. They said they were nobles and made us slaves. Many people who refused to obey were killed by them. They also used us as bait to attract zombies and mutant beasts. I took advantage of this. I sneaked out while they were out this morning. The young man held back his strength and still stared at the firearm in Hong Yaodong's hand. I don't want you to help me. Just give me a gun and I will kill them all. This ferocity moved everyone, and they couldn't believe that such words would come from the mouth of a teenage child. Yao Dong. Give him a pistol, 2 magazines, and teach him how to use it. Originally not knowing the information about those foreigners, Lin Chi didn't want to cause more trouble. But after hearing the child's words, he roughly understood what those people had done. Although this is not our own world, it is still necessary to protect the face of the Federation. Let these foreigners dominate their own territory, and even become kings and nobles in the sanctuary, enslaving the people. No matter who knows about it, they cannot escape this responsibility. There was a look of joy on the young man's face. He quickly learned how to use the firearm. After kowtowing solemnly to everyone, he picked up the food on the ground and ate while running towards the shelter. Husband, is he afraid that he will die alone? Tuan Tuan was very touched. Looking at the young man's retreating back, he reached out and took Lin Chi's hand. It seemed that she was remembering her own experience. If Lin Chi hadn't helped at that time, maybe she would have become someone else's slave. The 5 of you stay where you are, while the others check their weapons and get ready to go. Lin Chi naturally would not let the young man die in vain. His actions had already proved his courage. Although he was a young man, his performance was much better than that of the team members. Hong Yaodong was so frightened that he peed his pants. Comparing this, he is so different. I am coming too. Tuanchuan pulled out a long knife from the car, and Xiaoling was not to be outdone and picked up her weapon. Xiaoling, you should stay here. I won't care about you if you are beaten and killed. Susan frowned. Those foreigners had weapons in their hands before. If you think about it, there is no shortage of firearms in their shelter. Brother, I have already unlocked the gene lock. Don't underestimate me. Xiaoling looked displeased. She had never shown her strength since opening the gene lock. Now that she had the opportunity, she would not miss it. Let her follow. If we kill faster, she won't have a chance to take action. Lin Chi said with a smile and led everyone to rush towards the young man's direction. The young man was not moving very fast, as if he was accumulating strength. He swallowed the food one bite at a time, and his breathing gradually became calmer. 10 minutes later, he finally arrived near the residential area occupied by foreigners. Fortunately, the zombies nearby were often cleaned up, so he was not in danger. At this moment, his attention was all focused on the front of the community, and he did not notice the few people following not far behind him. Not impatient. Calm and calm. He is a person who does great things. Even Susan gave a very high evaluation. If this young man can continue to grow, his future prospects are limitless. Some people may be born specifically for troubled times. Before most people have entered their roles, they have already recognized themselves and know how to survive and what is the most correct thing to do. Let's see how he responds. If he really loses, it's not too late for us to take action. Lin Chi stopped Han Yadong's attempt to help and watched as the young man climbed in through the gap in the corner with a pistol between his teeth. Then everyone slowly walked out of the bunker. It turns out that he probably escaped from here. It seems that this hole has been dug for a long time. Xiaoling knelt down and took a look. The hole was so small that only thin people could pass through it. When she was about to follow suit, she was pulled out by Lin Chi. It's not like we can't get in, so why drill a hole in the wall? At this critical moment for college students, their brain circuits are different. Several people suppressed their laughter, but they all knew that Xiaoling was Susan's sister, and that she had a special relationship with Lin Chi. They all looked like they were working hard. I'll take a look first. If there's no one around, you can then find a way to get in. Lin Chi jumped up, grabbed the wall directly, and stuck his head out to observe inside. At this time, the figure of the young man had disappeared, and he must have touched it. Lin Chi then turned over and entered the courtyard, landing lightly. You can find your own way to get in. I'll go there first. If you come late, don't blame me for not leaving a head for you. After that, he quickly searched the community. Hurry, hurry, climb over the wall. If it's too late, everyone will be killed. Hong Yaodong was anxious at this time, and quickly asked someone to help him to climb up the wall. No need to bother. Susan pushed away the people around him, stretched his feet above the hole in the wall, and applied hard pressure. The wall slowly cracked, and bricks fell directly. The place the young man chose was the corner of the community. Even if there was some movement, usually no one would notice it. But after walking through the broken wall and entering the courtyard, Lin Chi's figure was already gone. With a bow in hand and a bag of arrows on his back, Lin Chi quickly followed. Not far ahead, the young man held a gun in both hands and was carefully touching the wall towards a building. His attention was only on the front at the moment, and he didn't notice anyone behind him at all. When he reached the corner, the young man suddenly became nervous and slowly raised the gun in both hands. Boom! There was a gunshot and his body visibly trembled. But in the next second, he rushed out with gunfire in his hand. And at the same time, screams were heard not far away. Is there a fight? At this time, several people behind also chased after them. After hearing the gunshots, they all looked excited. This guy is very fierce and shoots decisively. Seeing that the young man had shot and killed someone, Lynchy rushed out with a few people. Sure enough, he saw two foreigners lying on the ground who had been shot. There were rapid footsteps in the property building, and someone had already run from above. Come down. However, as soon as the man showed his head, an arrow flew out and hit his head. The young man looked at the people who appeared behind him in surprise and opened his mouth. But no words came out. Little guy, go ahead and leave these people to us. Lynchy waved his hand to signal the young man to get out of the way. Through the bout of shouting, and several people quickly rushed into the building. Under the influence of mental induction, several foreigners stood guard at the entrance of the property hall, with firearms in their hands on guard. But they did not dare to rush out. Lynchy threw out an arrow. With the blessing of his mental power, the arrow flew into the hall in an arc. The next second, screams could be heard everywhere. At close range, mental power is quite useful. After killing a few people, he rushed into the hall and killed all the people inside with a few shots. They are usually in the property building. More than 50 people in total. The young man quickly opened his mouth to provide information, fearing that the few people would not know how many enemies there were, and would take it lightly. However, when they heard that there were so many people, Hong Yaodong and others became excited. Brothers, follow me and kill all these people. The firepower of 5 rifles was suppressed, and even the awakened ones were killed. Hong Yaodong led people to the office hall on the 2nd floor. But after the brief gunfire, it became quiet. Captain, the situation is not good, he shouted from the 2nd floor, seeming to be in trouble. Lynchy quickly went upstairs, and saw in the corner of the 2nd floor that all the foreigners had taken hostages, and were blocking them in front of him as a shield. Damn it! Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Faith's face was pale. The pistol in his hand was pressed against the hostage's head, and his body was curled up behind him. Originally, after several companions died, they were not in a good mood. So they came to the 2nd floor of the property to discuss how to vent their anger. But they had just brought a few people to prepare for a fight between nobles and slaves. During the duel, gunshots were heard outside. Captain, what should I do? They have hostages. Hong Yaodong looked confused. In this situation, he couldn't make up his mind. Face noticed the hesitation of the people opposite him, and gradually became bolder. Put the gun down, or I'll kill them. Taking the hostages gave him the confidence. After all, their long-standing concept told them that the Central Asian Federation could compromise many things for the sake of the hostages. Boy, don't you have any relatives here? Lynchy looked at the young man, and after he shook his head, he took the bow from Xiaoling's hand and set an arrow on it. His eyes swept over the crowd, imprinting the target in his eyes, but ignored the hostages. An arrow was shot. The arrow grazed the scalp of the hostage and hit the first person's head. Then the arrow automatically changed its direction and shot towards the other person's head. The gunfire went off. Blood spattered, and the crowd screamed. But with just one breath, all those foreigners fell to the ground, and no one was left alive. Of course, the misfired gun accidentally blew the heads of several hostages. But this was of no consequence. Chapter 128 door is installed in the basement. Is there anyone else? The hostages huddled in a corner in panic to keep warm. The blood of the recently deceased was splashed all over them. The double devastation of their bodies, minds and bodies made these people almost collapse. But the young man stood up. He counted the people on the ground and shook his head. There are still some. They should be in the community building. The gunfire just now may have alarmed the entire community. Maybe those people in the community building have already come out to check. Lynchy went to the window and saw figures running out of the residential buildings in the community, heading towards the property building. Go clean up the trash. After hearing this, Hong Yaodong took a few people downstairs, and soon there were bursts of gunfire again. The young man led the way and searched all the residential buildings, sparing no one. Even those who had helped foreigners oppress the compatriots were all killed by his gun. May I have your name? After dealing with everyone, Lynchy asked the young man. My name is Yang Guang. The young man looked at Lin Chi and didn't shy away at all. It was just the excitement after killing that made his face flush and his eyes bloodshot. This name doesn't match your behavior. A young man named Yang Guang didn't hesitate at all when he killed people. And he even felt ruthless. It would be better to call him Kill All. My parents gave me the name. And I used to like it too. Yang Guang lowered his head and said something, looking at the gun in his hand, which was empty of bullets. Would you like to follow me to the safe zone and hang out with me from now on? Lin Chi patted Yang Guang on the shoulder. If he cultivated such a young man with an outstanding personality, he could save a lot of trouble in the future. What's more, he hasn't opened the gene lock yet. And he's not even an awakener. What about these people? Don't you care? After all, they were companions who had been together for several months. There were hundreds of survivors in this small shelter. Although they didn't have much fighting power, he couldn't just watch these people die here. My convoy can't carry so many people. So let's wait until I return to the safe zone and let the federal rescue team come to rescue them. Lin Chi thought for a moment and came up with a feasible solution. Then I'll stay here and wait for you to come. Yang Guang knew that if he followed, no one could tell whether a federal team would come to rescue him. But if he stayed here, there might be a glimmer of hope. This seems to be the only value I have. Lin Chi was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect this young man to make such a choice. Although he found it troublesome, he still nodded. You should deal with those corpses yourself. It is best to burn them outside. Otherwise it will be troublesome if they attract zombies. After we return, we will notify the rescue team in the safe zone to come to rescue you as soon as possible. Be prepared in advance. Lin Chi gave a few final words and then left with everyone. After all, his motorcade was still outside. If he was delayed for a long time, it would be difficult to predict if an accident occurred. 10 minutes later, when they arrived at the roadside, the convoy was still parked safely on the road. But there were a few zombie corpses nearby. The captain is back. A few people in the cab lowered their guard when they saw everyone returning. Everyone, let's go and try to return to the safe area before dark. The matter had been resolved, and there was an unexpected gain. Lin Chi finally did not feel that his efforts were in vain. The convoy restarted and quickly headed towards the safe zone. The road we took before coming here was already smooth, but it seemed a little faster when we returned. When it was getting dark, the convoy had arrived near the bombing area. After passing through the guard post, it arrived at the repair shop. The car lights attracted the attention of people inside the repair shop. After realizing that Lin Chi had returned, several car repairmen who were guarding the house quickly opened the door and let the car drive in. Susan, there's no need to unload the car tonight. No matter how busy you are tomorrow, it won't be too late. I'll take them back to rest first. After a long day of traveling, although I don't feel tired at all with my current physical condition, being able to go back and relax is more important than anything else. Susan nodded and told everyone to rest. Captain, will you go back after dinner? Someone in the repair shop is already busy preparing dinner. Everyone will definitely get together to have a drink or something. It might be midnight if they want to sleep. No, just go back and get some food. Just watch them and don't let anything happen. Lin Chi waved, started an off-road vehicle, and drove towards the villa area with Tuanchuan and Shaoling. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the gate of the villa. Teacher Bai shouldn't be asleep yet. Right? Tuanchuan remembered that Teacher Bai was studying in the basement when he came back last time, and thought it would be the same this time. Are you hungry? I'm a little hungry. Why don't you prepare something to eat first? Thinking of what happened in the basement last time, Lin Chi planned to separate Tuanchuan and Shaoling in advance. Okay. Shaoling and I will go get ready. Tuanchuan readily agreed, drove the car into the courtyard, and the three of them got out of the car with important supplies. I'll go take a look in the basement. Lin Chi put the third-order gene crystal into his pocket and walked towards the basement. But as soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw that an iron gate had been installed at the original stairway. Teacher Bai really installed a door for the basement. When he mentioned this last time, Lin Chi thought Bai Su was joking. Unexpectedly, he had only been out for 2 days, and the door was already closed. But the door was obviously unlocked, and it opened just by turning the door handle. The light in the basement was very bright. Bai Su was sitting in the corner and seemed to be studying something. After hearing the movement, he turned his head and took a look. Come back so late again? She had already seen the situation outside through the surveillance just now, so she was not surprised. Lin Chi locked the door, strode over, pulled up a chair and sat down, holding Bai Su in his arms. If I come back 1 minute late, I'll see you 1 minute later. I can't wait. For 2 days outside, Lin Chi had no chance at all. Even if Tuanchuan and Xiaoling were by his side at any time, he wouldn't dare to go too far. But it would be different when he came back. Bai Su couldn't satisfy any of his needs. How much time? A smile appeared on Bai Su's lips, and she had already unbuttoned her clothes with one hand. In half an hour, I asked Tuanchuan and Xiaoling to cook. Having said that, he had already drawn out his spear and was heading towards Bai Su's weak spot. Any good news recently? Lin Chi sat on the chair and turned Bai Su's body around. The two of them were almost touching each other, feeling the heat transmitted while asking. There is no good news. But there is some bad news. There is an insect infestation and rat infestation in the south. And several safe areas have fallen. Maybe it will spread here before spring starts. It was originally thought that the Zerg would spread in large numbers in the beginning of spring. But after all, the south is a place with a mild climate, and the speed of bug reproduction is much faster than that of ordinary animals. The large number of evolved bugs has caused great harm to humans. Trouble. In addition, the mutant rats that have been breeding for several months have eaten up all the food in the sewers. And now every once in a while, they will come out in full force to look for prey. They will eat everything they encounter along the way and slowly move in one direction. Bai Su told the information he knew intermittently. In just one sentence, it took him several times to finish. I have good news. I hunted another third-level mutant beast this time. I should be able to make a source weapon. Right? When he heard the third-order gene crystallization, Bai Su obviously shrank violently several times. You're really lucky. The combat team in the safe zone has been looking for the third-order mutant beast for the past few days. But they haven't found the target yet. In this position, Bai Su was very proactive. After a while, he weakly hugged Lin Chi and took a few deep breaths. I'll take a day off tomorrow to help you make a data storage device and see if I can make a prototype of the source project weapon. In comparison, Lin Chi's status in her heart was higher. As for the research in the safe zone, it could be run without her. Then I will reward you a few more times. The two of them will definitely have plenty of time throughout the whole day tomorrow. So there is no need to rush. Lin Chi took out the third-order gene crystal, let Bai Su play with it, and talked about his experience of going out this time. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed. It wasn't until there was a knock on the door that Lin Chi walked towards the door with Bai Su in his arms. Put me down quickly. Bai Su was obviously in a panic. At this moment, he was hanging on Lin Chi, only supported by a stick, and had no way to rely on him. As long as you don't scream, they won't notice. Lin Chi gently dragged it with one hand and walked to the door of the stairs step by step. Tuan, you guys eat first. Teacher Bai is conducting a very important experiment. We cannot be disturbed for the time being. It may take a while to complete. As he spoke, his movements became wider and wider. Bai Su was pressed against the door by Lin Chi, biting her lips tightly, not daring to make a sound. After hearing the response from the students at the door, the look of shame and anger on her face became even more intense. He didn't hear the footsteps going away until he bit Lin Chi's shoulder. Aren't you afraid that I can't help but make a sound? Bai Su couldn't bear to be so irritated when she came back. In the past 2 days, she had been fantasizing about how Lin Chi would deal with her when he came back. I believe in your strength. Wait for me here tomorrow morning and let's continue. After a day off, one must fully manage the time. Lin Chi could use the excuse of decomposing the third-order gene crystal to stay in the basement for a long time. But it was unclear whether Bai Su's research could continue smoothly. The two of them walked around the basement, sweating away the sweat left by strenuous exercise, and waited for Tuanchuan to urge them again before cleaning the battlefield. Lin Chi opened the door to the basement and came to the living room to eat. But Bai Su found an excuse to eat, and lay on the chair to slowly regain his strength. After a while, she pulled over the computer, opened a file called Source Plan, and began to organize it slowly. He took out a special dissolving solution, put the third-order gene crystal in, and waited for it to slowly decompose. Chapter 121 Bai Su's Secret. After eating, Bai Su walked out of the basement with a tired look on his face. I'll go back and wash up and go to bed first. You guys should go to bed early too. Afraid that the two of them would see anything unusual, Bai Su walked much more slowly and slowly walked upstairs. Teacher Bai looks very tired. Don't you really want to eat something? Tuanchuan looked distressed. The two of them usually slept in and got up late. Even when they went out to search for supplies, they didn't put in much effort. It was almost like they were on vacation. Teacher Bai hasn't slept well in the past 2 days. He has been busy with experiments. Sometimes he only sleeps less than 4 hours a day. Lin Chi echoed from the side. How could the two of them still bother with this? The three of them had dinner, went upstairs to take a shower, and were busy until midnight. Lin Chi woke up early the next day. After a brief treatment, he got up and walked towards the basement. When passing by Bai Su's door, I took a special look. The door was unlocked and there was no one inside. The door to the basement was open. Bai Su noticed the movement and turned to look at the door. I thought you were going to sleep a little longer. After a night's rest, Bai Su was full of energy. At this moment, the glory was radiating, and the whole person seemed to be brighter. How can I still sleep when I think of you waiting for me here? Lin Chi stepped forward and hugged Bai Su from behind, rocking him slowly. Don't cause trouble yet. Just take a look at this. In the past 2 days, Bai Su has been taking the time to write the code for the planned weapon for Lin Chi in the scientific research building, as well as designing the shape of the weapon. Now he has completed 3 parts. He only needs to input the data into the crystal to complete the final step. Basic operations. Armor, bows, and spears and knives. She knew the weapons Lin Chi used most frequently. But armor was the most important thing, and something he could carry with him. Just change the tip of the gun into a pointed vertebra. After Lin Chi said this, he held out his spear and let Bai Su feel it. Isn't it still very lethal without the gun tip? Lin Chi asked Bai Su to lie down in front of the computer to carefully experience the power of the tipless gun, and asked her to make modification plans based on her feelings. However, under the influence of external forces, she was never able to succeed. However, after a few attempts, she remembered the form of the submachine gun. Stop playing around and repair that machine first. After tasting the sweetness, Bai Su gave Lin Chi a complaining look and told himself to eat those things early in the morning. He would have to brush his teeth and wash up later. What kind of machine is this? Only then did Lin Chi notice that there was a new machine in the basement. Bai Su should have gotten it back from the scientific research building in the past 2 days. This is a small photolithography machine. I needed to make crystals into chips. Can you try to fix it? When Lin Chi heard about such a precise instrument, he immediately became interested. He immediately pulled up his pants and put his hand on the instrument to feel it slowly. I quickly found the problem, got the tools and started dismantling it. On the other side, Bai Su also took out the crystal, carefully put the genetic fluid away, and sealed it in a delicate bottle. In addition to a third-order gene crystal, Lin Chi brought back a second-order gene crystal this time, as well as a dozen first-order ones. In total, he had obtained 5 second-order gene crystals. To what stage has your genetic strength increased now? Bai Su put the genetic crystal of the mutant golden retriever into the solution and asked Lin Chi about his current strength and progress. 17 on the first level and 4 on the second level. What's wrong? In addition, after the one in Bai Su's hand is decomposed, there will be 5 second-order ones. Now the Federation has announced the strength levels of the awakened ones. But the maximum limit that can be absorbed in one stage is only 15 so far. Those are the strongest ones that are unique in 10,000. And they have been focused on training in major safety zones. Become a top fighter. This information has not been fully disclosed. Only the top management of the safety zone and some scientific researchers know the specific inside story. Will there be any changes if you absorb 15 pills? Lin Chi remembered that he had awakened his spiritual power when he absorbed the 15th one. And now it had become one of his trump cards. Absorbing 10 is the limit for unlocking the gene lock. Absorbing 15 will give you a chance to awaken special abilities. I guess you must have awakened something too. Right? Bai Su looked back at Lin Chi. Although the other party had not told her what his ability was, she seemed to have experienced it several times. It's a mental exercise. Like this. With a thought, Lin Chi turned his mental power into a tentacle, slowly reaching towards Bai Su. Abnormal. Bai Su's cheeks turned red, but she didn't offer any resistance. Instead, she relaxed her body. Teacher Bai, you haven't told me your situation yet. Lin Chi had planned to open the lock for Bai Su before, but he didn't get the slightest hint after several operations. Moreover, he came into contact with Bai Su's body, and there was no reminder that there was a genetic lock to open. This proves that she is different from ordinary people. The path I took is different from yours. When I got the virus source, my body was vaccinated with the inactivated virus source vaccine. It can be said that I was the prototype of the Source Project Warrior. However, every time I activated it, there were huge side effects. Bai Su finally told her secret. When she first met Lin Chi, she fell into a desperate situation. If the power of the virus source was activated at that time, she would fall into a place of no return. The side effects may even possibly turning her into a murderous zombie. It was only now, when the research on the Source Project warriors had progressed to a certain extent, that she found a way to solve the side effects. So, Project Source soldiers are still very powerful? Lin Chi was a little surprised. Although he knew there might be some secret hidden in Baisu, he didn't expect it to be like this. The Project Source warrior itself is a weapon. It needs to be fused with the crystallization of a large number of mutant beasts and evolved bugs, so that the body can develop unique abilities. However, without a strong mind, it will be eroded little by little, and in the end, it will become a terrifying monster. Baisu recalled several experiments in the Federal Safe Zone, including scenes of Project Source soldiers going berserk, even more terrifying than mutant beasts at the same stage. Then can I also become a Project Source warrior? After all, I still have a copy of the source of the virus. Lin Chi looked at the virus source in the incubator and had an idea in his mind. After all, this thing seemed to increase his strength a lot. Don't. This is a road of no return. No one knows what it will be like in the end. I think it's better to be a human being. After all, unlocking the genetic lock is the power of human beings. Baisu stopped Lin Chi's thoughts in time. It was enough for her to try this path alone. Lin Chi's strength did not require the help of this mutated power. While talking, the lithography machine had been repaired by Lin Chi, and it was running again after being powered on. The third order crystal was also ready, and you could try to make crystal chips at any time. It's getting late. Let's eat first. It takes some time to make this. Maybe until the afternoon. Baisu put down her work and took a look at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock, and Tuanchuan and Xiaoling should have gotten up too. Okay, I still have some things to do today. I will come back to cooperate with you in the afternoon. Lin Chi thought that he still had some important things to do today and couldn't delay it all. So he left the basement. After breakfast, he asked Tuanchuan and Xiaoling to go to the repair shop to bring back the fur of the mutated giant ape. The combat deployment building seems to be crowded with people today, and another office has been opened near the service hall, and there is an endless stream of people queuing up. Is there anything important today? Why are there so many people lining up? The queue stretched for tens of meters and led directly to the door of another office building. Although he was curious, Lin Chi did not ask any more questions and arrived at his destination. There were not many people at the place where the rescue team was registered, and there was no one even queuing up at the counter where Winchia was. The girl looked at the computer screen boredly, switching screens back and forth from time to time. When he noticed someone approaching, he quickly cut off the screen and returned to normal. Hello. What can I do for you? When she saw Lin Chi, the smile on Winchio's face instantly faded and she looked gloomy. What do those people outside do? Have they opened any new business? Lin Chi sat down on the chair and glanced at Winchio's computer. It was still on the information about the previous rescue team. Don't you know? The security zone has updated the identity card. You can spend 50 points to buy a card slot. After inserting it, you can have the call function. 50 points is no more or less, but it just limits those survivors at the bottom. The original ID card is the same size as the previous bank card, with a crystal screen on it to display points data. The newly developed card slot is a small device that can be inserted into the ID card. It is equipped with a micro-communication device. You only need to update the ID card. It can be used as a mobile phone, which is very convenient. No wonder there are so many people. It's really convenient. Although Lin Chi was curious, now was not the time to get those things. So he asked for the information he wanted to know. Do you have the contact information of the rescue team? I met some survivors when I went out this time. They need the safe zone to send a rescue team to rescue them. Lin Chi didn't want to delay for too long. Those people were surrounded by zombies and became part of the zombies. I can declare it for you. I need to provide coordinates, location, an approximate number of people. The more detailed the better. These are the responsibilities of the rescue team. The main task they perform is to gather the population near the safe zone. Lin Chi described the specific location, even down to the specific street. I checked and found that there are currently 10 rescue teams in the city, and there are 2 closest to that location. I will send the news to them right now. When it comes to business matters, Winchia will not be vague at all. Although Lin Chi's behavior last time shocked her. Very well. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After finishing the work, Lin Chi no longer stayed for a long time, but went to another service hall to take a look. It's just that the queue is like a long queue. And now it's almost to the gate. If it's my turn, I don't know when it will be. So I can only drive back to the villa area. Chapter 122, Suspicions. In the villa area, Tuanchuan and Xiaoling have not returned yet. And Baisu is still in the basement. But now it is at a critical moment for making chips. First check to see if there are any improvements in the armor and weapons. Later, your Bao will also be fused with the source of the virus. Baisu raised his head and saw Lin Qi doing nothing. So he found something for him. Can I isolate part of the source of the virus? I want to make a quiver. Looking at the blueprints of the designed armor weapons, Lin Qi had a sudden thought. The source of the virus could assimilate the materials on the mutated beasts and condense the shape of the weapons. Could he also make a quiver for himself? Just put the materials into it. Arrows can be made automatically. After hearing Lin Qi's idea, Baisu was slightly stunned, stopped what he was doing, kicked the ground, and slid over on his chair. Your idea is good, but it needs to be redesigned. Otherwise the arrows fired cannot be recovered, which will affect the quality of the weapons of the source plan. Baisu quickly found a solution. He directly found the quiver's information, modified it slightly, and after it was completed, he slid it back. Lin Qi also put the horn bow on the side into the incubator. In an instant, the black substance enveloped it and merged into one after a moment. The two worked in the basement for another whole afternoon. And finally the last work was completed, and a chip was produced. This chip is a rectangular transparent card with the same specifications as the ID card, but is thicker, to be inserted into the dedicated transfer card slot. Baisu will transfer all the data in the computer into it. Next, we need to let the virus source body fuse this chip, and then wait for the source body and data to be completely synchronized. Who wrote such a complicated code? There are so many talented people in the Federation. Lin Qi knew little about computer technology, but he could also feel the special nature of the source plan code, which could be combined with the biological form of the virus source. I don't know about this either. I've never seen this kind of code. It doesn't seem to be something in our world. Baisu shook her head. The source plan code seemed to appear out of thin air. When it was announced, even she found it incredible. But since it works, why bother with who made it? After the information transmission was completed, Baisu took out the chip and put it into the incubator containing the virus source. After fusing horn fragments and cowhide, the shape of the virus source has changed greatly, and its size has also increased several times. It is now a ball the size of a football. At this moment, the sound of a car entering the hospital was heard outside. But it was Tuanchuan and Xiaoling who came back. They should have brought back the skin of the mutated giant ape and fused it with the source of the virus. After all, the cowhide collected at the beginning was not enough. If the skin of the giant ape was added, the defense of the armor could be improved a lot, and the defense of key parts would definitely be thicker. After saying that, he went upstairs and faced him outside. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling got out of the car. Although they were women, they were very strong. Each of them was carrying a large bag of animal skins, and was about to carry it down. Let me do it. This thing hasn't been processed, and it's quite dirty. The animal skin was simply treated, and there was still some fat and blood stains on it, and a strong smell of blood rushed towards him. However, allowing the virus source body to fuse will automatically digest or even eliminate the impurities inside. The three of them came to the basement together and looked curiously at the black substance that was constantly squirming and deforming. Lin Qi directly threw the entire package of animal skins into the incubator. In an instant, the black substance seemed to sense food and quickly wrapped it up. In just a moment, the animal skins were completely fused together. Unconsciously, the body size is a little bigger. Teacher Bai, how long will it take for this source project weapon to take shape? Lin Qi couldn't wait, but the source of the virus was still very threatening at the moment. Once it was touched, he might even be fused. It will take about 3 days. When the biological data it integrates is running, it will be okay when all three forms are stable. Baisu could only calculate the approximate time. At this moment, the data transmitted on the computer showed the transformation process of the virus source. Countless information was flowing inside, but it was very messy. 3 days? It looks like we have to wait a long time. 3 days is just a blink of an eye. But once you have the feeling of waiting, it will feel very long. The four of them watched boredly in the basement for a while. Baisu adjusted the computer to observe the screen at any time, and then turned around. Have your ID cards been updated? After that, Baisu took out his gold identity card. There was an extra bottom slot on the card. which also had a certain protective effect. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling didn't know about the identity card update yet, so they curiously took it over to check. I went to the combat deployment building today and heard about the ID card renewal. But there were a lot of people queuing there. Let's wait until there are fewer people in a few days before going there. Even if the ID card is updated, it will only have the function of the brick machine at the beginning. If you don't plan to leave the safe zone now, you won't be able to use it at all. I can use my account authority to help you update. All you need to do is buy a few card slots. If you find it troublesome, I will go to the logistics department tomorrow to help you get a few. The scientific research building is very close to the logistics department. Baisu only needs to go and lie down after get off work. During this time, she has become familiar with the people in the logistics department. Then, bring 5 back first, and I'll let them line up to buy the rest. After all, it was a backdoor relationship. It was unjustifiable to bring too many at once. 5 was just right. 3 for me and Tuanchu and Xiaoling, and 2 for Su Sen and Han Yaodong. They were now managing the team. So long-distance communication was also very necessary. Leaving the basement, it was already getting dark outside. Winter days are short, but it only started to get dark after 5 o'clock. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling went to prepare dinner. The two now cooperated very well, and they made some homely meals in a short time. The 4 of them were talking and laughing, like a family. After finishing the meal, Linchi took the initiative to take up the responsibility of washing the dishes. After finishing his work, Baisu went to the basement to check the progress of the Yuan project weapons. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling also followed, asking questions from time to time. Baisu used the spare card slot to update the data on the 3 people's ID cards. Nowadays, the satellite network has covered the whole world, but ordinary people want to connect to the internet. There is another restriction. Only by using ID cards can they get access to the internet. Qualifications. Invisibly, the sense of hierarchy between classes has been opened up. After the Doomsday comes, if you can seize the opportunity, you can become a master in a short time, and lead step by step. But if you fail to seize the opportunity, you will only become the lowest survivor in this life, and there will be no chance of turning over. You guys should go back to sleep. The progress of Project Source weapons is very stable. There should be no accidents. We just need to check it every once in a while. There is no need for so many people to watch. Baisu checked the information for a while, and the website she logged on to was a place where scientific researchers from major security zones communicated, including the research direction of Source program weapons. All indications indicate that nothing went wrong this time. Okay, go back to bed. Lin Chi winked at Tuanchuan and Xiaoling, and the 2 of them got up and prepared to go upstairs. With the 2 of them here, I was afraid that there would be no chance to do anything in the basement tonight. Back on the 3rd floor, Xiaoling couldn't wait to put the water in and prepare to take a bath. Honey, Teacher Bai has changed a lot recently. Tuanchuan casually mentioned that as a woman, she had discovered Baisu's abnormality, and the feeling could not be described in words. Maybe I'm used to this kind of life in the safe zone. After all, they go to work every day. Unlike us. Lin Chi was shocked and quickly found an excuse to deal with it. That's not what I'm talking about. Teacher Bai seems to be more feminine, like a young woman. Tuanchuan bit her fingers. In the past, Teacher Bai was very serious and calm, always showing the attitude of a mature teacher. But recently, for some unknown reason, her temperament has changed a lot. Teacher Bai is already 28, so he must be feminine. Do you think everyone is as youthful and energetic as you were when you were 18? Lin Chi pinned Tuanchuan on the bed and asked her to continue speaking, fearing that she would say something strange. The 2 quickly took off their clothes, hugged each other, and entered the bathroom, and soon had a water fight in the bathroom. Adhering to the principle of not wasting water, the 3 quickly moved the battlefield, fighting from the bathroom to the bedroom. Lin Chi fought 1 against 2, with water splashing everywhere, and the opponent begging for mercy again and again. Even if Xiaoling unlocks the gene lock and increases her capital, she is still no match for Lin Qi. After being sucked up by Tuanchuan at the critical moment, she regains her glory again. The 3 of them slept until almost 10 o'clock the next day before getting up. They had consumed so much last night that their breakfast was used as a midnight snack. They could only prepare some breakfast and eat while driving towards the repair shop. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling stayed in the villa, keeping an eye on the progress of the planned weapons in the basement. Every time he came back from a search, Lin Chi would give a few people a holiday. He was delayed yesterday and didn't come to the repair shop. This time, he just came to give everyone some points and go out for fun. When we arrived at the repair shop, it was almost noon. Just in time for everyone to have dinner. So Lynchy brought a bowl and went over. There is a pot of meat and vegetables stewed in a big pot. Unlimited white rice. And broth and beer after eating. These meals are considered a good configuration before the end of the world. The men gathered together to chat. Nothing more than about women. Even Susan, who looked serious, sat aside and joined in the fun. Brother Dong, I remember that you came back very late last night. Could it be that you went to find a woman to play with? Questions came from the crowd. And the bald Hong Yaodong touched his head with an embarrassed expression. How do I put this? It's a bit hard to say. There was a trace of embarrassment on Hong Yaodong's face. He used to be an honest man. The kind of person who wouldn't dare to go to big conferences and couldn't be found in small places. Let's talk about it. Brothers, please go take care of the business. After listening to the urging of several brothers, Hong Yaodong coughed and began to tell his experience. Last night, I was thinking about helping those poor women. So I went to the place where ordinary survivors live. And I actually met a solicitor. Hong Yaodong's words successfully attracted everyone's attention. And even the women who were busy passing by stopped. For them, life is the same now. And some gossip can relieve their boredom. That woman must be 40 years old. She is quite beautiful and has the right curves. She must have been from a good family before. After saying that, Hong Yaodong laughed. Brother Dong, please tell me quickly. Don't make us interested. A group of guys who had never seen the world started urging him. Originally, I was a little reluctant and wanted to find someone younger. As you know, I never dared to think about it before. Brother. But they said that we can come together as a mother and daughter and only charge one person's points. When I heard that, he stood up and followed quickly. But there was no joy on Hong Yaodong's face. Instead, there was an inexplicable embarrassment. Speak quickly. Brothers, you like to hear it. You must bring me with you next time. And we will take care of their business together. A guy with gleaming eyes came over. He obviously had a unique hobby in this area. Hey, who knew that as soon as I entered the door? The woman shouted, and I was so scared that I ran away on the spot. Hong Yaodong sighed. But he didn't expect that the first time he mustered up the courage. He failed. What did she yell? Lynchy was also a little curious. So he asked. Hong Yaodong wanted to give it away. But the boss asked. And it was not a problem to hide it anymore. So he looked at everyone and said helplessly. She shouted. Mom. She's coming out to pick up the guests. The scene suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, someone reacted. And a mouthful of beer spurted out of his nostrils, almost choking him to death. Chapter 123 Source Plan Weapons Take Shape. After dinner, Lynchy gave everyone 100 points and asked half of them to go out for fun while the other half stayed to look after the house. It is very difficult to survive in the current environment. A single rescue may be what others need to survive for a few days. Lynchy will not deliberately stop them, but will only ask them to be as careful as possible. After dinner, half of the people in the repair shop were reduced, and the rest took the initiative to move the remaining supplies. Some of the unused supplies would be looked for opportunities to sell for points. Lynchy returned to the car repair shed and took the time to modify his mobile fortress. Originally, the chassis of the two trucks had been welded together, giving the fortress a solid prototype structure. Some unimportant parts were also welded and pieced together by repairmen. All Lynchy needed to modify was the power transmission and energy operation of the fortress. The control system of the previously modified car was very complete and could be transferred to the mobile fortress. However, it would only require adding a few more engines to provide power. Calculating the time, it was almost time for the survivors in the city to be brought back by the rescue team. So Lynchy asked 2 team members to go to Xiqing district to keep an eye on the rescue team's movements back to the city. When it was getting dark and a busy day was over, and they were about to return to the villa area, the 2 people who were sent to Xiqing district brought a young man to the repair shop. Captain, we are back and brought the child back. Yang Guang followed the 2 of them without saying a word. His face was a little pale, and it was obvious that he had not been going well these 2 days. Is he the only one? Lynchy asked. Although there were hundreds of people in that shelter, even though they were not very good, could it be that no one could seize the opportunity? He's the only one. The rest of the people were brought back by the federal rescue team. They all thought they were saved. Why would they care about us? Some of them reported us for killing foreigners. Thinking of this, both of them were so angry that their teeth ached. Okay, you can arrange a place for him to rest and take care of him for the next 2 days. I'll go back first. Lin Chi patted Yang Guang's shoulder, encouraged him, and then drove away from the repair shop. Although this young man is good, he still needs to be cultivated slowly, and cannot play any role at this stage. Back in the villa, Bai Su had returned from get off work and brought 5 special card slots for identity cards. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling have already inserted their identity cards, and they have added each other's identity card IDs, and they have been able to make long-distance calls, although the function is single and far inferior to the mobile phones before the apocalypse. The two of them still couldn't put it down. Honey, come on. We'll add you as a friend. In this way, even if Lin Chi went to the repair shop later, they could still call and inquire. Lin Chi inserted the ID card. As the information was read, the indicator light on the card slot flashed a few times, and it was successfully activated. After successfully adding the two friends, Lin Chi walked towards the basement. Bai Su was still busy, but her ID card was placed on the table nearby. Apparently Tuanchuan and Xiaoling had added their IDs just now, so Lin Chi picked it up, checked it, and added his own ID. 1/3 of the progress has been completed, and it should be ready in 2 days. Bai Su knew what Lin Chi cared about most, so he took the initiative to report it without waiting for him to ask questions. Lin Chi watched the changes in the original planned weapon for a while. At this moment, rudimentary changes had begun to appear, but the shape was not stable. Seeing that he couldn't help, Lin Chi simply used Bai Su's account to check recent news from major safety zones in the Federation. Bad news comes from shelters or safe zones every day, especially along the southern coast. Mutated beasts in the sea are even more violent. From time to time, some people see huge sea creatures appearing, and flocks of birds that cover the sky fly across the sky. Rats are rampant in the ruins, and mutated cockroaches gather together and roll into a huge insect ball. All life in their path disappears without a trace. The mutated ants also climbed out of the ground and established a unique ant kingdom in the ruins, almost forming a mountain. A new safe zone base has been established in the northwest uninhabited land and is continuously receiving nearby survivors. This information is simply inaccessible to ordinary people. Lin Chi didn't know how long he watched until Tuanchuan came down and called for dinner. In the next 2 days, Lin Chi never left the villa, waiting for the weapons of the Yuan plan to take shape. Finally, that night, the 4 of them witnessed the completion of the last bit of progress in the basement. It's taking shape. In the incubator, the black mass finally calmed down and turned into a ball, suspended in the air. There is one last procedure. If you did it before, it might be troublesome. But now you have awakened your spiritual power. You only need to penetrate it and leave a mark. Bai Su informed Lin Chi of the specific method and then stepped aside. A spiritual mark? Lin Chi slowly raised his hand, and a stream of spiritual power extended out, passing through the incubator and slowly entering the source project weapon. At this moment, he seemed to feel the complex sequence distribution inside, and it was changing consciously. So he imprinted his own spiritual power on the core of the source plan weapon. Almost at the moment when the branding was completed, Lin Chi clearly felt a wave of energy resonate with his mental power. Seeing this, Bai Su's eye stepped forward and opened the incubator. The black substance slowly flew up and landed on Lin Chi's hand. The Yuan project weapon turned into a ball of viscous liquid, gradually wrapped around Lin Chi's arm, and slowly extended towards his body. After finally covering the body completely, the lines of the armor slowly appeared on the surface, becoming clearer and perfected bit by bit. The pure black armor has no trace of color, like a ghost in the dark, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Is this the source project armor? Lin Chi slowly raised his hand, feeling the restraint of the armor, but it seemed to bring him a huge strength bonus. The role of the source project armor is not just that. Then with a thought, a wave of waves condensed in his hand. As the black substance slowly condensed, a long bow appeared in his hand. The power of this bow is much stronger than the previous horn bow. Without trying, Lin Chi understood the performance of this bow. During another transformation, the long bow squirmed and stretched, and transformed into a bladeless spear and a black long knife. The black armor didn't look heavy, and even felt close to the body and light, almost like wearing a leather jacket before. But that three-dimensional feeling gives people a very intimidating effect. The source project armor can actually be used as inner armor. It can increase the user's strength. The mainstream armor in the future should be mainly made of metal and evolved insect SH/LS. This is the direction of scientific and technological research in major safety zones, and the trend of future resource selection. Lin Chi hid his battle armor under his leather jacket. Normally, it would not be visible at all, but it only made him look stronger. In this way, I will carry several weapons with me from now on. In the past, when he went to some places, he couldn't carry weapons at all, which would invisibly weaken Lin Chi's combat effectiveness. But now, he doesn't have so many worries. Yes, if you want to add a new weapon template in the future, you can make a crystal chip and integrate the weapon data information into it. Lin Chi couldn't wait to try out his new weapon, but he couldn't use it in the basement. Husband, please give this source project armor a name. It looks so powerful. Tuanchuan and Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Chi's Project Yuan equipment with envy. It was exactly the same as the sci-fi fantasy plots in their minds. At this moment, Lin Chi was like the protagonist in the novel. Let's call it Yuan Project Super Body Armor. Lin Chi roughly sensed that the source project armor seemed to be able to increase his strength by 30%, which could be called a qualitative improvement. In order to celebrate today's harvest, the four of them had a few drinks and completely relaxed all night. It's just that when fighting at night, Lin Chi was still 1 against 2, not 1 against 3. The next day, the three of them were leisurely in the living room of the villa, looking at the information on the computer. During this period, a large amount of information emerged on the internet, including federal security zone certifications and privately uploaded messages. It looked so thrilling. The climate in the south is mild, and the insect resurgence is earlier than expected. Nowadays, most areas have updated their identity cards, and many people are qualified to transmit information online. Therefore, some unknown news has appeared in front of the public. These bugs are evolving for the first time. Their size has increased a lot, but their shapes are even more bizarre. Flies as big as fists, mosquitoes as big as dragonflies, ants as big as the soles of feet, cockroaches as big as mice, etc. It's okay if they don't scale, but they are just high-protein food in the eyes of survivors. But once they reach a scale, ordinary survivors can't stop them at all. Unless weapons of mass destruction are used in the safe zone, they can be eliminated in one fell swoop. Husband, didn't we see so many fly eggs last time we went out? Maybe there are a lot of bugs outside now. The weather is still very cold now, but there are still many bugs active in winter, and maybe they will evolve cold resistance. It seems necessary to prepare some weapons that require range attacks against insects. When I was about to come up with some ideas, suddenly there was a vibration on the ID card in my pocket. I took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Who called me? With a hint of curiosity, Lin Chi answered the unknown call. Hello. Who are you looking for? Tuanchuan and Xiaoling also came over. Their phones had not rang since they updated their ID cards, so they were naturally a little curious. I'm an Xian. If you have time, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Tuanchuan and Xiaoling instantly became nervous. Sorry, I'm not free now. Lin Chi hung up the phone and put it in his pocket. Hubby, is this Ministerin? Why did you hang up the phone when someone invited you to dinner? Tuanchuan looked puzzled, but an Xian had a pretty good impression on her. At least she didn't have the feeling of being a big shot. I'm just showing my courtesy for nothing. She must be asking for my help. How can I get what she wants? Chapter 124 Peace of Mind Invitation. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chi drove towards the repair shop. In order to avoid trouble, try to find something to do for yourself. The work of the repair shop is now on the right track, and a special yard has been opened to earn points by repairing cars for others. Although the profit is not huge, it can be regarded as a steady business. After Lin Chi greeted everyone, he dove into the car repair shed. However, when I returned to the villa in the evening, I saw an Xian and Baisu sitting in the living room, talking and laughing. It was obvious that they had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Lin, I take the liberty of interrupting you. When an Xian saw Lin Chi coming back, he stood up and smiled. Ministerin, I don't know if you have something important to ask me for, but I asked you to come to my door in person. People came to her door, and Lin Chi could no longer avoid it. So he simply sat down and listened to what was going on with her. It's still the last time we formed the Awakened Combat Team. I hope to invite Mr. Lin and Mr. Su to join us and truly become a part of the Central Plains Security Zone. When the safety zone was first established, the internal forces were complicated, especially after the autonomous management of the major safety zones was announced. They became more wary of each other. Everyone wants to be the real owner of the safe zone, so the game between the top management has never stopped. Several high-level officials in the safe zone are forming their own squads of awakened ones. Although they control some federal soldiers, the strongest ones in the future will definitely be those awakened ones with extraordinary talents. All major high-level officials are recruiting and cultivating the awakened ones before they have fully grown up, and forming their own awakened force. I'm still sorry. I already have a family business now, and dozens of people are supported by me. If I join your force, I'm afraid my subordinates won't be able to afford food. I have to be responsible for them. Lin Chi had already thought of his words. No matter what, he couldn't become someone else's subordinate. It would be better to be his own boss. He could get up whenever he wanted every day. It's the end of the world, and you still want me to go to work? Being rejected twice made an Xian's good-natured mind doubt whether he was not charming enough. He couldn't help but look at Bai Su's side, hoping to get her help. But at this moment, Bai Su was staring at her finger, as if there was something on it, and her brows were furrowed. Actually, after entering the safe zone, you have no control over your identity. It is impossible to stay out of the matter. Even if you don't agree to me, someone else will invite you. And Xian thought for a moment, but still didn't want to give up. She learned about Lin Chi's strength from Wenxi's mouth, and that the Susan brothers and sisters were recruited by her people. These two awakened people with great potential have always been the inevitable candidates in her heart. Well, that would be a bit troublesome. Lin Chi didn't know the senior officials of other safe zones, but that didn't mean that others didn't know him. Once others came to him and refused, they wouldn't be so easy to talk to. There was some hesitation in my heart for a while. How about this? Minister and just declares to the outside world that our repair shop is your power, so no one will come to recruit me. However, we are still friends. If there is trouble, I will still be happy to help. Lin Chi came up with a compromise idea. He really needed a protective umbrella, and he didn't have to do anything. Haha. How did you say such a thing and ask me to protect you? And you didn't want to do anything? Hearing Lin Chi's words, and Xian's pupil shrank obviously. For a moment, he was a little unbelievable. What kind of shameless person could say such a thing? If I don't join you, you won't lose anything. But if I join someone else, we will become enemies. Minister and doesn't want to see this happen. Right? From the perspective of peace of mind, there is indeed such concern. But it is difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Hearing these words, and Xian stood up suddenly, and a feeling of powerlessness that he had never felt before came to his heart. Doctor? Bai, can't you give me some advice? We have some friendship. How could she not understand that Bai Su wanted to stay out of the matter and avoid getting into trouble? But he had to fight for himself. And Xian, I can't influence his decision. I can only say that you were not sincere. From beginning to end, Anqi never asked for any reward. After all, in the eyes of these senior officials, being able to join the major forces in the safe zone was already a dream for ordinary people. Of course, to join her battle team, you will need points. And you will also be equipped with genetic fluid to enhance your strength. I can give you the best reward, and even make you the captain of the combat team. How about that? Among the combat teams that an Xian is currently recruiting, there are not many strong ones. But those who can be recruited by her are all awakened ones with good qualifications. No need to go to such trouble. I just don't want to waste my time. Let's do this. If you need my help, you can tell me in advance and pay enough compensation. And I can help you. Lin Chi would be happy if she could earn some extra money, as long as an Xian agreed and wanted him to take action. If the reward she proposed was too much, she would definitely give up. That's fine. I agree. After thinking for a while, he finally nodded. At this moment, he took a step back and said that as long as Lin Chi did not join other forces, it would be the best outcome. The recruitment trip did not meet his expectations, and an Xian looked unhappy. He didn't stay in the villa for long. He just found an excuse and left. It seems that internal fighting in the safe zone is inevitable. An Xian came to the door in person so eagerly, which shows that she must be very passive now, and wants to urgently improve her strength. Don't underestimate her. Although she is a woman, this woman is extraordinary. I have been in contact with her for so long, but I still haven't figured out what kind of person she is. Bai Su reminded them that when she opened her mouth just now, she found a common ground for the two of them to avoid getting too tense. After all, Bai Su is in charge of the logistics department of the safe zone, which can be said to hold the lifeblood of millions of survivors. Once something goes wrong, it will cause riots in the safe zone. It's easier to be a leader. Being disturbed by an Xian, the four of them felt a little heavy. After eating, They returned to the room early. In the next half-month, Lin Chi would go to the repair shop every day. And before he knew it, the new year was approaching. Everyone seemed to have forgotten this important holiday. No one took the initiative to mention it. They just tried their best to have a good meal when this day came. The 18th one. After more than half a month, Lin Chi took another bottle of first-order genetic fluid, which increased his normal genetic strength by 1 level. As the subsequent strength increases, the interval between each time the bottleneck is felt becomes longer and longer. If you want to take it again, it will probably take at least 2 months. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling also took the first-order genetic fluid several times, and their strength was significantly improved. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to organize a search plan and hunt more second-level mutant beasts. Lin Chi still has some stocks of the first-level genetic crystals, but the second-level ones have been used up. In addition, the search team in the safe zone frequently goes out, and it is difficult to encounter mutant beasts nearby. If you want to get them, you can only go to more distant places. During this period, Susan also led the team out several times, but with little success. On this day, Lin Chi was in the repair shop making final adjustments to the mobile fortress as usual. All the internal equipment had been modified. Finally, he only needed to install the welded steel plates, and the mobile fortress was completely completed. As the engine started one by one, the roaring sound gradually came from the mobile fortress like a house. "Captain, someone is looking for you." There were shouts outside, and Lin Chi turned off the engine, took off his gloves and walked out. Who? During this period, there were actually a few people sent by senior officials who wanted to recruit Lin Chi. But after learning that the repair shop was an Anshin force, they gave up. It's Captain Vinci. When she was an acquaintance, since he last met Lin Chi while repairing a car in the repair shop. All maintenance of his fleet had been handed over to the repair shop, which may have benefited from peace of mind. Captain 1. You've had a good harvest these 2 days. I see you come home with a full load every time. Lin Chi stepped forward to say hello and briefly washed his hands. Brother Lin. Long time no see. A young man walked out from behind Wincy, and was very excited to see Lin Chi. Suyu? This young man was the one who had helped him at the bathing center in the industrial area. He later followed Vincent back, and seemed to have joined his team. We all know each other, so I won't say any polite words. I'm here to borrow a few trucks from you, and need to transport some things. Vincent pointed to the several large trucks in the yard. They were brought back by the repair shop's fleet when they went out, and some modifications were made to the front of the trucks, giving them good defense. Why are you borrowing a car? Your team shouldn't be short of cars, right? Lin Chi motioned for the two of them to enter the room, and after they sat down, they had hot water brought to them. To be honest, our team is going to the 32nd City District this time to rescue people there. Something happened to that shelter, Wincy said with a serious face. Yesterday, the safety zone received a request for help from the 32nd City. The nearest rescue team was dispatched that night, but to no avail. The mutant rat, which had been dormant for half a year, had already eaten all the food it could eat, and finally launched an attack on the shelter in the east of the city. In just one night, it swept through half of the shelter. Although all the combat-capable survivors in the shelter resisted desperately, there were still heavy casualties, and only a few people escaped. The shelters in the 32 City District are not like the safe zones of the big cities. They only have low walls. Even if they are reinforced later, they are not comparable to the walls of the safe zones. The lack of manpower and resources means that this shelter will not last forever. After hearing the news about Wincy, Lin Chi didn't hesitate at all. I have 10 large trucks here. You can mobilize them at any time. If you need to install a roof tarpaulin, it will take half an hour. Lin Chi was never vague about serious matters. Chapter 125. You still want me to protect you personally? There may be something else I need your help with. Wincy knew that Lin Chi would not refuse the request to borrow a car, but he also had a special mission. It's okay to borrow someone, but it must be 3 times the points. I can choose from dozens of people. Lin Chi thought it was because of a shortage of manpower, so he agreed and asked them to follow him and earn some extra money. Besides, with Wince's rescue team following him, there would be no danger. What Minister means is that I want you to take action. Although the rat tide has slowed down a lot, there are still many mutant rats remaining, and their large-scale appearance has also attracted many second and third-level mutant beasts. Now there are several people in the surrounding area. The mutant beasts that are hundreds of kilometers away are probably attracted by the blood energy emanating from the shelter. Without powerful experts, we will inevitably suffer casualties. Wincy looked at Lin Chi with a pleading look. If it were before, he would not have lowered his stance so low. But he only recently learned how strong this humble guy in front of him was. Did I ask Susan to help you? When Lin Chi heard about the mutant beast, he was instantly moved. But he also had his own ideas. It is possible to follow the rescue team. But the team will inevitably become a constraint for him, and he will not be able to leave too far. If he only takes a few people to act alone, his mobility will be much greater. Brother Lin, don't refuse. This trip belongs to you. Wincy stepped forward and patted Lin Chi on the shoulder, with even a hint of pleading in his words. Fortunately, there were only a few of them in the room, so he wouldn't lose face. Seeing Wincy being so persistent, Lin Chi always felt that something was wrong. This guy was a little arrogant at first, so he pushed his hand away and patted it. Tell the truth. What are you hiding from me? Opening Vincent's skylight again made his wise eyes instantly clear. No way. How could I hide it from you? If Minister Anan hadn't told me about your strength, I still wouldn't have known about it. When she laughed and didn't notice the surprised look on Suryu's side. What did an Xian tell you? She and an Xian broke up on bad terms last time, and they have not contacted each other yet. But her relationship with Baisu is still so close. Brother Lin, the last time you killed the third-level mutated black cow with one arrow at the breeding farm. It was seen by the surveillance camera we left near the breeding farm to monitor the mutated black cow. However, the video has been destroyed by Minister Anan. Only she and I know. After Vincent finished speaking, he suddenly reacted. After realizing that something was wrong, he quickly explained. Actually, we were planning to hunt it that day. I came back temporarily and brought some powerful weapons. But it was a pity that it was a step too late. But Brother Lin, don't worry. Minister Anan hid this matter for you. Otherwise you wouldn't will be fined for such a long time. Why couldn't he hold his tongue in front of this guy? It was like this last time. And it was like this again. Wincy subconsciously moved farther away from Lin Chi. Suryu's eyes gleamed as he killed the third-level mutant beast with one arrow. What kind of strength was this? It's okay to let me go with you. But as long as I kill mutant beasts on this trip, the genetic crystals will belong to me. Lin Chi thought about it for a moment, and then agreed. And Xian was able to conceal the matter, and never told him. She probably wanted to use this favor to ask him to help at a critical moment. But now that she knew it, she returned the favor. Otherwise, it might be even more troublesome if she brings it up later. Furthermore, it's time for me to go out and get some second-level genetic crystals and above. Not only do I need these things to improve my strength, but also the advancement of skills requires a lot of genetic crystals. High-level mechanical transformation skills are still short of 22nd-level gene crystals, which is not a small number. I need to ask my superiors for instructions. When Wincy heard this, he felt that he couldn't make the decision. So he took out his ID card and dialed Anshin's number. After muttering for a while, he came over. The superiors have agreed. We can set off now. The rescue is urgent, and there is no room for delay. I'll go get someone ready. You guys should start preparing too. We'll meet in the south of the city in an hour. After sending Wenqi away, Lin Chi gathered everyone together and directed the workers in the repair shop to install the roofs of the 10 large trucks. If the survivors were transported, this roof would also provide some added wind protection. Captain, do we really want to help the rescue team go out for rescue together? Hong Yaodong always felt that they were at a disadvantage. After all, rescuing survivors was the responsibility of the safe zone. Even if he didn't go, it would be justified by reason and emotion. After all, our repair shop is nominally under Minister An's control. If we don't help, other high-level officials in the security zone will definitely get the hang of it. We won't be able to bear any accusations at random. This feeling of passivity is something that any survivor at the bottom can feel. Equality for everyone is always just a slogan. Lin Chi took out a box of cigarettes, threw it to Hong Yaodong, and then continued. Susan, please stay and visit the house this time. It's okay for the two of us to go alone. Yaodong goes to find 20 brothers, 2 in a car, and give each of them a bottle of first-order genetic fluid. Tell them that their lives may be in danger if they go out this time. If they don't want to go, they can stay and look after the house. Lin Chi had promised that anyone who followed him would be rewarded with genetic fluid if they performed well. This time they went out to rescue survivors, so he had to let him reward them in advance. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Hong Yaodong was stunned for a moment and nodded happily. After all, he also had a share of these 20 bottles of genetic fluid. After everyone started busy Lin Shi took out his ID card, but did not call to Anchuan or Xiaoling. Both of them are in the villa. They don't know the danger of going out this time, so they are not going to take them with them. However, if I tell them now, I'm afraid they will run over privately. It's better to contact them again after they leave the city. You watch Tuanchuan and Xiaoling at home. Don't let them sneak out of the city. Lin Chica was afraid that the two of them would follow them out of the city. Although the two of them had the ability to protect themselves, no one could guarantee whether they would encounter any accidents. I'll keep an eye on them. Don't worry. I'll contact them anytime when I get outside. Susan didn't force it. Staying in the safe zone to guard his sister was more important to him than going out to look for supplies. Half an hour later, the roofs of 10 large trucks have been installed. The dark green tarpaulins are very thick, and the roofs are made of steel frames, with a 5-centimeter steel mesh installed in the middle, which also has a certain degree of defense. Set off. Lin Shi led the team on this trip, sitting in the co-pilot of the first off-road vehicle, followed slowly by 10 trucks behind him, heading towards the south gate of the safety zone. The repair shop was already on the edge of the safety zone, so it took less than 5 minutes to reach the main road in the south of the city. Wincy's convoy had been waiting at the intersection for a long time. Wincy's rescue team consisted of 2 armored vehicles and 10 personnel carriers. Like Anshin, he had several rescue teams and search teams, and the others had already set off. Let's go. The sooner we start, the better. Lin Shi parked the car next to an armored vehicle at the front, opened the window and said. The skylight on the top of the armored vehicle opened, and an Xian, a man with refreshing short hair, came out and looked at Lin Shi with a smile on his face. Isn't that surprising? An Xian was armed with a heroic appearance and was more heroic than before. He never thought that she would be in the convoy this time when he left the city. It's not surprising at all. How could Minister miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to let me go with him. An Xian has no choice but to do so. The struggle between the major forces in the safe zone has become fierce. If she stays in the logistics department, her name will be forgotten by the public soon. In the apocalypse, what people need is a hero and leader on the surface. A strong person who can give people hope. Mr. Lin, it's up to you this time. Lin Tian nodded as a response, closed the car window, and waited for an Xian's motorcade to go first. Captain, this bitch doesn't look like a good person. Han Yaodong, who was driving, said something coldly. His intuition told him that this woman's mind was very powerful, and it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It's the end of the world. How can there be any good people? Are you a good person? Or am I a good person? Lin Shi asked Han Yaodong. This guy has become a lot more arrogant than before since he became an awakener, and he doesn't look like a good guy at first glance. The captain should be considered a good person. Right? Han Yaodong said cautiously, for fear that he would say the wrong thing. I think you're slandering me. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Han Yaodong was sweating anxiously on his forehead. He couldn't say that the captain was a bad person. Wouldn't this be the following crime? Let's drive. Everyone is gone. At this time, an Xian's motorcade had already driven away. Seeing that Han Yaodong was still in a daze, Lin Shi couldn't help but urge him. After the car started, Lin Shi took out his ID card and sent a message to Tuanchuan and Xiaoling. The convoy in the safety zone passed the city wall guard post without any obstruction. The convoy soon drove out of the ruins and headed south. Along the way, there were many convoys traveling together, all heading for rescue in the 32nd city. It wasn't until noon that the team stopped to rest in a small town, stopping briefly to eat and replenish their strength. Mr. Lin, please take my car later. I have something I want to discuss with you. This road has been driven by the rescue team countless times, and it has formed a safe enough isolation zone. Even if there are mutant creatures nearby, they will not dare to approach, so there will not be any danger. But after entering the 32nd city district in the afternoon, the situation was out of control. So it always felt that it would be safer to stay with Lin Shi. You want me to protect you personally, right? Lin Shi directly exposed an Xian's thoughts, but still got out of the car and walked towards the armored vehicle. After all, between a bald man and a beautiful woman, Lin Shi would definitely choose the latter. Chapter 126: The Awakened Team. Anshin's armored vehicle was more advanced than his previous one, with complete internal equipment and even 360-degree exterior surveillance. Behind the driver and passenger, there is a circular enclosure, which corresponds to the sunroof above. Behind it are 2 rows of seats, with several soldiers fully armed. Brother Lin. As soon as he came in, Lin Chi heard a familiar voice. Suyu smiled and said hello, his eyes full of admiration. Lin Chi didn't know the other people, but they seemed to be awakens recruited by an Xian. Let me introduce. This is Mr. Lin Chi, my partner. For this mission, his orders are equivalent to mine. An Xian gave Lin Chi the greatest rights as soon as he came up. After all, the safety of this trip all depends on Lin Chi. Please introduce me to each other. This mission requires everyone to cooperate with each other, and everyone must be familiar with each other's abilities. An Xian sat across from Lin Chi. The closer the distance, the safer she felt. As the armored vehicle started slowly, it gradually felt a little bumpy. My name is Suyu, and I have known Brother Lin for a long time. My awakening ability is to control flames, but the range can only reach 20 meters. Suyu was the first to introduce himself, and also announced the awakened special ability. Special awakened people are very rare. I have read a lot of information using by Suyu's account before. Although those awakened people in the safe zone have endless abilities, those who can control elements are extremely rare. My name is Chao Wuwei. I am awakened by sound. I can emit powerful sound waves from my mouth and imitate various sounds. Chao Wuwei's voice was very ethereal, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction. My name is Sun Tao. I am a speed awakener. I can run very fast. I am Wu Lianhe, a member of the combat team, a vision awakener, and a sniper. Wu Lianhe's sitting posture is obviously different from the others. He should be a federal soldier. Brother Lin. My name is Jin Na. My ability is invisibility, but I can't hide my belongings, so it's a bit useless. Her hands gradually became transparent, but the gloves on them were not hidden, as if they appeared out of thin air. Jin Na is a little girl in her early 20s, with 2 tufts of golden hair dyed in her hair, and she seems to be full of fantasy. The 5 of them are special awakened ones that I recruited. They all have innate abilities. As long as they grow up in the future, they will all become powerful masters. And was quite proud. After all, as the logistics director, it was not easy to recruit 5 special awakened people. Very good. I haven't seen many special awakeners. I look forward to your performance. Lin Chi praised them, but it could be seen that these 5 people had all activated the gene locks, and their own strength alone was extraordinary. Obviously, except for Suyu. No one else took Lin Chi's words to heart at all. After all, after possessing special abilities, they all feel that they are superior to others, and how can they be inferior to others? The convoy drove for another distance, and it was obvious that there were more survivors on both sides of the road. These were people evacuated from the 32nd City District. Of course, some people were in cars, and some could only walk. Most of these people ran away from shelters. After being rescued, they were transported to a safe place, and then headed to the Central Plain Safety Zone on their own. We have set up a transfer station in a small town outside the 32nd city area. People rescued from the shelter will be sent there. After they are out of danger, they will be allowed to go to the safe area on their own. After all, there are still insufficient transportation vehicles, an Xian explained, and the convoy continued moving forward without stopping. It turned out that the transfer station that an Xian was talking about was the town where Lin Chi had stayed. He remembered that he had hunted a second-order mutated giant pig here, and the traces of being burned by fire in the middle of the road were still very obvious. Most of the houses on both sides of the town have been destroyed, and there are several transport trucks parked on the roadside. A large group of survivors get off one after another and collect one day's rations nearby. The 3 vehicles transporting supplies stayed behind, and the others continued to move forward, trying to reach the shelter in the east of the city before dark. Anshin conveyed the order through wireless transmission, and the 3 cars behind them automatically stopped on the side of the road. Inside the cars were the supplies they had brought out from the logistics department. On the way, they missed the way with the returning convoy. They drove slowly and hurriedly all the way, and finally entered the 32nd City District in the evening. Wu Lianhe, who had been on guard at the observation point, noticed something unusual. Captain, there are mutant beasts outside. Wu Lianhe didn't use the observation scope, but he still saw the mutated rats that appeared in the ruins. But there were not many of them. Lin Chi thought he was calling him, but when he saw an Xian getting up, he realized that this woman was also a captain. Ignore it. Small-scale mutant rats are no threat. Just move on. After passing through a bombing isolation zone, there was a bridge in front of us. From then on, we went to the shelter to the west, and to the east was the direction of the 32nd city. Let's split up the team here. Wincy will lead a team to the 32nd City District to rescue the survivors. The rest of the team will follow me to the shelter. An Xian ordered through the communicator. After finishing speaking, he turned to look at Lin Chi. Mr. Lin, your team should follow Wincy and the others. The city is relatively safe for the time being, and we won't run into big trouble. The shelter was actually attacked by the rat tide and fell at night. Only some strong survivors and senior leaders escaped by luck. Those people had already gone to the Central Plains safety zone as soon as possible. But now, that shelter is a big trouble, where hundreds of thousands of survivors died. Corpses remain and blood is everywhere, and it has become a desperate place. Okay, I'll let you arrange this matter. I'll let them cooperate with you. Lin Chi used the walkie-talkie to give Hong Yaodong a few instructions. Even if he didn't let them follow him, at least he wouldn't encounter trouble that they couldn't handle. Even if there was trouble, he could contact him quickly. As long as the distance was not too far, he could get support quickly. After simple dispatch, a dozen large trucks drove to the right to join other rescue teams in the Central Plains safety zone. The only remaining vehicles were Lin Chi's off-road vehicle, an Xian's armored vehicle, and 2 trucks loaded with special weapons. After crossing the bridge and driving along the road for another half an hour, a brightly lit camp suddenly appeared in front of us. This is a large square. Energy devices have been connected to the distributor. All the lights in the square have been activated, and the surrounding area is also connected to the power grid. 4 vehicles stopped in front of the square, and several soldiers quickly stopped them. I am an Xian, a combat team coming to support from the Central Plains security zone. An Xian showed off his identity card. It was a platinum identity card, and it was a symbol of status. It turns out to be Ministerin. I'll report it right away. The soldiers only took one look and confirmed an Xian's identity. One of them quickly reported using the wireless device. After receiving the order, he indeed guided the convoy into the camp. The combat members of the camp arrived here earlier than an, and after sending several awakened people to explore the shelter, they set up a temporary camp here. After the 4 cars were parked in the camp, as soon as they opened the car doors, they saw several people walking over. An Xian, if you don't stay in the logistics department, why are you here? The person who came was a young man, wearing a camouflage combat uniform. But the material was obviously different from ordinary combat uniforms. Fan Xiaojun. Rescuing survivors is my job. I can't just stay out of it when I see something like this. I still have some people who can always help. An Xian was not to be outdone. The man in front of her was the son of a leader in the Central Plains security zone. His situation was similar to hers, and he was the kind who took orders in times of crisis. However, in comparison, he is at a disadvantage in terms of status. Just recruiting 5 awakened people. How can it help? You don't think that just the few people you brought can solve such a big trouble, do you? Fan Xiaojun said disdainfully that they had received the current news about the shelter. In addition to a large number of mutant rats still entrenched nearby, there were also many second and third order mutant beasts eyeing the area. There may even be more advanced mutant beasts. Not only that, in addition to mutant beasts, there are also bugs hiding in the dark. The awakened people who were previously explored have been attacked several times. I know best how strong my people are, although I don't dare to say whether they can be of any help. They are definitely stronger than you. As soon as the two met, they were incompatible with each other, as if they had some grudge. Aren't these two going to fight? Lin Chi did not get out of the car, and almost everyone nearby could hear the quarrel between the two. But before the quarrel lasted long, another middle-aged man walked out of the camp. Minister is here for the first time, so he should prepare a place to rest and wash away the dust. What are you doing? Xiaojun? The voice of the person coming was very deep, and as soon as he walked over, he felt a sense of calmness. He was a head taller than Fan Xiaojun, about 1.9 meters tall, and he was very strong, only slightly lower than Su Sin. He looks like the same type of person. Fan Xiaojun's face clearly showed a trace of fear. Yan Ming, if you want to entertain, you can entertain yourself. I don't have room. After Fan Xiaojun said that, he left with the others, obviously not wanting to say anything more to Yan Ming. Brother Yan, I'm sorry. We can just stay in the car at night. And Xian smiled apologetically. She had been prepared when she came. There were supplies for temporary rest in the car behind her, and there were only 10 people in the team, so everything could be simplified. Okay. After you finish packing, come over and have a meeting to discuss it. The situation is not optimistic. Yan Ming nodded. turn around and return to his temporary tent. The three of them are obviously a little uncomfortable with it, but they haven't completely broken their faces on the surface. After everyone left, Anshin breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the armored vehicle. You guys should take a break first. There are some sleeping bags in the 2 cars, and there are temporary resting places in the cars. Wu Lianhe will be on guard for the first half of the night. And Xian briefly explained a few words, and then looked at Lin Qi for help. You don't want me to protect you even if you have a meeting, right? What do they dare to do to you at a place like this? Lin Qi looked at an Xian in surprise, wondering why this woman became so timid after coming out. Forget it, Jinna. Just go with me. And Xian curled his lips, reluctantly stuffed the pistol into his waist, and walked towards the temporary camp with Jin Na. The remaining people looked at each other, especially Suyu, who gave Lin Qi a thumbs up. Chapter 127 Entering the Ruins. The meeting at the temporary camp lasted for several hours, probably to discuss the fallen shelter. By the time an Xian came back, it was already midnight. Several people made bunks in the 2 trucks and went to sleep early. They waited until dawn before Lin Qi was woken up by Suyu. Brother Lin, wake up! Lin Qi slept in his off-road vehicle, and the others were in the carriage and another car. Naturally, he would not be allowed to come to the night vigil. It's already dawn. Are you ready to go? Last night, I chatted with Tuanchuan, then Xiaoling, and finally Bai Su, until midnight. As expected, women only become hungry after they are separated. When I woke up, I felt refreshed. When I got out of the car, I saw the members of the team gathering together to have breakfast. They have already set off early. It doesn't matter if we arrive a little later. During the meal time, I will tell you the news I got yesterday. Eat a simple breakfast with peace of mind, which is full of high-energy compressed food. One meal is enough to last almost the whole day. The shelter in the east of the city has fallen. The top management of the shelter has now evacuated to the Central Plain safety zone. But there are still a few combat teams left to assist us. There used to be hundreds of thousands of survivors there, and almost all of them died in the rat. Under the tide, the entrenched rat tide has not dissipated, and there are also some mutant beasts nearby, which is extremely dangerous. And Xian said cautiously that if there was no Lin Qi in the team, she would not be involved in such a dangerous mission, and would have no illusions about this operation. But now she has to give it a try. What she wants is fame. What Lin Qi wants is profit. And each gets what he needs. After receiving the specific news, several people's expressions were very solemn. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people, and they would be gone if they said no. Moreover, the death of a large number of survivors will definitely trigger a series of changes. After breakfast, the 4 vehicles started again and headed towards the shelter in the east of the city. This square is already very close to the shelter. Under normal road conditions, it only took 10 minutes to see a flock of mutated birds hovering over the ruins. They were so dark that some of them were even larger than the previously known birds. There were several armored vehicles parked in front of them. They were the people who had set off early. They were standing next to the vehicles at the moment, observing the situation near the ruins with binoculars. Seeing an Xian's arrival, Yan Ming stopped observing and walked towards the armored vehicle. An Xian? In fact, you don't have to risk your life. Xiao Jun and I are enough. There was a trace of concern for an Xian in Yan Ming's eyes, but this tough guy was not good at expressing it. You're here. You should go and have a look. An Xian pulled up her hair by her ears and handed the binoculars to Wu Lianhe, asking him to check the situation of the shelter behind the ruins. After the ruins, there was the collapsed wall, but the outside of the wall was filled with mutilated corpses, some of which had been eaten away of flesh and blood, leaving only bloody bones. Behind the collapsed wall, groups of mutated rats were still eating corpses on the ground, and the bloody atmosphere spread for miles. They are all dead, and there are red muted rats. Too many to count. With the help of binoculars and his excellent eyesight, Wu Lianhe was able to clearly see the tragic scene in the shelter. His face was pale at this moment. It was a tragic scene that he had never seen in his life. Under the walls of the shelter, the ground was almost covered with bones. They were bodies that had been devoured by mutated rats. Going a little deeper, there were mutilated corpses. Birds swooped down from the sky from time to time, tearing off pieces of flesh and blood. There are also mutant beasts occupying a place in the shelter. Basically, the weakest ones are the second-level mutant beasts. After devouring corpses, they will probably improve qualitatively in a short period of time. The drone can't get past it and will be attacked by the mutated birds. We can only approach it on foot. Everyone, please keep your spirits up and pay attention to your surroundings at all times. There were several cars parked nearby, which were soldiers from the shelter. They chose to stay voluntarily, hoping to help. After all, they were somewhat familiar with the environment around the shelter. We are divided into 3 teams and approach the shelter from 3 directions. If we encounter small-scale mutant beasts along the way, we will try to deal with them with the smallest noise. When we approach the shelter, we will install small cloud explosions at designated locations. Bomb them. Fan Xiaojun proposed the method discussed last night. He also had selfish motives. After all, there were 2 awakened people in his team who were suitable for this method. I have no opinion. I don't have any objection either. And Xian's team, including Lin Qi and her, only had 7 people. The other 2 teams were much larger. Fan Shijun's team had 15 people, and Yinming's team had as many as 20 people. These are almost all the special awakened people in the Central Plains security zone, excluding some trump cards, and some who are unwilling to expose their strength to outsiders. Ministerin, are you giving everyone low treatment? You can't even recruit team members. Lin Qi couldn't help but complain that the people on the other side were obviously stronger than them. The reward I promise you is the highest in the safe zone. Don't mess with my military morale. And Xian glared at Lin Qi angrily. If he said such sarcastic words at this time, he would have been punished by military law in the past. Su Yu, come and tell me. How much salary does she offer you per month? Su Yu had a trace of embarrassment on his face. How could he say such a thing? Okay, let's get ready to go. Wu Lianhe will cover behind. There is no need to shoot. The others will advance alternately. Lin Qi, you will be responsible for supporting. And Xian quickly assigned the tasks, put on his helmet, and signaled everyone to set off. Without this delay, the team was already lagging behind. Lin Qi then returned to the car, detached the Yuan Project longbow from the armor, and then took a quiver of 20 arrows and put it on his back. Fan Xiaojun, who had been paying attention to the Anqing team, also discovered this situation at this moment, and couldn't help but stop and point at Lin Qi and laugh. He actually used a bow and arrow. It turned out to be a bow and arrow. It's so funny. You must know that today's technology has been rapidly improved. The original kinetic energy of firearms has been replaced by crystallized energy. The rifles they now use are all laser weapons, which cause very little movement, and their power has been increased several times. The original weapons have long been eliminated. It won't have much impact if I kill him. Right? Lin Qi walked to an Xian and muttered softly. Don't. His father is one of the 3 giants in the Central Plains security zone. If you kill him, don't even think about living a stable life in the future. And Xian couldn't hear any joking in Lin Qi's words, so he quickly tried to persuade her. Then if we kill his father too, will everything be fine? When it comes to killing people, one must eliminate the roots. If the small and big ones are all dead, someone will naturally help him deal with the rest. Well, that's true. And Xian was stunned and whispered to himself. But he didn't take it seriously. The 3 teams were divided into 3 directions. Fan Xiaojun chose the left side, and Xian chose the right side. And Yinming walked directly from the middle to the shelter. Although it was the closest, the sooner he encountered danger, Su Yu didn't have enough control over his abilities, so he carried a flamethrower on his back to assist him. A small flame appeared in his palm from time to time, and he was eager to try. The team had just walked less than 100 meters when they discovered a mutant rat hidden in a pile of rocks. The mutant rat was covered in blood, and its black hair was dyed dark red. It was holding at the head is gnawing. The crunching sound is very harsh. The first time they saw the mutated creature, several people immediately became confused. 3 lasers were fired from the guns at the same time, instantly turning the mutated rat into charcoal, and a stream of flames followed. Don't you have any combat experience? Looking at the chaotic attacks, Lin's head turned black. This girl Jean Na didn't even have time to take action. We have a training ground in the safe zone, and we are always on target. And Xian blushed for a moment. Among these people, except for the sniper Wu Lianhe, who was supporting from the rear, the rest of them did not have much combat experience. And it was his first time to face a mutated creature. Is love asking me to be a nani? Lin Qi felt like he was leading a newbie through the map. Okay, let me rank you. And Xian is number 1. Su Yu is number 2. Chao Wei is number 3. Sun Tao is number 4. And Jean Na is number 5. As for the mutant creatures, just take action in this order. The others don't grab it. In areas not close to the shelter, There are only a few mutant rats occasionally, which pose no danger to everyone at all. They can just allow a few people to feel some sense. None of the people refuted Lin Chi's words, but looked at an Xian. Listen to Mr. Lin. He has led several search expeditions and has rich combat experience. An Xian knew very well how capable people like her were, and she was not from a formal system, so her commanding ability was completely lacking. The three major forces in the safe zone all had a certain status before the end. Anshin's group was originally the original leader of the safe zone, and Fan Xiaojun was the official force. As for Yan Ming's people, there were military forces behind them. At the beginning, the three parties, the cooperation of forces has managed the safety zone in an orderly manner. However, as the desire for power increases, everyone is unwilling to accept the status quo and wants to be the only person to monopolize power. The team moved forward again, and suddenly a mutated bird arose from the ruins. An Anshin, with his quick eyes and quick hands, hit it with one shot. The laser gun has no recoil, so wherever you point it hits. Almost instantly, it hits the mutated bird that just took off. The red laser pierced it directly, and the wings were cut in half, struggling and falling from the air. Sun Tao quickly ran over, took out a dagger and split the mutant bird's head open, and found out a genetic crystal the size of a soybean. See, I told you that my marksmanship is perfect. An Xian looked at Lin Chi with a hint of showing off. It happened that several mutant birds were startled at this moment. Before Su Yu could raise his gun, he heard a burst of wind in his ears, and an arrow had been shot out at some point, hitting three flying birds in the air. A mutant bird burrows. 100 shots and 100 hits are nothing. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone is the real skill. Chapter 128 Basic Operations. Brother Lin, your archery skills are even better than I thought. Su Yu felt the power of that arrow most intuitively. Originally, the shapes of the 3 mutant birds did not overlap, but the pause when the first one was hit happened to make the second one flapping its wings in panic. So it turned around direction, but happened to hit the arrow. As for the third one, he is a pure unlucky one. But no one will believe that this is just a coincidence. It should be more powerful than you think now. Lin Chi corrected his mistake in time, and then glanced at Sun Tao, who was still stunned. I only brought 20 arrows, and they will be gone after I shoot them. Run fast, and help me collect the arrows. Sun Tao opened his mouth and reacted belatedly. But at this moment, he was not dissatisfied with being manipulated, but ran out with a look of joy on his face. After a while, he ran back carrying 3 bird heads and an arrow stained with blood. Next, we will still follow the previous formation, starting with Su Yu. Don't worry about being hurt by the mutant beasts. I am 100% sure to stop them before they rush in front of you. Don't worry, Lin Chi encouraged him. If he was still so timid, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the designated location. Those second and third order mutant beasts were waiting for Lin Chi to hunt them. Set off. An Xian gave the order, and the team moved forward again. But the pace was obviously faster than before. The area the team was traveling through was the outskirts of the shelter. It had been bombed once before, but there were still many incomplete buildings that had not collapsed. There were bloodstains everywhere in the ruins, and there were even mutilated human corpses in some corners. After getting closer, the mutated rats lying on them and gnawing made a squeaking sound from their mouths, with their sharp teeth exposed, as if they were defending their food. Su Yu hit the target with 1 shot, without external pressure. Although the shot seemed a bit hasty, it was difficult to miss the target at a distance of more than 10 meters. Keep going. At this moment, Lin Chi had fully accepted the responsibilities of the captain, and his mental power slowly spread, and all situations within a radius of 100 meters were sensed. Not far ahead, a mutated cat is hiding in the ruins and eating the head of a giant mutated rat. After the swarm of rats rages, its natural enemies will definitely come out to hunt down the lone mutated rat. The ruins of the mutated cat, it is simply a natural hunting ground. It's a second-level mutant cat. Feeling the aura emanating from the mutated cat, Lin Chi took off an arrow. What he needs most now is the second-level genetic crystal. Not only is it necessary for physical evolution, but also for the advancement of skills. These precious things are inseparable. The mutant beasts near the previous save zone were almost all hunted down. Even those who were lucky enough to survive had all moved to farther places. It was hard to find a single beast, but just after entering the periphery of the ruins, he encountered a mutant cat, and it was still a second-level cat, which really surprised Lin Chi. While everyone was being careful, they suddenly heard the sound of arrows piercing the air. and they were all startled. What's wrong? Is there something going on? They were alert to the surrounding area, but after scanning the surrounding area, they did not notice any movement of the mutated beasts at all. At this time, Wu Lianhe's voice came from Anshin's headset in the distance. Captain Lin just shot and killed a mutant beast hidden in the ruins. 100 meters in front of you. About 2 o'clock. Wu Lianhe only felt the movement when the arrow hit the target. After focusing his pupils hard, he saw part of the mutated beast's body, but he couldn't tell what it was. 100 meters away? Hidden by the layers of buildings in the ruins. He actually discovered something 100 meters away. It should be a mutant rat. I'll go over and have a look. Sun Tao consciously took on the responsibility of running errands and moved forward cautiously. The aura exuding from the second-level mutant cat has a certain degree of deterrence. It is impossible for any mutant mouse to dare to approach within 100 meters. So Lin Chi is not worried about a mouse suddenly appearing. The team walked forward for hundreds of meters, and after climbing over a ruins, they saw the mutated cat with an arrow stuck in its forehead. This is a second-level mutated cat with a gradient of gray, with a body shaped like a cheetah. But at this moment, it is completely lifeless and lies motionless in the ruins. 2. Second-level mutant beast. Sun Tao was startled and subconsciously raised his gun to aim. But he was relieved when he saw the arrow on the mutant cat's head. Captain, you actually killed a second-level mutant beast with one arrow. He had an incredible feeling that no matter what bloodline the second-level mutant cat had, its speed and reaction capabilities were far superior to those of ordinary mutant beasts. When its speed reached its limit, only an afterimage could be seen. Without turning on the gene lock, it would be impossible to keep up with his reaction speed. But to be discovered by Lin Chi 100 meters away and killed with one arrow was simply unimaginable. It's just basic operations. Clean the battlefield. Don't waste time. If it were normal times, the skin and flesh would have to be skinned and cut. Even the cat's claws would be spared. However, the current task was urgent, so we could only take the second-order gene crystal and temporarily dump the mutated cat's body here. While trembling, Sun Tao took out the gene crystal the size of a pigeon egg. This was the first time he had opened the brain of a second-level mutant beast. But before he could warm it up, Lin Chi took it away and put it in his pocket. I will not take action against the mutant beasts below the second level. You can deal with them yourself. After Lin Chi said that, he walked directly forward. Since he already knew that there were a lot of mutant beasts here, what was the point of wasting time? Before these people could react, Lin Chi's figure had disappeared from the front. Captain Lin, wait for us. Sun Tao quickly chased after him. But as soon as he turned around the ruins, Lin Chi disappeared. He was so proud of his speed that he didn't even see the dust under Lin Chi's feet. Wu Lianhe, tell me Lin Chi's location. And Anshin's face showed a trace of anxiety. Without Lin Chi's protection, she could not imagine what kind of danger the team would encounter. Only now did she realize that she was too naive. People like her were basically flowers in the greenhouse, and had never seen the horror outside. Captain Lin is already 500 meters away from you. With your current speed, there is no way you can catch up. Wu Lianhe's voice came from the communicator, with a hint of surprise. In order to observe the position of everyone at all times, help guide the direction and avoid danger. He also entered the ruins. But at this moment, he was hiding high in an abandoned building. Lin Chi's position was constantly locked through the high-power sight. But it was still easy to lose the target. I was paid. And Xian was furious when she heard this. But there was nothing she could do, because she could no longer contact Lin Chi. Captain, are we taking too big a step? We are all a little uncomfortable with such a dangerous mission right from the beginning. So you had seen some of the world. But the remaining 3 were going out for the first time, and had never even participated in a search mission before. Don't worry, Captain. I'm not a vegetarian either. Keep going. And Xian took a deep breath. She had already come this far, and could not look back. The third one. Lin Chi gradually became excited after cutting open the head of a second-level mutant beast, and taking out the genetic crystal. Only 5 minutes had passed before the third level 2 mutant beast was found in the ruins. I finally came to the right place this time. As for an Xian, who would care about their life or death? However, the range covered by his mental induction was still a bit small. So Lin Chi turned on the wireless communication device Anshin gave him before entering the ruins. Wu Lianhe, help me search for the location of the mutant beasts in the ruins. I will help the team eliminate the threats ahead in advance. In this way, he would have an excuse to leave the team. After a while, chaotic sounds came from the headset. Lin Chi could vaguely hear an Xion's questioning voice. So he blocked an Xion's channel directly. And then it became quiet. Captain Lin, there is a black mutant beast 500 meters to your left. I can't see what it is. Wu Lianhe is the person who knows Lin Chi's strength best at this stage. And his voice even carries a hint of admiration at this moment. It's black. Right? Don't let me see the mouse. Lin Chi's figure quickly shuttled through the ruins. Because of his black windbreaker, he was like a black shadow. He quickly reached the distance of 500 meters. This is? I have always been with cats and dogs. But this time, I finally met a different animal. This is a lizard. All gray and black. And its size is similar to the largest Komodo dragon in the world. But the species is different. At this moment, this lizard is in the ruins, swallowing the corpse of a mutated rat. Its belly was bulging, and it had obviously eaten a lot of food, because Lin Chi almost suddenly appeared in front of it, which really startled the giant lizard. All the scales on its back were raised, emitting a cold light like a sharp blade. Its limbs were stretched out and slightly retracted, making an attack posture. Another second-level mutant beast, less than 10 meters away. He drew his bow and fired an arrow. An arrow pierced the head of the mutated giant lizard and nailed it directly to the ground. However, this mutant creature has extremely strong vitality. Even so, its body is still rolling and struggling, collapsing broken walls around it. It wasn't until the vitality disappeared that the mutated giant lizard gradually stopped struggling, and half of its body was buried in the rubble. Lin Chi stretched out his hand and pulled out the arrow stuck in the lizard's head, just in time to bring out the genetic crystal. I don't know how many mutant beasts the corpses in this shelter can attract, but are there so many in the surrounding area? Although there are still a lot of usable materials on the corpse. For Lin Chi, it is not worth wasting time to deal with it now. He just knocked off a few claws of the monitor lizard and put them into the quiver. In the next second, an arrow slowly took shape in the quiver, arriving at the right side of the shelter. One had to go around a long distance. At this moment, Lin Chi's figure had disappeared from Wu Lianhe's sight. He could only change his position again and provide everyone with surrounding information from a high place. Captain Lin, there is a group of black things 200 meters ahead of you. Be careful. Wu Lianhe's voice came from the infinite device. He tried hard to focus his eyes, but the dark thing reflected sunlight from time to time, making it impossible for him to see clearly. Chapter 129 Jean Na's Invisibility Ability. Group? Lin Chi stopped subconsciously, glanced at the half-damaged building beside him, jumped up, and used his strength to jump up. Looking down, I saw a group of dark things, and they were moving quickly among the ruins. And, just by looking at it, Lin Chi recognized the true face of the black thing. The mass covered more than 20 square meters, like a black carpet spread among the ruins. And it was still crawling forward quickly. Each individual ant is about the size of a peanut, and its entire body is jet black, as if it has been sprayed with a layer of black paint. The broken limbs wherever it passes instantly turn into white bones. Tell it and them that these are a group of evolved ants, and ask them to avoid them. Lin Chi was also very curious when he encountered this kind of evolved bug for the first time. Ants are always more acceptable than maggots. However, Su Yu's ability seems to be just right to restrain this kind of individual strength, which is still a group survival thing. Lin Chi took out an arrow and threw it away when the ants passed by. It just hit an ant's body and pinned it to the ground. After the ants passed by, he jumped down and pulled out the arrow. The ant that had been pierced through its body was still alive and well, but green liquid emerged from the wound and gradually corroded the tip of the arrow. The body fluids are corrosive, and the bite force is amazing. If you take a bite, you may lose some meat. Lin Chi pinched the ant's head and twisted it off. But even so, his fingers could still feel the bite force from the ant's jaws. There are hundreds of thousands of these things, which may not pose a threat, but tens of thousands, millions, or billions of them, without large weapons, would be an unimaginable disaster for ordinary shelters. The direction in which this group of ants is heading is exactly where the shelter is. The blood energy exuding from the hundreds of thousands of corpses there brought out so many terrible things. Put the mutated ant in your pocket. If you can take this thing back and study it, it might be of some use. After a short pause, search ahead again. Wu Lianhe's reconnaissance could no longer keep up with the speed of Lin Chi's advance. Lin Chi quickly shuttled through the ruins, encountering second-level mutant beasts wherever he passed. It was nothing more than an arrow. First-level mutant beasts are not even qualified to enter the ruins, and second-level mutant beasts do not dare to approach the shelter. I am afraid that most of the shelters now only have third-level mutant beasts that dare to enter. Not afraid of swarms of mutant rats. Only third-level mutant beasts have that kind of deterrence. But now, for Lin Chi, it is not necessary to hunt down the third-level mutant beast. And it may even arouse the observation of the other two parties. Lin Chi stayed there for a while, and waited for Wu Lianhe's voice to come from the wireless device again before he continued his action. Are they not in any trouble? After all, it was the road that he had cleared. And there were martial companies and reporting points along the way. It would be very disappointing if he couldn't even deal with those scattered mutant rats. They're not in trouble. But I'm in some trouble. I'm being targeted by a mutant bird. There was a trace of anxiety in Wu Lianhe's voice. He was now deep into the ruins. Because he often appeared in high places. A mutated bird flying in the air just locked his position. After hovering in the air for a few times, it swooped down. Fortunately, the soldier's outstanding quality allowed him to avoid the crisis in advance. He jumped down from a high place and hid in the ruins to escape. This unlucky guy helped me recover the arrow later. Besides, the gene crystal is mine. You could accept the other trophies. Lin Chi confessed, jumped up to a high place, and looked in the direction of Wu Lianhe. Sure enough, a mutated bird kept circling low in the sky, as if there was something on the ground that attracted it. Captain Lin, what do you mean? I don't have any of your arrows near me. Do I? Wu Lianhe huddled behind the broken wall, holding the sniper rifle in his hand. But with the mutant bird moving at high speed, he could not aim at all. It will be there soon. Let the arrow fly a little longer. Lin Chi's voice came to his ears. Just when he was confused, he saw the mutated bird in the air falling straight from the air, as if it had been hit hard. He had excellent eyesight, and he naturally saw that the thing that hit the mutated bird was an arrow. Hack! 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 Wu Lian and Yi Lian were so dumb that they couldn't say anything else. He knew best that the distance between him and Lin Chi was at least several kilometers away, and even beyond the range of the sniper rifle in his hand. At this moment, questions from his teammates came to his ears. But Wu Lianhe didn't know how to explain them. He could only speed up his pace. Run to the place where the mutated bird fell. Retract the arrow. And remove the genetic crystal from the bird's head. Captain Lin is a second-level mutant crow. Even his voice trembled. Lin Chi ignored him and moved quickly through the ruins, searching for mutant beasts hidden among them. He kept moving to the right and unknowingly arrived at the right side of the shelter. However, Lin Chi did not get too close because from this distance, he could just see a huge mutant beast occupying the shelter among the collapsed walls. In the corner of the room, he was devouring corpses. Third-level mutant beast. It was a 5-meter-tall giant beast that looked like a lion. But how could such a creature exist in the city? After taking a closer look, Lin Chi realized that the mutant beast was actually a giant Tibetan mastiff. It should have escaped from a dog farm or dog market in the city. The third-level mutant beast will definitely not be taken down without using skills. But it will undoubtedly cause huge movement and attract the mutant beasts in the ruins of the entire sanctuary. Even if the opponent is killed by then, there will be no chance to take back the genetic crystal. Only after the bombing could Lin Chi fish in troubled waters. After exploring the area on the right again and killing all the second-order mutant beasts on the periphery, Lin Chi unknowingly arrived at the designated place. Although Anshin's team was a little slower, fortunately they had Wu Lianhe's command from a distance, and the mutant beasts had almost been cleared away, so they didn't encounter much trouble along the way. The middle bomb has been planted. The bomb on the left has been planted. The voices of Yan Ming and Fan Xiaojun came from an Xion's communicator, and he felt somewhat anxious. The team couldn't help but speed up their pace, and finally arrived at the designated location. I have arrived at the designated location, and am planting the bomb. An Xion hurriedly said something into the communication device, and then quickly ran to Lin Chi. She didn't care what to say at this moment, and took out a cylindrical metal tube from her back. This is the new weapon they brought, which contains the energy of a third-order genetic crystal, which can maximize the power of the explosion. Captain Lin, please help install this bomb near the wall of the shelter. Along the way, this group of people knew how much they weighed. It was better to let the strongest people complete such a dangerous task. This is not part of my mission. There are some in your team who are fast runners, and some who can be invisible. You should take this opportunity to practice. You can't leave everything to me. Lin Chi sat on a stone next to the ruins, looking at the situation in the shelter boredly. There was a group of large mutant rats near the collapsed wall, and the corpses were piled up very densely, with exposed white bones everywhere. Captain, let me go! I can complete the task if I run fast. Sun Tao took a deep breath and prepared to take on this task. After all, there is no one more suitable than him in the team. No. Let me do it. Didn't we have a clear division of labor before? My ability is just to deal with this kind of situation. Jean Na's face was rosy, and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. The first mission was so dangerous, and the girl was almost in a state of excitement throughout the whole process. And the next performance was when she stole the show. Without waiting for Sun Tao to refute, Jean Na stepped forward and snatched the explosive device away, and walked towards the back of a ruined wall. My ability is invisibility, and while being invisible, I can also isolate my own breath. As long as I don't make any noise, I will not be noticed by the mutant beasts. However, my gene lock state can only last 10 minutes, and there will be a period of weakness after that. I hope you won't abandon me. Jean Na seems to have a strong sense of personal heroism, and she speaks with a sense of indomitable courage and heroic sacrifice. A set of clothes was thrown on the ground, and the explosive device placed on the ground rose out of thin air and slowly floated towards the ruins of the shelter. Gina, be careful! An Xian glanced at Lin Chi complainingly. It was obvious that he could easily complete the task, but yet he made a little girl strip naked in the cold weather, and had to go through such a dangerous thing. At this moment, Lin Chi felt a little strange. Although Jean Na was in a state of invisibility, she did not hide his mental power. However, with his own mental power, he could only sense a vague humanoid outline, and could not detect it more clearly. This invisibility ability seems to be somewhat different from the invisibility I imagined. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, as they saw the explosive device slowly drifting past a mutated rat that was eating a corpse. Without disturbing it in the slightest, Jean Na walked carefully through the ruins, and finally arrived near the shelter wall after 5 minutes. She slowly placed the explosive device in the corner, and adjusted it to a suitable position. These 3 explosive devices are connected by signals. Only at the right angle can they exert their maximum power, and completely destroy the shelter in one fell swoop. Although I don't know if it can kill the 3rd level mutant beast, it can destroy the remaining human corpses inside, and prevent the possibility of the mutant beast evolving again. Drop. A soft sound made Jean Na's body tremble. This was a reminder that the angle had reached the correct position. But this soft sound alerted the nearby mutated rats. The mutated rats that were feasting on food raised their heads alertly, their broad ears trembling slightly, and they kept sniffing their noses. Although the nearby smells had been obscured by blood and stench, they still smelled something unusual. A drop of transparent liquid suddenly appeared on the gravel near the explosive device. Although Jean Na clamped her legs in time, she still couldn't avoid leaking a trace. Run! Run back! An Xian shouted anxiously, but saw Chao Wei quickly stand up and open his mouth in the direction of Jean Na. Meow! A sharp cry, the unique sound of a mutated cat, made the restless rats tremble and pause briefly. Jean Na took advantage of this opportunity, finally took a step forward, and ran quickly outside the ruins. But in his haste, he made more noise, and the nearby mutated rats chased after him. Run and don't look back. Lin Chi picked up his bow and arrow and shot it. There was the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground from behind. But Jean Na didn't dare to look back and ran very fast with water splashing all the way. Chapter 130, The Huge Harvest After the Explosion. An arrow flew past Jean Na's body, and accurately shot the mutant rat that rushed towards her. However, because of the leak breath, the mutant rat had already locked onto her position, and was chasing after her. Run faster! Run faster! Although everyone didn't know where Jean Na was, they could probably tell from the location where the mutant rat attacked. But they were all worried about being accidentally injured by Lin Chi's arrows. Only Jean Na understood at this moment that the seemingly random arrows had saved her countless times. At the same time, she also had some doubts in her heart. Could it be that Lin Chi could see her? After finally getting out of danger, Jean Na paralyzed on the ground, her legs trembling. Captain Lin, has Jean Na escaped? An Xian and the others can't see any trace of Jean Na, and they don't know where she is now. The little girl ran very fast, but there was some oil leakage. Lin Chi took the clothes in an Xian's hand and threw them forward. When they fell, they were suspended in the air. It's almost 10 minutes. If you don't put on your clothes, you won't have the energy to put them on later. After hearing Lin Chi's words, the floating ball of clothes hurriedly hid behind the ruins. When Jean Na came out, she had returned to her original state, but her excited little face was flushed and her body was trembling faintly. It's okay. We're ready to evacuate. And Xian was relieved when he saw that Jean Na was fine. The bomb had been installed. If it exploded at this moment, they would also be affected and must evacuate quickly. Captain, my legs are weak. Don't leave me. Jean Na just took 2 steps and collapsed on the ground. It was exactly 10 minutes later that the side effects of turning on the gene lock appeared, causing her to instantly enter a weak state. Not only was my whole body weak, I even felt tingling sensations everywhere in my body. And Xian had to come back and help Jean Na up. But this undoubtedly slowed her down. We need to speed up our pace. If we don't evacuate in time, I'm afraid the impact of the explosion will affect us. And Xian was afraid that after the other 2 parties evacuated, regardless of their life or death, if they died in the explosion, it would be really unlucky. Since you don't want to die, then run faster. Lin Chi did not dare to resist the power of this kind of explosion. How could he dare to bet that others would be merciful at this time? So he quickly stepped forward, grabbed Jean Na by the collar at the back of her neck, and rushed forward quickly. Even if he was carrying one person, Lin Chi's speed was far faster than that of several people, and he quickly ran to the front. Jean Na felt as if she was flying, feeling the constant sound of wind in her ears. Sometimes the exposed rocks from the ruins almost rubbed across her face, making her feel even more excited. Ah! Slow down. No! Hurry up! While others were panting on the way, she became more and more excited, and even opened her arms to feel the impact of the wind. But the next second, his outstretched right arm hit the ruins directly, and he screamed in pain again. After more than 10 minutes of evacuation, everyone went all out and quickly passed through the ruins and reached a safe area more than 10 kilometers away. This place is pretty much it. According to the information, the bomb's impact range is about 10 kilometers. As long as we find a bunker, there shouldn't be any danger. And Xian remembered the parameters of the 3 bombs, looked around, and chose a sturdy bungalow. Together with Wu Lianhe, the 7 of them quickly hid in a house. And Xian glanced at the time on their watches, and their breathing gradually became faster. Captain Lin, where is your bow? At this time, Wu Lianhe suddenly said that he originally wanted to see what was so special about Lin Chi's bow, that it could kill a 2nd-level mutated bird with 1 arrow from several thousand meters away. But after taking a closer look, I found that the bow was missing, and even the quiver was empty. It's broken. My bow was left in the rubble. Lin Chi slapped his thigh, looking annoyed. In this case, everyone knew that the bow must be different. It was a pity that it was lost so easily. How about we go back and look for it? It's all my fault. If Captain Lin hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have lost my bow. Jean Na looked remorseful and blamed herself for throwing the bow. At this moment, her body had not yet recovered, and her arms were even a little sore. But she still held on and wanted to go out and help Lin Chi find a bow. You go out and seek death at this time. The bomb is about to explode. And Xian stopped them quickly. She knew how terrifying those 3 bombs were. Once they got close, they would turn into ashes in an instant. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a bright light outside the window. And then the ground suddenly trembled, and waves of roars reached everyone's ears. The powerful tremor instantly made everyone unsteady, and the fluctuations lasted for several seconds before returning to normal. Ahem. This house is quite strong. You guys stay here for now. I'll go out and look for my bow. After the explosion, I'm afraid it will be even harder to find. After I find it, I will join you at the camp. Lin Chi didn't wait for everyone to react, and rushed out quickly. The smoke and dust outside did not disperse, but he disappeared in an instant. When he rushed into the smoke, a layer of black armor quickly appeared on the surface of his body, and a spear extended from his arm, throwing a bow or something. He just needed an excuse to go out immediately after the explosion. Only in this way could he successfully enter the destroyed shelter and obtain the genetic crystals of the mutated beasts inside. The full armor covered his entire body. After the explosion, smoke and dust were everywhere, and it even felt like he couldn't see his fingers. However, Lin Chi relied on his mental induction, so he could move freely among the ruins. It took only a few minutes to reach the vicinity of the shelter, which was originally a distance of more than 10 kilometers. At the center of the explosion, the mushroom cloud that shot straight into the sky had not completely dissipated. The 3 bombs were at the right angle, and the power of the explosion just hit each other, forming a triangular field. The shelter is in the middle of this field, especially in the center, and has suffered the strongest impact. The remaining corpses in the shelter were instantly turned into ashes by this force. and some low-level mutant beasts were also fatally affected. I don't know if the third-level mutant beast can survive such an explosion. Under the helmet, although Lin Chi couldn't see clearly what was going on in the ruins, with the help of his mental induction, detailed pictures emerged in his mind. At this moment, the shelter has been completely razed to the ground. The chaotic wind pressure is still not stable, and even the magnetic field has changed. Huh? There are also life fluctuations. Sensing the fluctuation coming from the front, Lin Chi couldn't help but quicken his pace, and at the same time, he clenched the spear in his hand cautiously. When he got closer, a pile of black and rotten flesh on the ground came into view. The surface was already cracked, but the beating of flesh and blood could be felt under the skin. Third-level mutant beast. Judging from the size, it should not be the mutated Tibetan mastiff discovered before, but a larger creature. But at this moment, it is no longer possible to tell what it is. Even half of its head was rotten, leaving only a bare black head. Lin Chi used the tip of his spear to break open the blackened head, and a fist-sized genetic crystal was taken out. As the head was shattered, the life of the third-order mutant beast was completely dissipated. Without any effort, a third-level gene crystal was obtained. Putting the gene crystal away, Lin Chi quickly searched the center of the ruins. It was almost rare. He had to take away all the valuable things here before the aftermath of the explosion completely dissipated. Outside the ruins, Anshin's team waited for a long time, but Lin Chi did not come out. Their faces were full of worry. At this moment, the smoke and dust outside have dispersed somewhat, but it is still not accessible to ordinary people. Should we go in and help look for it? Jean Na still blames herself very much, but now her period of weakness has not passed, and she cannot exert much strength. It's better to wait for him here, Wu Lian, and you will find a high ground and observe the ruins at any time. And Xian was a little worried. Although Lin Chi told them to go back to the camp and wait, she didn't dare to go back without Lin Chi by her side. This woman didn't feel safe at all. This mission experience made her understand that people like herself were not that good. She had thought everything was too simple before. 2 hours later, the ruins gradually became clearer, and the blurry situation of the shelter could be seen. But the sky was still a little dim. Wu Lian had continued to patrol back and forth through the telescope, but still could not find any trace of Lin Chi. At this time, perhaps the surrounding magnetic field gradually stabilized, and several sounds came from Anshin's wireless communication. Fan Xiaojun and Yin Ming have tried to contact them many times, but due to magnetic field interference, the communication system has been completely paralyzed, and only now can they get some signals. Captain, do we want to go back? Everyone heard the voice in the communicator and looked at an Xian, waiting for her to give orders. Wait a moment. Wu Lianhe will look for you again. And Xian still refused to give up, praying in her heart that Lin Chi would come back soon. Although the communication outside had been restored, they called several times, but could not contact Lin Chi. After waiting for another 10 minutes, an anxious look appeared on an Xian's face. She stood up and prepared to reply to the message. I saw it. Captain Lin is out. Suddenly, Wu Lianhe's voice came from the communicator. He quickly climbed down from the height, his face full of excitement. Although they had only been together for 2 days, Lin Chi's strength had already convinced these people. Now that they saw Lin Chi returning safely, they all looked happy. Fortunately, I'm back. And Xian breathed a sigh of relief and began to contact people in the temporary camp. Not long after, Lin Chi was seen walking out of the ruins in a dusty state, already finding the long bow in his hand. Why are you still here? Lin Chi had already roughly searched the shelter, and this time, it was quite fruitful. Not only did he get 28 second-order gene crystals, he even got 5 third-order gene crystals. The pockets in my arms are full at the moment, and even the quiver is full of genetic crystals. We have been waiting for you here. We haven't seen you come out for a long time, and we are about to go in and look for you. And Xian stepped forward to explain with a concerned look on his face, and even diligently helped Lin Chi clean up the dust on his body. Chapter 131 Mechanical Transformation Advancement. I believe you. You are afraid that you won't feel safe if you can't wait for me. Right? Lin Chi could tell what this woman was thinking at a glance. But he was in a good mood now, and didn't bother to worry about anything. The remaining 5 people all had expressions of admiration. Even Wu Lianhe reached out several times to touch Lin Chi's longbow. Let's go back to the camp to rest for a while. When the smoke and dust completely dissipates, we need to go into the ruins to check. After the explosion, the corpses and mutant rats in the shelter will definitely not survive. But it is not known whether the second and third level mutant beasts will survive. The genetic crystals on their bodies must be recycled. Otherwise, the mutant beasts will later devouring these things will usher in faster evolution. The 7 people simply organized themselves and then walked towards the periphery of the ruins. After walking around for a long distance, an armored vehicle slowly appeared in front of them. Captain, I was sent by Captain Yin to pick you up. The driver was a young soldier, and judging from his clothing, he must also be a special awakener. Trouble. An Xian nodded and motioned for everyone to get in the car. After all, with Lin Chi by her side, she was very confident. With the means of transportation, everyone quickly arrived at the edge of the ruins. The place was also affected by the explosion, and everything was in a mess. And Xian, why did it take so long? It takes a little more time to come out from the left and right sides. But it doesn't take that long. There must be something abnormal after the explosion. Yan Ning saw that several people were not injured, and then he waved everyone back to the temporary camp. There was some accident, and it was delayed for a while. And Xian looked aloof and tried to keep a sense of mystery to himself. But now she doesn't know that she has no prestige in the team. After putting on their own armored vehicles and Wu Lian had driving, everyone relaxed, especially an Xian, who collapsed on the co-pilot. It was obvious that today's mission had exhausted her energy. I don't think you need to argue with him. After a day of contact, Lin Chi roughly understood the current situation in the safe zone. These 3 people are obviously the heirs of the 3 forces, and they came out this time with the intention of making a comparison. Why? We always have to fight. Why not? And Xian didn't understand what Lin Chi meant, thinking he looked down on a woman like herself. You are not as good as them. Not even Fan Xiaojun. If the Central Plains security zone really falls into your hands, I'm afraid it won't be able to operate for long before it completely falls. By then, I'm afraid millions of survivors will be buried with you. And Xian is a descendant of an official family. Although he has some temperament, he has not reached the top before the end. And at best, he has some organization. Fan Xiaojun is a descendant of a public family, and he has some arrogance, which is related to his family environment. Yan Ming, on the other hand, was from a serious background in the Federal Army. He had considerable strength and status. Coupled with his strict discipline and distinctive personality, it was easy for others to have a favorable impression of him. How do you know I'm not as good as them? And Xian looked a little unkind. If she talked about this in private, she could still listen to some opinions. But now there were other people around her, and they were all her subordinates. Don't you give me some face? Isn't this obvious? Do you need me to say it? Lin Chi shook his head, intending to draw a clear line with this bitch to avoid being affected later. Wait for this time to go back and have a good rest, and then leave when you find an opportunity. There was silence in the car, and no one dared to breathe. They saw the 2 captains facing each other tit for tat, and everyone looked at each other. Arriving at the temporary camp, Lin Chi got out of the armored vehicle and entered his off-road vehicle. The harvest this time was too much to contain, so I could only consume the second-order gene crystals first and find a way to take the rest with me. So he opened the light curtain and activated the mechanical transformation skills that required second-order genetic crystallization. High-level mechanical transformation. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Transform the armored vehicle into a mobile fortress. Completed. 2. Make a third-level energy crystal core. Completed. 3. Consume 20 second-order gene crystals. Completed. 20 second-order gene crystals instantly turned into light and integrated into the body. The light screen refreshed and new data appeared. High-end mechanical transformation has been advanced. Top-level mechanical transformation. Mechanical heart. You can give machines simple intelligence. Top mechanical modifications can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Collect 10 copies of 4th-level mutated biological materials. 2. Make a 5th-level crystal energy device. 3. Give the machine a vitality. Seeing the skill advance again, Lin Chi felt like he was ready to move. This mechanical heart gave him another layer of connection with machines. Sitting in the armored vehicle at the moment, he felt as if he was in a steel structure. The entire vehicle, they are almost an extension of their own bodies. Give intelligence. Lin Chi touched the steering wheel and quietly used his ability. Assignment failed. The target does not have a storage device to host the smart program. Lin Chi was a little surprised by the failure message, but he soon realized that the armored vehicle was just an iron SHL after all. Although it had a simple control device, that kind of thing could not allow it to produce intelligent programs. Then, the black substance surged in his hand. and the source plan superbody armor emerged. There are a lot of special codes inside the superbody armor, and it also contains a third-order crystal chip. The form data of the armor has mechanical principles, so it should be able to carry this ability. With the idea of trying, Lin Chi once again used the ability to give intelligence. Given success, the target has gained basic intelligence. Lin Chi suddenly felt that the super armor he was wearing trembled, as if it was a feeling similar to a human heartbeat. But it was only a brief change. So with a thought, the entire super body armor wrapped around the whole body, carefully feeling the difference. Nothing has changed. Maybe the added intelligence is not enough. After all, there is no intelligent system prepared in the super body armor. Although the intelligent program has been added, it cannot be expressed. If you go back and study it carefully, you may be able to activate its abilities. After taking back his armor, Lin Chi walked towards the car. At this moment, in the temporary camp, the three parties were discussing how to enter the ruins and search for the remaining loot. It's just that an Xion's face looked gloomy after she came back. She brought the fewest people with her on this trip, so naturally she couldn't benefit from it. When the smoke and dust completely dissipates tomorrow, we will enter the ruins of the shelter. We should not encounter any danger this time. But be careful with Fan Xiaojun and Yin Ming. An Xion seemed to be suffering from persecution paranoia, and she always believed that the two of them had something up their sleeves against her. As soon as they heard her say such words, everyone became nervous subconsciously and looked at Lin Chi. Tell me how to distribute it. Lin Chi had to know the outcome of the meeting in advance, so that he could analyze the situation to his advantage. We have discussed that the three teams will disperse. One team will go to the ruins of the shelter to clean up the mess. The other team will be responsible for checking the outside of the ruins. The last team will go to the only gap in the shelter. The explosion there will be the weakest. There should be more mini-mutant beasts survive. Searching in the ruins of the shelter is undoubtedly the most advantageous. In addition, the gap is the escape route for a large number of mutant beasts. Although it is more dangerous, the harvest is still considerable. Only searching in the outer ruins will yield the least results. After all, the strongest ones outside the ruins are only second-level mutant beasts. I don't think you need to fight with them. You can just wander around the ruins. Lin Chi searched the shelter and found that there was almost nothing of value. It would be better to wander around the outside and find a few second-level mutant beasts. Since you said so, let's search around the ruins. I'll be satisfied if I can get back safely this time. Perhaps Lin Chi's previous words touched an Xion, causing her to subconsciously lower her original goal. In some aspects, he is indeed inferior to the other party, especially Yin Ming. After a night's rest, the morning fog in the sky has completely dissipated, and the ground is covered with a thick layer of dust. Even the temporary camp dozens of kilometers away looks like a layer of hoarfrost. Through the identity card information, Lin Chi had learned that Hong Yaodong and his party had returned to the safe zone with the survivors, and he felt less worried. The temporary camp is larger than yesterday. Today, some nearby combat teams received the signal and came here. Most of them were people who escaped from the shelter alive. Although all of these people were in a miserable state and had injuries on their bodies, they were basically awakened people who had activated the gene lock. Brother Lin? Is that you? Brother Lin? Lin Chi tried his best to stay in the team and be less noticeable, but he was still recognized. Hearing the sound and looking around, he saw a soldier whose body was covered in dust and whose face could barely be seen walking over in surprise. His face was covered with dust, and there was a lot of blood on his body. All he could see was a pair of bloodshot eyes and a pair of big white teeth. Who are you? Lin Chi looked at it with a hint of suspicion and didn't recognize who the person in front of him was for a long time. I am the captain of the Wolf Warrior team, Shi Chengwang. Only then did Lin Chi suddenly realize that he had encountered the Federal Rescue Team when he was in the 32nd City District. He was originally a combatant in the shelter, but he didn't expect to survive after the shelter was destroyed. Captain Shi, long time no see. Lin Chi stepped forward and held Shi Chengwang's rough hand, unable to help but feel a little more emotional in his heart. In this Doomsday world, it is extremely difficult for people who have only met each other once to meet again. After all, no one knows when the other person will die. Brother Lin, I didn't expect to meet you here. I saw your bow just now, so I paid more attention. He kept holding Lin Chi's hand and never let go, and his expression gradually became agitated and somewhat incoherent. Brother Lin, the shelter is gone. It's gone overnight. That's hundreds of thousands of people. The strongman seemed to have found an outlet at this moment and couldn't help crying. Chapter 132 Shi Chengwang's Eternal Dark History. The fierce man's tears attracted the attention of many people, especially those who were with Shi Chengwang, who all stepped forward to comfort him. It's really boring for a grown man to cry. Sensing the movement here, Fan Xiaojun couldn't help but taunted. Even Yan Ming, who was selecting these people to join the team in the distance, couldn't help but shake his head. Captain Shi, please forgive me and accept the change. Lin Qi silently withdrew his hand, blaming himself for opening the sunroof. Now, he couldn't hold himself any longer. But if a person's emotions are not vented completely, it is difficult to stop them abruptly. The man's eyes were red from crying, and the emotions of several people around him were also infected. Captain, let's set off first. These people will be included in your team. Yan Ming passed by this place, glanced at the people holding their heads and crying, and shook his head speechlessly. The psychological endurance of federal soldiers is top-notch. If they are like him and completely collapse after witnessing the tragedy, it will definitely destabilize the morale of the army. It is better not to keep such a person around. Okay, let's pack up and get ready to go. Lin Qi watched Shi Chengwang gradually calm down and began to direct everyone. Although Xian is still the captain on the surface, he has lost his support now. It is obviously unwise to give orders at this time. Shi Chengwang's team now only has 5 people. When the mutant rat tide attacked the shelter, they happened to be on a mission outside, so they escaped. The equipment they are using now is still the old-fashioned weapons from before, but they are not much weaker in power. After a short adjustment, the team took an off-road vehicle and 2 armored vehicles and headed towards the edge of the ruins. Why don't you join my team in the future? How about following me to the Central Plain Safety Zone? These people are all federal soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles. Most of them have even taken gene crystals and opened the gene lock. Shi Chengwang, in particular, is the strongest. From the previous contact, Lin Qi had already noticed his strength and had taken at least 13 first-order gene crystals. What is Brother Lin's position in the safety zone? Shi Chengwang was in a daze. When had he ever lost his composure like this before? He was still a little unbelievable at this moment. The dignified king of soldiers actually cried like a woman. He could already detect a slight difference in the way his companion looked at him. I have my own force in the Central Plain Security Zone. I have dozens of people under me now, which is pretty good. But if you can join, you can form a combat team of about 10 people. They are all awakened ones who have activated the gene lock. Lin Qi gave a brief introduction. It was indeed possible to fight alone in the wild before. But now that you have joined the safe zone, you must have your own power. Otherwise, if you are bullied by others in the future, you cannot always take action on your own. Brother Lin, you know that we are federal soldiers and should serve the Federation. Shi Chengwang still had some hesitation in his heart. For him, joining a private force was undoubtedly tantamount to betrayal. Captain, we don't have any relatives anymore. The senior management of the shelter saw that the situation was not good and disappeared long ago. They abandoned all the survivors. Do we still want to be loyal to them? A young soldier in the back seat couldn't help but speak. The biggest reason why they have been staying in this shelter is that all the familiar people are there. But now there is no trace of concern, and they have completely become ruthless duckweeds. There was a trace of hesitation on Shi Chengwang's face, but there was still a voice in his heart that kept reminding him that he was once a federal soldier and wanted to protect the country. Captain Shi, actually, you don't have to worry about it. As for your behavior just now, you didn't see the way Captain Yan Ming and Fan Xiaojun looked at you. They looked down on you. Even if you want to join the forces in the Central Plain Security Zone, then I'm afraid I'll dislike it too. Hearing this, Shi Chengwang's body trembled, and his face instantly turned red. What do they know? This is my true temperament. What's wrong with a good man crying? What's wrong? Shi Chengwang knew about his dark history, and he was afraid that he would never be able to get rid of it in his lifetime. Captain, you are right. The other 3 team members echoed a few words. Facing the furious Shi Chengwang, the 3 of them could only take their time. Brother Lin, how is your treatment? Shi Chengwang's words changed. What he just said had completely eliminated his idea of joining the forces in the safe zone. Now is the period when your career is on the rise. The salary may not be very generous, but you can rest assured that there will definitely be no shortage of things and equipment to improve your strength. And they will be the most sophisticated. When you develop in the future, you will all be at the veteran level. 1 person below. Above 10,000 people. Lin Qi drew a big pie, which has much room for improvement than being a team leader under others. And it does not restrict freedom. Taking off that layer of green clothes. Although they will lose an identity, will undoubtedly make them more free. Okay, let me discuss it with my brothers. This kind of important matter related to the future destiny cannot be decided by oneself. You must discuss it with your teammates. While talking, the convoy had arrived at the edge of the ruins. After getting off the bus, Shi Chengwang and the other 5 gathered together and communicated quietly. Now let me announce that there are a total of 13 of us. 3 of us will form a team and search the ruins in a straight line. I will be in a single team. If there is any situation, I will use the communicator to contact the nearby people and provide timely support. An Xian opened her mouth, just as she was about to issue an order. Lin Chi got the better of her, and she could only swallow the words she had prepared. She had to look at Lin Chi with resentment and chose Wu Lianhe and Jin Na as her teammates. The remaining people also quickly selected their teammates. Shi Chengwang's team only had 5 people, so he could only form teams of 3 and 2. But it's just a search, not a battle, so it doesn't affect anything. After yesterday's explosion, the ruins were also affected. Some weak mutant beasts were afraid of dying on the spot. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they were severely injured and could only slowly recover in the ruins. If you encounter it at this time, you can easily deal with it as long as you are careful. There are more mutated birds circling over there. There should be prey below. Let's move closer there. Lin Chi glanced at the sky and quickly analyzed the route of travel. Birds' eyesight is already excellent, and after mutation, they can often quickly locate movements on the ground at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Any prey that dares to show its head in the ruins will be quickly discovered. Therefore, Lin Chi gave instructions in the communication and quickly rushed towards the target location. Not long after he ran out, a mutant rat appeared in the ruins, squeaking strangely, and its head was covered with blood. Lin Chi flicked an arrow at him, and the arrow pierced his eye. Are there any mutant rats still alive? After digging out the small genetic crystal in its head, Lin Chi looked along the ruins it crawled out of, and saw that there was half a mutated beast's corpse inside, which had been half eaten. Fortunately, his head was stuck in the ruins, and was not eaten by the mutated rats. It's still a second-level cat. This mouse can be considered a counterattack. If this mutant rat were to devour all the second-level mutant cats, it would be able to advance to a higher level and become a powerful mutant rat. Lin Chi cut off the mutant cat's claws and stuffed them into his quiver. As the super armor was fused, it slowly turned into a soft black substance. They continued to search forward, but the harvest from the ruins was very small. Apart from encountering a few mutant rats, no other mutant beasts were seen until they came to the position where the group of mutant birds were hovering. I said, why are there so many mutant birds hovering around and not leaving? That's it. In front of him was a huge mutant beast corpse. And this corpse was actually covered with ants, which were eaten by the mutant beast. It was riddled with holes, and the skeleton was already exposed on the back. The mutant birds would swoop down from time to time, tearing off a piece of flesh, or grabbing a mutant ant to devour. Level 3 mutated white pig. Different from the black-skinned giant pig last time. This pig was larger in size, but it was white-skinned. Although it died in the ruins, it was like a mountain of meat. Half of its body was scorched and cracked, and its neck had a half-torn wound. At this time, black ants were still coming in and out. Apparently this was the fatal injury caused by yesterday's explosion. The long bow in Lin Chi's hand slowly squirmed and lengthened, condensing into the form of a long spear, and the illusory moon blade tip emerged. A gun was swung, and the light and shadow flashed away. The mutant giant pig's Tianling cap was instantly lifted, and an ant the size of a fist was directly picked out. The brains of the third-level mutated giant pig had long been eaten away by ants, but the hard genetic crystals were still intact for the time being. After the ants were cleaned up, they were revealed in front of Lin Chi. But after stimulating the ants, the group of little guys seemed to be alarmed. Several large ones crawled out of the corpse and rushed towards Lin Chi quickly. An ant can lift objects 400 times heavier than itself. And this fist-sized mutant ant weighs about half a kilogram, which means it can lift 200 kilograms. Lin Chi didn't dare to let it close to the body. With the spear in his hand, several ants were stabbed in the head before they could crawl to their feet. However, the vitality of insects cannot be judged by common sense. Even if the head is broken, they are still struggling. Lin Chi had already inspected this fist-sized ant and found that no evolutionary crystals had appeared in its body. There was no need to waste time dissecting it immediately. After the threat was eliminated, he quickly retreated 100 meters away and turned his spear into a bow and arrow again. The allure of a third-level mutated white pig will continuously attract nearby mutated beasts. So Lin Chi only needs to stay here to gain a steady stream of gains. When a mutated bird flew over Lin Chi in the sky, it shot out an arrow. The arrow hit its heart with a spinning force that instantly cut off its vitality. The mutated bird spun and plummeted to the ground, landing just near Lin Chi. At this time, the scattered team also arrived. When they saw the mountain of meat in the ruins from a distance, they all screamed in surprise. Sun Tao, go and pick up that bird for me. Lin Chi was lying on a Simmons bed among the ruins and pointed at the mutated bird corpse not far away. Okay, Captain. When Sun Tao heard this, he ran over quickly. Chapter 133, 4th level mutant beast. Captain, who is this mutant pig? Everyone gathered around. But when they saw that the mutant pig was covered with fist-sized ants, no one dared to approach. It should be the 3rd level mutant beast that narrowly survived the explosion yesterday. But it still didn't make it through. Let's just wait and see. After saying that, Lin Chi drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting a mutant bird next time. Most of these mutated birds were first order and were of little value to Lin Chi. But to them, they were exactly what they needed. As the first order gene crystals were taken out one by one, everyone became excited. The number of mutated birds hovering in the sky is gradually increasing. If they are all shot down, it will be a big income. In addition to dogs and cats, the rest in the city are mutated rats. And some are former domestic pets and livestock that escaped from surrounding villages. But the most common ones are the mutated birds flying in the air. However, in this season, there are only a few types of resident birds. Sun Tao ran the errand very quickly. Without waiting for anyone to react, he ran out with the wind at his feet to retrieve the prey, and even wiped Lin Chi's arrow clean. Well done. I'll give this one to you. A first-order mutated magpie was already quite large in size. Lin Chi pulled a few feathers and stuffed them into his quiver before throwing them to Sun Tao. This kid seems to have a kind of blind worship for himself. And it seems that he can easily seduce an Exion. More than a dozen people simply sat beside the ruins and stopped searching other places, watching Lin Chi's exquisite archery skills. I have never seen anyone practice bow and arrow to this extent. Sure, Cheng Wang might be able to hit a fixed target at this distance, but he was really not sure about a fast-moving target like a bird. And it seemed that Lin Chi was able to hit it with ease every time, without even taking time to aim. It's simply an art of doing whatever you want. Captain, a second-level mutant beast is coming. Wu Lianhe, who had been vigilant from high up, suddenly spoke. He did not relax his vigilance, but kept observing the surroundings. The ruins were already covered with dust. If there was any abnormality, he could clearly observe it, so that as soon as the mutated beast approached, the dust stirred up caught his attention. Keep it close, so that you don't have to work hard to move the body. Lin Chi said low and signaled Wu Lian, and not to disturb each other. The ruins that everyone was hiding happened to be a collapsed house with walls around it. Therefore, if you hide, ordinary mutant beasts will not be able to detect it at all. And the smell of blood from the nearby mutant pig will completely cover up the smell of several people. The corpse of a third-level mutant beast was extremely attractive to lower-level mutant beasts. This second-level mutant beast smelled the smell of blood from a distance and pursued it all the way. When it felt that the smell was getting stronger and stronger, its eyes became more and more excited. When he saw the corpse lying on the ground, he couldn't wait to speed up his pace. However, the smell emanating from the ant colony forced him to stop. Is it a fox? In front of him was a yellow-furred fox with a slender body, more than 3 meters long. Its limbs looked like they were wearing black shoes, and they stepped gracefully on the ruins. The long and narrow fox eyes flashed with spiritual light from time to time, revealing a sense of shrewdness. There are actually foxes in this place? Lin Chi had never seen such a beast in the city. But when he thought that there were still many wild animals living in the mountains in some scenic spots, they must have escaped from the mountains. The fox's sense of smell is very keen. When it gets close to a certain distance, its nose suddenly moves a few times, as if it smells different smells. It made him hesitate for a moment, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. But suddenly there was another movement, making it turn its head to look. I saw a big bird slowly falling from the sky, and its steps were a little unsteady when it landed. This big bird has bright feathers all over its body, almost colorful. Its thick and powerful claws step on the steel bars of the ruins. When its wings flap, it stirs up dust within a dozen meters around it. Second-order big cock. It's another second-level mutant beast, and it's also a familiar big rooster. There was clearly a trace of salivation in the mutant fox's eyes. Compared with the hard-to-gnaw meat of the third-level mutant pig, It preferred birds, with a hint of arrogance like chickens. The big mutant rooster's wings were already 3 meters wide. He flapped his wings and flew down, landing directly near the mutant white pig. He picked up an ant and swallowed it in his mouth. 2 second-order ones. It seems that the harvest this time is not small. Lynchy took out 2 arrows and was about to take aim. If you don't let me deal with the other one, I'm 60% sure of killing it with 1 hit. Shi Changwang slowly took aim with his sniper rifle. Although the second-level mutant beast was special, it was still a mortal body after all. A sniper bullet was enough to kill its head. No need. Your gun makes too much noise. If it alerts the nearby mutant beasts, they may not dare to come. Lynchy waved his hand to signal everyone not to be impulsive. He placed 2 arrows on his bow and aimed them horizontally in 2 directions. The bow string was pulled open, and the arrow flew out with a whoosh. Everyone's eyes quickly switched between the 2 arrows. No one thought that they would hit 2 second-level mutant beasts hundreds of meters away at the same time. If they were together, that would be fine. But there was a body like a mountain of meat between them, and one of them was still hidden in the ruins, with only its head exposed. However, this suspicion only surfaced in his mind, and he saw the 2 arrows inserted into the heads of the 2 mutant beasts. The mutated fox seemed to have retracted its head, but the arrows seemed to be locked and shot straight into the ruins. Go pick up prey. Lynchy put down his bow and lay on Simmons' big bed again, watching the mutant birds flying across the sky from time to time. Sun Tao first quickly ran to the corpse of the 3rd-level mutated pig and dragged back the big mutated rooster. Although the big rooster looked bigger, it actually didn't weigh much. After all, birds are covered in hair, which occupies a large portion of their body size. 1/3. Then several people came to the other side and worked together to drag the mutated fox over. Lynchy. The genetic crystallization of this 3rd-level mutant beast. An Xian looked at Lynchy expectantly. The genetic crystallization of the 3rd-level mutant beast was very precious, and she didn't want to give it up. Oh, that pig. I checked when I came over, and it's been eaten clean by ants. Even if he said that he had taken it, an Xian would not dare to ask for it again. But Lynchy still felt that there was no need to cause any more trouble. He broke open the heads of the 2 second-level mutant beasts and put the 2 second-level gene crystals directly into his pockets, ignoring an Xian's longing gaze. After all, when they came, everyone had already agreed that the mutant beasts Lynchy hunted were all under his control. Don't waste this fur. Go back and make a fox fur coat. It will keep you warm and strong. Seeing an Xian depressed, Lynchy threw the fox's body over to give her some compensation. Everyone stayed in place for a while, and an Xian couldn't help but start grabbing monsters. She called several team members over to discuss the plan to hunt the mutant beasts. Until noon, a steady stream of mutant beasts appeared, but after being disrupted by an Xian and his group, the nearby mutant beasts seemed to be aware of the danger here and avoided the area. That's almost it. Suyu. Burn the bodies of these mutated beasts. Roast the chicken until it's more cooked. Let's all have a taste. It had been a long time since the mutated beast appeared. At this time, many mutated rats had emerged from under the ruins, competing with the ants for the beast's meat. The emergence of 2 gregarious species will quickly devour this large mutated beast. Instead of taking advantage of them, it would be better to burn them directly. For a moment, Suyu seemed to have become the protagonist. He quickly stepped forward and took off the device on his back, and a special liquid was sprayed on the pile of mutated beast corpses. Then a ball of flame condensed out of his palm and was thrown directly on the pile of corpses. The next second, flames rose into the sky and burned violently. Suyu stepped back a distance, slowly raised his hands and pointed them at the flames. His pupils instantly expanded, and he turned on the gene lock state. Let's go! The flame rose into the sky under his control, turned into a huge fire snake, and landed directly on the corpse of the 3rd-level mutant pig. The liquid he sprayed before had a strong combustion supporting effect. When the flames came into contact with the corpse of the mutated pig, it penetrated into the body like maggots attached to the bones, making a crackling sound. The ants that were still eating on the corpse were directly burned to ashes, and the rendered pork further fueled the flames. Suyu was slightly excited. After all, this was his first time to activate the flame without any scruples. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. After turning off the gene lock, a feeling of emptiness came over him. Fortunately, it was only for a moment and had little impact on him. Prepare to evacuate. Lynchy watched the fire getting bigger and bigger, and gave the order to evacuate. Although the harvest this time was not as good as yesterday, he still got a lot of genetic crystals. especially the first-order genetic crystals of mutant birds. There were dozens of them. Moreover, Su Yu is a talent. His ability is very good at dealing with insects. He must find a way to recruit them. The team was just about to retreat when the voices of the other two teams suddenly came out of Anshin's wireless communication. Wait! They seemed to be in trouble. The voice in the communicator was Fan Xiaojun. They were at the gap in the shelter and seemed to have encountered a situation they couldn't handle. Yanning has already gone to support. And he asked us to go to support as well. And Xian looked at Lin Qi, knowing that she could no longer make a decision in the team at this moment. Ask what's going on. Don't let it be a trap waiting for you to fall into a trap. Lin Qi was joking. It was obvious that this was Xian's biggest worry. And Xian asked a few more questions. And her face suddenly became serious. It's a special mutant beast. Fan Xiaojun and the others encountered a 4th-level mutant beast. And Xian's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Lin Qi with excitement. 4th-level mutant beasts. The Central Plains Safe Zone has never encountered such a level of mutant beasts. You must know that the top mutant beasts now are only 5th-level mammoths in the tropical area. A place like them can actually appear. Only a 4th-level mutant beast. If it can be hunted down, the mutated beast's meat will be of great value. Chapter 134 Giant Bear and Mutated Rat Nest. Are you sure it's level 4? When Lin Qi entered the ruins of the sanctuary before, he didn't feel the aura of a 4th-level mutant beast. That's right. The two of them have already fought against the mutant beast. Our laser weapons can't cause much damage to the mutant beast at all. 3rd-level mutant beasts can still be killed with heavy weapons. But after reaching 4th level, it is a process of qualitative change. This stage is very similar to how humans will develop their own special abilities after absorbing 15 genetic crystals. Moreover, once its own defense reaches a certain limit, energy weapons are not even as effective as heavy weapons. Since it's a 4th-level mutant beast, let's go take a look. Even if we can't kill it, we can make more preparations for the future. Lin Qi didn't know if his arrows could kill the 4th-level mutant beast. But since he had met it, he would give it a try. But in front of so many people, he certainly couldn't use his full strength. The location of the ruins of the shelter was far away from here. So the team quickened their pace and walked straight through the ruins. And Xian reported the information she received from time to time, her face becoming more and more solemn. Several people have died. That mutated beast is too powerful. Fan Xiaojun and Yan Ning's teams were composed of powerful awakened ones. And the new members they selected were all battle-experienced warriors. However, several people died after only a brief contact, which shows that the 4th-level mutant the power of the beast. What kind of mutant beast is it? And Xian only said that it was the 4th level. But the specific species of the mutated beast was unknown. And Xian also asked several times. But the battle was so brutal that she didn't receive a reply at all. And she didn't know. I'll take the first step. Please be safe. After Lin Qi said that, his speed increased instantly. And he jumped into the ruins. He's so fast. Sun Tao was secretly shocked. He was originally a speed-type awakener. Once he used all his speed, he could not control the direction. However, Lin Qi seemed to be so comfortable in the ruins. And his speed did not slow down at all. It has even exceeded the speed when he turned on the gene lock. He runs so fast. Shi Chengwang couldn't help but marvel. Just as he sighed, no one was there anymore. He originally wanted to go with him. Let's not be so anxious. Just hurry up and walk slowly. There are still many mutant beasts in these ruins. And Xian slowed down his pace, and was no longer in a hurry. He remained vigilant, and walked unhurriedly towards the ruins of the shelter. After Lin Qi disappeared from everyone's sight, he released his speed. Although the armor did not protect him, his body was still like an afterimage, moving through the ruins. Not long after, they arrived near the shelter that was destroyed by the explosion. At this moment, the battle fluctuations coming from the shelter can be heard. And there are also red rays of light breaking through the sky. As they got closer and closer, they heard screams, roars, and trembling movements on the ground from time to time. The fierce fighting had already stirred up thick smoke, which caused the laser weapon to lose its power to the maximum extent. In the center of the smoke, Lin Qi could only see a vague tall figure with thick arms waving. Giant? No! It's a giant bear. When the smoke and dust faded away, it was clear that the mutated giant beast standing upright was actually a giant bear. The mutated giant bear was completely black, and seemed to be more than 8 meters tall. It had a strong and powerful body, and the dust it stirred up seemed to be unable to get on it. Every time it waved its claws, the torn air could turn the smoke into a hurricane. The two teams, plus the previously recruited combat members, numbered 70 or 80 people. But now there were only more than 50 people left, and they were forced to flee in all directions. Every time a laser weapon is fired, its power will be hindered by smoke and dust. When it actually hits the giant bear's body, it will only throw out a few sparks and burn a few bear hairs, but it will not cause much damage at all. Although the other awakened ones have their own methods. After all, their strength has not yet reached a qualitative change. The mutant giant bear can destroy everything with just a wave of his hand. Under the absolute power, any fancy attacks will have no effect. Instead, the mutated giant bear kicked out and lifted up the rubble in the ruins, burying the person directly like a landslide. Retreat! Cover the retreat! Yan Ming realized that something was not good, so he quickly saved his remaining strength. Otherwise, if he continued to stay here, he and others would probably die under the mutated giant bear. However, having just been aroused to anger, how could the mutated giant bear tolerate these humans disturbing him, and then leave again? It looked up to the sky and roared, and the sound waves spread in bursts, making people stand unsteadily. When they saw the figure flashing 100 meters in front, they jumped up and smashed it down. Boom! The ground trembled again, and a large crater was suddenly smashed under the mutated giant bear. The cracks on the already battered ground spread, and even half of its body sank into the ground. The sudden change caused the mutated giant bear to struggle several times without being able to pull out its body, and it couldn't help but become even more irritable. But this just gave everyone a chance to react quickly. Yan Ning immediately took out an energy bomb. His arm instantly became thicker, and he suddenly threw it towards the mutated giant bear. Then he quickly left the area with the remaining people. Dee dee. The bomb just fell into the crack, and fell all the way along the crack, hitting the ground with a thud. The red warning light flashed faster and faster, and the sound became more urgent. At this moment, a huge mutated rat head slowly approached, seeming to be very interested in the thing that had fallen in. Just as it sniffed, the flashing red light suddenly stopped. The 4th level mutated giant bear held its hands on the ground. The ground around it collapsed bit by bit, but it still slowly crawled out. But before it could stand completely, a violent force suddenly rose from under its feet, and the ground collapsed again. Boom! Countless rubble sputtered, and flames shot into the sky like pillars. The mutated giant bear's body completely disappeared, but the roaring sound coming from the ground could be faintly heard, even through the thick earth. Lin Chi stopped walking. This kind of scene was no longer something ordinary awakened people could participate in. If they didn't use large weapons, they might not be able to restrain this huge alien beast at all. Yan Ning happened to run to Lin Chi at this moment and glanced at Lin Chi in surprise. He didn't expect support to come so quickly. But no matter how many people there are at this moment, they are still no match for the mutated giant bear. Quickly retreat. This thing is not something we can deal with at this stage. After that, he evacuated from the ruins without looking back. After a short period of calm after the explosion, the ground trembled again, and an 8-meter-tall giant bear burst out of the ground, roaring in the air. You can vaguely see black things hanging on its body. If you look closely, it turns out to be densely packed mutant rats. As the mutated giant bear landed, the huge movement shook all the mutated rats hanging on it off, and they fell densely to the ground. Don't worry. Tell the team to evacuate quickly towards the temporary camp. Lin Chi called out on the communicator, turned around and ran outside with Yan Ming, because in the deep pit that was blasted out in the ruins, mutant rats were densely crawling out. It turns out that the source of the rat tide outbreak is underneath the shelter. At this time, the attack target of the mutant rats has already locked on the mutant giant bear, although the gap between the two is huge in terms of size. In terms of numbers, the mutant rats are like black water gushing out of the ground. Submerge the 8-meter-tall mutant bear. But the giant beast was a giant beast after all. With a tremor of its muscles, it threw all the mutated rats away and jumped away from the place. After Lin Chi and an Xian reunited, the mutated giant bear in the shelter had disappeared. But the tidal swarm of rats did not disperse. Instead, they moved towards the outside of the ruins of the shelter. This made everyone speed up their pace again. If it was just the mutant giant bear, maybe everyone would still have the courage to attack a few times. But in the face of the dense rat tide, it just depends on who can run faster. It's broken. It's coming for us. Lin Chi looked back and glanced at the black torrent spreading rapidly among the ruins. Although their speed was not fast, they gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. These mutated rats are huge in size, with an average length of 1 meter. After devouring a large amount of flesh and blood in the past few days, they have fully grown. In addition, after the rat nest was destroyed, their ferocity was even more aroused. Suyu took off the accelerant from his back as he ran. As he ran, it spilled all over the ground and spread for hundreds of meters. When he saw that the rat tide was approaching, he suddenly threw the accelerant on the ground, condensed the flame in his hand, and waved it out. In an instant, the flames rose and a fire dragon spread, causing the chasing rat tide to quickly split into 2 halves and change its direction of travel. After evacuating without stopping, everyone finally arrived outside the ruins. Those who had arrived before had started their cars and left part of the way. Get in the car quickly and make plans after returning to the camp. And Xion's hands were trembling, and her face was already pale and weak. Facing such a huge rat tide, she had forgotten all her thoughts. At this moment, she only had the desire to escape. After the vehicle started, the mutant rats in the ruins had spread to the edge. But they gradually slowed down. It wasn't until they returned to the temporary camp that everyone relaxed. Yin Ning and Fan Xiaojun are directing the camp to evacuate this place. After all, facing the mutant rats that may come at any time, no one wants to stay here any longer. After simply gathering the supplies, without even having time to dismantle the camping tents, the convoy quickly set off towards the Central Plains safety zone. Let's go back too. That kind of thing is not something we can handle. And Xion looked shocked. She had always lived in a safe zone. Although she had heard about a lot of horrors in the outside world, she had never experienced it personally. This time she thought that with Lin Chi's protection, she would be safe and sound. But after witnessing the terrifying tide of mutated rats and 4th-level mutant beasts, her concept of the outside world was completely overturned. Even someone as strong as Lin Chi should stay away from this situation. If it really comes to an extremely dangerous situation, I'm afraid the other party won't take care of him. Captain Sure, you drive my car, and I'll ride in the armored vehicle. Lin Chi gave up his off-road vehicle to Shi Chengwang, and while they were in a team of 5, he sat in Anshin's armored vehicle. This scene made an Xion a little surprised, and then he felt excited. Is this to protect yourself? It seems that he still has some charm. But as the car started, she gradually realized something was wrong with Lin Chi. What are you demolishing? You can't demolish randomly there. Watching Lin Chi continuously dismantling parts on the armored vehicle, and Xion became completely panicked. I'll get a locator. Don't worry. It won't affect the driving of the vehicle. How could Lin Chi let go of a 4th-level mutant beast so easily? If there hadn't been a wave of rats, he would have definitely tried to hunt it down. But now, he could only make a locator and find a way to get it to the mutant giant bear. I will find a way to hunt them later. Chapter 135, Poaching in Person. The production of the locator is very simple. It only requires a small component that continuously sends signals. After Lin Chi disassembled the armored vehicle's signal transmitter and a wireless communicator, he made what he wanted. Then took out an arrow and installed the locator inside the arrow. Go north. Take a detour to the north of the shelter. The 4th-level mutant giant bear fled in the north direction before. With the strength of this mutant beast, as long as it is out of danger, it will not continue to run away, and it will be easy to find the trace. The driver was Wu Lianhe. After hearing Lin Chi's words, he turned onto the road heading north without any hesitation. Don't worry. As long as you find traces of it, you don't have to get close. Lin Chi noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere inside the armored vehicle, so he pretended to be relaxed. Lin Chi, don't act like this. We have to go back alive. After this battle, Anshin completely put an end to the idea of controlling the safe zone, and even had the idea of becoming the logistics minister honestly after returning. She has only been out for 2 days, and the team she formed is no longer obeying her orders. This shows that her leadership skills and personal charisma are far inferior to those of the other party. Don't worry. I will take you back safely. Going north is the road back to the Central Plains safety zone. But it's not the same road we came from. The 3 cars drove for less than half an hour. But they still didn't see the mutant giant bear, but the 8-meter-tall monster. Even if you squat down, it is still 3 or 4 meters high, and it is impossible to disappear all of a sudden. Wu Lianhe, drive eastward. Lin Chi commanded again and adjusted the driving direction. At this time, heading east, you can reach the north of the shelter in the east of the city, which is the direction in which the mutated giant bear escaped. Without any hesitation, Wu Lianhe turned the steering wheel and turned onto the east road. Although the two cars following behind were a little strange, they still did not fall behind and followed closely behind. After driving for another 10 minutes, the edge of the ruins could be seen in the distance, and Lin Chi asked Wu Lianhe to stop the car. After yesterday's explosion, nearby roads were damaged to varying degrees, and part of the road in front suddenly collapsed and was no longer passable. Turn around where you are. Wait for me for half an hour. I will come back regardless of whether I find the mutant giant bear or not. Lin Chi picked up a high-powered telescope in the car and quickly ran towards a building on the edge of the ruins. Only by occupying the highest point can the field of view be wider. Coupled with a high-power telescope, it should be possible to have a panoramic view of the nearby scenes. A few minutes later, Lin Chi arrived at the abandoned building. The building here was already badly damaged. The impact of the explosion had damaged all the doors and windows. The walls were covered with cracks, and there was a possibility of collapse at any time. However, Lin Chi successfully reached the roof of the building, picked up a high-powered telescope, and began to observe the surroundings. Sweeping from the ruins one by one, everything in the field of vision was clear. Even the ruins of the shelter in the distance were clearly visible. At this moment, most of the mutated rats have retreated into the burrows in the shelter, with only a few still wandering outside. Lin Chi searched for a while, and finally found a mutated giant bear resting in a ditch far away from the ruins. That dark body can't be seen clearly unless you look carefully. After locking the target, Lin Chi took out the prepared positioning arrows and drew the bow to knock the arrow. This arrow has been specially processed by Lin Chi. Several barbs have been made on the arrowhead, and the arrow shaft has also been simply processed. As long as external force is applied, it will break from the arrowhead. This abandoned building was at least 10 kilometers away from the mutant giant bear, but this arrow was bound to hit. An arrow shot out, whizzing through the air, and disappeared from sight in an instant. Lin Chi quickly picked up a high-powered telescope to observe, and saw the arrow flying through the air without slowing down at all, and even tending to get faster and faster. Finally, it hit the mutated giant bear's lower back steadily, and inserted it into the arrowhead area. The giant bear was in pain, but its arms could not touch its lower back at all. It could only move its body and rub it on the ground a few times, just in time to break the arrow shaft. Seeing that the locator had been planted, Lin Chi retracted his bow and arrow and quickly evacuated towards the convoy. How's it going? Was it successful? An Xian stepped forward immediately and subconsciously glanced at the arrows in Lin Chi's quiver. When she left just now, she counted them carefully. Unlucky. I didn't find the mutant giant bear. It may have left the area. Lin Chi got into the car, looking slightly disappointed. However, when he came back, he had already used the properties of the quiver to condense an arrow, which just made up for the quantity. Let's go back to the safe area. After hearing the real captain giving orders, Wu Lianhe started the car and returned to the road. The way back was a little deviated, and unknowingly we came to the vicinity of the original industrial area. Although this place had been searched many times by the rescue team of the safe zone, there were still a lot of zombies and mutant beasts left. In addition, people who have escaped from the shelter before are likely to come here in a panic. The convoy moved slowly, and roadblocks appeared from time to time on the road, which hindered everyone's forward speed. Therefore, they had to get off the car and clean it up every once in a while. Captain, I'm familiar with this area. I used to hang out here. Suyu looked at the familiar streets. Although he had not yet arrived at the bathing center where he was trapped before, he had visited many of the shops on the street. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest tonight and return to the safe area tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting late and the sky was already getting dark, Lin Chi didn't want to rush on the road at night, so he discussed it with everyone. After waiting all morning in the ruins, everyone didn't even eat food, and they experienced another escape. Even the awakened ones couldn't bear it. I know there is a small hotel nearby. Let's go there. Suyu was familiar with the terrain, and after giving Wu Lianhe directions, the convoy passed through 2 streets and arrived at the place he mentioned. It's just that the industrial area has been searched countless times. All valuable things here have been evacuated by the fleet from the security area, and the hotel is in a mess. The convoy drove into the backyard of the hotel. Most of the doors inside were opened, and there were a few dried zombies in the corners, exuding a stench. Everyone searched upstairs for a while, and found a few relatively clean rooms. Lin Chi connected the energy device to the hotel's electrical distributor, and several rooms instantly lit up. Everyone, please choose a room. Try to share a room with 2 or 3 people, so that you can be taken care of at night. Anshin's armored vehicle is equipped with food. which can be eaten by just heating it. And there is no need to go out to search for it. At first, several people gathered in a room around a simple stove. Shi Chengwang and the other two had just joined the team not long ago, and were not very familiar with anyone else. So the five of them seemed a little out of place in the corner. Team Shi, do you have any acquaintances at the 32 city shelter before? After experiencing the rat tie crisis in the sanctuary, Lin Shi felt that the threat could come at any time. And the mutant giant bear was too intimidating. Judging from his size, he should have just advanced to the 4th level, and is only slightly larger than the original 3rd level mutant giant ape. If he is allowed to fully grow, his strength will definitely be far greater than it is now. I don't know how many people are still alive. There are also factions in the shelter. Those people were not in the same war zone as us before. If you meet familiar comrades, they should be able to help you recruit them. Shi Chengwang knew very well what Lin Shi was thinking, and he was preparing to form his own force. Well, pay more attention when you get back. If it were before, Lin Shi could easily handle everything with 2 or 3 people. But now that he has a family business, he must have someone to help take care of it. Even if you leave the Central Plain safe zone, you still have to find a way to get your belongings away. And the team must be manned. Su Yu, you can follow me from now on. Your abilities will not work at all with an Xian. After Lin Shi finished speaking, he turned his attention to Su Yu. Su Yu was stunned for a moment, with a hint of joy subconsciously showing on his face. But he quickly became alert and took a sneak look at an Xian. Lin Shi, what do you mean? You're poaching my team members in front of me. Right? It was enough that his command was taken away. Lin Shi had leadership skills and prestige. But he didn't even want to let go of the team members he had worked so hard to recruit. At this moment, an Xian was like a vindictive old hen, with almost all its feathers exploding. Actually, I am doing this because of your consideration. Think about it. After you go back, Fan Xiaojun and Yan Ning will definitely notice these people. In order to weaken your strength, they will definitely recruit them privately. If they fail to recruit them, they will also be ruthless. With their strength, can they stop it? Alarmism is effective at any time, but speaking out at this time is obviously more effective. Not only Su Yu, but also the remaining people's expressions changed. Actually, someone had recruited me before. When I refused, I was threatened. Jean Na whispered. Luckily, she didn't show her ability at that time. Otherwise, if someone knew about it, they would definitely not let her go. Look! Look! What I said is right. Lin Shi used Jean Na's words to open up the topic. Even if an Xian is not protected by anyone, as long as she works as a logistics minister in the safe zone, she will not encounter any danger. But as long as she gets involved in a power struggle, she will definitely be involved. They are people that I have spent a lot of money to train. Why do you want to go over with just a word? Poaching is poaching after all. Even if you use other excuses, it still won't change the facts. At this moment, an Xian also realized his situation. I was afraid that after returning, his team members would be in trouble. And it might be just like what Lin Shi said. What you said reminds me that it costs a lot of materials to raise a few of them. And it also consumes genetic crystals to improve their strength. It also needs to be replaced with equipment, etc., which is a big expense. Lin Shi touched his chin and pondered, then shook his head. Forget it. Do whatever you want. You should keep these people. Chapter 136, Hiding Under the Quilt. Everyone ate the food in silence, and even the sound of chewing was much quieter. Until after eating, they each chose their room and prepared to rest. Lin Shi specially prepared a single room for himself, with a spacious big bed. Although the bed was a little dirty, he couldn't care less about it at the moment. As the air conditioner temperature increases, the room gradually becomes more comfortable. Who will be the first person? Lin Shi waited curiously in the room, thinking that his previous words had touched the hearts of those people. So you walked carefully through the corridor, avoiding everyone, and came to Lin Shi's door. Seeing that the door was unlocked, he pushed it open and entered. Brother Lin, you're not asleep yet. So you took out the cigarette and handed it to Lin Shi with a flattering smile, then sat on the edge of the bed. It's still early. Are you here? Lin Shi pretended to be confused, but still took the cigarette and started chatting with him. Brother Lin, I think you are right. There is no future in following Minister In, and you may be in trouble after you go back. I want to follow you in the future. Su Yuzhen said that when the two met for the first time, he was impressed by Lin Shi's stunning sword. It was only by chance that he joined an Xian's escort team. Now faced with a choice, there is naturally room for choice. I also want you to help me. But I'm afraid it won't be easy with Ministerin. And that woman is not someone easy to talk to. Lin Chiwei couldn't believe that when he returned to the safe zone, he would still need help from an Xian. So there was no need to completely turn against him. But Su Yu is not worried. As long as he takes the initiative and expresses his attitude, the rest of the matter will be settled. Brother Lin, don't worry. I will find a way myself, and I promise not to embarrass Brother Lin. Su Yu promised emphatically, not knowing what he had in mind. The two chatted for a few more words before making excuses and leaving the room. Not long after he returned, another person quietly walked out of the door and walked towards Lin Chi's door. Sun Tao stood on tiptoe, not daring to make a sound. When he came to Lin Chi's door, he breathed a sigh of relief, then pushed the door open and entered. Captain Lin, you're not asleep yet. Sun Tao smiled and took out the cigarette he had prepared in his arms and handed it to Lin Chi with both hands. In the next room, an Xian sat down on the bed with a gloomy look, while Jin Na looked thoughtful. Jin Na, Lin Chi is really going too far. He wants to poach my people right in front of me. It's a shame that I helped them with so many things in the safe zone. The only person an Xian can talk to now is Jin Na, who is also a woman. But the other person doesn't seem to listen. Ah, that's right. Jin Na responded with a few words. At this moment, her mind was filled with the scene of Lin Chi rescuing her. The archery posture at that time was so cool, and his eyes were fixed on her position, as if he could see her. She couldn't help but change her position and sit on the bed. Captain, what if they really find trouble after we go back? Suddenly, Jin Na seemed to have thought of something, and a look of worry immediately appeared on her face. Don't worry. At worst, I will make a concession. I will only be responsible for logistics management from now on, and let them fight for other rights in the safe zone. And Xian also recognized her own strength. She was already struggling with logistics management. If she participated in the struggle for power again, with her ability, she might not be able to survive for long. Sometimes people have self-awareness, which is also a very happy thing. But what if those people come to us again? They threatened me last time. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Jin Na grimaced. An Xian had a special status, and others would not do anything to her in the safe zone. But they were different. Even if it disappears without a trace one day, no one will care. Hearing this, an Xian also became serious. Don't worry. I can't even protect you. Speaking of which, she herself had no idea. Jin Na curled her lips, becoming more and more disappointed with an Xian. As long as she returned to the safe zone and did not fight for her rights, she would definitely be suppressed slowly in the future. They might as well stay out of the matter. Captain, I'm going out to use the toilet. There was a toilet in the room, but it would be inconvenient if there was no water to flush it. So Jin Na made an excuse and left the room. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw Chao Wei walking out of Lin Chi's room. The two looked at each other, both feeling a little uncomfortable. After Chao Wei returned to the room, Jin Na cautiously walked towards the door of Lin Chi's room. Captain Lin, I have something to ask you. Jin Na carefully pushed the door open, and as soon as she stuck her head in, she was choked by the strong smell of smoke and almost coughed. Come in. These guys will hand you cigarettes when they come in. They will fill my room with smoke. Those people seem to have agreed upon it. Even the words they said when entering the door were the same. Captain Lin, do you still need someone in your team? Can I join? Jin Na didn't mince words at all. She was very clear about her situation. Without a strong backer, she would end up becoming someone else's vassal. I also think you are a talent. But it's definitely not easy to explain to an Xian. I invited him because I knew Su Yu. As for what you said, Lin Chi didn't say too much. He had to maintain a good image. I will find a way to handle this myself. As long as Captain Lin can accept me, that will be fine. Jin Na looked at Lin Chi expectantly. As long as she got a positive answer, she would be satisfied. If you have a way, I can let you join my team. After all, my relationship with Captain Lin is not bad. It's not good if we get too stiff. This way, you don't have to dig your own feet. People will come here on their own, which is not very satisfying. Jin Na nodded repeatedly. After receiving the guarantee, she already had an idea in her mind. Captain Lin, I will go back first and wait for good news. After Jin Na said that, she was about to go out and leave. But before she could stand up, footsteps suddenly came from outside, making her subconsciously nervous. Lin Chi, are you asleep? An Xian's voice came into the room. which made Jean Na look panicked on her face. And she didn't know where to hide for a moment. Go to sleep. Let's talk tomorrow if you have anything to do. Seeing Jean Na's embarrassment, Lin Chi pulled back the quilt and lay directly on the bed. No. I have to make it clear to you today. You didn't take off your clothes, right? And Xian asked again. It seemed like he had to come in. This made Jean Na, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, become nervous again. She looked around the room, but there was no hiding place in this kind of hotel. So she felt cruel and unzipped her clothes, and her body gradually became transparent. Stand up. Her clothes were special, with the inside and outside connected together, so it was very easy to put on and take off. In just a few seconds, she took off the entire outfit, stuffed it into Lin Chi's bed, and then squatted behind the bed. Lin Chi was slightly disappointed when he realized that Jean Na was hiding. But now is not the time to take advantage. Come in. As soon as she finished speaking, an Xian opened the door, and after entering, closed the door again. Lin Chi, you made me lose face today. And Anxin's face showed a trace of displeasure. How could she not see that her team members basically had other ideas? Especially Suyu, who just agreed to follow Lin Chi. Moreover, I also noticed something unusual about Jean Na in the room just now. The little girl seemed to have something on her mind as well. Ministerin, I am actually doing it for you. I will send them all to my repair shop. Firstly, it will save you from worries. Secondly, I will be responsible for improving their strength and weapons and equipment. When they grow up in the future, I will also be responsible for them. If I can remember my old feelings and help you, why not do it? Now that he had opened up to chat, Lin Chi no longer concealed his thoughts. His purpose was to recruit people around an Xian. And Xian wrinkled her nose. The smell of cigarette smoke in the room was really unpleasant. She glanced at the ashtray on the bedside with dissatisfaction, got up and walked towards the window. As the window opened, a cold breeze blew in. Why can't I see your plan? There's no reason to bring people back once they're in your hands. If you want them, you have to pay a price. And Xian knows that people's hearts are not there, and it is impossible to force it. But he has paid so much before and must get his capital back. Such words made Jean Na, who was squatting beside the bed, more determined to leave. What do you want? If the request is not too much, it can be discussed. I want a promise from you. If the safe zone falls one day, if you can escape then, you must take me with you. And Anxin would never have had such an idea before. But what she saw in the past 2 days completely made her lose confidence in the safe zone. This kind of temporary safe zone does not have strong troops to guard it, nor sufficient weapons for defense. A stone wall alone can't defend it for long. That's okay. But I have a condition. If you encounter this kind of special awakened person in the future, you must introduce this kind of talent to me. Lin Chi also took the opportunity to make his request. And Xian was looking for a way out for his future. Why not use her current strength to accumulate strength for himself? Then let's have a happy cooperation. And Xian said and walked towards the head of the bed, ready to sit down and discuss the future evolution in detail. Little did he know that this movement startled Jean Na, who was squatting at the head of the bed. If he had come closer, he might have bumped into her. Wait a minute. Men and women don't have sex. So what do you mean by going to my bed? Lin Chi quickly sat up and partially lifted the quilt. Jean Na took this opportunity to get on the bed from behind Lin Chi, rolled her slender body, and got into the bed. In what era are men and women still allowed to have sex? And Xian curled her lips, sat down on the bed, and looked at Lin Chi with disgust. Don't worry. I have no interest in you. What I like is Bai Su. A strange smile appeared on an Xian's lips, as if he wanted to see Lin Chi's reaction. Lin Chi slowly covered him with the quilt, and his movements inevitably touched Jean Na, who had slipped into the quilt. The smooth skin with a hint of warmth was very soft, and she didn't know where it was. You are actually a lesbian? No wonder you are so interested in Bai Su. Lin Chi had to carefully look at an Xian. This woman turned out to have such a hobby. Chapter 137. Why do I feel like we were cheated? An Xian chose to openly reveal her privacy, which actually meant she and Lin Chi had a deeper understanding of each other. After all, as a partner, she would definitely have to communicate more in the future. And she also wanted to know more about Bai Su through Lin Chi. Bai Su is the most perfect woman I have ever seen in my life. I must get her. And Xian had a look of admiration on his face, as if he had a nymphomaniac on his face. A love rival suddenly appeared in front of him, which made Lin Chi gradually feel that something was wrong. This perverted and unhealthy trend of yours cannot stay here for long. We, the righteous people, must correct this trend of yours. Lin Chi said seriously. If he was trying to steal a woman from him, if it were a man in front of him, he would be heartbroken by now. You're still talking about me. Aren't you also a pervert? You can do something to such a young girl. Don't think I can't tell. And Xian mocked that when they first met. She really thought Lin Chi was just Bai Su's bodyguard. But after meeting several times, I gradually realized something was wrong. Tuanchuan did have a proud capital, which she had been envious of for a long time, and even wanted to take a closer look. But Minister was not the kind of person to change his mind when he saw something different. Later, Su Shaoling appeared in the villa, and she gradually felt that something was wrong. Among these people, Lin Chi seems to be in a dominant position, and sometimes even Bai Su has to listen to him. She firmly believed that a strong woman like Bai Su should be of the same type as her. The two chatted leisurely, which was a pain for Jean Na, who was hiding in the quilt. She could only curl up as much as possible to prevent an Xian from noticing anything unusual. Therefore, the entire body was as close to Lin Chi as possible, so as not to be seen from the outside. Although he was in an invisible state, the touchable feeling did not change at all, and the area touched by Lin Chi quickly became hot. Still not leaving yet. Not leaving yet. Jean Na hid in the middle of the bed and muttered secretly, eager to leave quickly and safely to get out of this embarrassing situation. Don't slander me. Brother and sister Shaoling have been following me for a long time. They do things sincerely. Lin Chi defended, pretending to adjust the quilt, and caressed Jean Na's smooth back. Actually, Jean Na is not bad. Unfortunately, I hinted to her several times, but the girl didn't react. When she follows you in the future, you must not treat her badly. And Xian pulled up the hair hanging down by her ears and suddenly said something, which frightened Jean Na's body in bed. Good guy. I almost fell into a lesbian relationship. Stop being a monster. I'm going to sleep. Why don't you leave? Realizing that 10 minutes were about to pass, Jean Na turned invisible now, and had to use the power of unlocking the genetic lock to support her. If 10 minutes later, she would definitely be unable to help but reveal herself. So she opened her mouth and prepared to evict the guests. And Xian was a little reluctant. He moved his buttocks and did not stand up. Instead, he crossed his legs. I have given you all the talents I have recruited. You should do me one more favor. Tell me what Bai Su likes, and how can I catch her? And Xian's face turned red. Obviously she was excited. Well, she likes high-tech things. The laptop you gave her last time was pretty good. If you give her a better one, she might be happy for a few days. Lin Chi felt that he needed to buy a new computer. After all, the ability of the mechanical heart required a complete program to evolve. Okay, I will send it to her when I get back. If I can catch Bai Su, I will definitely thank you. And Xian then stood up with satisfaction and walked outside with brisk steps. When he came to the door, he glanced at the cigarette butts on the ground. Smoking less? No girl likes this smell. After that, he opened the door and left. There was a tremor in the quilt. Lin Chi pulled the quilt away and saw an illusion inside. Jean Na finally reached her limit and automatically lost her invisibility. You, Captain Lin. Please stop looking at it. It's so embarrassing. She curled up and tried to expose herself as little as possible. But her body was weak, and she had no strength to resist at all. Do you want me to help you get dressed and leave? Or do you want to recover for a while? Jean Na's figure is very well proportioned, and she looks like a spirited girl. Her skin is white, tender, smooth, and very elastic. Coupled with the physical improvement of the awakened person, it adds a sense of power. But now he looks pitiful. I'll be fine after a while. Captain Lin, please cover me up. Jean Na covered her face and did not dare to look. But she could feel Lin Chi's eyes scanning her whole body. Well, I hope no one comes later. The remaining few people did not come. Perhaps because they could not save face. But they gave Jean Na enough time to rest. It's just that she couldn't breathe under the quilt. So she had to dig out her little head, covering her cheeks and turning red. Lin Chi was lying on the bed at the moment, as if in a daze, looking straight ahead. Captain Lin, what are you doing? Jean Na asked curiously and followed Lin Chi's gaze. There was nothing on the wall. I'm thinking about some things. When you regain your strength, you can leave by yourself. Lin Chi was checking his skills at the moment, paying attention to which ones were about to be advanced, and how to use the mechanical transformation skills, etc. During this period of time, No new skills appeared. And I don't know why. Now I have mastered 9 skills. 1 short weapon dagger. 1 medium weapon long knife. 1 long weapon gun. 3 long-range weapons slingshot. Bow and arrow. And firearms. 1 empty-handed weapon. 1 unlocking. And 1 mechanical modification. Although the categories are different. It seems that long and short weapons can only trigger one type. Or maybe I haven't tried extensively enough. I don't know how long I have been studying it. But I suddenly heard a faint sound of breathing. I turned around and saw that Jean Na was lying on the bed and asleep. Turning on the gene lock for the first time will put a huge burden on the body. Even if it gradually adapts to it later. The feeling of fatigue cannot be eliminated at the first level of gene lock stage. Therefore, not long after Jean Na relaxed, she fell into a deep sleep. This was the ultimate and automatic protection of the body. But if she sleeps here, an Xian will definitely find out that she is gone. What will happen if she finds her when the time comes? So she reached out and pinched Jean Na's little face. Oh! Why did I fall asleep? Jean Na woke up in a daze. As soon as she raised her body, the quilt on her body slipped down, and a soft light suddenly appeared. She quickly pulled the quilt to her neck and curled up. Don't cover it up. I've seen it all a long time ago. So that's it. Lin Chi didn't look sideways. After sorting out his skills, he arranged the order of improvement after returning. Jean Na blushed and took out the clothes from under the quilt, and quickly put them on her body. Her dressing skills were very special. She kept arching and arching her feet, and the clothes were completely on her body. She took out the shoes hidden under the bed and trotted out the door. As for how to explain to an Xian later, she had already thought of a strategy. In fact, after Anshin returned, she did not go back to her room. Instead, she went to the rooms of several other people and briefly talked about what happened after returning to the safe area. Now that she has decided to hand over the person to Lin Chi, she will not delay the matter any longer, lest someone bring it up on the way back and make her uncomfortable. If you take the initiative yourself, others will remember her kindness and remember this favor. Therefore, Jean Na did not see Anshin when she returned to the room. She waited for a while before Anshin returned to the room. At dawn the next day, everyone left the room one after another. After having a simple breakfast, they got in the car and prepared to return to the safe area. The industrial area was already very close to the east gate, and since there were no accidents on the road, we arrived at the edge of the ruins in 2 hours. The sentry guard at the east city gate was Fong Su. But we didn't meet him this time. And when we arrived at the city gate, there were already several cars queuing up to pass. Lin Chi showed his identity card and was quickly let through. Although Fong Su was not there, the remaining people were familiar with him. You can recruit Fong Su, the guard captain of the east city gate. He will be of great use to you in the future as he controls the lifeblood of the city. Lin Chi thought of Fong Su's hint last time, so he reminded an Xian. Fong Su should be one of those old guys. Do you think it's easy to recruit such people? An Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Chi. How could she not have that thought? But now the forces on the surface cannot be compared with the forces in the dark. Even if those old guys don't go out, they still control the lifeblood of the safe zone. People from the old era will eventually be eliminated. If they don't appear in front of the public for a long time, they will be gradually forgotten. Lin Chi had heard about that group of people. There was an area in the center of each major campus, which was an absolutely forbidden area in the safe zone. It had been built like a copper wall, and not even a bug could fly in. That was where those old people lived now. Not long after, the convoy had entered the safety zone and was driving along the road in the direction of the repair shop. Let's go back to the repair shop first, and send Captain and back later. On the way back, Lin Chi had already sent a message to Susan, asking them to meet him at the repair shop. When the convoy stopped at the door of the repair shop, a group of people had been waiting for a long time. The captain is back. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling were the first to greet them. Lin Chi did not let them go on this mission, so they were full of worries these past few days. Seeing Lin Chi get out of the car safely, both of them looked relieved. An Xian sat in the car without getting out, especially when he saw Xiaoling's small and exquisite body. He was full of contempt for Lin Chi. Wu Lianhe, please send me back to the logistics department. The others will stay and help Captain Lin with the repair shop for the time being. What an Xian said was very clever, and would not embarrass herself or others. Okay, Captain. I'll take you back right now. After Wu Lianhe greeted everyone, he started the armored vehicle and headed into the safe zone. His status was different, and he could not have as much freedom as others. After driving the remaining 2 cars into the yard, Other members of the Anshin team and the Wolf Warrior team also got out of the cars and looked at the new environment. Lang 2. Why do I feel that we have been cheated? This place is Captain Lin's power? It's a small repair shop with only a few dozen people. And only 2 or 3 can do it. Don't panic. Let's look at the situation first. Shi Qingwang comforted his teammates and followed Lin Qi to the car repair shed. Chapter 138. Yao Dong. Have someone prepare some sumptuous lunch. We are going to entertain the new members today. Su Yu had interacted with everyone and quickly got along with each other. But the Wolf Warriors team seemed a little restrained. After all, they were soldiers. And there was obviously a big difference between them and ordinary survivors. 5 people were arranged at a table. With their backs straight. You go and wash up first. We will all get to know each other later. And we will be our own people from now on. The equipment in the repair shop is very complete. And there is also a large bathroom specially designed for bathing. A few people have been traveling for several days, and have been walking through the ruins after the explosion for a long time. They are already dusty. After everyone had washed up, it was already an hour later. Lin Qi summoned everyone to the conference room on the 2nd floor and introduced each other. From today on, we will form a combat team dedicated to hunting mutant beasts and evolved bugs. Captain Shi will serve as the captain. The members include the original Wolf Warrior team. Su Yu, Chao Wuwei, Sun Tao, and Jin Na. All 9 people have just joined. Forming a new team will not conflict with the original team, and they will each perform their duties without interfering with each other. Shi Qingwang nodded with satisfaction after hearing that he was still the captain, and that the team members were all special awakeners. The stronger the team members are, the more plastic they have. When they grow up in the future, the team will be stronger. Hong Yaodong was in charge of the previous search team. If anyone wants to join the combat team, they can apply to Captain Shi, and can only join after passing the assessment. Lin Qi quickly planned their respective tasks and personnel allocation. As for himself and Su Sen, they were ready to respond at any time, and usually stayed at the repair shop. This time he went out and gained a lot. He needed to slowly digest it over a long period of time to convert all the gains into strength. And at the same time, he also had to enhance the strength of everyone. At noon, everyone had a sumptuous meal, and even opened a few boxes of precious liquor. After all, in the safe zone, there was no need to worry about external factors. And while drinking, everyone could mingle more quickly. Lin Qi toasted everyone with a few glasses of wine. And after saying some polite words, he excused himself and drove an off-road vehicle back to the villa with Tuanchuan and Shaoling. Husband, you must take us with you next time you go out. We are also very powerful. Tuanchuan clenched her little fists. And she had now reached the level of 15 gene locks on the 1st level, allowing her already special abilities to be developed again. In terms of physical fitness, no one can match him. But he has never been given the opportunity to perform. I'm pretty good too. I've learned a lot of fighting skills from Tuanchuan these days. Shaoling was not to be outdone. Although she didn't have much fighting power in her current state, her strength increased several times after she transformed. All the way back to the villa, Tuanchuan and Shaoling were a little impatient as soon as they entered the door, each hanging an arm. Go upstairs. Let me experience the fruits of your study. After returning home, not only Lin Qi couldn't wait, but Tuanchuan and Shaoling were even more impatient. As soon as the 3 of them entered the door, they quickly took off their restraints and prepared to fight. With just a thought in his mind, Lin Qi patted his chest, and the super body armor attached to his body separated from his body, and his whole person separated from it. When there is a chance in the future, I will also prepare a set of Project Source armor for you too. It will be convenient to take off your clothes then. Lin Qi picked up Shaoling with one hand, hung her small body like a pendant on his body, and carried her into the bathroom. Bai Su was not at home, and the 3 of them were even more unscrupulous, fighting and fighting with each other, and even the water in the bathroom flowed outside. Even as Shaoling turned on the gene lock, she could not withstand Lin Qi's repeated attacks. She was defeated in just 1 round. However, she persisted until the end and even had the energy to clean the battlefield with her mouth. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Qi put on his super armor and walked downstairs. All the supplies in the car were moved to the basement, especially the box of genetic crystals, which was several times more than what Lin Qi had ever obtained before. The last time I advanced the mechanical transformation skill, I consumed 22nd level gene crystals, but I got some more later. And now I have 15 more. And now I have 6 3rd level gene crystals. There are more than 50 first order gene crystals, and there is simply no way to use them all. Third-level genetic crystals cannot be absorbed for the time being. But the crystals can be decomposed to make energy cores and crystal chips. These two things are currently very useful. But Bai Su hasn't come back yet. And Lin Chi is not proficient in the process of making chips. So he can only try to break down 2 chips first. At the same time, the intelligent system of the Yuan Project Superbody Armor was also among Lin Chi's alternatives. After being busy until the evening, there was a sound in front of the villa door. Bai Su drove back to the villa with an inexplicable sense of expectation on his face. She held a new laptop in her arms, which was a gift given to her by an Xian who came back today. She also learned from an Xian that Lin Chi had returned to the safe zone. After entering the hospital and closing the door, Bai Su went directly to the basement and saw Lin Chi decomposing genetic crystals in the corner of the basement. "I'm back. Come and help me. This kind of professional work still has to be left to professionals." Lin Chi was a little confused after just doing it for a while. "You gained a lot this time. You got so many genetic crystals. There are also a few third-order ones." Seeing a bunch of gene crystals in the box, Bai Su's face was full of surprise. But he still looked away and stepped forward to help break them down. "It's just good luck. If you make a big mistake, don't tell others," Lin Chi warned him. Then moved away and opened the computer that Bai Su had brought back. "I understand. It's a crime to have a jade in your possession." Bai Su concentrated on preparing the decomposition solution. But his buttocks under his white coat kept twisting and turning. "Can you focus a little more?" Lin Chi couldn't help but glance at her several times. Although she was wearing a white coat, she still couldn't hide Bai Su's pert buttocks. The preparation of the decomposition solution is very simple. Even if there is external interference, I will not make any mistakes. Bai Su didn't look back and skillfully fiddled with the tools in his hands. But the implication couldn't be more obvious. "Then I won't be polite." Lin Chi slowly approached and reached out to touch the restraints. After raising and lowering his hand, he quickly found the target. And the distance directly reached a negative number. "Now, can I still work?" Being blocked in the main road made Bai Su panic. But her professionalism quickly restored her calm. She was distracted from her work while experiencing the wonderful feeling from behind. "Have Teacher Bai watched the classroom plot? Are you going to teach Tuanchuan and Shaoling if you have time?" Although Lin Chi had fought once before, he still seemed to be at ease now, and even had time to discuss certain plots with Bai Su. "What class do you want me to teach them?" "Biology class?" The place that had not been touched for several days was stabbed one after another, which made Bai Su unable to bear it. So he had to put down his work and support the table with both hands. When the feeling came, there were even clear fingerprints on the table. In half an hour, the two quickly resolved the battle. Bai Su sat at the table and rested for a while, slowly completing the remaining follow-up work. "Is this new computer given to you by an Xian?" Lin Chi opened the new computer to research. The chip of this computer should be made of second-order crystals. It was made of the same material as the previous one, but its performance was improved several times. "She came to me as soon as she came back and told me that I liked this thing. I thought I could use it when I brought it back, so I accepted it." Bai Su tidied her messed up hair and accepted an Xian's gift with peace of mind, not feeling strange at all. What a licking dog. After turning on the computer and debugging it, there was nothing special before Lin Chi asked, "Teacher Bai, is there any research into artificial intelligence or anything like that in the safe zone?" Regarding intelligent systems, all federations were conducting research before the end of the world. But this required a large amount of data accumulation, so they were all in a semi-finished state. They were fine for daily use, but of no use at critical moments. There is research on artificial intelligence, and the current crystallization chip plays a big role. But it is still in the experimental stage and has not been tried. Artificial intelligence is an unavoidable point. Once a breakthrough is made, it will definitely bring great benefits to mankind. It is impossible for the major federations not to take this path. And some have even built special laboratories dedicated to artificial intelligence. What are the things needed to carry an artificial intelligence? I also want to get one to play with. Lin Chi thought about his Yuan Plan Superbody Armor, which had been endowed with intelligence. But it could not express it because it had no core configuration. If it could be perfected with Bai Su's help, it would have unexpected effects. "You? Don't waste your time. The code data required for artificial intelligence alone cannot be obtained in a short time. And there are also core chips. It requires at least a 5th-order crystal chip or above to process it perfectly. We don't have it yet." Successful examples. Bai Su shook his head speechlessly. Other federations also thought about trying to hunt down 4th-order mutant beasts. but they all ended in failure. And each one created artificial retardation. Then, can I make something simpler? Just use a third-order crystal chip, which is only used to process data and assist. When others failed, it was because of insufficient intelligent programs. But Lin Chi was fully confident, because the source plan superbody armor had already been endowed with intelligence, and was just waiting to be developed. It's not impossible. There is semi-finished artificial intelligence in the scientific research building. If you need it, I can help you copy a copy of the core code. But if you want to grow, you must connect to the internet and let big data learn the information. This kind of learning is not like human beings, who can become talented after 9 years of work. Artificial intelligence learning is full of uncertainties, and it may collapse one day. Then help me get a third-level chip first, and I'll use this computer first. After handing over the task to Bai Su, Lin Chi moved Bai Su's previous computer to the table in the corner and started searching. Bai Su's private account is logged in on this computer, so confidential information can be found in major security zones. There was also a detailed introduction to the research on artificial intelligence. After spending half an hour, Lin Chi finally understood the composition of the artificial intelligence system. Chapter 139 named Azure. In this case, if the Yuan Project Superbody Armor is integrated with a template of an intelligent system or a new computer accessory, will it have computing learning capabilities? Lin Chi was thoughtful. Artificial intelligence can use a simple computer to calculate data and demonstrate its abilities. Can he also install a small computer on the super armor to activate intelligent programs? Thinking of this, Lin Chi began to try. He put the new computer aside, and the super armor in his hand turned into a ball of black material, which was slowly inserted into the laptop's external port. The internal molecular structure of the superbody armor that was originally endowed with intelligence has undergone special changes. The moment it comes into contact with the external interface of the laptop, the molecules change by the way, creating a special connection with the computer. The originally black screen suddenly lit up. Special symbols flashed rapidly, and a progress bar appeared below. %1-%100. In just an instant, the progress bar reached 100% and the screen lit up again. Good morning, sir. The mechanically synthesized voice came from the notebook, seeming to carry a new kind of joy. Who is speaking? Bai Su was processing the decomposed crystals when she suddenly heard this sound, which made her instantly vigilant. There were only 2 of them in this basement, and the sudden sound would inevitably make people realize that something was wrong. It came from the notebook. I seemed to have come up with something amazing. There was excitement in Lin Chi's eyes, and he saw that the screen of his laptop was constantly refreshing one page after another, which was the result of a quick search of online information. What is this? Bai Su came closer and asked in confusion after seeing something strange about the computer. It should be an intelligent life. This time I went out and got a special thing, which gave the source project superbody armor intelligence. It seems to be connected to the computer now. It was hard for Lin Chi to explain, but he roughly covered up the process of giving intelligence to the superbody armor. While the 2 were talking, the computer screen had returned to normal, and as the blue light appeared, a blurry face gradually appeared. Sir, it's an honor to meet you. This computer has a camera and voice system. The sound is now much clearer and more agile. Really artificial intelligence? Bai Su's eyes were full of disbelief, and he subconsciously started to control the computer to query. But the computer at this moment was not under her control at all. I am also honored to meet you, and tell me your current cognitive positioning of yourself. An intelligent life can only be called life if it has a detailed understanding of itself, which is completely different from that artificial intelligent program. I should be a unique existence, a special life form created by my husband. His will is the source of my existence. The voice coming from the computer made Lin Chi feel slightly relieved. Judging from the explanation of this intelligent life, it should follow its own will unconditionally. Lin Chi was still afraid of creating something wild or something uncontrollable. In this case, think of a perfect way to solve your own problems. I need to establish communication with you conveniently at any time, so I will use the source project superbody armor as my body. Since it is an intelligent life, it will definitely think of a more complete solution, and integrating it into a superbody armor is the most convenient. The core file of Project Source Superbody Armor has been created. Drawings of superbody armors quickly appeared on the computer, and they were still perfecting the form. As the data came in alternately, the black substance released by Lin Chi slowly enveloped the entire computer, completely integrating it. I understand. It replaces the computer with the material of the superbody armor, and the original third-order core chip has spread throughout the armor. forming a unique processing method. Now the entire computer hardware system should be replaced by the super body armor. The armor was copied. Baisu suddenly thought of a limitation that had not yet been broken through in the source project weapon research in the capital safe zone. Isn't it the integration of biotechnology computers into the armor to become a combat auxiliary program? But he didn't expect that the restrictions that blocked many scientists' research would be instantly broken by Lin Chi. Most of the materials used in this laptop are biological materials, so they are easily absorbed and fused by the super armor. In the end, only some materials that cannot be fused are left. But this does not affect the operation of the super armor. Sir, it has been detected that the source plan super armor has multiple weapon forms, and its records have been archived. You can continue to try to add them. Lin Chi only uploaded 3 types of weapons from the original source plan. One was a bow and arrow, the other was a spear, and the third was a long knife. The rest were not added to save chip space. But now, with the convenience of smart programs, it seems that they can be perfected at any time. No need to add it yet. Start the super armor. It was a matter of priority. Lin Chi was not in a hurry for those small accessories. After activating the super armor, the black substance instantly covered his body. Even his head was wrapped tightly. But at this moment, Lin Chi's vision showed a completely different picture from before. When the eyes are locked, there will be active prompts. But most of them are incomplete prompts or replaced by unknown. After all, the superintelligence has not yet learned the detailed information of this world. It has only temporarily learned the principles of language and computers. And there is very little information in the database. The picture quality is a bit blurry, and the lines are not smooth. The auxiliary system in front of me was constructed by superintelligence, but due to the computer's original hardware limitations, it was not sophisticated. But for Lin Chi, this was already a qualitative leap. Open the super armor. As the order came out, the armor separated, and a naked Lin Chi walked out of it. Separate a set of clothes from before for me. Lin Chi pressed his hand on the armor, and a black substance emerged and quickly wrapped his body, forming a black windbreaker. Connect to the satellite network and supplement your own database. Although new intelligent life is special, it is a blank sheet of paper at this stage. Without supplementary data, it is a huge cognitive problem. It must be allowed to thoroughly study the information on the internet so that it can be of greater help to itself as it grows. Baisu on the side frowned, and the changes in the super armor were beyond her expectations. Smart life of this level should not appear in our world. Even if artificial intelligence is completed, it has its own limitations. It requires a huge crew and a complete database to support it. Lin Chi, this sudden intelligent program, can reach this level just by relying on the super body armor. This had to make Baisu wonder whether this thing was a product of this world. From her understanding of computer technology, it was impossible for artificial intelligence to make such a qualitative leap. Don't worry about those problems for now. Now that this smart program has been born, let's figure out how to make it grow. Lin Chi had great confidence. After all, it had been verified that the life he had given him was completely loyal to him. Lin Chi pulled Baisu aside and calmed the troubled woman down. Sometimes there is knowledge beyond one's own field, and it is difficult to accept it when you have made achievements in this field. The source plan super body was standing in the basement in the state of the armor, but it was already connected to the satellite network and was constantly browsing information on the network. It's just that you can only access superficial information at the beginning. The data in some safe zones is secret and has layers of restrictions. There are even special security protections, which are difficult to crack in a short time. Baisu was very curious about this special intelligent life. He tried to connect with another laptop, but could not find the answer. Don't worry. It won't do us any harm. I can give you some of its permissions so that you can obtain data more conveniently. In order for intelligent life to function as quickly as possible, it must continue to learn and try. And the resources at Baisu's place are more suitable for its growth. So Lin Chi is not stingy. I still have a skeptical attitude. If I find anything wrong with it, I will stop it as soon as possible. At this time, Tuanchuan and Xiaoling also came to the basement door. They had prepared dinner and knew that Lin Chi was busy in the basement, so they did not disturb them. Let's go and eat first and see what changes happen later. The super body armor has separated from Lin Chi's body, but with intelligent life support, it can still exist, but it is still unable to move freely at this stage. For now, it's just a defensive exoskeleton. After the 4 of them finished their meal, Baisu couldn't wait to return to the basement and continue her research on intelligent life. Regarding the intelligent life in the super body armor, Lin Chi did not hide it from Xiaoling, and asked them to come down and have a look, because they didn't understand the mystery. The two of them showed more surprise and envy. After all, in some novels and movies, intelligent life has always been a mysterious existence, and any owner is unique. Honey, does this intelligent life have a name? How should we call it? They circled around the super armor several times and reached out to touch it curiously. This, after all, is the first intelligent life born on Blue Star. Let's call it Azure. Lin Chi thought for a moment and decided to give it a very suitable name. Just after he finished naming, he saw a blue light flashing out of the armor's eyes. Sir, it's an honor to be named by you. A unique name is the beginning of life, which unknowingly makes its database more complete. To Enchuan, Xiaoling, you can ask Whale on various questions, which will make it easier for it to grow quickly. I will give you two some permissions. As long as there is a computer with signal transmission, you can call it. There is an intelligent system that can be connected to the internet at any time, which can improve the quality of life in all aspects, and even provide many conveniences in other fields. Chapter 140, Only Familiarity. The next day, Lin Chi came to the repair shop early in the morning. After getting familiar with each other yesterday, the new teammates quickly became mingled with the previous ones and became familiar with each other. Lin Chi said hello to everyone, then came to the car repair shed and installed the third-order crystal chip made yesterday in the mobile fortress. Originally, the armored vehicle had a simple control system, but the control program was relatively simple. But now after replacing the chip, there is intelligent life control like Whalon, which can even run without any operation. Azure. Self-test running. Lin Chi sat in the main driver's seat and issued the order. Sir, the self-inspection has been completed. The vehicle is in good condition. The weapons are in good condition. The energy is sufficient, and it can be started at any time. The mobile fortress had been successfully modified before, but Lin Chi had never had the chance to use it. But he felt relieved when he heard that it could be run at any time. Although some things are not used, they cannot be lived without. They are strategic weapons. After the debugging was completed, Lin Chi went outside. At this moment, Shi Chengwang was leading the team to inspect the vehicle. After the combat team is established, there must be a suitable fleet, as well as supporting weapons and equipment, tactical communications, and a series of preparations. It's not just a few people who come together that can be called a combat team. Captain, our equipment is not enough, and I also need some supplies. Shi Chengwang handed Lin Chi the list he made, which contained densely packed weapons and equipment. Damn it. Why don't you go and grab it? You need 10 sets of laser weapons? At this stage, ordinary soldiers in the safe zone are not equipped with laser weapons, and only the special awakened ones, who went to support the sanctuary in the 32-city district last time, have been allocated a few. If we don't have laser weapons, we can use other advanced weapons instead. But we can't save other things. Otherwise, we are afraid we will suffer casualties when we encounter mutant beasts above level 3. Everyone in Anshin's team had combat uniforms with excellent defense, made of the leather of second-level mutant beasts. However, the weapons had been recycled and taken back, which instantly reduced the combat effectiveness of several people. Morning Light, you must know that the awakened ones will become more and more powerful in the future, and the damage of thermal weapons is fixed, unless there is a large-scale weapon group. I think it is necessary for you to adapt in advance. Lin Chi took Shi Chengwang to a corner of the repair shop and picked up a steel pipe from the ground. Then he threw it hard at the scrap metal piled in the corner. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the front section of the steel pipe was inserted directly into the scrap iron. The iron foam exploded where it came in contact. By the time the steel pipe stopped shaking, it had already sunk deep into it. What kind of weapon do you think would be so powerful? Shi Chengwang on the side widened his eyes and looked at the steel pipe inserted into the scrap iron in disbelief. He stepped forward and pulled out the steel pipe with force. The penetrable hole was extremely brilliant, as if it had been cut out. How is that possible? There's something wrong. Although both are steel, the hardness of the steel pipe is far less than that of the scrap iron plate. If strong force is applied, the steel pipe will definitely bend and deform. It is impossible to insert a big hole in the scrap iron plate. Shi Chengwang didn't believe in evil, so he took a few steps back with the steel pipe, opened the gene lock directly, and threw it at the scrap iron plate with all his strength. There was a loud bang, far louder than before, and even a ball of sparks exploded where it touched. However, the steel pipe was directly ejected, and the top could even be seen to be bent and deformed. while only a shallow pit appeared on the scrap iron plate. Shi Chengwang looked at the scrap iron plate seriously, then picked up the steel pipe and inspected it, looking at Lin Chi with complicated eyes. How did you do it? At first, he only thought that Lin Chi was good at shooting arrows. He did not expect that he could be so accomplished with other weapons. It was simply beyond his knowledge. Nothing but familiarity. Lin Chi pretended to do it, and found out that even with a wooden stick, he could still achieve this effect. But he just didn't want it to be too shocking. We are all our own people. Is there any need to pretend to be a slap in the face? Shi Chengwang glanced at Lin Chi speechlessly, then turned and walked towards the direction of the motorcade. As for the list, he tore it into pieces. In the past, as federal soldiers, they had to rely on the firearms in their hands to exert their strongest combat effectiveness. But now that everyone's physical fitness has improved qualitatively, and special awakened people have appeared, their own strength is even more important. Firearms can only become auxiliary tools in the future. Everyone, come here. I'm going to have a meeting. Shi Chengwang called together the members of the combat team and began to put forward his own opinions. Although Lin Chi planned to change the combat method of the combat team, there were still some equipment that could not be missed. So he found an idle car and prepared to go to the logistics department to get some equipment. Would any of you have time to go to the logistics department with me? Going to the logistics department to get supplies will definitely not bypass the Anshin hurdle. And several familiar people are all in the combat team. I'm going. Ji Na quickly raised her hand. How could she miss this opportunity to show off her laziness? Without waiting for Shi Chengwang's consent, she quickly jumped into the passenger seat. Chengwang, train them well. I'll go get some supplies and come back. I won't be back for lunch at noon. The car drove out of the repair shop and slowly headed to the logistics department. Ji Na kept looking at Lin Chi secretly, as if he was hesitant to speak. You can ask whatever you want. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold it in? Ji Na must have had an idea when she dared to get into her car. But it seemed that she couldn't speak because of some things. Captain Lin, can you see my invisibility? The last time she supported her in the ruins, Ji Na sensed something was wrong, and her suspicions were confirmed in the room that night. Lin Chi was afraid that he had some special ability that could see or sense her invisibility. I can't see it, but I can feel subtle fluctuations. Just a general outline. Lin Chi did not hide it. His mental power could indeed only perceive a general outline of a human figure, and could not be more detailed. It seemed that this ability of invisibility was somewhat special. It's over. It's over. Then won't my ability be useless? And I will be seen by others as soon as I become invisible? Ji Na was speechless. When she first awakened her invisibility ability, she was proud for a long time, even though it was very inconvenient to use it every time. I don't think your ability is like being invisible. At least it feels a little different to me. I'll help you research it when I have time. Ordinary invisibility only confuses the opponent's eyes. But Ji Na is different. She has covered herself with a layer of special power, hiding even her breath and life fluctuations. It seemed like a foot had stepped into the mezzanine of space.